The police line is that the killer came in through the front door while the Cowan boy's mother was hanging her clothes in the backyard. Then, when she ran up the back stairs, he supposedly jumped from the bathroom window into the yard she just left and got away clean. But the window is only one of those half-sized jobs. A kid of 7 would have to wriggle to get through it. And the drop was 25 feet to a stone-flagged patio. Rademacher doesn't like to talk about those things, and no one in the press, certainly no one at the news, has pressed him about them. Mike took a drink of water and then passed another picture down the line. This was not a police photograph. It was another school picture. It showed a grinning boy who was maybe 13. He was dressed in his best for the school photo, and his hands were clean and folded neatly in his lap. But there was a devilish little glint in his eyes. He was black. Jeffrey Holly, Mike said, May 13th, a week after the Cowan boy was killed. Torn open. He was found in Bassey Park by the canal. 9 days after that, May 22nd, a 5th grader named John Fury was found dead out on Niebolt Street. Eddie uttered a high, quavering scream. He groped for his aspirator and knocked it off the table. It rolled down to Bill, who picked it up. Eddie's face had gone a sickish yellow color. His breath whistled coldly in his throat. "Get him something to drink!" Ben roared. "Somebody get him!" But Eddie was shaking his head. He triggered the aspirator down his throat. His chest heaved as he tore in a gulp of air. He triggered the aspirator again and then sat back, eyes half closed, panting. "I'll be all right," he gasped. "Give me a minute. I'm with you." "Eddie, are you sure?" Beverly asked. "Maybe you ought to lie down." "I'll be all right," he repeated querulously. "It was just the shock. You know, the shock. I'd forgotten all about Niebolt Street." No one replied. No one had to. Bill thought, if you believe your capacity has been reached, and then Mike produces another name and yet another like a black magician with a hatful of malign tricks, and you're knocked on your ass again. It was too much to face all at once, this outpouring of inexplicable violence, somehow directly aimed at the 6 people here, or so George's photographs seemed to suggest. "Both of John Fury's legs were gone," Mike continued softly, "but the medical examiner says that happened after he died. His heart gave out. He seems to have quite literally died of fear. He was found by the postman, who saw a hand sticking out from under the porch." "It was 29, wasn't it?" Rich said, and Bill looked at him quickly. Rich glanced back at him, nodded slightly, and then looked at Mike again. 29 Niebolt Street. "Oh, yes," Mike said in that same calm voice. "It was number 29. He drank more water. "Are you really all right, Eddie?" Eddie nodded. His breathing had eased. "Rademacher made an arrest the day after Fury's body was discovered," Mike said. "There was a front-page editorial in the news that same day, calling for his resignation, incidentally. After 8 murders, Ben said. Pretty radical of them, wouldn't you say?" Beverly wanted to know who had been arrested. "A guy who lives in a little shack way out on Route 7, almost over the town line and into Newport," Mike said. "Kind of a hermit. Burns scrap wood in a stove, roofed the place with scavenged shingles and hubcaps. Name of Harold Earl. Probably doesn't see $200 in cash money over the course of a year. Someone driving by saw him standing out in his dooryard just looking up at the sky on the day John Fury's body was discovered. His clothes were covered with blood." "Then maybe," Rich began hopefully. "He had 3 butchered deer in his shed," Mike said. "He'd been jacking over in Haven. The blood on his clothes was deer blood. Rademacher asked him if he killed John Fury, and Earl is supposed to have said, 'Oh, yeah, I killed a lot of people. I shot most of them in the war.' He also said he'd seen things in the woods at night. Blue lights, sometimes, floating just a few inches off the ground. Corpse lights, he called them. And Bigfoot. They sent him up to the Bangor Mental Health. According to the medical report, his liver's almost entirely gone. He's been drinking paint thinner." "Oh, my God," Beverly said. "And is prone to hallucinations. They've been holding on to him, and until 3 days ago, Rademacher was sticking to his idea that Earl was the most likely suspect. He had 8 guys out there, digging around his shack and looking for the missing heads, lampshades made out of human skin, God knows what. Mike paused, head lowered, and then went on. His voice was slightly hoarse now. I'd held off, but when I saw this last one, I made the calls. I wish to God I'd made them sooner. Let's see, Ben said abruptly. The victim was another fifth grader, Mike said, a classmate of the Fury boy. He was found just off Kansas Street, near where Bill used to hide his bike when we were in the Barrens. His name was Jerry Bellwood. He was torn apart. What was left of him was found at the foot of a cement retaining wall that was put in along most of Kansas Street about 20 years ago to stop the soil erosion. This police photograph of the section of that wall where Bellwood was found was taken less than half an hour after the body was removed. Here. He passed the picture to Rich Tozier, who looked and passed it on to Beverly. She glanced at it briefly, winced, and passed it on to Eddie, who gazed at it long and rapidly before handing it on to Ben. Ben passed it to Bill with barely a glance. Printing straggled its way across the concrete retaining wall. It said, "Come home. Come home. Come home." Bill looked up at Mike grimly. He had been bewildered and frightened. Now he felt the first stirrings of anger. He was glad. Angry was not such a great way to feel, but it was better than the shock, better than the miserable fear. "Is that written in what I think it's written in?" "Yes," Mike said. "Jerry Bellwood's blood." 5. Richie gets beeped. Mike had taken his photographs back. He had an idea that Bill might ask for the one of George's last school picture, but Bill did not. He put them in his inside jacket pocket, and when they were out of sight, all of them, Mike included, felt a sense of relief. 9 children, Beverly was saying softly. I can't believe it. I mean, I can believe it, but I can't believe it. 9 kids and nothing? Nothing at all? It's not quite like that, Mike said. People are angry, people are scared, or so it seems. It's really impossible to tell which ones really feel that way and which ones are faking. Faking? Beverly. Do you remember when we were kids? The man who just folded his newspaper and went inside his house while you were screaming at him for help? For a moment, something seemed to jump in her eyes, and she looked both terrified and aware. Then she only looked puzzled. No. When was that, Mike? Never mind. It will come to you in time. All I can say now is that everything looks the way it should in Derry. Faced with such a grisly string of murders, people are doing all the things you'd expect them to do. And most of them are the same things that went on while kids were disappearing and getting murdered back in '58. The Save Our Children Committee is meeting again, only this time at Derry Elementary School instead of Derry High. There are 16 detectives from the State Attorney General's office in town, and a contingent of FBI agents as well. I don't know how many, and although Rademacher talks big, I don't think he does either. The curfew's back in effect. Oh, yes, the curfew. Ben was rubbing the side of his neck slowly and deliberately. Well, that did wonders back in '58. I remember that much. And there are Mother's Walker groups to make sure that every child who goes to school, grades K through 8, is chaperoned home. The news has gotten over 2,000 letters demanding a solution in the last 3 weeks alone. And of course, the out-migration has begun again. I sometimes think that's the only way to really tell who's sincere about wanting it stopped and who isn't. The really sincere ones get scared and leave. People really are leaving? Richie asked. It happens each time the cycle cranks up again. It's impossible to tell just how many go, because the cycle hasn't fallen squarely in a census year since 1850 or so. But it's a fairish number. They run like kids who just found out the house was haunted for real, after all. Come home. Come home, come home, Beverly said softly. When she looked up from her hands, it was Bill she looked at, not Mike. It wanted us to come back. Why? It may want us all back, Mike said a little cryptically. Sure, it may, It may want revenge. After all, we balked it once before. Revenge. Or just to set things back in order, Bill said. Mike nodded. Things are out of order with your own lives, too, you know. None of you left Derry untouched, without its mark on you. All of you forgot what happened here, and your memories of that summer are still only fragmentary. And then there's the passingly curious fact that you're all rich. Oh, come on now, Richie said. That's hardly... Be soft, Mike said, holding his hand up and smiling faintly. I'm not accusing you of anything. Just trying to get the facts out on the table. You are rich by the standards of a small-town librarian who makes just under $11,000 a year after taxes, okay? Rich shrugged the shoulders of his expensive suit uncomfortably. Ben appeared deeply absorbed in tearing small strips from the edge of his napkin. No one was looking directly at Mike except Bill. None of you are in the H.L. Hunt class, certainly, Mike said. But you are all well-to-do even by the standards of the American upper-middle class. We're all friends here, so fess up. If there's one of you who declared less than $90,000 on his or her 1984 tax return, raise your hand. They glanced around at each other almost furtively, embarrassed, as Americans always seem to be, by the raw fact of their own success, as if cash were hard-cooked eggs, and affluence the farts that inevitably follow an overdose of same. Bill felt hot blood in his cheeks, and was helpless to stop its rise. He had been paid $10,000 more than the sum Mike had mentioned just for doing the first draft of the Attic Room screenplay. He'd been promised an additional $20,000 each for 2 rewrites if needed. Then there were royalties, and the hefty advance on a 2-book contract just signed. How much had he declared on his '84 tax return? Just about $800,000, right? Enough, anyway, to seem almost monstrous in light of Mike Hanlon's stated income of just under $11,000 a year. So that's how much they pay you to keep the lighthouse, Mike, old kid, Bill thought. Jesus Christ, somewhere along the line, you should have asked for a raise. Mike said, Bill Denbrough, a successful novelist in a society where there are only a few novelists and fewer still lucky enough to be making a living from the craft. Beverly Rogan, who's in the rag trade, a field to which more are called but even fewer chosen. She is, in fact, the most sought-after designer in the middle third of the country right now. Oh, it's not me, Beverly said. She uttered a nervous little laugh and lit a fresh cigarette from the smoldering stub of the old one. It's Tom. Tom's the one. Without him, I'd still be relining skirts and sewing up hems. I don't have any business sense at all, even Tom says so. It's just, Tom. And luck. She took a single deep drag from her cigarette and then snuffed it. Methinks the lady doth protest too much, Richie said slyly. She turned quickly in her seat and gave him a hard look, her color high. Just what's that supposed to mean, Richie Tozier?
Don't hit me, Miss Scarlet,
Richie cried in a high, trembling, pickaninny voice. And in that moment Bill could see with an eerie clarity the boy he had known. He was not just a superseded presence lurking under Rich Tozier's grown-up exterior, but a creature almost more real than the man himself.
Don't hit me! Let me bring you another mint julep, Miss Scarlet. You was going to drink it out on the porch, where it be a little bit cooler. Don't whoop this here, boy.
You're impossible, Richie, Beverly said coldly. You ought to grow up. Richie looked at her, his grin fading slowly into uncertainty. Until I came back here, he said. I thought I had. Rich, you may just be the most successful disc jockey in the United States, Mike said. You've certainly got L.A. in the palm of your hand. On top of that, there are 2 syndicated programs, one of them a straight top 40 countdown show, the other one something called the Freaky 40. You better watch out, fool, Richie said in a gruff Mr. T voice, but he was blushing. I'll make you front and back change places. I'll give you brain surgery with my fist. Eddie, Mike went on, ignoring Richie. You've got a healthy limousine service in a city where you just about have to elbow long black cars out of your way when you cross the street. 2 limo companies a week go smash in the Big Apple, but you're doing fine. Ben, you're probably the most successful young architect in the world. Ben opened his mouth probably to protest, and then closed it again abruptly. Mike smiled at them, spread his hands. I don't want to embarrass anyone, but I do want all the cards on the table. There are people who succeed young, and there are people who succeed in highly specialized jobs. If there weren't people who bucked the odds successfully, I guess everybody would give up. If it was just one or two of you, we could pass it off as coincidence. But it's not just one or two. It's all of you. And that includes Stan Uris, who was the most successful young accountant in Atlanta, which means in the whole South. My conclusion is that your success stems from what happened here 27 years ago. If you'd all been exposed to asbestos at that time and had all developed lung cancer by now, the correlative would be no less clear or persuasive. Do any of you want to dispute it? He looked at them. No one answered. All except you, Bill said. What happened to you, Mikey? Isn't it obvious? He grinned. I stayed here. You kept the lighthouse, Ben said. Bill jerked around and looked at him, startled. But Ben was staring hard at Mike and didn't see. That doesn't make me feel so good, Mike. In fact, it makes me feel sort of like a bug turd. Amen, Beverly said. Mike shook his head patiently. You have nothing to feel guilty about, any of you. Do you think it was my choice to stay here any more than it was your choice, any of you, to leave? Hell, we were kids. For one reason or another, your parents moved away, and you guys were part of the baggage they took along. My parents stayed. And was it really their decision, any of them? I don't think so. How was it decided who would go and who would stay? Was it luck? Fate? It? Some other? I don't know. But it wasn't us guys, so quit it. You're not bitter? Eddie asked timidly. I've been too busy to be bitter, Mike said. I spent a long time watching and waiting. I was watching and waiting even before I knew it, I think. But for the last 5 years or so, I've been on what you might call red alert. Since the turn of the year, I've been keeping a journal. And when a man writes, he thinks harder, or maybe just more specifically. And one of the things I've spent time writing and thinking about is the nature of it. It changes. We know that. I think it also manipulates and leaves its mark on people by the nature of what it is. The way you can smell a skunk on you even after a long bath, if it lets go its bag of scent too near you. The way a grasshopper will spit bug juice into your palm if you catch it in your hand. Mike slowly unbuttoned his shirt and spread it wide. They could all see the pinkish scrawls of scar across the smooth brown skin of his chest between the nipples. The way claws leave scars, he said. The werewolf, Richie almost moaned. Oh, Christ. Big Bill. The werewolf. When we went back to Neibolt Street. What? Bill asked. He sounded like a man called out of a dream. What, Richie? Don't you remember? No. Do you? I almost do. Looking both confused and scared, Richie subsided. Are you saying this thing isn't evil? Eddie asked Mike abruptly. He was staring at the scars as if hypnotized. That's just some part of the natural order? It's no part of a natural order we understand or condone, Mike said, rebuttoning his shirt. And I see no reason to operate on any other basis than the one we do understand, that it kills children. And that's wrong. Bill understood that before any of us. Do you remember, Bill? I remember that I wanted to kill it, Bill said. For the first time and ever after, he heard the pronoun gain proper noun status in his own voice. But I didn't have much of a world view on the subject, if you see what I mean. I just wanted to kill it, because it killed George. And do you still? Bill considered this carefully. He looked down at his spread hands on the table and remembered George in his yellow slicker, his hood up, the paper boat with its thin glaze of paraffin in one hand. He looked up at Mike. More than ever, he said. Mike nodded, as if this were exactly what he had expected. It left its mark on us. It worked its will on us, just as it has worked its will on this whole town, day in and day out, even during those long periods when it is asleep or hibernating or whatever it does between its more lively periods. Mike raised one finger. But if it worked its will on us, at some point, in some way, we also worked our will on it. We stopped it before it was done. I know we did. Did we weaken it? Hurt it? Did we, in fact, almost kill it? I think we did. I think we came so close to killing it that we went away thinking we had. But you don't remember that part either, do you? Ben asked. No. I can remember everything up until August 15th, 1958, with almost perfect clarity. But from then until September 4th or so, when school was called in again, everything is a total blank. It isn't murky or hazy, it is just completely gone. With one exception. I seem to remember Bill screaming about something called the deadlights. Bill's arm jerked convulsively. It struck one of his empty beer bottles, and the bottle shattered on the floor like a bomb. "Did you cut yourself?" Beverly asked. She had half risen. "No," he said. His voice was harsh and dry. His arms had broken out in goose flesh. It seemed that his skull had somehow grown. He could feel the deadlights, it pressing out against the stretched skin of his face in steady, numbing throbs. "I'll pick up the—" "No, just sit down." He wanted to look at her and couldn't. He couldn't take his eyes off Mike. "Do you remember the deadlights, Bill?" Mike asked softly. "No," he said. His mouth felt the way it did when the dentist got a little too enthusiastic with the Novocaine. "You will." "I hope to God I don't." "You will anyway," Mike said. "But for now, no. Not me either. Do any of you?" One by one, they shook their heads. "But we did something," Mike said quietly. "At some point, we were able to exercise some sort of group will. At some point, we achieved some special understanding, whether conscious or unconscious." He stirred restlessly. "God, I wish Stan was here. I have a feeling that Stan, with his ordered mind, might have had some idea." "Maybe he did," Beverly said. "Maybe that's why he killed himself. Maybe he understood that if there was magic, it wouldn't work for grown-ups." "I think it could, though," Mike said, "because there's one other thing we six have in common. I wonder if any of you have realized what that is." It was Bill's turn to open his mouth and then shut it again. "Go on," Mike said. "You know what it is. I can see it on your face." "I'm not sure I know," Bill replied. "But I think we're all childless. Is that it?" There was a moment of shocked silence. "Yeah," Mike said. "That's it." "Jesus Christ almighty!" Eddie spoke up indignantly. "What in the world does that have to do with the price of beans in Peru? What gave you the idea that everyone in the world has to have kids? That's nuts!" "Do you and your wife have children?" Mike asked. "If you've been keeping track of us all the way you said, then you know goddamn well we don't. But I still say it doesn't mean a damn thing. Have you tried to have children?" "We don't use birth control, if that's what you mean." Eddie spoke with an oddly moving dignity, but his cheeks were flushed. "It just so happens that my wife is a little... oh, hell. She's a lot overweight. We went to see a doctor, and she told us my wife might never have kids if she didn't lose some weight. Does that make us criminals?" "Take it easy, Eds," Richie soothed, and leaned toward him. "Don't call me Eds! Don't you dare pinch my cheek," he cried, rounding on Richie. "You know I hate that. I always hated it." Richie recoiled, blinking. "Beverly?" Mike asked. "What about you and Tom?" "No children," she said. "Also, no birth control. Tom wants kids. And so do I, of course," she added hastily, glancing around at them quickly. Bill thought her eyes seemed overbright, almost the eyes of an actress giving a good performance. "It just hasn't happened yet." "Have you had those tests?" Ben asked her. "Well, of course," she said, and uttered a light laugh that was almost a titter. And in one of those leaps of comprehension that sometimes come to people who are gifted with both curiosity and insight, Bill suddenly understood a great deal about Beverly and her husband, Tom, alias the greatest man in the world. Beverly had gone to have fertility tests. His guess was that the greatest man in the world had refused to entertain even for a moment the notion that there might be something wrong with the sperm being manufactured in these sacred sacks. "What about you and your wife, Big Bill?" Rich asked. "Been trying?" They all looked at him curiously. Because his wife was someone they knew. Audra was by no means the best-known or the best-loved actress in the world, but she was certainly part of the celebrity coinage that had somehow replaced talent as a medium of exchange in the latter half of the 20th century. There had been a picture of her in People magazine when she cut her hair short, and during a particularly boring stretch in New York, the play she had been planning to do off-Broadway fell through. She had done a week-long stint on Hollywood Squares over her agent's strenuous objections. She was a stranger whose lovely face was known to them. He thought Beverly looked particularly curious. "We've been trying off and on for the last 6 years," Bill said. "For the last 8 months or so it's been off because of the movie we were doing. Attic Room, it's called." "You know, we run a little entertainment, Cindy, every day from 5:15 in the afternoon until 5:30, Richie said. Seeing Stars, it's called. They had a feature on that damned movie just last week. Husband and wife working happily together kind of thing. They said both of your names, and I never made the connection. Funny, isn't it?" "Very," Bill said. "Anyway, Audra said it would be just our luck if she caught pregnant while we were in pre-production, and she had to do 10 weeks of strenuous acting and being morning sick at the same time. But we want kids, yes, and we've tried quite hard." "Had fertility tests?" Ben asked. "Uh-huh. 4 years ago, in New York. The doctors discovered a very small, benign tumor in Audra's womb, and they said it was a lucky thing because, although it wouldn't have prevented her from getting pregnant, it might have caused a tubal pregnancy. She and I are both fertile, though." Eddie repeated stubbornly, "It doesn't prove a goddamn thing." "Suggestive, though," Ben murmured. "No little accidents on your front, Ben?" Bill asked. He was shocked and amused to find that his mouth had very nearly called Ben Haystack instead. "I've never been married. I've always been careful, and there have been no paternity suits," Ben said. "Beyond that, I don't think there's any real way of telling." "Do you want to hear a funny story?" Richie asked. He was smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes. "Sure," Bill said. "You're always good at the funny stuff, Richie."
"Sure facing me own buttocks for you,"
Richie said in the Irish cop's voice. It was a great Irish cop's voice. "You've improved out of all measure, Richie," Bill thought. As a kid, you couldn't do an Irish cop no matter how you busted your brains. Except once, or twice, when... The deadlights. What was that?
"Your face and me own buttocks. Just keep remembering that comparison, me fine buckle."
Ben Hanscom suddenly held his nose and cried in a high, quavering, boyish voice,
"Beep, beep, Richie! Beep, beep! Beep, beep!"
After a moment, laughing, Eddie held his own nose and joined in. Beverly did the same. All right, Richie cried, laughing himself. "All right, I give up, Christ's sake." "Oh, man," Eddie said. He collapsed back in his chair, laughing so hard he was almost crying.
"Ha! We got you that time! Trash mouth! Oh, way to go, Ben."
Ben was smiling, but he looked a little bewildered. "Beep, beep," Bev said and giggled. "I forgot all about that. We always used to beep you, Richie." "You guys never appreciated true talent, that's all," Richie said comfortably. "As in the old days, you could knock him off balance, but he was like one of those inflatable Joe Palooka dolls with sand in the base. He floated upright again almost at once." "That was one of your little contributions to the Losers Club, wasn't it, Haystack?" "Yeah, I guess it was." "What a man," Richie said in a trembling, awestruck voice, and then began to salaam over the table, nearly sticking his nose in his teacup each time he went down. "What a man! Oh, shit, what a man!" "Beep, beep, Richie," Ben said solemnly, and then exploded laughter in a hearty baritone, utterly unlike his wavering childhood voice. "You're the same old roadrunner." "You guys want to hear this story or not?" Richie asked. "I mean, no big deal one way or the other. Beep away if you want to. I can take abuse. I mean, you're looking at a man who once did an interview with Ozzy Osbourne." "Tell it," Bill said. He glanced over at Mike and saw that Mike looked happier, or more at rest, since the luncheon had begun. Was it because he saw the almost unconscious knitting together that was happening, The sort of easy falling back into old roles that almost never happened when old chums got together. Bill thought so. And he thought, if there are certain preconditions for the belief in magic that makes it possible to use the magic, then maybe those preconditions will inevitably arrange themselves. It was not a very comforting thought. It made him feel like a man strapped to the nose cone of a guided missile. Beep, beep, indeed. Well, Richie was saying, I could make this long and sad, or I could give you the Blondie and Dagwood comic strip version, but I'll settle for something in the middle. The year after I moved out to California, I met a girl, and we fell pretty hard for each other, started living together. She was on the pill at first, but it made her feel sick almost all the time. She talked about getting an IUD, but I wasn't too crazy about that. The first stories about how they might not be completely safe were just starting to come out in the papers. We talked a lot about kids, and had pretty well decided we didn't want them even if we decided to legalize the relationship. Irresponsible to bring kids into such a shitty, dangerous, overpopulated world, and blah, 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 babble, babble, babble. Let's go out and put a bomb in the men's room of the Bank of America, and then come on back to the crash pad and smoke some dope, and talk about the difference between Maoism and Trotskyism, if you see what I mean. Or maybe I'm being too hard on both of us. Shit, we were young and reasonably idealistic. The upshot was that I got my wires cut, as the Beverly Hills crowd puts it with their unfailing vulgar chic. The operation went with no problem, and I had no adverse after effects. There can be, you know. I had a friend whose balls swelled up to roughly the size of the tires on a 1959 Cadillac. I was going to give him a pair of suspenders and a couple of barrels for his birthday, sort of a designer truss, but they went down before then. All put with your customary tact and dignity, Bill remarked, and Beverly began to laugh again. Richie offered a large, sincere smile. Thank you, Bill, for those words of support. The word fuck was used 206 times in your last book. I counted. Beep, beep, trash mouth, Bill said solemnly, and they all laughed. Bill found it nearly impossible to believe they had been talking about dead children less than 10 minutes ago. Press onward, Richie, Ben said. The hour groweth late. Sandy and I lived together for 2.5 years, Richie went on. Came really close to getting married twice. As things turned out, I guess we saved ourselves a lot of heartache and all that community property bullshit by keeping it simple. She got an offer to join a corporate law firm in Washington around the same time I got an offer to come to KLAD as a weekend jock. Not much, but a foot in the door. She told me it was her big chance, and I had to be the most insensitive male chauvinist oinker in the United States to be dragging my feet, and furthermore, she'd had it with California anyway. I told her I also had a chance. So we thrashed it out, and we trashed each other out, and at the end of all the thrashing and trashing, Sandy went. About a year after that, I decided to try and get the vasectomy reversed. No real reason for it. And I knew from the stuff I'd read that the chances were pretty spotty, but I thought, what the hell? You were seeing someone steadily then? Bill asked. No, that's the funny part of it, Richie said, frowning. I just woke up one day with this, this hobby horse about getting it reversed. You must have been nuts, Eddie said. General anesthetic instead of a local? Surgery? Maybe a week in the hospital afterward? Yeah. The doctor told me all of that stuff, Richie replied. And I told him I wanted to go ahead anyway. I don't know why. The doc asked me if I understood the aftermath of the operation was sure to be painful while the result was only going to be a coin toss at best. I said I did. He said okay, and I asked him when, my attitude being the sooner the better, you know. So he says, hold your horses, son, hold your horses. The first step is to get a sperm sample just to make sure the reversal operation is necessary. I said, come on, I had the exam after the vasectomy. It worked. He told me that sometimes the vasa reconnected spontaneously. Yo mama, I says. Nobody ever told me that. He said the chances were very small, infinitesimal, really. But because the operation was so serious, we ought to check it out. So I popped into the men's room with a Fredericks of Hollywood catalog and jerked off into a Dixie cup. Beep, beep, Richie, Beverly said. Yeah, you're right, Richie said. The part about the Fredericks catalog is a lie. You never find anything that good in a doctor's office. Anyway, the doc called me 3 days later and asked me which I wanted first, the good news or the bad news. Give me the good news first, I said. The good news is the operation won't be necessary, he said. The bad news is that anybody you've been to bed with over the last 2 or 3 years could hit you with a paternity suit pretty much at will. Are you saying what I think you're saying? I asked him. I'm telling you that you aren't shooting blanks and haven't been for quite a while now, he said. Millions of little wigglies in your sperm sample. Your days of going gaily in bareback with no questions asked have temporarily come to an end, Richard. I thanked him and hung up. Then I called Sandy in Washington. "Rich," she says to me, and Richie's voice suddenly became the voice of this girl Sandy, whom none of them had ever met. It was not an imitation or even a likeness exactly. It was more like an auditory painting. "It's great to hear from you. I got married." "Yeah, that's great," I said. "You should have let me know. I would have sent you a blender." She goes, "Same old Richie, always full of gags." So I said, "Sure, same old Richie, always full of gags." By the way, Sandy, you didn't happen to have a kid or anything after you left L.A., did you? Or maybe an unscheduled D&C or something? "That gag isn't so funny, Rich," she said. And I had a brainwave that she was getting ready to hang up on me, so I told her what happened. She started laughing. Only this time, it was real hard. She was laughing the way I always used to laugh with you guys, like somebody had told her the world's biggest belly buster. So when she finally starts slowing down, I ask her what in God's name is funny. "It's just so wonderful," she said. "This time the joke's on you. After all these years, the joke is finally on Records Tozier." "How many bastards have you sired since I came east, Rich?" "I take it that means you still haven't experienced the joys of motherhood," I asked her. "I'm due in July," she says. "Were there any more questions?" "Yeah," I go. "When did you change your mind about the immorality of bringing children into such a shitty world?" "When I finally met a man who wasn't a shit," she answers, and hangs up. Bill began to laugh. He laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. "Yeah," Richie said. "I think she cut it off quick so she'd really get the last word, but she could have hung on the line all day. I know when I've been aced." I went back to the doctor a week later and asked him if he could be a little clearer on the odds against that sort of spontaneous regeneration. He said he'd talked with some of his colleagues about the matter. It turned out that in the 3-year period, 1980 to 82, the California branch of the AMA logged 23 reports of spontaneous regeneration. 6 of those turned out to be simply botched operations. 6 others were either hoaxes or cons, guys looking to take a bite out of some doctor's bank account. So, 11 real ones in 3 years. 11 out of how many? Beverly asked. 28,618, Richie said calmly. Silence around the table. "So I went and beat Irish sweepstakes odds," Richie said, "and still no kid to show for it. That give you any good chucks, Eds?" Eddie began stubbornly. "It still doesn't prove..." "No," Bill said. "It doesn't prove a thing, but it certainly suggests a link. The question is, what do we do now?" "Have you thought about that, Mike?" "I've thought about it, sure," Mike said. "But it was impossible to decide anything until you all got together again and talked, the way you've been doing. There was no way I could predict how this reunion would go until it actually happened." He paused for a long time, looking thoughtfully at them. "I've got one idea," he said, "but before I tell you what it is, I think we have to agree on whether or not we have business to do here. Do we want to try again to do what we tried to do once before? Do we want to try to kill it again? Or do we just divide the check up 6 ways and go back to what we were doing?" "It seems as if..." Beverly began, but Mike shook his head at her. He wasn't done. "You have to understand that our chances of success are impossible to predict. I know they're not good, just as I know they would have been a little better if Stan was here, too. Still, not real good, but better. With Stan gone, the circle we made that day is broken. I don't really think we can destroy it, or even send it away for a little while, as we did before with the broken circle. I think it will kill us, one by one, and probably in some extremely horrible ways. As children, we made a complete circle in some way I don't understand even now. I think that if we agree to go ahead, we'll have to try to form a smaller circle." I don't know if that can be done. I believe it might be possible to think we'd done it, only to discover, when it was too late, well, that it was too late. Mike regarded them again, eyes sunken and tired in his brown face. So I think we need to take a vote. Stay and try it again, or go home. Those are the choices. I got you here on the strength of an old promise. I wasn't even sure you'd remember, but I can't hold you here on the strength of that promise. The results of that would be worse, and more of it. He looked at Bill, and in that moment Bill understood what was coming. He dreaded it, was helpless to stop it, and then, with the same feeling of relief he imagined must come to a suicide when he takes his hands off the wheel of the speeding car and simply uses them to cover his eyes, he accepted it. Mike had gotten them here. Mike had laid it all neatly out for them, and now he was relinquishing the mantle of leadership. He intended that mantle to go back to the person who had worn it in 1958. What do you say, Big Bill? Call the question. Before I do, Bill said, does everyone understand the question? You were going to say something, Bev. She shook her head. All right. I guess the question is, do we stay and fight, or do we forget the whole thing? Those in favor of staying? No one at the table moved at all for perhaps 5 seconds, and Bill was reminded of auctions he had attended, where the price on an item suddenly soared into the stratosphere, and those who didn't want to bid anymore almost literally played statues. One was afraid to scratch an itch or wave a fly off the end of one's nose for fear the auctioneer would take it for another $5,000 or 25. Bill thought of Georgie who had meant no one any harm, who'd only wanted to get out of the house after being cooped up all week. Georgie, with his color high, his newspaper boat in one hand, snapping the buckles of his yellow rain slicker with the other. Georgie thanking him, and then bending over and kissing Bill's fever-heated cheek. Thanks, Bill. It's a neat boat. He felt the old rage rise in him, but he was older now, and his perspective was wider. It wasn't just Georgie now. A horrid slew of names marched through his head. Betty Ripsome, found frozen into the ground. Cheryl LaMonica, fished out of the Kenduskeag. Matthew Clements, torn from his tricycle. Veronica Grogan, 9 years old and found in a sewer. Stephen Johnson, Lisa Albrecht, all the others, and God only knew how many of the missing. He raised his hand slowly and said, "Let's kill it. This time, let's really kill it." For a moment his hand hung there, alone, like the hand of the only kid in class who knows the right answer, the one all the other kids hate. Then Richie sighed, raised his own hand and said, "What the hell? Can't be any worse than interviewing Ozzy Osbourne." Beverly raised her hand. Her color was back now, but in hectic patches that flared along her cheekbones. She looked both tremendously excited and scared to death. Mike raised his hand. Ben raised his. Eddie Kasprak sat back in his chair, looking as if he wished he could actually melt into it and thus disappear. His face, thin and delicate-looking, was miserably afraid as he looked first right and then left and then back to Bill. For a moment, Bill felt sure Eddie was simply going to push back his chair, rise, and bolt from the room without looking back. Then he raised one hand in the air and grasped his aspirator tightly in the other. "Way to go, Eds," Richie said. "We're really going to have ourselves some chucks this time, I bet." "Beep, beep, Richie," Eddie said in a wavering voice. 6. The losers get dessert. "So what's your one idea, Mike?" Bill asked. The mood had been broken by Rose, the hostess, who had come in with a dish of fortune cookies. She looked around at the 6 people who had their hands in the air with a carefully polite lack of curiosity. They lowered them hastily, and no one said anything until Rose was gone again. "It's simple enough," Mike said, "but it might be pretty damn dangerous, too." "Spill it," Richie said. "I think we ought to split up for the rest of the day. I think each of us ought to go back to the place in Derry he or she remembers best, outside the Barrens, that is. I don't think any of us should go there, not yet. Think of it as a series of walking tours, if you like. What's the purpose, Mike? Ben asked. I'm not entirely sure. You have to understand that I'm going pretty much on intuition here. But this has got a good beat and you can dance to it, Richie said. The other smiled. Mike did not. He nodded instead. That's as good a way of putting it as any. Going on intuition is like picking up a beat and dancing to it. Using intuition is a hard thing for grown-ups to do, and that's the main reason I think it might be the right thing for us to do. Kids, after all, operate on it about 80% of the time, at least until they're 14 or so. You're talking about plugging back into the situation, Eddie said. I suppose so. Anyway, that's my idea. If no specific place to go comes to you, just follow your feet and see where they take you. Then we meet tonight at the library and talk over what happened. If anything happens, Ben said. Oh, I think things will. What sort of things? Bill asked. Mike shook his head. I have no idea. I think whatever happens is apt to be unpleasant. I think it's even possible that one of us may not turn up at the library tonight. No reason for thinking that, except that intuition thing again. Silence greeted this. Why alone? Beverly asked finally. If we're supposed to do this as a group, why do you want us to start alone, Mike? Especially if the risk really turns out to be as high as you think it might be. I think I can answer that, Bill said. Go ahead, Bill, Mike said. It started alone for each of us, Bill said to Beverly. I don't remember everything, not yet, but I sure remember that much. The picture in George's room that moved, Ben's mummy, the leper that Eddie saw under the porch on Neibolt Street, Mike finding the blood on the grass near the canal in Bassey Park, and the bird. There was something about a bird, wasn't there, Mike? Mike nodded grimly. A big bird. Yes, but not as friendly as the one on Sesame Street. Richie cackled wildly. Derry's answer to James Brown gets off a good one. Oh, chillin', is we blessed, or is we blessed? Beep, beep, Richie, Mike said, and Richie subsided. For you, it was the voice from the pipe and the blood that came out of the drain, Bill said to Beverly. And for Richie. But here he paused, puzzled. Well, that must be the exception that proves the rule, Big Bill, Richie said. The first time I came in contact with anything that summer that was weird, I mean, really big lead weird, was in George's room with you, when you and I went back to your house that day and looked at his photo album. The picture of Center Street by the canal started to move. Do you remember? Yes, Bill said. But are you sure there was nothing before that, Richie? Nothing at all? Something flickered in Richie's eyes. He said slowly, well, there was the day Henry and his friends chased me before the end of school, this was, and I got away from them in the toy department of Freeze's. I went up by City Center and sat down on a park bench for a while, and I thought I saw... but that was just something I dreamed. What was it? Beverly asked. Nothing, Richie said, almost brusquely. A dream. Really. He looked at Mike. I don't mind taking a walk, though. It'll kill the afternoon views of the old homestead. So we're agreed? Bill asked. They nodded. And we'll meet at the library tonight at... When do you suggest, Mike? 7 o'clock. Ring the bell if you're late. The lib closes at 7 on weekdays until summer vacation starts for the kids. 7 it is, Bill said, and let his eyes range soberly over them. And be careful. You want to remember that none of us really knows what we're doing. Think of this as a reconnaissance. If you should see something, don't fight. Run. I'm a lover, not a fighter, Richie said in a dreamy Michael Jackson voice. Well, if we're going to do it, we ought to get going, Ben said. A small smile pulled up at the left corner of his mouth. It was more bitter than amused. Although I'll be damned if I could tell you right this minute where I'm going to go, if the Barons are out. That was the best of it for me, going down there with you guys. His eyes moved to Beverly, held there for a moment, moved away. I can't think of any place else that means very much to me. Probably I'll just wander around for a couple of hours, looking at buildings and getting wet feet. You'll find a place to go, Haystack, Richie said. Visit some of your old food stops and gas up. Ben laughed. My capacity's gone down a lot since I was 11. I'm so full you guys may just have to roll me out of here. "Well, I'm all set," Eddie said. "Wait a sec," Beverly cried as they began to push back from their chairs. "The fortune cookies. Don't forget those." "Yeah," Richie said. "I can see mine now. You will soon be eaten up by a large monster. Have a nice day." They laughed, and Mike passed the little bowl of fortune cookies to Richie, who took one and then sent it on around the table. Bill noticed that no one opened his or her cookie until each had one. They sat with the little hat-shaped cookies either in front of them or held in their hands, and even as Beverly, still smiling, picked hers up, Bill felt a cry rising in his throat. No, don't do that. It's part of it. Put it back. Don't open it." But it was too late. Beverly had broken hers open. Ben was doing the same to his. Eddie was cutting into his with the edge of his fork, and just before Beverly's smile turned into a grimace of horror, Bill had time to think, we knew. Somehow we knew, because no one simply bit into his or her fortune cookie. That would have been the normal thing to do, but no one did it. Somehow, some part of us still remembers everything. And he found that insensate underknowledge somehow the most horrifying realization of all. It spoke more eloquently than Mike could have about how surely and deeply it had touched each one of them, and how its touch was still upon them. Blood spurted up from Beverly's fortune cookie, as if from a slashed artery. It splashed across her hand and then gouted onto the white napery which covered the table, staining it a bright red that sank in and then spread out in grasping pink fingers. Eddie Kasprak uttered a strangled cry and pushed himself away from the table with such a sudden revolted confusion of arms and legs that his chair nearly tipped over. A huge bug, its chitinous carapace an ugly yellow-brown, was pushing its way out of his fortune cookie as if from a cocoon. Its obsidian eyes stared blindly forward. As it lurched onto Eddie's bread-and-butter plate, cookie crumbs fell from its back in a little shower that Bill heard clearly and which came back to haunt his dreams when he slept for a while later that afternoon. As it freed itself entirely, it rubbed its thin rear legs together, producing a dry, reedy hum, and Bill realized it was some sort of terribly mutated cricket. It lumbered to the edge of the dish and tumbled onto the tablecloth on its back. "Oh, God!" Richie managed in a choked voice. "Oh, God, Big Bill! It's an eye! Dear God, it's an eye! A fucking eye!" Bill's head snapped around and he saw Richie staring down at his fortune cookie, his lips drawn back from his teeth in a kind of sickened leer. A chunk of his cookie's glazed surface had fallen onto the tablecloth, revealing a hole from which a human eyeball stared with glazed intensity. Cookie crumbs were scattered across its blank brown iris and embedded in its sclera. Ben Hanscom threw his, not a calculated throw, but the startled reaction of a person who has been utterly surprised by some piece of nasty work. As his fortune cookie rolled across the table, Bill saw 2 teeth inside its hollow, their roots dark with clotted blood. They rattled together like seeds in a hollow gourd. He looked back at Beverly and saw she was hitching in breath to scream. Her eyes were fixed on the thing that had crawled out of Eddie's cookie, the thing that was now kicking its sluggish legs as it lay overturned on the tablecloth. Bill got moving. He was not thinking, only reacting. Intuition, he thought crazily, as he lunged out of his seat and clapped his hand over Beverly's mouth just before she could utter the scream. "Here I am, acting on intuition. Mike should be proud of me." What came out of Beverly's mouth was not a scream, but a strangled "mmph." Eddie was making those whistling sounds that Bill remembered so well. No problem there. A good honk on the old lung sucker would set Eddie right. Right as a trivet, Freddie Firestone would have said, and Bill wondered, not for the first time, why a person had such weird thoughts at times like these. He glanced around fiercely at the others, and what came out was something else from that summer. Something that sounded both impossibly archaic and exactly right. "Dummy up, all of you! Not one sound, just dummy up!" Rich wiped a hand across his mouth. Mike's complexion had gone a dirty gray, but he nodded at Bill. All of them moved away from the table. Bill had not opened his own fortune cookie, but now he could see its sides moving slowly in and out, bulge and relax, bulge and relax, bulge and relax, as his own party favor tried to escape. Beverly said against his hand again, her breath tickling his palm. "Dummy up, Bev," he said, and took his hand away. Her face seemed to be all eyes. Her mouth twitched. Bill, did you see?" Her eyes strayed back to the cricket and then fixed there. The cricket appeared to be dying. Its rugose eyes stared back at her, and presently Beverly began to moan. "Quit that," he said grimly. "Pull back to the table." "I can't, Billy. I can't get near that thing. You can. You have to. He heard footsteps, light and quick, coming up the short hall on the other side of the beaded curtain. He looked around at the others. All of you, pull up to the table. Talk. Look natural. Beverly looked at him, eyes pleading, and Bill shook his head. He sat down and pulled his chair in, trying not to look at the fortune cookie on his plate. It had swelled like some unimaginable boil which was filling with pus, and still it pulsed slowly in and out. I could have bitten into that, he thought faintly. Eddie triggered his aspirator down his throat again, gasping mist into his lungs in a long, thin, screaming sound. "So who do you think's going to win the pennant?" Bill asked Mike, smiling insanely. Rose came through the curtain just then, her face politely questioning. Out of the corner of his eye, Bill saw that Bev had pulled up to the table again. Good girl, he thought. "I think the Chicago Bears look good," Mike said. "Everything is all right?" Rose asked. "Fine," Bill said. He cocked a thumb in Eddie's direction. "Our friend had an asthma attack. He took his medication. He's better now." Rose looked at Eddie, concerned. "Better," Eddie wheezed. "You would like that I clear now?" "Very shortly," Mike said, and offered a large, false smile. "Was good?" Her eyes surveyed the table again, a bit of doubt overlaying a deep well of serenity. She did not see the cricket, the eye, the teeth, or the way Bill's fortune cookie appeared to be breathing. Her eyes similarly passed over the blood-stained splotch on the tablecloth without trouble. "Everything was very good," Beverly said, and smiled, a more natural smile than either Bill's or Mike's. It seemed to set Rose's mind at rest, convinced her that if something had gone wrong in here, it had been the fault of neither Rose's service nor her kitchen. Girl's got a lot of guts, Bill thought. "Fortunes were good?" Rose asked. "Well," Richie said, "I don't know about the others, but I, for one, got a real eyeful." Bill heard a minute cracking sound. He looked down at his plate and saw a leg poking blindly out of his fortune cookie. It scraped at his plate. I could have bitten into that, he thought again, but held on to his smile. "Very fine," he said. Richie was looking at Bill's plate. A great grayish-black fly was slowly birthing itself from the collapsing remains of his cookie. It buzzed weakly. Yellowish goo flowed sluggishly out of the cookie and puddled on the tablecloth. There was a smell now, the bland, thick smell of an infected wound. "Well, if I can help you in no way at this moment—" "Not right now," Ben said. "A wonderful meal, most unusual." "I leave you then," she said, and bowed out through the beaded curtain. The beads were still swaying and clacking together when all of them pushed away from the table again. "What is it?" Ben asked huskily, looking at the thing on Bill's plate. "A fly," Bill said. "A mutant fly. Courtesy of a writer named George Langlahan, I think. He wrote a story called The Fly. A movie was made out of it, not a terribly good one. But the story scared the bejesus out of me. It's up to its old tricks, all right. That fly business has been on my mind a lot lately because I've sort of been planning this novel, Road Bugs. I've been thinking of calling it. I know the title sounds pretty stupid, but you see..." "Excuse me," Beverly said distantly. "I have to vomit, I think." She was gone before any of the men could rise. Bill shook out his napkin and threw it over the fly, which was the size of a baby sparrow. Nothing so large could have come from something as small as a Chinese fortune cookie, but it had. It buzzed twice under the napkin, and then fell silent. "Jesus," Eddie said faintly. "Let's get the righteous fuck out of here," Mike said. "We can meet Bev in the lobby." Beverly was just coming out of the women's room as they gathered by the cash register. She looked pale but composed. Mike paid the check, kissed Rose's cheek, and then they all went out into the rainy afternoon. "Does this change anyone's mind?" Mike asked. "I don't think it changes mine," Ben said. "No," Eddie said. "What mind?" Richie said. Bill shook his head and then looked at Beverly. "I'm staying," she said. "Bill, what did you mean when you said it's up to its old tricks?" "I've been thinking about writing a bug story," he said. "That Langlahan story had woven itself into my thinking. And so I saw a fly. Yours was blood, Beverly. Why was blood on your mind?" "I guess because of the blood from the drain," Beverly said at once. The blood that came out of the bathroom drain in the old place when I was 11. But was that really it? She didn't really think so, because what had flashed immediately to mind when the blood spurted across her fingers in a warm little jet had been the bloody footprint she had left behind her after stepping on the broken perfume bottle. Tom. And, Bevy, sometimes I worry a lot. Her father. You got a bug too, Bill said to Eddie. Why? Not just a bug, Eddie said. A cricket. There are crickets in our basement. $200,000 house, and we can't get rid of the crickets. They drive us crazy at night. A couple of nights before Mike called, I had a really terrible nightmare. I dreamed I woke up and my bed was full of crickets. I was trying to shoot them with my aspirator, but all it would do when I squeezed it was make crackling noises. Just before I woke up, I realized it was full of crickets, too. The hostess didn't see any of it, Ben said. He looked at Beverly. Like your folks never saw the blood that came out of the drain, even though it was everywhere. Yes, she said. They stood looking at each other in the fine spring rain. Mike looked at his watch. There'll be a bus in 20 minutes or so, he said. Or I can take 4 of you in my car, if we cram. Or I can call some cabs, whatever way you want to do it. I think I'm going to walk from here, Bill said. I don't know where I'm going, but a little fresh air seems like a great idea along about now. I'm going to call a cab, Ben said. I'll share it with you, if you drop me off downtown, Richie said. Okay, where are you going? Richie shrugged. Not really sure yet. The others elected to wait for the bus. 7 tonight, Mike reminded. And be careful. All of you. They agreed to be careful, although Bill did not know how you could truthfully make a promise like that when dealing with such a formidable array of unknown factors. He started to say so, then looked at their faces and saw that they knew it already. He walked away instead, raising one hand briefly in farewell. The misty air felt good against his face. The walk back to town would be a long one. That was all right. He had a lot to think about. He was glad that the reunion was over, and the business had begun. Chapter 11. Walking Tours. 1. Ben Hanscom makes a withdrawal. Richie Tozier got out of the cab at the three-way intersection of Kansas Street, Center Street, and Main Street, and Ben dismissed it at the top of Up Mile Hill. The driver was Bill's religious fella, but neither Richie nor Ben knew it. David lapsed into a morose silence. Ben could have gotten off with Richie, he supposed, but it seemed better somehow that they all start off alone. He stood on the corner of Kansas Street and Daltrey Close, watching the cab pull back into traffic, hands stuffed deeply into his pockets, trying to get the lunch's hideous conclusion out of his mind. He couldn't do it. His thoughts kept returning to that black-gray fly crawling out of the fortune cookie on Bill's plate, its veined wings plastered to its back. He would try to divert his mind from this unhealthy image, think he had succeeded only to discover 5 minutes later that his mind was back at it. Trying to justify it somehow, he thought, meaning it not in the moral sense, but rather in the mathematical one. Buildings are built by observing certain natural laws. Natural laws may be expressed by equations. Equations must be justified. Where was the justification in what had happened less than half an hour ago? Let it alone, he told himself, not for the first time. You can't justify it, so let it alone. Very good advice. The problem was that he couldn't take it. He remembered that the day after he had seen the mummy on the iced-up canal, his life had gone on as usual. He had known that whatever it had been had come very close to getting him, but his life had gone on. He had attended school, taken an arithmetic test, visited the library when school was over, and eaten with his usual heartiness. He had simply incorporated the thing he had seen on the canal into his life, and if he had almost been killed by it, well, kids were always almost getting killed. They dashed across streets without looking. They got horsing around in the lake and suddenly realized they had floated far past their depth on their rubber rafts and had to paddle back. They fell off monkey bars on their asses and out of trees on their heads. Now, standing here in the fading drizzle in front of a trustworthy hardware store that had been a pawn shop in 1958, Frati Brothers, Ben recalled. The double windows always full of pistols and rifles and straight razors and guitars hung up by their necks like exotic animals. It occurred to him that kids were better at almost dying, and they were also better at incorporating the inexplicable into their lives. They believed implicitly in the invisible world. Miracles, both bright and dark, were to be taken into consideration, oh yes, most certainly. But they by no means stopped the world. A sudden upheaval of beauty or terror at 10 did not preclude an extra cheese dog or two for lunch at noon. But when you grew up, all that changed. You no longer lay awake in your bed, sure something was crouching in the closet or scratching at the window. But when something did happen, something beyond rational explanation, the circuits overloaded. The axons and dendrites got hot. You started to jitter and jive. You started to shake, rattle, and roll. Your imagination started to hop and bop and do the funky chicken all over your nerves. You couldn't just incorporate what had happened into your life experience. It didn't digest. Your mind kept coming back to it, pawing it lightly like a kitten with a ball of string. Until eventually, of course, you either went crazy or got to a place where it was impossible for you to function. And if that happens, Ben thought, it's got me, us, cold. He started to walk up Kansas Street, not conscious of heading any place in particular, and thought suddenly, what did we do with the silver dollar? He still couldn't remember. The silver dollar, Ben. Beverly saved your life with it. Yours, maybe all the others, and especially Bill's. It almost ripped my guts out before Beverly did. What? What did she do? And how was it able to work? She backed it off, and we all helped her. But how? A word came to him suddenly, a word that meant nothing at all, but which tightened his flesh. Should. He looked down at the sidewalk, and for a moment saw the shape of a turtle chalked there, and the world seemed to swim before his eyes. He shut them tightly, and when he opened them, he saw it was not a turtle, only a hopscotch grid half erased by the light rain. Should. What did that mean? I don't know, he said aloud, and when he looked around quickly to see if anyone had heard him talking to himself, he saw that he had turned off Kansas Street and onto Costello Avenue. At lunch, he had told the others that the Barrens were the only place in Derry where he had felt happy as a kid. That wasn't quite true, was it? There had been another place. Either accidentally or unconsciously, he'd come to that other place, the Derry Public Library. He stood in front of it for a minute or two, hands still in his pockets. It hadn't changed. He admired its lines as much now as he had as a child. Like so many stone buildings that had been well designed, it succeeded in confounding the closely observing eye with contradictions. Its stone solidity was somehow balanced by the delicacy of its arches and slim columns. It looked both bank-safe squat, and yet slim and clean. Well, it was slim as city buildings went, especially those erected around the turn of the century, and the windows, crisscrossed with narrow strips of iron, were graceful and rounded. These contradictions saved it from ugliness, and he was not entirely surprised to feel a wave of love for the place. Nothing much had changed on Costello Avenue. Glancing along it, he could see the Derry Community House, and he found himself wondering if the Costello Avenue market was still there at the point where the avenue, which was semicircular, rejoined Kansas Street. He walked across the library lawn, barely noticing that his dress boots were getting wet, to have a look at that glassed-in passageway between the grown-ups' library and the children's library. It was also unchanged, and from here, standing just outside the bowed branches of a weeping willow tree, he could see people passing back and forth. The old delight flooded him, and he really forgot what had happened at the end of the reunion lunch for the first time. He could remember walking around to this very same spot as a kid, only in the winter, plowing his way through snow that was almost hip-deep, and then standing for as long as 15 minutes. He would come at dusk, he remembered, and again, it was the contrasts that drew him and held him there, with the tips of his fingers going numb and snow melting inside his green gum-rubber boots. It would be drawing down dark out where he was, the world going purple with early winter shadows, the sky the color of ashes in the east and embers in the west. It would be cold where he was, 10 degrees perhaps, and chillier than that if the wind was blowing across from the frozen barrens as it so often did. But there, less than 40 yards from where he stood, people walked back and forth in their shirt sleeves. There, less than 40 yards from where he stood, was a tubeway of bright white light thrown by the overhead fluorescents. Little kids giggled together. High school sweethearts held hands, and if the librarian saw them, she would make them stop. It was somehow magical. Magical in a good way that he had been too young to account for with such mundane things as electric power and oil heat. The magic was that glowing cylinder of light and life connecting those two dark buildings like a lifeline. The magic was in watching people walk through it across the dark snowfield, untouched by either the dark or the cold. It made them lovely and godlike. Eventually he would walk away, as he was doing now, and circle the building to the front door, as he was doing now. But he would always pause and look back once, as he was doing now, before the bulking stone shoulder of the adult library cut off the sightline to that delicate umbilicus. Ruefully amused at the ache of nostalgia around his heart, Ben went up the steps to the door of the adult library, paused for a moment on the narrow veranda just inside the pillars, always so high and cool, no matter how hot the day. Then he pulled open the iron-bound door with the book-drop slot in it and went into the quiet. The force of memory almost dizzied him for a moment as he stepped into the mild light of the hanging glass globes. The force was not physical, not like a shot to the jaw or a slap. It was more akin to that queer feeling of time doubling back on itself that people call, for want of a better term, déjà vu. Ben had had the feeling before, but it had never struck him with such disorienting power. For the moment or two he stood inside the door, he felt literally lost in time, not really sure how old he was. Was he 38 or 11? Here was the same murmuring quiet, broken only by an occasional whisper, the faint thud of a librarian stamping books or overdue notices, the hushed riffle of newspaper or magazine pages being turned. He loved the quality of the light as much now as then. It slanted through the high windows, gray as a pigeon's wing on this rainy afternoon, a light that was somehow somnolent and dozy. He walked across the wide floor with its red and black linoleum pattern, almost completely worn away, trying, as he had always tried back then, to hush the sound of his footfalls. The adult library rose up to a dome in the middle, and all sounds were magnified. He saw that the circular iron staircases leading to the stacks were still there, one on either side of the horseshoe-shaped main desk, but he also saw that a tiny cagework elevator had been added at some point in the 25 years since he and his mama had moved away. It was something of a relief. It drove a wedge into that suffocating feeling of déjà vu. He felt like an interloper crossing the wide floor, a spy from another country. He kept expecting the librarian at the desk to raise her head, look at him, and then challenge him in clear, ringing tones that would shatter the concentration of every reader here and focus every eye upon him. "You! Yes, you! What are you doing here? You have no business here. You're from outside. You're from before. Go back where you came from. Go back right now before I call the police." She did look up, a young girl, pretty, and for one absurd moment it seemed to Ben that the fantasy was really going to come true, and his heart rose into his throat as her pale blue eyes touched his. Then they passed on indifferently, and Ben found he could walk again. If he was a spy, he hadn't been found out. He passed under the coil of one of the narrow and almost suicidally steep wrought iron staircases on his way to the corridor leading to the children's library, and was amused to realize, only after he had done it, that he had run down another old track of his childhood behavior. He had looked up, hoping, as he had hoped as a kid, to see a girl in a skirt coming down those steps. He could remember, now he could remember, glancing up there for no reason at all one day when he was 8 or 9 and looking right up the chino skirt of a pretty high school girl and seeing her clean pink underwear. As the sudden sunlit glint of Beverly Marsh's ankle bracelet had shot an arrow of something more primitive than simple love or affection through his heart on the last day of school in 1958, so had the sight of the high school girl's panties affected him. He could remember sitting at a table in the children's library and thinking of that unexpected view for perhaps as long as 20 minutes, his cheeks and forehead hot, a book about the history of trains open and unread before him, his penis a hard little branch in his pants, a branch that had sunk its roots all the way up into his belly. He had fantasized the two of them married, living in a small house on the outskirts of town, indulging in pleasures he did not in the least understand. The feelings had passed off almost as suddenly as they had come, but he had never walked under the stairway again without glancing up. He hadn't ever seen anything else as interesting or affecting, once a fat lady working her way down with ponderous care, but he had looked away from that sight hastily, feeling ashamed like a violator. But the habit persisted. He had done it again now, as a grown man. He walked slowly down the glassed-in passageway, noticing other changes now. Yellow decals that said, "OPEC loves it when you waste energy, so save a watt," had been plastered over the switch plates. The framed pictures on the far wall when he entered this scaled-down world of blondewood tables and small blondewood chairs, this world where the drinking fountain was only 4 feet high, were not of Dwight Eisenhower and Richard Nixon, but of Ronald Reagan and George Bush. Reagan, Ben recalled, had been host of GE Theater in the year that Ben had graduated from the 5th grade, and George Bush would not have seen 30 yet. But that feeling of déjà vu swept him again. He was helpless before it, and this time he felt the numb horror of a man who finally realizes, after half an hour of helpless splashing, that the shore is growing no closer, and he is drowning. It was story hour, and over in the corner a group of roughly a dozen little ones sat solemnly on their tiny chairs in a semicircle listening. "Who is that trip-trapping upon my bridge?" the librarian said in the low, growling tones of the troll in the story, and Ben thought, when she raises her head, I'll see that it's Miss Davies. Yes, it'll be Miss Davies, and she won't look a day older. But when she did raise her head, he saw a much younger woman than Miss Davies had been even then. Some of the children covered their mouths and giggled, but others only watched her, their eyes reflecting the eternal fascination of the fairy story. Would the monster be bested, or would it feed? "It is I, Billy Goat Gruff, trip-trapping on your bridge," the librarian went on, and Ben, pale, walked past her. How could it be the same story? The very same story. Am I supposed to believe that's just coincidence? Because I don't. God damn it, I just don't. He bent to the drinking fountain. Bending so far he felt like Richie doing one of his salami baloney routines. I ought to talk to someone, he thought, panicked. Mike, Bill, someone. Is something really stapling the past and present together here, or am I only imagining it? Because if I'm not sure I bargained for this much. He looked at the checkout desk, and his heart seemed to stop in his chest for a moment before beginning to race double time. The poster was simple, stark, and familiar. It said simply, "Remember the curfew, 7 p.m., Derry Police Department." In that instant, it all seemed to come clear to him. It came in a grisly flash of light, and he realized that the vote they had taken was a joke. There was no turning back. Never had been. They were on a track as preordained as the memory track which had caused him to look up when he passed under the stairway leading to the stacks. There was an echo here in Derry, a deadly echo, and all they could hope for was that the echo could be changed enough in their favor to allow them to escape with their lives. "Christ," he muttered, and scrubbed a palm up one cheek, hard. "Can I help you, sir?" a voice at his elbow asked, and he jumped a little. It was a girl of perhaps 17, her dark blonde hair held back from her pretty high schooler's face with barrettes. A library assistant, of course. They'd had them in 1958, too, high school girls and boys who shelved books, showed kids how to use the card catalog, discussed book reports and school papers, helped bewildered scholars with their footnotes and bibliographies. The pay was a pittance, but there were always kids willing to do it. It was agreeable work. On the heels of this, reading the girl's pleasant but questioning look a little more closely, he remembered that he no longer really belonged here. He was a giant in the land of little people, an intruder. In the adults' library, he had felt uneasy about the possibility of being looked at or spoken to, but here it was something of a relief. For one thing, it proved he was still an adult, and the fact that the girl was clearly braless under her thin Western-style shirt was also more relief than turn-on. If proof that this was 1985 and not 1958 was needed, the clearly limbed points of her nipples against the cotton of her shirt was it. "No, thank you," he said, and then for no reason at all that he could understand, he heard himself add, "I was looking for my son." "Oh? What's his name? Maybe I've seen him," she smiled. "I know most of the kids." "His name is Ben Hanscom," he said. but I don't see him here. Tell me what he looks like and I'll give him a message if there is one. Well, Ben said, uncomfortable now and beginning to wish he had never started this. He's on the stout side and he looks a little bit like me, but it's no big deal, miss. If you see him, just tell him his dad popped by on his way home. I will, she said, and smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes, and Ben suddenly realized that she hadn't come over and spoken to him out of simple politeness and a wish to help. She happened to be a library assistant in the children's library in a town where 9 children had been slain over a span of 8 months. You see a strange man in this scaled-down world where adults rarely come except to drop their kids off or pick them up. You're suspicious, of course. Thank you, he said, gave her a smile he hoped was reassuring, and then got the hell out. He walked back through the corridor to the adults' library and went to the desk on an impulse he didn't understand. But of course they were supposed to follow their impulses this afternoon, weren't they? Follow their impulses and see where they led. The nameplate on the circulation desk identified the pretty young librarian as Carol Danner. Behind her, Ben could see a door with a frosted glass panel. Lettered on this was Michael Hanlon, head librarian. May I help you? Ms. Danner asked. I think so, Ben said. That is, I hope so. I'd like to get a library card. Very good, she said, and took out a form. Are you a resident of Derry? Not presently. The home address, then? Rural Star Route 2, Hemingford Home, Nebraska. He paused for a moment, a little amused by her stare, and then reeled off the zip code, 59341. Is this a joke, Mr. Hanscom? Not at all. Are you moving to Derry, then? I have no plans to, no. This is a long way to come to borrow books, isn't it? Don't they have libraries in Nebraska? It's kind of a sentimental thing, Ben said. He would have thought telling a stranger this would be embarrassing, but he found it wasn't. I grew up in Derry, you see. This is the first time I've been back since I was a kid. I've been walking around, seeing what's changed and what hasn't. And all at once it occurred to me that I spent about 10 years of my life here between ages 3 and 13, and I don't have a single thing to remember those years by. Not so much as a postcard. I had some silver dollars, but I lost one of them and gave the rest to a friend. I guess what I want is a souvenir of my childhood. It's late, but don't they say better late than never? Carol Danner smiled, and the smile changed her pretty face to one that was beautiful. I think that's very sweet, she said. If you'd like to browse for 10 or 15 minutes, I'll have the card made up for you when you come back to the desk. Ben grinned a little. I guess there'll be a fee, he said, out-of-towner and all. Did you have a card when you were a boy? I sure did, Ben smiled. Except for my friends, I guess that library card was the most important. Ben, would you come up here? A voice called suddenly, cutting across the library hush like a scalpel. He turned around, jumping guiltily, the way people do when someone shouts in a library. He saw no one he knew, and realized a moment later that no one had looked up or shown any sign of surprise or annoyance. The old men still read their copies of the Derry News, the Boston Globe, National Geographic, Time, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report. At the tables in the reference room, 2 high school girls still had their heads together over a stack of papers and a pile of file cards. Several browsers went on looking through the books on the shelves marked Current Fiction 7-Day Loan. An old man in a ridiculous driving cap, a cold pipe clenched between his teeth, went on leafing through a folio of Luis de Vargas sketches. He turned back to the young woman who was looking at him, puzzled. Is anything wrong? No, Ben said, smiling. I thought I heard something. I guess I'm more jet-lagged than I thought. What were you saying? Well, actually, you were saying, but I was about to add that if you had a card when you were a resident, your name will still be in the files, she said. We keep everything on microfiche now. It's some change from when you were a kid here, I guess. Yes, he said, a lot of things have changed in Derry, but a lot of things also seem to have remained the same. Anyway, I can just look you up and give you a renewal card, no charge. That's great, Ben said, and before he could add thanks, the voice cut through the library's sacramental silence again, louder now, ominously jolly. Come on up, Ben. Come on up, you fat little fuck. This is your life, Ben Hanscom. Ben cleared his throat. I appreciate it, he said. Don't mention it. She cocked her head at him. Has it gotten warm outside? A little, he said. Why? You're Ben Hanscom did it! The voice screamed. It was coming from above, coming from the stacks. Ben Hanscom killed the children! Get him! Grab him! Perspiring, she finished. Am I? He said idiotically. I'll have this made up right away, she said. Thank you. She headed for the old Royal typewriter at the corner of her desk. Ben walked slowly away, his heart a thudding drum in his chest. Yes, he was sweating. He could feel it trickling down from his forehead, his armpits, matting the hair on his chest. He looked up and saw Pennywise the clown standing at the top of the left-hand staircase, looking down at him. His face was white with grease paint. His mouth bled lipstick in a killer's grin. There were empty sockets where his eyes should have been. He held a bunch of balloons in one hand and a book in the other. Not he, Ben thought. It. I am standing here in the middle of the Derry Public Library's rotunda on a late spring afternoon in 1985. I am a grown man, and I am face to face with my childhood's greatest nightmare. I am face to face with it. Come on up, Ben, Pennywise called down. I won't hurt you. I've got a book for you. A book and a balloon. Come on up. Ben opened his mouth to call back. You're insane if you think I'm going up there, and suddenly realized that if he did that, everyone here would be looking at him. Everyone here would be thinking, who is that crazy man? Oh, I know you can't answer, Pennywise called down and giggled. Almost fooled you there for a minute, though, didn't I? Pardon me, sir. Do you have Prince Albert in a can? You do? Better let the poor guy out. Pardon me, ma'am, is your refrigerator running? It is. Then hadn't you better go catch it? The clown on the landing threw its head back and shrieked laughter. It roared and echoed in the dome of the rotunda like a flight of black bats, and Ben was only able to keep from clapping his hands over his ears with a tremendous effort of will. Come on up, Ben, Pennywise called down. We'll talk. Neutral ground, what do you say? I'm not coming up there, Ben thought. When I finally come to you, you won't want to see me, I think. We're going to kill you. The clown shrieked laughter again. Kill me? Kill me? And suddenly, horribly, the voice was Richie Tozier's voice. Not his voice precisely, but Richie Tozier doing his pickaninny voice.
Don't kill me, Martha. I be a good nigger. Don't kill this here black boy, Haystack.
Then that shrieking laughter again. Trembling, white-faced, Ben walked across the echoing center of the adults' library. He felt that soon he would vomit. He stood in front of a shelf of books and took one down at random with a hand that trembled badly. His cold fingers flittered the pages. This is your one chance, Haystack, the voice called from behind and above him. Get out of town. Get out before it gets dark tonight. I'll be after you tonight. You and the others. You're too old to stop me, Ben. You're all too old. Too old to do anything but get yourselves killed. Get out, Ben. Do you want to see this tonight? He turned slowly, still holding the book in his icy hands. He didn't want to look, but it was as if there were an invisible hand under his chin, tilting his head up and up and up. The clown was gone. Dracula was standing at the top of the left-hand stairway, but it was no movie Dracula. It was not Bela Lugosi or Christopher Lee or Frank Langella or Francis Lederer or Reggie Nalder. An ancient man-thing with a face like a twisted root stood there. Its face was deadly pale, its eyes purplish red, the color of blood clots. Its mouth dropped open, revealing a mouthful of Gillette blue blades that had been set in the gums at angles. It was like looking into a deadly mirror maze where a single misstep could get you cut in half. Key Ranch! It screamed, and its jaws snapped closed. Blood gouted from its mouth in a red-black flood. Chunks of its severed lips fell to the glowing white silk of its formal shirt and slid down its front, leaving snail trails of blood behind. What did Stanurus see before he died? The vampire on the landing screamed down at him, laughing through the bloody hole of its mouth. Was it Prince Albert in a can? Was it Davy Crockett, king of the wild frontier? What did he see, Ben? Do you want to see it too? What did he see? What did he see? Then that shrieking laughter again. And Ben knew that he would scream now himself. Yes, there was no way to stop the scream. It was going to come. Blood was pattering down from the landing in a grisly shower. One drop had landed on the arthritis-bunched hand of an old man who was reading the Wall Street Journal. It was running down between his knuckles, unseen and unfelt. Ben hitched in breath, sure the scream would follow. Unthinkable in the quiet of this softly drizzling spring afternoon, as shocking as the slash of a knife or a mouthful of razor blades. Instead, what came out in a shaky, uneven rush, spoken instead of screamed, spoken low like a prayer, were these words. We made slugs out of it, of course. We made the silver dollar into silver slugs. The gentleman in the driving cap, who had been perusing the de Vargas sketches, looked up sharply. Nonsense, he said. Now people did look up. Someone hissed shh at the old man in an annoyed voice. Sorry, Ben said in a low, trembling voice. He was faintly aware that his face was now running with sweat, and that his shirt was plastered to his body. I was thinking aloud. Nonsense, the old gentleman repeated in a louder voice. Can't make silver bullets from silver dollars. Common misconception, pulp fiction. Problem is, with specific gravity. Suddenly the woman, Ms. Danner, was there. Mr. Brockhill, you'll have to be quiet, she said kindly enough. People are reading. Man's sick, Brockhill said abruptly, and went back to his book. Give him an aspirin, Carol. Carol Danner looked at Ben, and her face sharpened with concern. Are you ill, Mr. Hanscom? I know it's terribly impolite to say so, but you look terrible. Ben said, I had Chinese food for lunch. I don't think it's agreed with me. If you want to lie down, there's a cot in Mr. Hanlon's office. You could... No, thanks, but no. What he wanted was not to lie down, but to get the hell out of the Derry Public Library. He looked up at the landing. The clown was gone. The vampire was gone. But tied to the low wrought iron railing which surrounded the landing was a balloon. Written on its bulging skin were the words, Have a good day. Tonight you die. I've got your library card, she said, putting a tentative hand on his arm. Do you still want it? Yes, thanks, Ben said. He drew a deep, shuddery breath. I'm very sorry about this. I just hope it isn't food poisoning, she said. Wouldn't work, Mr. Brockhill said without looking up from de Vargas or removing his dead pipe from the corner of his mouth. Device of pulp fiction. Bullet would tumble. And speaking again with no foreknowledge that he was going to speak, Ben said, Slugs, not bullets. We realized almost right away that we couldn't make bullets. I mean, we were just kids. It was my idea to... Shh, someone said again. Brockhill gave Ben a slightly startled look, seemed about to speak, then went back to the sketches. At the desk, Carol Danner handed him a small orange card with Derry Public Library stamped across the top. Bemused, Ben realized it was the first adult library card he had owned in his whole life. The one he'd had as a kid had been canary yellow. Are you sure you don't want to lie down, Mr. Hanscom? I'm feeling a little better, thanks. Sure? He managed to smile. I'm sure. You do look a little better, she said, but she said it doubtfully, as if understanding that this was the proper thing to say, but not really believing it. Then she was holding a book under the microfilm gadget they used these days to record book loans, and Ben felt a touch of almost hysterical amusement. It's the book I grabbed off the shelf when the clown started to do its pickaninny voice, he thought. She thought I wanted to borrow it. I've made my first withdrawal from the Derry Public Library in 25 years, and I don't even know what the book is. Furthermore, I don't care. Just let me out of here, okay? That'll be enough. Thank you, he said, putting the book under his arm. You're more than welcome, Mr. Hanscom. Are you sure you would like an aspirin? Quite sure, he said, and then hesitated. You wouldn't by any chance know what happened to Mrs. Starrett, would you? Barbara Starrett, she used to be the head of the Children's Library. She died, Carol Danner said. 3 years ago. It was a stroke, I understand. It was a great shame. She was relatively young, 58 or 9, I think. Mr. Hanlon closed the library for the day. Oh, Ben said, and felt a hollow place open in his heart. That's what happened when you got back to your used-to-be, as the song put it. The frosting on the cake was sweet, but the stuff underneath was bitter. People forgot you or died on you, or lost their hair and teeth. In some cases, you found that they had lost their minds. Oh, it was great to be alive. Boy, howdy. I'm sorry, she said. You liked her, didn't you? All the kids liked Mrs. Starrett, Ben said, and was alarmed to realize that tears were now very close. Are you? If she asks me if I'm all right one more time, I really am going to cry, I think. Or scream, or something. He glanced at his watch and said, I really have to run. Thanks for being so nice. Have a nice day, Mr. Hanscom. Sure, because tonight I die. He tipped a finger her way and started back across the floor. Mr. Brockhill glanced up at him once, sharply and suspiciously. He looked up at the landing which topped the left-hand staircase. The balloon still floated there, tied by its string to lacy wrought iron. But now the printing on its side read, I killed Barbara Starrett. Pennywise the Clown. He looked away, feeling the pulse in his throat starting to run again. He let himself out and was startled by sunlight. The clouds overhead were coming unraveled, and a warm, late May sun was shafting down, making the grass look impossibly green and lush. Ben felt something start to lift from his heart. It seemed to him that he had left some insupportable burden behind in the library. And then he looked down at the book he had inadvertently withdrawn, and his teeth clamped together with sudden, painful force. It was Bulldozer, by Stephen W. Meader, one of the books he had withdrawn from the library on the day he had dived into the Barrens to get away from Henry Bowers and his friends. And, speaking of Henry, the track of his engineer boot was still on the book's cover. Shaking, fumbling at the pages, he turned to the back. The library had gone over to a microfilm checkout system. He had seen that. But there was still a pocket in the back of this book with a card tucked into it. There was a name written on each line of the card, followed by the librarian's return date stamp. Looking at the card, Ben saw this. Name of borrower, return by stamped date. Charles N. Brown, May 14, 58. David Hartwell, June 1, 58. Joseph Brennan, June 17, 58. And, on the last line of the card, his own childish signature, written in heavy pencil strokes. Benjamin Hanscom, July 9, 58. Stamped across this card, stamped across the book's flyleaf, stamped across the thickness of the pages, stamped again and again in smeary red ink that looked like blood, was one word. Cancel. Oh, dear God, Ben murmured. He did not know what else to say. That seemed to cover the entire situation. Oh, dear God. Dear God. He stood in the new sunlight, suddenly wondering what was happening to the others. 2. Eddie Kasprak makes a catch. Eddie got off the bus at the corner of Kansas Street and Kossuth Lane. Kossuth was a street that ran a quarter of a mile downhill before dead-ending abruptly, where the crumbling earth sloped into the Barrens. He had absolutely no idea why he had chosen this place to leave the bus. Kossuth Lane meant nothing to him, and he had known no one on this particular section of Kansas Street. But it seemed like the right place. That was all he knew, but at this point it seemed to be enough. Beverly had climbed off the bus with a little wave at one of the lower Main Street stops. Mike had taken his car back to the library. Now, watching the small and somehow absurd Mercedes bus pull away, he wondered exactly what he was doing here, standing on an obscure street corner in an obscure town nearly 500 miles away from Myra, who was undoubtedly worried to tears about him. He felt an instant of almost painful vertigo, touched his jacket pocket, and remembered that he had left his Dramamine back at the townhouse along with the rest of his pharmacopoeia. He had aspirin, though. He would no more have gone out sans aspirin than he would have gone out sans pants. He chugged a couple dry and began to walk along Kansas Street, thinking vaguely that he might go to the public library or perhaps cross over to Costello Avenue. It was beginning to clear now, and he supposed he could even walk across to West Broadway and admire the old Victorian houses that stood there along the only two really handsome residential blocks in Derry. He used to do that sometimes when he was a kid, just walk along West Broadway, sort of casual, like he was on his way to somewhere else. There was the Mullers, near the corner of Witcham and West Broadway. a red house with turrets on either side and hedges in front. The Mullers had a gardener who always looked at Eddie with suspicious eyes until he had passed on his way. Then there was the Bowies' house, which was 4 down from the Mullers on the same side. One of the reasons, he supposed, that Greta Bowie and Sally Muller had been such great friends in grammar school. It was green-shingled and also had turrets, but while the turrets on the Mullers' house were squared off, those on the Bowies' house were capped with funny cone-shaped things that looked to Eddie like squatty dunce caps. In the summer there was always lawn furniture on the side lawn, a table with a sporty yellow umbrella over it, wicker chairs, a rope hammock stretched between 2 trees. There was always a croquet game set up out back, too. Eddie knew this, although he had never been invited over to Greta's house to play croquet. Walking by casually, like he was on his way to somewhere else, Eddie would sometimes hear the click of the balls, laughter, groans as someone's ball was sent away. Once he had seen Greta herself, a lemonade in one hand and her croquet mallet in the other, looking slim and pretty beyond the words of all the poets. Even her sunburned shoulders seemed wonderfully pretty to Eddie Kasprak, who had at that time been 9, going after her ball, which had been sent away. It had ricocheted off a tree and had thus brought Greta into Eddie's view. He fell in love with her a little that day, her shining blonde hair falling to the shoulders of her culotte dress, which was a cool blue. She glanced around, and for a moment she thought she had seen him, but that proved not to be so, because when he raised his hand in a timid hello, she did not raise hers in return, but only whacked her ball back onto the rear lawn and then ran after it. He had walked on with no resentment at the unreturned hello. He genuinely believed she must not have seen him, or at the fact that he had never been invited to attend one of the Saturday afternoon croquet games. Why would a beautiful girl like Greta Bowie want to invite a kid like him? He was thin-chested, asthmatic, and had the face of a drowned water rat. Yeah, he thought, walking aimlessly back down Kansas Street. I should have gone over to West Broadway and looked at all those houses again. The Mullers, the Bowies, Dr. Hale's place, the Trackers. His thoughts broke off abruptly at that last name, because, speak of the devil, here he was, standing in front of Tracker Brothers' truck depot. Still right here, Eddie said aloud and laughed. Son of a gun. The house on West Broadway, which belonged to Phil and Tony Tracker, a pair of lifelong bachelors, was probably the loveliest of the large houses on that street, a spotlessly white mid-Victorian with green lawns and great beds of flowers that rioted, in a neatly landscaped way, of course, all the spring and summer long. Their driveway was freshly sealed each fall, so that it always remained as black as a dark mirror. The slate shingles on the many slants of the roof were always a perfect mint green that almost exactly matched the lawn, and people sometimes stopped to take pictures of the mullioned windows, which were very old and quite remarkable. Any 2 men who bother keeping a house so nice must be queers, Eddie's mother had once said in a disgruntled sort of way, and Eddie hadn't dared ask for clarification. The truck depot was the exact opposite of the Tracker house on West Broadway. It was a low brick structure. The bricks were old and crumbling in places, their dirty orange hue shading to a sooty black at the building's footings. The windows were uniformly filthy, except for a small circular place on one of the lower panes of the starter's office. This one pane had been kept spotlessly clean by kids before Eddie and those who came after, because the starter kept a Playboy calendar over his desk. No boy came to play scratch baseball in the back lot without first stopping to wipe at the glass with his ball glove and examine that month's pin-up. The depot was surrounded by a waste of gravel on 3 sides. Long-distance haulers, Jimmy Pete's and Kenworth's and Rio's, all painted with the words Tracker Brothers, Derry, Newton, Providence, Hartford, New York, sometimes stood here in tangled, disordered profusion. Sometimes they were put together, and sometimes they were just cabs or body boxes standing silent on their rear wheels and support struts. The brothers kept their trucks out of the lot at the back of the building as much as they could, because they were both avid baseball fans and liked the kids to come and play. Phil Tracker drove freight himself, so the boys rarely saw him, but Tony Tracker, a man with huge slab arms and a gut to match, kept the books and the accounts, and Eddie, who never played, his mother would have killed him if she had heard he was playing baseball, racing around and getting dust in his delicate lungs, risking broken legs, concussions, and God alone knew what else, got used to seeing him. He was a summer fixture. his voice as much a part of the game to Eddie then as Mel Allen's later became. Tony Tracker, large but somehow ghost-like, his white shirt glimmering as summer dusk drew down and fireflies began to loom the air with their lace of lights, yelling, "You got to get under that ball before you can catch it, Red. You took your eye off in the ball, Half-Pint. You can't hit the goddamn thing if you ain't looking at it. Slide, Horsefoot. You get the soles of them kids in that second baseman's face, he ain't never gonna tag you out." Never called any of them by name, Eddie remembered. It was always, "Hey, Red, hey, Blondie, hey, Four Eyes, hey, Half-Pint." It was never a ball, it was always a ball. It was never a bat, it was always something Tony Tracker called an ash handle. As in, "You ain't never going to hit that ball if you don't choke up on the ash handle, Horsefoot." Grinning, Eddie walked a little closer, and then the grin faded. The long brick building, where orders had been processed, trucks repaired, and goods stored on a short-term basis, was now dark and silent. Weeds were growing up through the gravel, and there were no trucks in either side yard. Only a single box, its sides rusty and dull. Getting closer still, he saw that there was a realtor's for sale sign in the window. Tracker's out of business, he thought, and was surprised at the sadness the thought carried with it, as if someone had died. He was glad now he hadn't walked over to West Broadway. If Tracker Brothers could have gone under, Tracker Brothers, which had seemed eternal, what might have happened on that street he had liked so much to walk down as a kid? He realized uneasily that he didn't want to know. He didn't want to see Greta Bowie with gray in her hair, her hips and legs thickened with much sitting and much eating and much drinking. It was better, safer, to just stay away. That's what we all should have done. Just stayed away. We got no business here. Coming back to where you grew up is like doing some crazy yoga trick, putting your feet in your own mouth and somehow swallowing yourself so there's nothing left. It can't be done. And any sane person ought to be fucking glad it can't. What do you suppose happened to Tony and Phil Tracker, anyway? A heart attack for Tony, perhaps. He'd been carrying maybe 75 extra pounds of meat on his bones. You had to watch out for what your heart might be up to. The poets might romance about broken hearts, and Barry Manilow sing about them. And that was fine by Eddie. He and Myra had every album Barry Manilow had ever recorded. But he himself preferred a good, solid EKG every year. Sure, Tony's heart had probably given it up as a bad job. And Phil? Bad luck on the highway, maybe? Eddie, who made his living behind the wheel himself, or had, these days he only drove the celebs and spent the rest of his time driving a desk, knew about bad luck on the highway. Old Phil might have jackknifed a rig somewhere in New Hampshire or in Haynesville Woods up north in Maine when the going was icy, or maybe had lost his brakes on some long hill south of Derry, heading into Haven in a driving springtime rain. Those things, or any of the others you heard in those shit-kicking country songs about truck drivers who wore Stetson hats and had cheating on their minds. Driving a desk was sometimes lonely, but Eddie had been in the driver's seat himself more than once, his aspirator riding there with him on the dashboard, its trigger reflected ghostly in the windshield, and a bucket load of pills in the glove compartment, and he knew that real loneliness was a smeary red, the color of the taillights of the car ahead of you reflected on wet hot top in a driving rain. "Ah, shit, the time goes by," Eddie Kasprak said in a sighing sort of whisper, and was not even aware that he had spoken aloud. Feeling both mellow and unhappy, a state more common to him than he ever would have believed, Eddie skirted the building, Gucci loafers crunching in the gravel, to look at the lot where the baseball games had been played when he was a kid, when it seemed 90% of the world had been made up of kids. The lot wasn't much changed, but a look was enough to convince him beyond doubt that the games had stopped, a tradition that had simply died out at some point in the years between for reasons of its own. In 1958, the diamond shape of the infield had been defined not by limed base paths, but in ruts made by running feet. They had no actual bases, those boys who had played baseball here, boys who were all older than the losers, although Eddie remembered now that Stan Uris had sometimes played. His batting was only fair, but in the outfield he could run fast, and he had the reflexes of an angel. But 4 pieces of dirty canvas were always kept under the loading bay, behind the long brick building, to be ceremonially taken out when enough kids had drifted into the back lot to play ball, and just as ceremonially returned when the shades of evening had fallen thickly enough to end further play. Standing here now, Eddie could see no trace of those rutted base paths. Weeds had grown up through the gravel in patchy profusion. Broken soda and beer bottles twinkled here and there. In the old days, such shards of broken glass had been religiously removed. The only thing that was the same was the chain-link fence at the back of the lot, 12 feet high and as rusty as dried blood. It framed the sky in droves of diamond shapes. That was home run territory, Eddie thought, standing bemused with his hands in his pockets at the place where home plate had been 27 years ago. Over the fence and down into the barrens. They used to call it the automatic. He laughed out loud, and then looked around nervously, as if it were a ghost who had laughed out loud instead of a guy in $60 slacks. A guy as solid as... well, as solid as... Get off it, Eds, Richie's voice seemed to whisper. You ain't solid at all. And in the last few years, the chucks have been few and far between, right? Yeah, right, Eddie said in a low voice and kicked a few loose stones away in a rattle. In truth, he had only seen 2 balls go over the fence at the back of the lot behind Tracker Brothers, both of them hit by the same kid, Belch Huggins. Belch had been almost comically big, already 6 feet tall at 12, weighing maybe 170. He had gotten his nickname because he was able to articulate belches of amazing length and loudness. At his best, he sounded like a cross between a bullfrog and a cicada. Sometimes he would pat a hand rapidly across his open mouth while belching, emitting a sound like a hoarse Indian. Belch had been big and not really fat, Eddie remembered now. But it was as if God had never really intended for a boy of 12 to attain such remarkable size. If he had not died that summer, he might have grown to 6'6" or better, and might have learned along the way how to maneuver his outsized body through a world of smaller denizens. He might even, Eddie thought, have learned gentleness. But at 12, he had been both clumsy and mean. Not retarded, but almost seeming so, because all his body's actions seemed so amazingly graceless and lunging. He had none of Stanley's built-in rhythms. It was as if Belch's body did not talk to his brain at all, but existed in its own cosmos of slow thunder. Eddie could remember the evening a long, slow fly ball had been hit directly to Belch's position in the outfield. Belch didn't even have to move. He stood looking up, raised his glove in an almost aimless punching gesture, and instead of settling into his glove, the ball had struck him squarely on top of the head, producing a hollow bonk sound. It was as if the ball had been dropped from 3 stories up onto the roof of a Ford sedan. It bounced up a good 4 feet and came down neatly into Belch's glove. An unfortunate kid named Owen Phillips had laughed at that bonking sound. Belch had walked over to him and had kicked his ass so hard that the Phillips kid had run screaming for home with a hole in the seat of his pants. No one else laughed, at least not on the outside. Eddie supposed that if Richie Tozier had been there, he wouldn't have been able to help it, and Belch probably would have put him in the hospital. Belch was similarly slow at the plate. He was easy to strike out, and if he hit a grounder, even the most fumble-fingered infielders had no trouble throwing him out at first. But when he got all of one, it went a long, long way. The 2 balls Eddie had seen Belch hit over the fence had both been wonders. The first had never been recovered, although more than a dozen boys had tramped back and forth over the steeply slanting slope which plunged down into the barrens looking for it. The second, however, had been recovered. The ball belonged to another 6th grader, and he could not remember what his real name had been, only that all the other kids called him Snuffy, because he always had a cold, and had been in use for most of the late spring and early summer of '58. As a result, it was no longer the nearly perfect spherical creation of white horsehide and red stitching that it had been when it came out of the box. It was scuffed, grass-stained, and cut in several places by its hundreds of bouncing trips over the gravel in the outfield. Its stitching was beginning to come unraveled in one place, and Eddie, who shagged foul balls when his asthma wasn't too bad, relishing every casual "thanks, kid" when he threw the ball back to the playing field, knew that soon someone would produce a roll of black cat friction tape and embalm it so they could get another week or so out of it. But before that day came, a 7th grader with the unlikely name of Stringer Dedham tossed what he fancied a change of speed pitch to Belch Huggins. Belch timed the pitch perfectly. The slow ones were, you should pardon the pun, just his speed, and hit Snuffy's elderly Spaulding so hard that the cover came right off and fluttered down just a few feet shy of second base like a big white moth. The ball itself had continued up and up into a gorgeous twilit sky, unraveling and unraveling as it went, kids turning to follow its progress in dumb wonder. Up and over the chain-link fence it went, still rising, and Eddie remembered Stringer Dedham had said, "Holy shit!" in a soft and awestruck voice as it went, riding a track into the sky, and they had all seen the unwinding string, and maybe even before it hit, 6 boys had been monkeying up that fence. And Eddie could remember Tony Tracker laughing in an amazed, loon-like way and crying, "That one would have been out of Yankee Stadium! You hear me? That one would have been out of fucking Yankee Stadium!" It had been Peter Gordon who found the ball, not far from the stream the Losers Club would dam up less than 3 weeks later. What was left was not even 3 inches through the center. It was some kind of cockeyed miracle that the twine had never broken. By unspoken consent, the boys had brought the remains of Snuffy's ball back to Tony Tracker, who examined it without saying a word, surrounded by boys who were likewise silent. Seen from a distance, that circle of boys standing around the tall man with the big sloping belly might have seemed almost religious in its intent, the veneration of a holy object. Belch Huggins had not even run around the bases. He only stood among the others like a boy who had no precise idea of where he was. What Tony Tracker handed him that day was smaller than a tennis ball. Eddie, lost in these memories, walked from the place where home had been, across the pitcher's mound, only it had never been a mound. It had been a depression from which the gravel had been scraped clean, and out into shortstop country. He paused briefly, struck by the silence, and then strolled on out to the chain-link fence. It was rustier than ever, and overgrown by some sort of ugly climbing vine, but still there. Looking through it, he could see how the ground sloped away, aggressively green. The barrens were more jungle-like than ever, and for the first time he found himself wondering why a stretch of such tangled and virulent growth should have been called the barrens at all. It was many things, but barren was not one of them. Why not the wilderness or the jungle? Barrens. It had an ominous, almost sinister sound, but what it conjured up in the mind were not tangles of shrubs and trees so thick they had to fight for sun space. It called up pictures of sand dunes shifting away endlessly, or gray slate expanses of hardpan and desert. Barren. Mike had said earlier that they were all barren, and it seemed true enough. 7 of them, and not a kid among them. Even in these days of Planned Parenthood, that was bucking the odds. He looked through the rusty diamond shapes, hearing the faraway drone of cars on Kansas Street, the faraway trickle and rush of water down below. He could see glints of it in the spring sunshine like flashes of glass. The bamboo stands were still down there, looking unhealthily white, like patches of fungus in all the green. Beyond them, in the marshy stretches of ground bordering the Kenduskeag, there was supposed to have been quickmud. I spent the happiest times of my childhood down there in that mess, he thought, and shivered. He was about to turn away when something else caught his eye. A cement cylinder with a heavy steel cap on the top. Morlock holes, Ben used to call them, laughing with his mouth, but not quite laughing with his eyes. If you went over to one, it would stand maybe waist-high on you, if you were a kid, and you would see the words Derry Department of Public Works stamped in raised metal in a semicircle. And you could hear a humming noise from deep inside, some sort of machinery. Morlock holes. That's where we went. In August, in the end, we went into one of Ben's Morlock holes, into the sewers. But after a while, they weren't sewers anymore. They were... what? Patrick Hochstetter was down there. Before it took him, Beverly saw him doing something bad. It made her laugh, but she knew it was bad. Something to do with Henry Bowers, wasn't it? Yes, I think so. And he turned away suddenly and started back toward the abandoned depot, not wanting to look down into the barrens anymore, not liking the thoughts they conjured up. He wanted to be home with Myra. He didn't want to be here. Catch, kid! He turned toward the sound of the voice, and Here came some sort of a ball right over the fence and toward him. It struck the gravel and bounced. Eddie stuck out his hand and caught it. In his unthinking reflex, the catch was so neat it was almost elegant. He looked down at what was in his hand, and everything inside him went cool and loose. Once it had been a baseball. Now it was only a string-wrapped sphere, because the cover had been knocked off. He could see the string trailing away. It went over the top of the fence like a strand of spiderweb and disappeared into the barrens. Oh, Jesus, he thought. Oh, Jesus. It's here. It's here with me now. Come on down and play, Eddie, the voice on the other side of the fence said. And Eddie realized with a fainting sort of horror that it was the voice of Belch Huggins, who had been murdered in the tunnels under Derry in August of 1958. And now here was Belch himself, struggling up and over the bank on the other side of the fence. He wore a pinstriped New York Yankees baseball uniform that was flecked with bits of autumn leaves and smeared with green. He was Belch, but he was also the leper, a creature hideously arisen from long years in a wet grave. The flesh of his heavy face hung in putrescent strings and runners. One eye socket was empty. Things squirmed in his hair. He wore a moss-slimed baseball glove on one hand. He poked the rotting fingers of his right hand through the diamonds of the chain-link fence, and when he curled them, Eddie heard a dreadful squirting sound which he thought might drive him mad. That one would have been out of Yankee Stadium, Belch said, and grinned. A toad, noxiously white and squirming, dropped from his mouth and tumbled to the ground. "You hear me? That one would have been out of fucking Yankee Stadium! And by the way, Eddie, do you want a blowjob? I'll do it for a dime. Hell, I'll do it for free." Belch's face changed. The jelly-like bulb of nose fell in, revealing two raw red channels that Eddie had seen in his dreams. His hair coarsened and drew back from his temples, turned cobweb white. The rotting skin on his forehead split open, revealing white bone covered with a mucousy substance like the bleared lens of a searchlight. Belch was gone. The thing which had been under the porch at 29 Neibolt Street was here now. "Bobby blows me for a dime," it crooned, beginning to climb the fence. It left little pieces of its flesh in the diamond shapes the crisscrossing wires made. The fence jingled and rattled with its weight. When it touched the climbing vine-like weeds, they turned black. "He will do it any time. 15 cents for overtime." Eddie tried to scream. Nothing but a dry, senseless squeak came out of him. His lungs felt like the world's oldest ocarinas. He looked down at the ball in his hand, and suddenly blood began to sweat up from between the wrapped strings. It pattered to the gravel and splashed on his loafers. He threw it down and took 2 lurching stagger steps backward, his eyes bulging from his face, rubbing his hands on the front of his shirt. The leper had reached the top of the fence, its head swayed in silhouette against the sky, a nightmare shape like a bloated Halloween jack-o'-lantern. Its tongue lolled out, 4 feet long, perhaps 6. It twined its way down the fence like a snake from the leper's grinning mouth. There 1 second, gone the next. It did not fade like a ghost in a movie. It simply winked out of existence. But Eddie heard a sound which confirmed its essential solidity, a pop sound like a cork blowing out of a champagne bottle. It was the sound of air rushing in to fill the place where the leper had been. He turned and began to run, but before he had gone 10 feet, 4 stiff shapes flew out from the shadows under the loading bay of the abandoned brick depot. He thought at first they were bats, and he screamed and covered his head. Then he saw that they were squares of canvas. The squares of canvas that had been the bases when the big kids played here. They whirled and twirled in the still air. He had to duck to avoid one of them. They settled in their accustomed places all at once, kicking up little puffs of grit, home, first, second, third. Gasping, his breath short in his throat, Eddie ran past home plate, his lips drawn back, his face as white as cottage cheese. Whack! The sound of a bat hitting a phantom ball, and then Eddie stopped. The strength going out of his legs, a groan passing his lips. The ground was bulging in a straight line from home to first, as if a gigantic gopher was tunneling rapidly just below the surface of the ground. Gravel rolled off to either side. The shape under the earth reached the base, and the canvas flipped up into the air. It went up so hard and fast, it made a popping sound, the sound a shoeshine kid makes when he's feeling good and pops the rag. Second base flew into the air with a similar popping sound, and had barely settled back before the shape under the ground had reached third and was racing for home. Home plate flew up as well, but before it could come down, the thing had popped out of the ground like some grisly party favor, and the thing was Tony Tracker, his face a skull to which a few blackened chunks of flesh still clung, his white shirt a mess of rotted linen strings. He poked out of the earth at home plate from the waist up, swaying back and forth like a grotesque worm.
"Don't matter how much you choke up on that ash handle,"
Tony Tracker said in a gritty, grinding voice. Exposed teeth grinned in lunatic chumminess.
"Don't matter, Wheezy. We'll get you. You and your friends. We'll have a ball."
Eddie shrieked and staggered away. There was a hand on his shoulder. He shrank away from it. The hand tightened for a moment, then gave way. He turned. It was Greta Bowie. She was dead. Half of her face was gone. Maggots crawled in the churned red meat that was left. She held a green balloon in one hand.
"Car crash,"
the recognizable half of her mouth said, and grinned. The grin caused an unspeakable ripping sound, and Eddie could see raw tendons moving like terrible straps.
"I was 18, Eddie. Drunk and done up on reds. Your friends are here, Eddie."
Eddie backed away from her, his hands held up in front of his face. She walked toward him. Blood had splashed, then dried on her legs in long splotches. She was wearing penny loafers. And now, beyond her, he saw the ultimate horror. Patrick Hochstetter was shambling toward him across the outfield. He, too, was wearing a New York Yankees uniform. Eddie ran. Greta clutched at him again, tearing his shirt and spilling some terrible liquid down the back of his collar. Tony Tracker was pulling himself out of his man-sized gopher run. Patrick Hochstetter stumbled and staggered. Eddie ran, not knowing where he was finding the breath to run, but running somehow anyway. And as he ran, he saw words floating in front of him, the words that had been printed on the side of the green balloon Greta Bowie had been holding. "Asthma medicine causes lung cancer. Compliments of Center Street Drug." Eddie ran. He ran, and at some point he collapsed in a dead faint near McCarran Park. And some kids saw him and steered clear of him because he looked like a wino to them, like he might have some kind of weird disease for all they knew. He might even be the killer. And they talked about reporting him to the police. But in the end, they didn't. 3. Bev Rogan pays a call. Beverly walked absently down Main Street from the Derry townhouse, where she had gone to change into a pair of blue jeans and a bright yellow smock blouse. She was not thinking about where she was going. Instead, she thought this. Your hair is winter fire, January embers. My heart burns there, too. She had hidden that in her bottom drawer, beneath her underwear. Her mother might have seen it, but that was all right. The important thing was, that was one drawer her father never looked in. If he had seen it, he might have looked at her with that bright, almost friendly, and utterly paralyzing stare of his and asked, in his almost friendly way, "You been doing something you shouldn't be doing, Bev? You been doing something with some boy?" And if she said yes, or if she said no, there would be a quick wham-bam, so quick and so hard it didn't even hurt at first. It took a few seconds for the vacuum to dissipate and the pain to fill the place where the vacuum had been. Then his voice again, almost friendly. "I worry a lot about you, Beverly. I worry an awful lot. You got to grow up, isn't that so?" Her father might still be living here in Derry. He had been living here the last time she had heard from him, but that had been, how long ago? 10 years? Long before she had married Tom, anyway. She had gotten a postcard from him, not a plain postcard like the one the poem had been written on, but one showing the hideous plastic statue of Paul Bunyan which stood in front of City Center. The statue had been erected sometime in the 50s and had been one of the landmarks of her childhood, but her father's card had called up no nostalgia or memories for her. It might as well have been a card showing Gateway Arch in St. Louis or the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. "Hope you're doing well and being good," the card read. Hope you will send me something if you can, as I don't have much. I love you, Bevy. Dad. He had loved her, and in some ways, she supposed that had everything to do with why she had fallen so desperately in love with Bill Denbrough that long summer of 1958. Because of all the boys, Bill was the one who projected the sense of authority she associated with her father, but it was a different sort of authority, somehow. It was authority that listened. She saw no assumption in either his eyes or his actions that he believed her father's kind of worrying to be the only reason authority needed to exist, as if people were pets, to be both cosseted and disciplined. Whatever the reasons, by the end of their first meeting as a complete group in July of that year, that meeting of which Bill had taken such complete and effortless charge, she had been madly, head over heels in love with him. Calling it a simple schoolgirl crush was like saying a Rolls-Royce was a vehicle with 4 wheels, something like a hay wagon. She did not giggle wildly and blush when she saw him, nor did she chalk his name on trees or write it on the walls of the kissing bridge. She simply lived with his face in her heart all the time, a kind of sweet, hurtful ache. She would have died for him. It was natural enough, she supposed, for her to want to believe it had been Bill who sent her the love poem, although she had never gotten so far gone as to actually convince herself it was so. No, she had known who wrote the poem. And later on, at some point, hadn't its author admitted this to her? Yes, Ben had told her so, although she could not now remember, not for the life of her, just when or under what circumstances he had actually said it out loud. And although his love for her had been almost as well hidden as the love she had felt for Bill. But you told him, Bevy, you did. You told him you loved... It was obvious to anyone who really looked, and who was kind. It was in the way he was always careful to keep some space between them, in the draw of his breath when she touched his arm or his hand, in the way he dressed when he knew he was going to see her. Dear, sweet, fat Ben. It had ended somehow, that difficult pre-adolescent triangle, but just how it had ended was one of the things she still couldn't remember. She thought that Ben had confessed authoring and sending the little love poem. She thought she had told Bill she loved him, that she would love him forever. And somehow those two tellings had helped save all of their lives. Or had they? She couldn't remember. These memories, or memories of memories, that was really closer to what they were like islands that were not really islands at all, but only knobs of a single coral spine which happened to poke up above the waterline, not separate at all, but one piece. Yet whenever she tried to dive deep and see the rest, a maddening image intervened. The grackles which came back each spring to New England, crowding the telephone lines, trees, and rooftops, jostling for places and filling the thawing late March air with their raucous gossip. This image came to her again and again, foreign and disturbing, like a heavy radio beam that blankets the signal you really want to pick up. She realized, with sudden shock, that she was standing outside of the clean clothes washateria, where she and Stan Uris and Ben and Eddie had taken the rags that day in late June, rags stained with blood, which only they could see. The windows were now soaped opaque, and there was a hand-lettered "For Sale by Owner" sign taped to the door. Peering between the swashes of soap, she could see an empty room with lighter squares on the dirty yellow walls where the washers had stood. I'm going home, she thought dismally, but walked on anyway. This neighborhood hadn't changed much. A few more of the trees were gone, probably elms felled by disease. The houses looked a little tackier. Broken windows seemed slightly more common than they had been when she was a girl. Some of the broken panes had been replaced with cardboard, some hadn't. And here she stood, in front of the apartment house, 127 Lower Main Street. Still here. The peeling white she remembered had become a peeling chocolate brown at some point during the years between, but it was still unmistakable. There was the window which looked in on what had been their kitchen. There was the window of her bedroom. Jim Doyen, you come out of that road. Come out right now. You want to get run over and get killed? She shivered, hugging her arms across her breasts in an X, cupping her elbows in her palms. Daddy could still be living here. Oh, yes, he could. He wouldn't move unless he had to. Just walk on up there, Beverly. Look at the mailboxes. 3 boxes for 3 apartments, just like in the old days. And if there's one that says Marsh, you can ring the bell, and pretty soon there'll be a shuffle of slippers down the hall, and the door will open, and you can look at him. The man whose sperm made you red-headed and left-handed and gave you the ability to draw. Remember how he used to draw? He could draw anything he wanted. If he felt like it, that is. He didn't feel like it often. I guess he had too many things to worry about. But when he did, he used to sit for hours and watch while he drew cats and dogs and horses and cows with moo coming out of their mouths in balloons. You'd laugh and he'd laugh, and then he'd say, "Now you, Bevy." And when you held the pen, he'd guide your hand, and you'd see the cow or the cat or the smiling man unspooling beneath your own fingers while you smelled his Menin skin bracer and the warmth of his skin. Go on up, Beverly. Ring the bell. He'll come, and he'll be old. The lines will be drawn deep in his face, and his teeth, those that are left, will be yellow, and he'll look at you, and he'll say, "Why, it's Bevy. Bevy's come home to see her old dad. Come on in, Bevy. I'm so glad to see you. I'm glad because I worry about you, Bevy. I worry a lot." She walked slowly up the path, and the weeds growing up between the cracked concrete sections brushed at the legs of her jeans. She looked closely at the first-floor windows, but they were curtained off. She looked at the mailboxes. 3rd floor, Starkweather. 2nd floor, Burke. 1st floor, her breath caught. Marsh. But I won't ring. I don't want to see him. I won't ring the bell. This was a firm decision, at last. The decision that opened the gate to a full and useful lifetime of firm decisions. She walked down the path, back to downtown, up to the Derry townhouse, packed, cabbed, flew, told Tom to bug out, lived successfully, died happily. Rang the bell. She heard the familiar chimes from the living room, chimes that had always sounded to her like a Chinese name, ching-chong. Silence. No answer. She shifted on the porch from one foot to the other, suddenly needing to pee. No one home, she thought, relieved. I can go now. Instead, she rang again. Ching-chong. No answer. She thought of Ben's lovely little poem, and tried to remember exactly when and how he had confessed its authorship, and why, for a brief second, called up an association with having her first menstrual period. Had she begun menstruating at 11? Surely not, although her breasts had begun their first achy growth around midwinter. Why? Then, intervening, a mental picture of thousands of grackles on phone lines and rooftops, all babbling at a white spring sky. I'll leave now. I've rung twice, that's enough. But she rang again. Ching-chong! Now she heard someone approaching, and the sound was just as she had imagined, the tired whisper of old slippers. She looked around wildly and came very, very close to just taking to her heels. Could she make it down the cement walk and around the corner, leaving her father to think it had been nothing but kids playing pranks? "Hey, mister, you got Prince Albert in a can?" She let out a sudden sharp breath and had to tighten her throat, because what wanted to come out was a laugh of relief. It wasn't her father at all. Standing in the doorway and looking out at her was a tall woman in her late 70s. Her hair was long and gorgeous, mostly white, but shot through with loads of purest gold. Behind her rimless spectacles were eyes as blue as the water in the fjords her ancestors had perhaps hailed from. She wore a purple dress of watered silk. It was shabby, but still dignified. Her wrinkled face was kind. "Yes, miss?" "I'm sorry," Beverly said. The urge to laugh had passed as swiftly as it had come. She noticed that the old woman wore a cameo at her throat. It was almost certainly real ivory surrounded by a band of gold so thin it was nearly invisible. "I must have rung the wrong bell. Or rang the wrong bell on purpose," her mind whispered. "I meant to ring for Marsh." "Marsh?" Her forehead wrinkled delicately. "Yes, You see, there's no marsh here, the old woman said. But unless... You don't mean Alvin Marsh, do you? Yes, Beverly said, my father. The old woman's hand rose to the cameo and touched it. She peered more closely at Beverly, making her feel ridiculously young, as if she should perhaps have a box of Girl Scout cookies in her hands, or maybe some tags, "Support the Derry High School Tigers." Then the old woman smiled, a kind smile that was nonetheless sad. "Why, you have fallen out of touch, miss. I don't want to be the one who tells you this, a stranger, but your father has been dead these last 5 years." "But... on the bell..." She looked again and uttered a small, bewildered sound that was not quite a laugh. In her agitation, in her subconscious but rock-solid certainty that her old man would still be here, she had read Kirsch as Marsh. "You're Mrs. Kirsch?" she asked. She was staggered by this news of her father, but she also felt stupid about the mistake. The lady would think her little more than illiterate. "Mrs. Kirsch," she agreed. Did you know my dad?" "Very little did I know him," Mrs. Kirsch said. She sounded a little like Yoda in The Empire Strikes Back, and Beverly felt like laughing again. When had her emotions gone whipsawing so violently back and forth? The truth was, she couldn't remember a time. But she was dismally afraid she would before much longer. "He rented the ground-floor apartment before me. We saw each other, me coming and him going, over a space of a few days. He moved down to Roward Lane. Do you know it?" "Yes," Beverly said. Roward Lane branched off from Lower Main Street 4 blocks farther down, where the apartment buildings were smaller and even more desperately shabby. "I used to see him at the Costello Avenue Market sometimes," Mrs. Kirsch said, "and at the washateria before they closed it. We passed a word from time to time. We... Girl, you're pale." "I'm sorry. Come in and let me give you tea." "No, I couldn't," Beverly said weakly, but in fact she actually felt pale, like clouded glass that you could nearly look through. She could use tea and a chair in which to sit and drink it. "You could and you will," Mrs. Kirsch said warmly. "It's the least I can do for having told you such unpleasant news." Before she could protest, Beverly found herself being led up the gloomy hall and into her old apartment, which now seemed much smaller but safe enough. Safe, she supposed, because almost everything was different. Instead of the pink-topped Formica table with its 3 chairs, there was a small round table, really not much bigger than an end table, with silk flowers in a pottery vase. Instead of the old Kelvinator refrigerator with the round drum on top, her father tinkered with it constantly to keep it going, there was a copper-colored Frigidaire. The stove was small but efficient-looking. There was an Amana radar range above it. Bright blue curtains hung in the windows, and she could see flower boxes outside them. The floor, linoleum when she was a girl here, had been stripped to its original wood. Many applications of oil made it glow mellowly. Mrs. Kirsch looked around from the stove where she was placing a teapot. "You grew up here?" "Yes," Beverly said, "but it's very different now, so trim and tidy. Wonderful." "How kind you are," Mrs. Kirsch said, and her smile made her younger. It was radiant. "I have a little money, you see. Not much, but with my Social Security I'm comfortable. Once I was a girl in Sweden. I came to this country in 1920, a girl of 14 with no money, which is the best way to learn the value of money, would you agree?" "Yes," Bev said. "At the hospital I worked," Mrs. Kirsch said. "Many years. From 1925 I worked there. I rose to the position of head housekeeper. All the keys I had. My husband invested our money quite well. Now I have reached a little harbor. Look around, miss, while the water boils." "No, I couldn't. Please." Still I feel guilty. "Look, if you like." And so she did look. Her parents' bedroom was now Mrs. Kirsch's bedroom, and the difference was profound. The room seemed brighter and airier now. A large cedar chest, the initials R.G. inlaid into it, breathed its gentle aroma into the air. A gigantic surprise quilt lay on the bed. On it she can see women drawing water, boys driving cattle, men building haystacks. A wonderful quilt. Her room had become a sewing room. A black Singer machine stood on a wrought-iron table under a pair of starkly efficient tensor lamps. A picture of Jesus hung on one wall, a picture of John F. Kennedy on another. A beautiful breakfront stood below the picture of JFK. It was filled with books instead of china, but seemed none the worse for that. She went into the bathroom last. It had been redone in a rose color that was too low and pleasant to seem gaudy. All of the fixtures were new, and yet she approached the basin feeling that the old nightmare had gripped her again. She would peer down into that black and lidless eye. The whispering would begin. And then the blood. She leaned over the sink, catching a glimpse of her pallid face and dark eyes in the mirror over the basin. And then she stared into that eye, waiting for the voices, the laughter, the groans, the blood. How long might she have stood there, bent over the sink, waiting for the sights and sounds 27 years gone? She didn't know. It was Mrs. Kirsch's voice that bid her return. "Tea, miss." She jerked back, the semi-hypnosis broken, and left the bathroom. If there had been dark magic somewhere down in that drain, it was gone now. Or it was sleeping. Oh, you shouldn't have. Mrs. Kirsch looked up at her brightly, smiling a little. "Oh, miss, if you knew how seldom company calls these days, you'd not say so. Why, I put on more than this for the man from the Bangor Hydro who comes to read my meter. I'm making him fat." Delicate cups and saucers stood on the round kitchen table, a clean bone white edged with blue. There was a plate of small cakes and cookies. Beside the sweets, a pewter teapot chuffed mild steam and pleasant fragrance. Bemused, Bev thought that the only things missing were the tiny sandwiches with the crusts cut off. Ant sandwiches, she'd thought them, always one word. 3 main types of ant sandwiches: cream cheese and olive, watercress, and egg salad. "Sit down," said Mrs. Kirsch. "Sit down, miss, and I'll pour out." "I'm not a miss," Beverly said, and raised her left hand so that her ring would show. Mrs. Kirsch smiled and pushed a hand through the air. "Pshaw," the gesture said. "I call all the pretty young girls miss," she said. "Just a habit. Don't take offense." "No," Beverly said, "not at all." But for some reason, she felt a feather touch of unease. There was something in the old woman's smile that had seemed a little... what? Unpleasant? False? Knowing, but that was ridiculous, wasn't it? "I love what you've done to the place." "Do you?" Mrs. Kirsch said, and poured out. The tea looked dark, muddy. Beverly wasn't sure she wanted to drink it. And suddenly she wasn't sure she wanted to be here at all. It did say Marsh under the doorbell, her mind whispered suddenly. And she was frightened. Mrs. Kirsch passed her tea. "Thank you," Beverly said. The look of it might have been muddy. The aroma, however, was wonderful. She tasted. It was fine. Stop jumping at shadows, she told herself. That cedar chest in particular is a wonderful piece. "An antique, that one," Mrs. Kirsch said, and laughed. Beverly noticed that the old woman's beauty was flawed on only one score, and that was common enough here in the Northlands. Her teeth were very bad, strong-looking, but bad all the same. They were yellow, and the front two had crossed each other. The canines seemed very long, almost like tusks. They were white. When she came to the door, she smiled, and you thought to yourself how white they were. Suddenly, she was not just a little frightened. Suddenly, she needed to be away from here. "Very old, oh yes," Mrs. Kirsch exclaimed, and drank her cup of tea off at a single gulp, with a sudden, shocking slurping sound. She smiled at Beverly, grinned at her, and Beverly saw that the woman's eyes had changed too. The corneas were now yellow, ancient, threaded with bleary stitches of red. Her hair was thinner. The braid looked malnourished, no longer silver shot with bright yellow, but a dull gray. "Very old," Mrs. Kirsch reminisced over her empty cup, looking slyly at Beverly from her yellowed eyes. Her snaggle teeth showed in that repulsive, almost leering grin. "From home with me it came. The RG carved into it. You noticed?" "Yes." Her voice came from far away, and a part of her brain yammered, "If she doesn't know you've seen the change, perhaps you're still all right. If she doesn't know, doesn't see." "My father," she said, pronouncing it father. and Beverly saw that her dress had also changed. It had become a scabrous, peeling black. The cameo was a skull, its jaw hung in a diseased gape. His name was Robert Gray, better known as Bob Gray, better known as Pennywise the Dancing Clown, although that was not his name either, but he did love his joke, my father. She laughed again. Some of her teeth had turned as black as her dress, the wrinkles in her skin now cut deep. Her milk-rose skin had gone a sickly yellow. Her fingers were claws. She grinned at Beverly. "Have something to eat, dear." Her voice had risen half an octave, but the octave was cracked in this register, and her voice was the sound of a crypt door swinging mindlessly on hinges clogged with black earth. "No, thank you," Beverly heard her mouth say in a child's high, "Oh, I must be going" voice. The words did not seem to originate in her brain, rather they came out of her mouth, and then had to travel around to her ears before she was aware of what she had said. "No?" the witch asked, and grinned. Her claws scrabbled on the plate, and she began to cram thin molasses cookies and delicate frosted slices of cake into her mouth with both hands. Her horrid teeth plunged and reared, Her fingernails, long and dirty, dug into the sweets. Crumbs tumbled down the bony slab of her chin. Her breath was the smell of long-dead things burst wide open by the gases of their own decay. Her laugh was now a dead cackle. Her hair was thinner. Scaly scalp showed in patches. "Oh, he loved his joke, my father. This is a joke, miss, if you enjoy them. My father bore me rather than my mother. He shot me from his asshole. He. I ought to go," Beverly heard herself say in that same high, wounded voice, the voice of a small girl who has been viciously embarrassed at her first party. There was no strength in her legs. She was dimly aware that it was not tea in her cup, but shit. Liquid shit. A little party favor from the sewers under the city. She had drunk some of that, not much, but a sip. Oh, God, oh, blessed Jesus, please, please. The woman was shrinking before her eyes, thinning. It was now a crone with an apple doll's face, who sat across from her, giggling in a high, squealing voice and rocking back and forth. Oh, my father and I are one," she said. "Just me, just him, and dear, if you are wise, you will run. Run back to where you came from. Run quickly, because to stay will mean worse than your death. No one who dies in Derry really dies. You knew that before. Believe it now!" In slow motion, Beverly gathered her legs under her. As if from outside, she saw herself gaining her feet and backing away from the table and from the witch in an agony of horror and disbelief. Disbelief because she realized for the first time that the neat little dining room table was not dark oak, but fudge. Even as she watched, the witch, still giggling, her ancient yellow eyes slanted slyly off into the corner of the room, broke a piece of it off and stuffed it avidly into the black-ringed trap that was her mouth. The cups, she saw, were white bark that had been carefully looped with blue-dyed frosting. The pictures of Jesus and John Kennedy were creations of nearly transparent spun sugar, and as she looked at them, Jesus stuck out his tongue, and Kennedy dropped a stinky wink. "We're all waiting for you!" the witch screamed, and her fingernails scrabbled over the surface of the fudge table, drawing deep scars in its shining surface. "Oh, yes! Oh, yes!" The overhead lights were globes of hard candy. The wainscoting was caramel taffy. She looked down and saw that her shoes were leaving prints on the floorboards, which were not boards at all, but slices of chocolate. The smell of candy was clawing. "Oh, God. It's Hansel and Gretel. It's the witch, the one that always scared me the worst because she ate the children." "You and your friends!" the witch screamed, laughing. "You and your friends! In the cage until the oven's hot!" She screamed laughter, and Beverly ran for the door, but she ran as if in slow motion. The witch's laughter beat and swirled around her head, a cloud of bats. Beverly shrieked. The hall stank of sugar and nougat and toffee and sickening synthetic strawberries. The doorknob, mock crystal when she came in, was now a monstrous sugar diamond. "I worry about you, Bevy. I worry a lot." She turned, swirls of red hair floating around her face, to see her father, staggering toward her down the hallway. Wearing the witch's black dress and skull cameo, her father's face hung with doughy running flesh, his eyes as black as obsidian, his hands clenching and unclenching, his mouth grinning with soupy fervor. "I beat you because I wanted to fuck you, Bevy. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to fuck you. I wanted to eat you. I wanted to eat your pussy. I wanted to suck your clit up between my teeth. Yum, yum, Bevy. Ooh. Yummy in my tummy. I wanted to put you in the cage and get the oven hot and feel your cunt, your plump cunt. And when it was plump enough to eat. Screaming, she grasped the sticky doorknob and bolted out onto a porch that was decorated with praline doodads and floored with fudge. Far away, dim, seeming to swim in her visions, she saw cars passing back and forth, and a woman pushing a cart full of groceries back from Costello's. "I have to get out there," she thought, just barely coherent. "That's reality out there. If I can only get out to the sidewalk." "Won't do you any good to run, Bevy," her father, my father, told her, laughing. "We've waited a long time for this. This is going to be fun. This is going to be yummy in our tummies." She looked back again, and now her dead father was not wearing the witch's black dress, but the clown suit with the big orange buttons. There was a 1958-style coonskin cap, the kind popularized by Fess Parker in the Disney movie about Davy Crockett, perched on its head. In one hand, it held a bunch of balloons. In the other, it held the leg of a child, like a chicken drumstick. Written on each balloon was the legend, "It came from outer space." "Tell your friends I'm the last of a dying race," it said, grinning its sunken grin as it staggered and lurched down the porch steps after her. "The only survivor of a dying planet. I've come to rob all the women, rape all the men, and learn to do the peppermint twist." It began to do a mad shuck and jive, balloons in one hand, severed bleeding leg in the other. The clown costume writhed and flapped, but Beverly felt no wind. Her legs tangled in each other, and she spilled to the pavement, throwing out her palms to take up the shock, which went all the way to her shoulders. The woman pushing the grocery cart paused and looked back doubtfully, then hurried on a little faster. The clown came toward her again, casting the severed leg aside. It landed on the lawn with an indescribable thud. Beverly only lay sprawled on the pavement for a moment, but somewhere inside she must wake soon. This couldn't be real, had to be a dream. She realized that wasn't true. A moment before the clown's crooked, long-clawed fingers touched her, it was real. It could kill her, as it had killed the children. "The Grackles know your real name!" She screamed at it suddenly. It recoiled, and it seemed to her that for a moment the grin on the lips inside the great red grin that had been painted on and around them became a grimace of hate and pain, and perhaps of fear as well. It might only have been her imagination, and she certainly had no idea why she had said such a crazy thing. But it bought her an instant of time. She was on her feet and running. Brakes squealed, and a hoarse voice, both mad and scared, yelled, "Why don't you look where you're going, you dumb quiff?" She had a blurred impression of the bakery truck that had almost hit her when she bolted into the street like a child after a rubber ball. And then she was standing on the opposite sidewalk, panting, a hot stitch in her left side. The bakery truck went on down Lower Main. The clown was gone. The leg was gone. The house still stood there. But she saw now that it was crumbling and deserted, the windows boarded up, the steps leading up to the porch cracked and broken. Was I really in there? Or did I dream it all? But her jeans were dirty, her yellow blouse smeared with dust, and there was chocolate on her fingers. She rubbed them on the legs of her jeans, and walked away fast, her face hot, her back cold as ice, her eyeballs seeming to pulse in and out with the rapid thud of her heart. We can't beat it. Whatever it is, we can't beat it. It even wants us to try. It wants to settle the old score. Can't be happy with the draw, I guess. We ought to get out of here. Just leave. Something brushed against her calf, light as a cat's questing paw. She jerked away from it with a little shriek. She looked down and cringed, one hand against her mouth. It was a balloon, as yellow as her blouse. Written on the side of it in electric blue were the words, "That's White Wabbit." As she watched it, it went bouncing lightly up the street, urged by the pleasant, late spring breeze. 4. Richie Tozier makes tracks. Well, there was the day Henry and his friends chased me. Before the end of school, this was. Richie was walking along Outer Canal Street past Bassey Park. Now he stopped, hands stuffed in his pockets, looking toward the Kissing Bridge, but not really seeing it. I got away from them in the toy department of Freeze's. Since the mad conclusion of the reunion lunch, he had been walking aimlessly, trying to make his peace with the awful things which had been in the fortune cookies, or the things which had seemed to be in the cookies. He thought that most likely nothing at all had come out of them. It had been a group hallucination, brought on by all the spooky shit they had been talking about. The best proof of the hypothesis was that Rose had seen nothing at all. Of course, Beverly's parents had never seen any of the blood that came out of the bathroom drain either, but this wasn't the same. No? Why not? Because we're grown-ups now, he muttered, and discovered the thought had absolutely no power or logic at all. It might as well have been a nonsense line from a kid's skip-rope chant. He started to walk again. I went up by City Center and sat down on a park bench for a while, and I thought I saw... He stopped again, frowning. Saw what? But that was just something I dreamed. Was it? Was it really? He looked to the left and saw the big glass, brick, and steel building that had looked so modern in the late 50s and now looked rather antique and tacky. And here I am, he thought, right back to fucking City Center, scene of that other hallucination, or dream, or whatever it was. The others saw him as the class clown, the crazy cut-up, and he had fallen neatly and easily into that role again. We all fell neatly and easily back into our old roles again, didn't you notice? But was there anything very unusual about that? He thought you would probably see much the same thing at any 10th or 20th high school reunion. The class comedian, who had discovered a vocation for the priesthood in college, would, after 2 drinks, revert almost automatically to the wiseacre he had been. The great English brain, who had wound up with a GM truck dealership, would suddenly begin spouting off about John Irving or John Cheever. The guy who had played with the Moondogs on Saturday nights, and who had gone on to become a mathematics professor at Cornell, would suddenly find himself on stage with the band, a Fender guitar strapped over his shoulder, whopping out Gloria or Surfin' Bird with gleeful drunken ferocity. What was it Springsteen said? No retreat, baby, no surrender. But it was easier to believe in the oldies on the record player after a couple of drinks or some pretty good Panama Red. But Richie believed it was the reversion that was the hallucination, not the present life. Maybe the child was the father of the man, but fathers and sons often shared very different interests and only a passing resemblance. But you say grown-ups, and now it sounds like nonsense. It sounds like so much bibble-babble. Why is that, Richie? Why? Because Derry is as weird as ever. Why don't we just leave it at that? Because things weren't that simple. That was why. As a kid, he had been a goof-off, a sometimes vulgar, sometimes amusing comedian, because it was one way to get along without getting killed by kids like Henry Bowers or going absolutely Looney Tunes with boredom and loneliness. He realized now that a lot of the problem had been his own mind, which was usually moving at a speed 10 or 20 times that of his classmates. They had thought him strange, weird, or even suicidal, depending on the escapade in question. But maybe it had been a simple case of mental overdrive. If anything about being in constant mental overdrive was simple. Anyway, it was the sort of thing you got under control after a while. You got it under control, or you found outlets for it, guys like Kinky Briefcase or Buford Kiss-Drivel, for instance. Richie had discovered that in the months after he had wandered into the college radio station pretty much on a whim, and had discovered everything he had ever wanted during his first week behind the microphone. He hadn't been very good at first. He had been too excited to be good. But he had understood his potential not to be just good at the job, but great at it. And just that knowledge had been enough to put him over the moon on a cloud of euphoria. At the same time, he had begun to understand the great principle that moved the universe, at least that part of the universe which had to do with careers and success. You found the crazy guy who was running around inside of you, fucking up your life. You chased him into a corner and grabbed him, but you didn't kill him. Oh no, killing was too good for the likes of that little bastard. You put a harness over his head, and then started plowing. The crazy guy worked like a demon once you had him in the traces, and he supplied you with a few chucks from time to time. That was really all there was, and that was enough. He'd been funny, all right, a laugh a minute, but in the end, he had outgrown the nightmares that were on the dark side of all those laughs, or he thought he had, until today when the word grown-up suddenly stopped making sense to his own ears. And now here was something else to cope with, or at least to think about. Here was the huge and totally idiotic statue of Paul Bunyan in front of the city center. I must be the exception that proves the rule, Big Bill. Are you sure there was nothing, Richie? Nothing at all? Up by city center? I thought I saw. Sharp pain needled at his eyes for the second time that day, and he clutched at them, a startled moan coming out of him. Then it was gone again as quickly as it had come. But he had also smelled something, hadn't he? Something that wasn't really there, but something that had been there, something that made him think of, I'm right here with you, Richie. Hold my hand. Can you catch hold? Mike Hanlon. It was smoke that had made his eyes sting and water. 27 years ago, they had breathed that smoke. In the end, there had just been Mike and himself left, and they had seen... But it was gone. He took a step closer to the plastic Paul Bunyan statue, as amazed by its cheerful vulgarity now as he had been overwhelmed by its size as a child. The mythical Paul stood 20 feet high, and the base added another 6 feet. He stood smiling down at the car and pedestrian traffic on Outer Canal Street from the edge of the city center lawn. City Center had been erected in the years 1954-55 for a minor league basketball team that had never materialized. The Derry City Council had voted money for the statue a year later in 1956. It had been hotly debated both in the council's public meetings and in the letters to the editor columns of the Derry News. Many thought it would be a perfectly lovely statue, certain to become a tourist attraction of note. There were others who found the idea of a plastic Paul Bunyan horrible, garish, and unbelievably gauche. The art teacher at Derry High School, Richie remembered, had written a letter to the News saying that if such a monstrosity were actually to be erected in Derry, she would blow it up. Grinning, Richie wondered if that babe's contract had been renewed. The controversy, which Richie recognized now as an utterly typical big-town, small-city tempest in a teapot, had raged for 6 months, and of course, it had been entirely meaningless. The statue had been purchased, and even if the city council had done something as aberrant, especially for New England, as deciding not to use an item for which money had been paid, where in God's name could it have been stored? Then the statue, not really sculpted at all, but simply cast in some Ohio plastics plant, had been set in place, still shrouded in a whack of canvas big enough to serve as a clipper ship sail. It had been unveiled on May 13, 1957, which was the Incorporated Township's 150th birthday. One faction gave voice to predictable moans of outrage, the other to equally predictable moans of rapture. When Paul was revealed that day, he was wearing his bib overalls and a red and white checked shirt. His beard was splendidly black, splendidly full, splendidly lumberjack-y. A plastic axe, surely the Godzilla of all plastic axes, was slung over one shoulder, and he grinned unceasingly at the northern skies, which, on the day of the unveiling, had been as blue as the skin of Paul's reputed companion. Babe was not present at the unveiling, however. The cost estimate of adding a blue ox to the tableau had been prohibitive. The children who attended the ceremonies, there were hundreds of them, and 10-year-old Richie Tozier, in the company of his dad, had been among them, were totally and uncritically delighted by the plastic giant. Parents boosted toddlers up onto the square pedestal on which Paul stood, took photos, and then watched with mixed apprehension and amusement as the kids climbed and crawled, laughing over Paul's huge black boots. Correction, huge black plastic boots. It had been March of the following year when Richie, exhausted and terrified, had finished up on one of the benches in front of the statue after eluding, by the barest of margins, Messrs. Bowers, Chris, and Huggins in a chase that had led from Derry Elementary School across most of the downtown area. He had finally ditched them in the toy department of Freeze's department store. The Derry branch of Freeze's was a poor thing compared with the grand downtown department store in Bangor, but Richie had been far past caring about such things. By then, it was a case of any port in a storm. Henry Bowers had been right behind him, and by then Richie had been flagging badly. He had dodged into the mouth of the department store's revolving door as a last resort. Henry, who apparently didn't understand the physics of such devices, had nearly lost the tips of his fingers trying to grab Richie as Richie trundled around and into the store. Pelting downstairs, shirt-tail flying out behind him, he had heard the revolving door give off a series of reports almost as loud as TV gunfire, and understood that Larry, Moe, and Curly were still after him. He was laughing as he went down the stairs to the basement level, but that was only a nervous tick. He was as full of terror as a rabbit caught in a wire snare. They really meant to beat him up good this time. He had no idea that in another 10 weeks or so he would believe the three of them, Henry in particular, capable of anything short of murder, and he surely would have whitened with shock if he had known of the apocalyptic rock fight in July, when even that last qualification would disappear from his mind. And the whole thing had been so utterly, typically stupid. Richie and the other boys in his 5th grade class had been filing into the gym. A 6th grade class, Henry hulking among them like an ox among cows, had been coming out. Although he was still in the 5th grade, Henry went to gym with the older boys. The overhead pipes had been dripping again, and Mr. Fazio hadn't yet gotten around to putting up his "Caution Wet Floor" sign on its little easel. Henry had slipped in a puddle and had landed on his keister. Before he could stop it, Richie's traitor mouth had bugled, "Way to go, Banana Heels!" There had been an explosion of laughter from both Henry's classmates and Richie's, but there had been no laughter on Henry's face as he picked himself up, only a dull flush the color of freshly fired brick. "Later for you, Four Eyes," he said, and walked on. The laughter died at once. The boys in the hall looked at Richie as one already dead. Henry did not pause to check reactions. He simply walked off, head down, elbows red from catching the fall, a large wet place on the seat of his pants. Looking at that wet spot, Richie felt his suicidally witty mouth drop open again, but this time he snapped it shut again, so fast he almost amputated the tip of his tongue with the falling gait of his teeth. Well, but he'll forget, he told himself uneasily as he changed up for gym. Sure he will. Old Hank just hasn't got that many memory circuits working. Every time he takes a shit, he probably has to look up the directions in the instruction booklet. Ha-ha. Ha-ha. "You're dead, trash mouth," Vince Boogers Taliendo told him, pulling his jock up over a dork roughly the size and shape of an anemic peanut. He said it with a certain sad respect. "Don't worry, though. I'll bring flowers." "Cut off your ears and bring cauliflowers," Richie had come back smartly, and everyone laughed. Even old Boogers Taliendo laughed. Why not? They could all afford to laugh. What, me worry? They would all be home watching Jimmy Dodd and the Mouseketeers on the Mickey Mouse Club, or Frankie Lyman singing "I'm Not a Juvenile Delinquent" on American Bandstand, while Richie went shagging ass through ladies' lingerie and housewares on his way to the toy department, with sweat pouring down his back into the crack of his ass, and his terrified balls strung up so high they felt like they might be hung over his belly button. Sure, they could laugh. Hardy, har, har, har. Henry hadn't forgotten. Richie had left by the door at the kindergarten end of the school building just in case, but Henry had stuck Belch Huggins there, also just in case. Hardy, har, har, har. Richie saw Belch first, or there would have been no contest at all. Belch was looking out toward Derry Park, holding an unlit cigarette in one hand and dreamily picking the seat of his chinos out of his ass with the other. Heart pounding hard, Richie had walked quietly across the playground and was most of the way down Charter Street before Belch turned his head and saw him. He yelled for Henry and Victor, and since then the chase had been on. When Richie reached the toy department, it had been utterly, horribly deserted. There wasn't even a sales clerk hanging out, a welcome adult to put a stop to things before they got entirely out of hand. He could hear the 3 dinosaurs of the apocalypse closing in now, and he simply couldn't run any more. Each breath produced a deep, hurting stitch in his left side. His eye fixed on a door which read, "Emergency exit only, alarm will sound." Hope kindled in his chest. Richie ran down an aisle crammed with Donald Duck jack-in-the-boxes, United States Army tanks made in Japan, Lone Ranger cap pistols, wind-up robots. He reached the door and slammed the push bar as hard as he could. The door opened, letting in cool mid-March air. The alarm went off with a strident bray. Richie immediately doubled back and dropped to his hands and knees in the next aisle over. He was down before the door could settle closed again. Henry, Belch, and Victor thundered into the toy department, just as the door clicked shut and the alarm cut off. They raced for it, Henry in the lead, his face set and intent. A sales clerk finally appeared, coming on the run. He wore a blue nylon duster over a plaid sport coat of excruciating ugliness. The rims of his spectacles were as pink as the eyes of a white rabbit. Richie thought he looked like Wally Cox in his Mr. Peepers role, and he had to slam his traitor mouth into the fat part of his forearm to keep from screaming out gales of exhausted laughter. "You boys!" Mr. Peepers exclaimed. "You boys can't go out there! That's an emergency exit! Hugh! Hey! You boys!" Victor glanced at him a little nervously, but Henry and Belch never turned from their course, and Victor followed them. The alarm brayed again, longer this time as they charged into the alley. Before it stopped clanging, Richie was on his feet and trotting back toward Ladies' Lingerie. "You boys will be barred from the store!" the clerk yelled after him. Looking back over his shoulder, Richie squealed in his Granny Grunt voice,
"Did anyone ever tell you you look just like Mr. Peepers, young man?"
And so he had escaped. And so he had finished up almost a mile from Freeze's in front of City Center, and, he devoutly hoped, out of harm's way. At least for the time being. He was spent. He sat down on a bench just to the left of the Paul Bunyan statue, wanting only a little peace while he got himself back together. In a bit he would get up and head home. But for now, it felt too good to just sit here in the afternoon sun. The day had opened in a cold, drizzly gloom, but now you could believe spring might actually be on the way. Farther up the lawn he could see the city center marquee, which on that March day bore this message in large, blue, translucent letters. "Hey teens! Coming March 28th, the Arnie Woo-Woo Ginsburg Rock and Roll Show. Jerry Lee Lewis, the Penguins, Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, Gene Vincent and the Blue Caps, Freddie Boom Boom Cannon. An evening of wholesome entertainment." That was a show Richie really wanted to see, but he knew there wasn't a chance. His mother's idea of wholesome entertainment did not include Jerry Lee Lewis telling the young people of America, "We got chicken in the barn, whose barn, what barn, my barn." Nor, for that matter, did it include Freddie Cannon, whose Tallahassee Lassie had a hi-fi chassis. She was willing to admit that she had done her share of screaming for Frank Sinatra, whom she now called Frankie the Snot, as a bobby soxer, but, like Bill Denbrough's mother, she was death on rock and roll. Chuck Berry terrified her, and she declared that Richard Penniman, better known to his teen and sub-teen constituency as Little Richard, made her want to barf like a chicken. This was a phrase for which Richie had never asked a translation. His dad was neutral on the subject of rock and roll, and could perhaps have been swayed, but Richie knew in his heart that his mother's wishes would rule on this subject, until he was 16 or 17 anyway, and by then his mother was firmly convinced the country's rock and roll mania would have passed. Richie thought Danny and the Juniors were more right on that subject than his mom. Rock and roll would never die. He himself loved it, although his sources were really only two: American Bandstand on Channel 7 in the afternoon, and WMEX out of Boston at night, when the air had thinned and the hoarse, enthusiastic voice of Arnie Ginsburg came wavering in and out like the voice of a ghost called up at a seance. The beat did more than make him happy. It made him feel bigger, stronger, more there. When Frankie Ford sang Sea Cruise or Eddie Cochran sang Summertime Blues, Richie was actually transported with joy. There was power in that music, a power which seemed to most rightfully belong to all the skinny kids, fat kids, ugly kids, shy kids, the world's losers, in short. In it, he felt a mad, hilarious voltage which had the power to both kill and exalt. He idolized Fats Domino, who made even Ben Hanscom look slim and trim, and Buddy Holly, who, like Richie, wore glasses, and Screaming Jay Hawkins, who popped out of a coffin at his concerts, or so Richie had been told, and the Dovells, who danced as good as black guys. Well, almost. He would have his rock and roll someday if he wanted it. He was confident it would still be there for him when his mother finally gave in and let him have it. But that would not be on March 28th, 1958, or in 1959, or... His eyes had drifted away from the marquee, and then... Well, then he must have fallen asleep. It was the only explanation that made sense. What had happened next could only happen in dreams. And now here he was again, a Richie Tozier who had finally gotten all the rock and roll he had ever wanted, and who had found, happily, that it still wasn't enough. His eyes went to the marquee in front of City Center and saw that, with a hideous kind of serendipity, those same blue letters spelled out, June 14th, Heavy Metal Mania, Judas Priest, Iron Maiden. Buy your tickets here or at any Ticketron outlet. Somewhere along the way they dropped the wholesome entertainment line, but as far as I can tell, that's just about the only difference, Richie thought. And heard Danny and the Juniors, dim and distant, like voices heard down a long corridor coming out of a cheap radio. Rock and roll will never die, I'll dig it to the end. It'll go down in history. Just you watch, my friend. Richie looked back at Paul Bunyan, patron saint of Derry. Derry, which had come into being, according to the stories, because this was where the logs fetched up when they came downriver. There had been a time when, in the spring, both the Penobscot and the Kenduskeag would have been solid logs from one side to the other, their black bark hides glistening in the spring sun. A fellow who was fast on his feet could walk from Wally's Spa in Hell's Half Acre over to Rampers in Brewster. Rampers was a tavern of such horrible repute that it was commonly called the Bucket of Blood, without getting his boots wet over the third crossing of his rawhide laces. Or so it had been storied in Richie's youth, and he supposed there was a bit of Paul Bunyan in all such stories. Old Paul, he thought, looking up at the plastic statue. What you been doing since I've been gone? Made any new riverbeds, coming home tired and dragging your axe behind you? Made any new lakes, on account of wanting a bathtub big enough so you could sit in water up to your neck? Scared any more little kids, the way you scared me that day? Ah. And suddenly, he remembered it all. The way you will sometimes suddenly remember a word which has been dancing on the tip of your tongue. There he had been, sitting in that mellow March sunshine, drowsing a little, thinking about going home and catching the last half hour of Bandstand, and suddenly there had been a warm swash of air into his face. It blew his hair back from his forehead. He looked up, and Paul Bunyan's huge plastic face had been right in front of his, bigger than a face on a movie screen, filling everything. The rush of air had been caused by Paul's bending down. Although he did not precisely look like Paul anymore, the forehead was now low and beetling. Tufts of wiry hair poked from a nose as red as the nose of a long-time drunkard. His eyes were bloodshot, and one had a slight cast to it. The axe was no longer on his shoulder. Paul was leaning on its haft, and the blunt end of its head had crushed a trench in the concrete of the sidewalk. He was still grinning, but there was nothing cheery about it now. From between gigantic yellow teeth there drifted a smell like small animals rotting in hot underbrush. I'm going to eat you up, the giant had said, in a low, rumbling voice. It was the sound of boulders rocking against each other during an earthquake.
Unless you give me back my hen and my harp and my bags of gold, I'm going to eat you right the fuck up."
The breath of these words made Richie's shirt flutter and flap like a sail in a hurricane. He shrank back against the bench, eyes bugging, hair standing out to all sides like quills, wrapped in a pocket of carrion stink. The giant began to laugh. It settled its hands on the haft of its axe the way Ted Williams might have laid hold of his favorite baseball bat, or ash handle, if you prefer, and pulled it out of the hole it had made in the sidewalk. The axe began to rise into the air. It made a low, lethal rushing sound. Richie suddenly understood that the giant meant to split him right down the middle. But he felt that he could not move. A logy sort of apathy had stolen over him. What did it matter? He was dozing, having a dream. Any moment now, some driver would blow his horn at a kid running across the street, and he would wake up.
"That's right,"
the giant had rumbled.
"You'll wake up in hell."
And at the last instant, as the axe slowed to its apogee and balanced there, Richie understood that this wasn't a dream at all, and if it was a dream that could kill. Trying to scream, but making no sound at all, he rolled off the bench and onto the raked gravel plot which surrounded what had been a statue, and was now only a base with two huge steel bolts sticking out of it where the feet had been. The sound of the descending axe filled the world with its pressing, insistent whisper. The giant's grin had become a murderer's grimace. Its lips had pulled back so far from its teeth that its plastic red gums, hideously red, gleamed. The blade of the axe struck the bench where Richie had been only an instant before. The edge was so sharp that there was almost no sound at all, but the bench was sheared instantly in two. The halves sagged away from each other, the wood inside the green-painted skin a bright and somehow sickening white. Richie was on his back. Still trying to scream, he pushed himself with his heels. Gravel went down the collar of his shirt, down the back of his pants, and there was Paul, towering above him, looking down at him with eyes the size of manhole covers. There was Paul, looking down at one small boy cowering on the gravel. The giant took a step toward him. Richie felt the ground shudder when the black boot came down. Gravel spumed up in a cloud. Richie rolled over onto his stomach and staggered to his feet. His legs were already trying to run before he was balanced, and as a result he fell flat on his belly again. He heard the wind woof out of his lungs. His hair fell in his eyes. He could see the traffic going back and forth on Canal and Main Streets as it did every day, as if nothing was happening, as if no one in any of those cars could see or care that Paul Bunyan had come to life and stepped down from its pedestal in order to commit murder with an axe roughly the size of a deluxe motorhome. The sunshine was blotted out. Richie lay in a patch of shade that looked like a man. He scrambled to his knees, almost fell over sideways, managed to get to his feet, and ran as fast as he could. He ran with his knees popping almost all the way up to his chest and his elbows pistoning. Behind him, he could hear that awful, persistent whisper building again, a sound that seemed to be not really sound at all, but pressure on the skin and eardrums. The earth shook. Richie's upper and lower teeth rattled against each other like china plates in an earthquake. He did not have to look to know that Paul's axe had buried itself half deep in the sidewalk, inches behind his feet. Madly, in his mind, he heard the Devels. Oh, the kids in Bristol are sharp as a pistol when they do the Bristol stomp. He passed out of the giant's shadow into sunlight again, and as he did he began to laugh, the same exhausted laughter that had come from him when he bolted downstairs in freezes, panting, that hot stitch in his side again. He had, at last, risked a glance back over his shoulder. There was the statue of Paul Bunyan, standing on its pedestal where it always stood, axe on its shoulder, head cocked toward the sky, lips parted in the eternal optimistic grin of the myth hero. The bench, which had been sheared in two, was whole and intact, thank you very much. The gravel where Tall Paul, he's my all, Annette Funicello sang maniacally in Richie's head, had planted his huge foot, was raked and immaculate, except for the scuffed spot where Richie had fallen off while he was, getting away from the giant, dreaming. There was no footprint, no axe slash in the concrete. There was nothing here but a boy who'd been chased by other boys, bigger boys, and so had had himself a very small but very potent dream about a homicidal colossus. The giant economy-size Henry Bowers, if you pleased. "Shit," Richie said in a tiny, wavering voice, and then uttered an uncertain laugh. He stood there a while longer, waiting to see if the statue would move again. Perhaps wink, perhaps shift its axe from one shoulder to the other, perhaps come down and have at him again. But of course none of those things happened. Of course. What, me worry? Hardy har har har. A doze, a dream, no more than that. But, as Abraham Lincoln or Socrates or someone like that had once observed, enough was enough. It was time to go home and cool out, to make like Kooky on 77 Sunset Strip and just lay chilly. And although it would have been quicker to cut through the city center grounds, he decided not to. He didn't want to get close to that statue again. So he had gone the long way around, and by that evening, he had nearly forgotten the incident. Until now. Here sits a man, he thought. Here sits a man dressed in a mossy green sport coat purchased at one of the best shops on Rodeo Drive. Here sits a man with bass Weegians on his feet and Calvin Klein underwear to cover his ass. Here sits a man with soft contact lenses resting easily on his eyes. Here sits a man remembering the dream of a boy who thought an Ivy League shirt with a Fruit Loop on the back and a pair of snapjack shoes was the height of fashion. Here sits a grown-up, looking at the same old statue, and hey, Paul, tall Paul, I'm here to say you're the same in every way. You ain't aged a motherfucking day. The old explanation still rang true in his mind. A dream. He supposed he could believe in monsters if he had to. Monsters were no big deal. Hadn't he sat in radio studios at one time or another, reading news copy about such fellows as Idi Amin Dada and Jim Jones and that guy who had blown away all those folks in a McDonald's just down the road a piece? Shit fire and save matches. Monsters were cheap. Who needed a $5 movie ticket when you could read about them in the paper for 35 cents or hear about them on the radio for free? And he supposed if he could believe in the Jim Jones variety, he could believe in Mike Hanlon's version. At least for a while. It even had its own sorry charm, because it came from outside, and no one had to claim responsibility for it. He could believe in a monster that had as many faces as there are rubber masks in a novelty shop. If you're going to have one, you might as well have a pack of them, he thought. Cheaper by the dozen, right, gang? At least for the sake of argument. But a 30-foot-high plastic statue that stepped off its pedestal and then tried to carve you up with its plastic axe? That was just a little too ripe. As Abraham Lincoln or Socrates or someone had also said, I'll eat fish and I'll eat meat, but there is some shit I will not eat. It just wasn't... A sharp, needling pain struck his eyes again, without warning, jerking a dismayed cry from him. This was the worst yet, going deeper and lasting longer, scaring the bejesus out of him. He clapped his hands to his eyes, and then groped instinctively for the bottom lids with his forefingers, meaning to pop his contacts out. It's maybe some kind of infection, he thought dimly, but Jesus, it hurts. He pulled the lids down and was ready to give the single practiced blink that would send them tumbling out, and he would spend the next 50 minutes groveling myopically for them in the gravel surrounding the bench. But Jesus God, who gave a shit? Right now it felt like there were nails in his eyes. When the pain disappeared. It did not dwindle, it just went. One moment there, the next moment gone. His eyes teared briefly and then stopped. He lowered his hands slowly, his heart running fast in his chest, ready to blink them out the instant the pain started again. It didn't. And suddenly, he found himself thinking about the only horror movie that had ever really scared him as a kid, possibly because he'd taken so much shit about his glasses and had spent so much time thinking about his eyes. That movie had been The Crawling Eye with Forrest Tucker. Not very good. The other kids had laughed themselves into hysterics over it, but Richie had not laughed. Richie had been rendered cold and white and dumb for once, with not a single voice to command, as that gelatinous tentacled eye came out of the manufactured fog of some English movie set, waving its fibrous tentacles in front of it. The sight of that eye had been very bad, the embodiment of 100 not quite realized fears and disquiets. On some night not long after, he had dreamed of looking at himself in a mirror, and bringing a large pin up and sticking it slowly into the black iris of his eye, and feeling a numb, watery springiness as the bottom of his eye filled up with blood. He remembered. Now he remembered. Waking up and discovering that he had wet the bed. The best indicator of how gruesome that dream had been was that his primary feeling had not been shame at his nocturnal indiscretion, but relief. He had embraced the warm, wet patch with his body and blessed the reality of his sight. "Fuck this," Richie Tozier said in a low voice that was not quite steady, and started to get up. He would go back to the Derry townhouse and take a nap. If this was memory lane, he preferred the LA freeway at rush hour. The pain in his eyes was probably no more than a signal of exhaustion and jet lag, plus the stress of meeting the past all at once, in one afternoon. Enough shocks, enough exploring. He didn't like the way his mind was skittering from one subject to the next. What was that Peter Gabriel tune? Shock the Monkey. Well, this monkey had been shocked enough. It was time to catch some Z's and maybe gain a little perspective. As he rose, his eyes went to the marquee in front of City Center again. All at once, the strength ran out of his legs, and he sat down again. Hard. Richie Tozier, man of 1,000 voices, returns to Derry, land of 1,000 dances. In honor of Trashmouth's return, City Center proudly presents the Richie Tozier All Dead Rock Show. Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, The Big Bopper, Frankie Lyman, Gene Vincent, Marvin Gaye, House Band, Jimi Hendrix lead guitar, John Lennon rhythm guitar, Phil Lynott bass guitar, Keith Moon drums, special guest vocalist Jim Morrison. Welcome home, Richie. You're dead too. He felt as if someone had whopped all the breath out of him. And then he heard that sound again. That sound that was half pressure on the skin and eardrums, that keen, homicidal whispering rush. Swip! He rolled off the bench onto the gravel, thinking, so this is what they mean by déjà vu. Now you know. You'll never have to ask anybody again. He hit on his shoulder and rolled, looking up at the Paul Bunyan statue, only it was no longer Paul Bunyan. The clown stood there instead, resplendent and evident, fantastic in plastic, 20 feet of day-glow colors, its painted face surmounting a cosmic comic ruff. Orange pom-pom buttons cast in plastic, each as big as a volleyball, ran down the front of the silvery suit. Instead of an axe, it held a huge bunch of plastic balloons. Engraved on each were two legends. It's still rock and roll to me, and Richie Tozier's All Dead Rock Show. He scrambled backward, using his heels and his palms. Gravel went down the back of his pants. He heard a seam tear loose in the underarm of his Rodeo Drive sport coat. He rolled over, gained his feet, staggered, looked back. The clown looked down at him. Its eyes rolled wetly in their sockets.
"Did I give you a scare, my man?" it rumbled.
And Richie heard his mouth say, quite independently of his frozen brain, "Cheap thrills in the back of my car, bozo, that's all." The clown grinned and nodded as if it had expected no more. Red, paint-bleeding lips parted to show teeth like fangs, each one coming to a razor point.
"I could have you now, if I wanted you now," it said. "But this is going to be too much fun."
"Fun for me, too," Richie heard his mouth say. "The most fun of all, when we come to take your fucking head off, baby." The clown's grin spread wider and wider. It raised one hand, clad in a white glove, and Richie felt the wind of the movement blow the hair off his forehead, as it had on that day 27 years ago. The clown's index finger popped out at him. It was as big as a beam. Big as a beam, Richie thought. And then the pain struck again. It drove rusty spikes into the soft jelly of his eyes. He screamed and clutched at his face.
"Before removing the mote from thy neighbor's eye, attend the beam in thine own," the clown intoned, its words rumbling and vibrating, and Richie was again enveloped in the sweet stink of its carrion breath. He looked up and took half a dozen hurried steps backward. The clown was bending down, its gloved hands on its gaily pantalooned knees. "Want to play some more, Richie? How about if I point at your pecker and give you prostate cancer? Or I could point at your head and give you a good old brain tumor, although I'm sure some people would say that would only be adding to what was already there. I could point at your mouth and your stupid flapping tongue will turn into so much running pus. I can do it, Richie. Want to see?
Its eyes were widening, and in those black pupils, each as big as a softball, Richie saw the mad darkness that must exist over the rim of the universe. He saw a shitty happiness that he felt would drive him insane. In that moment he understood it could do any of these things, and more. And yet again he heard his mouth. But this time it was not his voice or any of his created voices, past or present. It was a voice he had never heard before. Later he would tell the others, hesitantly, that it was a kind of Mr. Jive-ass nigger voice, loud and proud, self-parodying and screechy. "Get off my case, you big old honky clown!" he shouted. And suddenly he was laughing again. "No shit, no shine, motherfucker! I got to walk, I got to talk, and I got the big poppin' cock. I got the time, I got the mind. And I'm a man with a plan. If you don't shit, you gon' shit. You hear me, you white-faced bunghole?" Richie thought the clown recoiled, but he did not stick around to find out for sure. He ran, elbows pumping, sport coat flying out in wings behind him, not caring that a father who had stopped so his toddler could admire Paul was now staring warily at him, as if he had gone crazy. As a matter of fact, folks, Richie thought, I feel like I've gone crazy. Oh, God, do I ever. And that had to have been the shittiest Grandmaster Flash imitation in history, but somehow it did the trick. Somehow. And then the clown's voice thundered after him. The father of the little boy did not hear it, but the toddler's face suddenly pinched in upon itself, and he began to wail. The dad picked his son up and hugged him, bewildered. Even through his own terror, Richie observed this little sideshow closely. The voice of the clown was perhaps angrily gleeful, perhaps just angry.
"We've got the eye down here, Richie. You hear me? The one that crawls. If you don't want to fly, don't want to say goodbye, you come on down under this here town and give a great big hi to one great big eye. You come down and see it any time. Just any old time you like. You hear me, Richie? Bring your yo-yo. Have Beverly wear a big, full skirt with 4 or 5 petticoats underneath. Have her wear her husband's ring around her neck. Get Eddie to wear his saddle shoes. We'll play some bop, Richie. We'll play all the hits."
Reaching the sidewalk, Richie dared to look back over his shoulder, and what he saw was in no way comforting. Paul Bunyan was still gone, and now the clown was gone, too. Where they had stood there was now a 20-foot-high plastic statue of Buddy Holly. He was wearing a button on one of the narrow lapels of his plaid sport coat. "Richie Tozier's All Dead Rock Show," the button read. One bow of Buddy's glasses had been mended with adhesive tape. The little boy was still crying hysterically. His father was walking rapidly back toward downtown with the weeping child in his arms. He gave Richie a wide berth. Richie got walking. Feet don't fail me now. Trying not to think about, "We'll play all the hits," what had just happened. All he wanted to think about was the monster jolt of scotch he was going to have in the Derry Townhouse bar before he went up to take that nap. The thought of a drink, just your ordinary garden variety drink, made him feel a little better. He looked over his shoulder one more time, and the fact that Paul Bunyan was back, grinning at the sky, plastic axe over his shoulder, made him feel better still. Richie began to walk faster, making tracks, putting distance between himself and that statue. He'd even begun to think about the possibility of hallucinations when the pain struck his eyes again, deep and agonizing, causing him to cry out hoarsely. A pretty young girl who had been walking ahead of him, looking dreamily up at the breaking clouds, looked back at him, hesitated, then hurried over. "Mister, are you all right?" "It's my contacts," he said in a strained voice. "My damn contact Oh, my God, that hurts." This time he got his forefingers up so quickly he almost jabbed them into his eyes. He pulled down the lowered lids and thought, "I won't be able to blink them out. That's what's going to happen. I won't be able to blink them out, and it's just going to go on hurting and hurting and hurting until I go blind, go blind, go blind." But one blink did it, as one blink always had. The sharp and defined world, where colors stayed inside the lines and where faces that you saw were clear and obvious, simply fell away. Wide bands of pastel fuzz took their place. And although he and the high school girl, who was both helpful and concerned, searched the paving of the sidewalk for almost 15 minutes, neither could find even a single lens. In the back of his head, Richie seemed to hear the clown laughing. 5. Bill Denbrough sees a ghost. Bill did not see Pennywise that afternoon, but he did see a ghost, a real ghost. So Bill believed then, and no subsequent event caused him to change his mind. He had walked up Witcham Street and paused for some time by the drain where George met his end on that rainy October day in 1957. He squatted down and peered into the drain, which was cut into the stonework of the curbing. His heart was beating hard, but he looked anyway. "Come out, why don't you?" he said in a low voice. And he had the not-quite-mad idea that his voice was floating along dark and dripping passageways, not dying out, but continuing onward and onward, feeding on its own echoes, bouncing off moss-covered stone walls and long-dead machinery. He felt it float over still and sullen waters and perhaps issue softly from 100 different drains in other parts of the city at the same time. "Come out of there, or we'll come in and get you." He waited nervily for a response, crouched down with his hands between his thighs like a catcher between pitches. There was no response. He was about to stand up when a shadow fell over him. Bill looked up sharply, eagerly, ready for anything. But it was only a little kid, maybe 10, maybe 11. He was wearing faded Boy Scout shorts, which displayed his scabby knees to good advantage. He had a freeze pop in one hand, and a fiberglass skateboard, which looked almost as battered as his knees, in the other. The freeze pop was a fluorescent orange. The skateboard was a fluorescent green. "You always talk into the sewers, mister?" the boy asked. "Only in Derry," Bill said. They looked at each other solemnly for a moment, and then burst into laughter at the same time. "I want to ask you a stupid question," Bill said. "Okay," the kid said. "You ever hear anything down in one of these?" The kid looked at Bill as though he'd flipped out. "Oh, okay," Bill said. "Forget I asked." He started to walk away, and had got maybe 12 steps. He was headed up the hill, vaguely thinking he would take a look at the home place. When the kid called, "Mister?" Bill turned back. He had a sport coat hooked on his finger and slung over his shoulder. His collar was unbuttoned, his tie loosened. The boy was watching him carefully, as if already regretting his decision to speak further. Then he shrugged, as if saying, "Oh, what the hell." "Yeah." "Yeah?" "Yeah." "What did it say?" "I don't know. It talked some foreign language. I heard it coming out of one of those pumping stations down in the Barrens. One of those pumping stations. They look like pipes coming out of the ground." "I know what you mean." "Was it a kid you heard?" "At first it was a kid. Then it sounded like a man." The boy paused. "I was some scared. I ran home and told my father. He said maybe it was an echo or something, coming all the way down the pipes from someone's house." "Do you believe that?" The boy smiled charmingly. "I read in my Ripley's Believe It or Not book that there's this guy who got music from his teeth. Radio music. His fillings were like little radios. I guess if I believe that, I could believe anything." Yeah, Bill said. "But did you believe it?" The boy reluctantly shook his head. "Did you ever hear those voices again?" "Once when I was taking a bath," the boy said. "It was a girl's voice, just crying. No words. I was scared to pull the plug when I was done because I thought I might, drown her." Bill nodded again. The kid was looking at Bill openly now, his eyes shining and fascinated. "You know about those voices, mister?" "I heard them," Bill said. "A long, long time ago." "Did you know any of the kids that have been murdered here, son?" The shine went out of the kid's eyes. It was replaced by caution and disquiet. "My dad says I'm not supposed to talk to strangers. He said anybody could be that killer." He took an additional step away from Bill, moving into the dappled shade of an elm tree that Bill had once driven his bike into 27 years ago. He had taken a spill and bent his handlebars. "Not me, kid," he said. "I've been in England for the last 4 months. I just got into Derry yesterday." "I still don't have to talk to you," the kid replied. That's right, Bill agreed. It's a free country. He paused and then said, I used to pal around with Johnny Fury some of the time. He was a good kid. I cried. The boy finished matter-of-factly and slurped down the rest of his freeze pop. As an afterthought, he ran out his tongue, which was temporarily bright orange, and lapped off his arm. Keep away from the sewers and drains, Bill said quietly. Keep away from empty places and deserted places. Stay out of train yards, but most of all, stay away from the sewers and the drains. The shine was back in the kid's eyes, and he said nothing for a very long time. Then, Mister, you want to hear something funny? Sure. You know that movie where the shark ate all the people up? Everyone does. Jaws. Well, I got this friend, you know. His name's Tommy Vicinanza, and he's not that bright. Toys in the attic. You get what I mean? Yeah. He thinks he saw that shark in the canal. He was up there by himself in Bassey Park a couple of weeks ago, and he said he seen this fin. He says it was 8 or 9 feet tall. Just the fin was that tall. You get me? He goes, that's what killed Johnny and the other kids. It was Jaws. I know because I saw it. So I go, that canal's so polluted nothing could live in it, not even a minnow. And you think you saw Jaws in there? You got toys in the attic, Tommy. Tommy says it reared right out of the water like it did at the end of that movie and tried to bite him. He just got back in time. Pretty funny, huh, mister? Pretty funny, Bill agreed. Toys in the attic, right? Bill hesitated. Stay away from the canal too, son. You follow? You mean you believe it? Bill hesitated. He meant to shrug. Instead, he nodded. The kid let out his breath in a low, hissing rush. He hung his head as if ashamed. Yeah, sometimes I think I must have toys in the attic. I know what you mean. Bill walked over to the kid, who glanced up at him solemnly, but didn't shy away this time. You're killing your knees on that board, son. The kid glanced down at his scabby knees and grinned. Yeah, I guess so. I bail out sometimes. Can I try it? Bill asked suddenly. The kid looked at him gape-mouthed at first, then laughing. That'd be funny, he said. I never saw a grown-up on a skateboard. I'll give you a quarter, Bill said. My dad said never take money or candy from strangers. Good advice. I'll still give you a quarter. What do you say? Just to the corner of Jackson Street. Never mind the quarter, the kid said. He burst into laughter again, a gay and uncomplicated sound. A fresh sound. I don't need your quarter. I got $2. I'm practically rich. I gotta see this, though. Just don't blame me if you break something. Don't worry, Bill said. I'm insured. He turned one of the skateboard's scuffed wheels with his finger, liking the speedy ease with which it turned. It sounded like there was about 1,000,000 ball bearings in there. It was a good sound. It called up something very old in Bill's chest. Some desire as warm as want, as lovely as love. He smiled. What do you think? The kid asked. I think I'm gonna kill myself, Bill said, and the kid laughed. Bill put the skateboard on the sidewalk and put one foot on it. He rolled it back and forth experimentally. The kid watched. In his mind, Bill saw himself rolling down Witcham Street toward Jackson on the kid's avocado green skateboard, the tails of his sport coat ballooning out behind him, his bald head gleaming in the sun, his knees bent in that fragile way snow bunnies bend their knees first day on the slopes. It was a posture that told you that, in their heads, they were already falling down. He bet the kid didn't ride the board like that. He bet the kid rode to beat the devil, like there was no tomorrow. That good feeling died out of his chest. He saw, all too clearly, the board going out from under his feet, shooting unencumbered down the street, an improbable fluorescent green, a color that only a child could love. He saw himself coming down on his ass, maybe on his back, slow dissolve to a private room at the Derry Home Hospital, like the one they had visited Eddie in after his arm had been broken. Bill Denbrough, in a full body cast, one leg held up by pulleys and wires. A doctor comes in, looks at his chart, looks at him, and then says,
You were guilty of 2 major lapses, Mr. Denbrough. The first was mismanagement of a skateboard. The second was forgetting that you are now approaching 40 years of age. He bent, picked the skateboard back up, and handed it back to the kid. I guess not, he said. Chicken, the kid said, not unkindly. Bill hooked his thumbs into his armpits and flapped his elbows. Buck, 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 he said. The kid laughed. Listen, I gotta get home. Be careful on that, Bill said. He can't be careful on a skateboard, the kid replied, looking at Bill as if he might be the one with toys in the attic. Right, Bill said. Okay. As we say in the movie biz, I hear you. But stay away from drains and sewers, and stay with your friends. The kid nodded. I'm right near home. So is my brother, Bill thought. It'll be over soon anyway, Bill told the kid. Will it? The kid asked. I think so, Bill said. Okay. See you later, chicken. The kid put one foot on the board and pushed off with the other. Once he was rolling, he put the other foot on the board as well and went thundering down the street at what seemed to Bill a suicidal pace. But he rode as Bill had suspected he would, with lazy, hip-shot grace. Bill felt love for the boy, and exhilaration, and a desire to be the boy, along with an almost suffocating fear. The boy rode as if there were no such things as death or getting older. The boy seemed somehow eternal and ineluctable in his khaki Boy Scout shorts and scuffed sneakers, his ankles sockless and quite dirty, his hair flying back behind him. Watch out, kid, you're not going to make the corner, Bill thought, alarmed. But the kid shot his hips to the left like a breakdancer, his toes revolved on the green fiberglass board, and he zoomed effortlessly around the corner and onto Jackson Street, simply assuming no one would be there to get in his way. Kid, Bill thought, it won't always be that way. He walked up to his old house but did not stop. He only slowed his walk down to an idler's pace. There were people on the lawn, a mother in a lawn chair, a sleeping baby in her arms, watching 2 kids, maybe 10 and 8, play badminton in grass that was still wet from the rain earlier. The younger of the 2, a boy, managed to hit the bird back over the net, and the woman called, "Good one, Sean." The house was the same dark green color, and the fanlight was still over the door, but his mother's flower beds were gone. So, from what he could see, was the jungle gym his father had built from scavenged pipes in the backyard. He remembered the day Georgie had fallen off the top and chipped a tooth. How he had screamed. He saw these things, the ones there and the ones gone, and thought of walking over to the woman with the sleeping baby in her arms. He thought of saying, "Hello, my name is Bill Denbrough, I used to live here," and the woman saying, "That's nice." What else could there be? Could he ask her if the face he had carved carefully in one of the attic beams, the face he and Georgie sometimes used to throw darts at, was still there? Could he ask her if her kids sometimes slept on the screened-in back porch when the summer nights were especially hot, talking together in low tones as they watched heat lightning dance on the horizon? He supposed he might be able to ask some of those things, but he felt he would stutter quite badly if he tried to be charming. And did he really want to know the answers to any of those questions? After Georgie died, it had become a cold house, and whatever he had come back to Derry for was not here. So he went on to the corner and turned right, not looking back. Soon he was on Kansas Street, headed back downtown. He paused for a while at the fence which bordered the sidewalk, looking down into the barrens. The fence was the same, rickety wood covered with fading whitewash, and the barrens looked the same, wilder if anything. The only differences he could see were that the dirty smudge of smoke which had always marked the town dump was gone. The dump had been replaced with a modern waste treatment plant, and a long overpass marched across the tangled greenery now, the turnpike extension. Everything else was so similar that he might last have seen it the previous summer. Weeds and bushes sloping down to the flat marshy area on the left, and to dense copses of junky, scrubby trees on the right. He could see the stands of what they had called bamboo, the silvery white stalks 12 and 14 feet high. He remembered that Richie had once tried to smoke some of it, claiming it was like the stuff jazz musicians smoked, that it could get you high. Bill could hear the trickle of water running in many small streams.
could see the sun heliographing off the broader expanse of the Kenduskeag. And the smell was the same, even with the dump gone. The heavy perfume of growing things at the height of their spring strut did not quite mask the smell of waste and human offal. It was faint but unmistakable, the smell of corruption, a whiff of the underside. That's where it ended before, and that's where it's going to end this time, Bill thought with a shiver. In there, under the city. He stood a while longer, convinced that he must see something, some manifestation of the evil he had come back to Derry to fight. There was nothing. He had heard water running, a spring-like and vital sound that reminded him of the dam they had built down there. He could see trees and bushes ruffling in the faint breeze. There was nothing else. No sign. He walked on, dusting a faint whitewash stain from his hands as he went. He kept heading downtown, half remembering, half dreaming. And here came another kid, this one a little girl of about 10 in high-waisted corduroy pants and a faded red blouse. She was bouncing a ball with one hand and holding a baby doll by its blonde Arnell hair in the other. "Hey," Bill said. She looked up.
"What?"
"What's the best store in Derry?" She thought about it. "For me or for anyone?" "For you," Bill said. "Second-hand rose, second-hand clothes," she said with no hesitation whatsoever. "I beg your pardon?" Bill asked.
"You beg what?"
"I mean, is that a store name?"
"Sure,"
she said, looking at Bill as though he might well be enfeebled. "Second-hand rose, second-hand clothes. My mom says it's a junk shop, but I like it. They have old things like records you never heard of, also postcards. It smells like a attic. I have to go home now. Bye." She walked on, not looking back, bouncing her ball and holding her dolly by the hair. "Hey!" he shouted after her. She looked back whimsically. "I beg your whatchamacallit?" "The store, where is it?" She looked back over her shoulder and said, "Just the way you're going, it's at the bottom of Up Mile Hill." Bill felt that sense of the past folding in on itself, folding in on him. He hadn't meant to ask that little girl anything. The question had popped out of his mouth like a cork flying from the neck of a champagne bottle. He descended Up Mile Hill toward downtown. The warehouses and packing plants he remembered from childhood, gloomy brick buildings with dirty windows from which titanic meaty smells issued, were mostly gone, although the Armour and Star Beef meat packing plants were still there. But Hemphill was gone, and there was a drive-in bank and a bakery where the Eagle Beef and Kosher Meats had been. And there, where the Tracker Brothers Annex had stood, was a sign painted in old-fashioned letters which read, just as the girl with the doll had said, "Second-hand rose, second-hand clothes." The red brick had been painted a yellow, which had perhaps been jaunty 10 or 12 years ago, but was now dingy, a color Audra called urine yellow. Bill walked slowly toward it, feeling that sense of déjà vu settle over him again. Later he told the others he knew what ghost he was going to see, before he actually saw it. The show window of second-hand rose, second-hand clothes, was more than dingy, it was filthy. No down east antique shop this, with nifty little spool beds and Hoosier cabinets and sets of depression glassware highlighted by hidden spotlights. This was what his mother called with utter disdain a Yankee pawn shop. The items were strewn in rick-rack profusion, heaped aimlessly here, there, and everywhere. Dresses slumped off coat hangers. Guitars hung from their necks like executed criminals. There was a box of 45 RPM records, 10 cents apiece, the sign read. 12 for $1. Andrews Sisters, Perry Como, Jimmy Rogers, others. There were kids' outfits and dreadful-looking shoes with a card in front of them which read, "Seconds, but not bad, $1 a pair." There were 2 TVs that looked blind. A third was casting bleared images of the Brady Bunch out toward the street. A box of old paperbacks, most with stripped covers, 2 for $0.25, 10 for $1, more inside, some hot, sat atop a large radio with a filthy white plastic case and a tuning dial as big as an alarm clock. Bunches of plastic flowers sat in dirty vases on a chipped, gouged, dusty dining room table. All of these things Bill saw as a chaotic background to the thing his eyes had fixed upon immediately. He stood staring at it with wide, unbelieving eyes. Gooseflesh ran madly up and down his body. His forehead was hot, his hands cold. And for a moment it seemed that all the doors inside would swing wide, and he would remember everything. Silver was in the right-hand window. His kickstand was still gone, and rust had flowered on the front and back fenders. But the Uga horn was still there on the handlebars, its rubber bulb now glazed with cracks and age. The horn itself, which Bill had always kept neatly polished, was dull and pitted. The flat package carrier where Richie had often ridden double was still on the back fender, but it was bent now, hanging by a single bolt. At some point someone had covered the seat with imitation tiger skin, which was now rubbed and frayed to a point where the stripes were almost indistinguishable. Silver. Bill raised an absent hand to wipe away the tears that were running slowly down his cheeks. After he had done a better job with his handkerchief, he went inside. The atmosphere of second-hand Rose, second-hand clothes, was musty with age. It was, as the girl had said, an attic smell, but not a good smell as some attic smells are. This was not the smell of linseed oil rubbed lovingly into the surface of old tables, or of ancient plush and velvet. In here was a smell of rotting bookbindings, dirty vinyl cushions that had been half-cooked in the hot suns of summers past, dust, mouse turds. From the TV in the window, the Brady Bunch cackled and whooped. Competing with them, from somewhere in the back, was the radio voice of a disc jockey identifying himself as "Your pal, Bobby Russell," promising the new album by Prince to the caller who could give the name of the actor who had played Wally on Leave It to Beaver. Bill knew it had been a kid named Tony Dow. But he didn't want the new Prince album. The radio was sitting on a high shelf amid a number of 19th-century portraits. Below it and them sat the proprietor, a man of perhaps 40, who was wearing designer jeans and a fishnet T-shirt. His hair was slicked back, and he was thin to the point of emaciation. His feet were cocked up on his desk, which was piled high with ledgers and dominated by an old scrolled cash register. He was reading a paperback novel which Bill thought had never been nominated for the Pulitzer Prize. It was called Construction Site Studs. On the floor in front of the desk was a barber pole, its stripe revolving up and up into infinity. Its frayed cord wound across the floor to a baseboard plug like a tired snake. The sign in front of it read, "A Dying Breed, $250. When the bell over the door jingled, the man behind the desk marked his place with a matchbook cover and looked up. "Help you?" "Yes," Bill said, and opened his mouth to ask about the bike in the window. But before he could speak, his mind was suddenly filled with a single, haunting sentence, words that drove away all other thought. "He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts." What in the name of God? Thrusts? "Looking for anything in particular?" the proprietor asked. His voice was polite enough, but he was looking at Bill closely. He's looking at me, Bill thought, amused in spite of his distress, as if he's got an idea I've been smoking some of that stuff that gets the jazz musicians high. Yes, I was interested in his fists against the posts. "In that post, the barber pole, you mean?" The proprietor's eyes now showed Bill something which, even in his present confused state, he remembered and hated from his childhood. The anxiety of a man or woman who must listen to a stutterer. The urge to jump in quickly and finish the thought, thus shutting the poor bastard up. "But I don't stutter. I beat it. I don't fucking stutter. And still insists. The words were so clear in his mind that it seemed someone else must be speaking in there. That he was like a man possessed by demons in biblical times, a man invaded by some presence from outside, and yet he recognized the voice and knew it was his own. He felt sweat pop out warmly on his face. I could give you, he seized the ghosts, a deal on that post, the proprietor was saying. Tell you the truth, I can't move it at $250. I'd give it to you for $175. How's that? It's the only real antique in the place. Post. Pole! Bill almost screamed, and the proprietor recoiled a little. Not the pole I'm interested in. Are you okay, mister? The proprietor asked. His solicitous tone belied the expression of hard wariness in his eyes, and Bill saw his left hand leave the desk. He knew, with a flash of something that was really more inductive reasoning than intuition, that there was an open drawer below Bill's own sightline, and that the proprietor had almost surely put his hand on a pistol of some type. He was maybe worried about robbery. More likely he was just worried. He was, after all, clearly gay, and this was the town where the local juveniles had given Adrian Mellon a terminal bath. He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. It drove out all thought. It was like being insane. Where had it come from? He thrusts, repeating, and repeating. With a sudden, titanic effort, Bill attacked it. He did this by forcing his mind to translate the alien sentence into French. It was the same way he had beaten a stutter as a teenager. As the words marched across his field of thought, he changed them, and suddenly he felt the grip of the stutter loosen. He realized the proprietor had been saying something. Pardon me? I said if you're going to have a fit, take it out on the street. I don't need shit like that in here. Bill drew in a deep breath. Let's start over, he said. Pretend I just came in. Okay, the proprietor said, agreeably enough. You just came in. Now what? The bike in the window, Bill said. How much do you want for the bike? Take $20. He sounded easier now, but his left hand still hadn't come back into view. I think it was a Schwinn at one time, but it's a mongrel now. His eye measured Bill. Big bike. You could ride it yourself. Thinking of the kid's green skateboard, Bill said, I think my bike riding days are over. The proprietor shrugged. His left hand finally came up again. Got a boy? Yes. How old is he? Yeah, 11. Big bike for an 11-year-old. Will you take a traveler's check? Long as it's no more than $10 over the amount of the purchase. I can give you a 20, Bill said. Mind if I make a phone call? Not if it's local. It is. Be my guest. Bill called the Derry Public Library. Mike was there. Where are you, Bill? He asked, and then immediately, are you all right? I'm fine. Have you seen any of the others? No. We'll see them tonight. There was a brief pause. That is, I presume. What can I do for you, Big Bill? I'm buying a bike, Bill said calmly. I wondered if I could wheel it up to your house. Do you have a garage or something I could store it in? There was silence. Mike, are you? I'm here, Mike said. Is it silver? Bill looked at the proprietor. He was reading his book again, or maybe just looking at it and listening carefully. Yes, he said. Where are you? It's called Second-Hand Rose, Second-Hand Clothes. All right, Mike said. My place is 61 Palmer Lane. You'd want to go up Main Street. I can find it. All right, I'll meet you there. Want some supper? That would be nice. Can you get off work? No problem. Carol will cover for me. Mike hesitated again. She said that a fellow was in about an hour before I got back here. Said he left looking like a ghost. I got her to describe him. It was Ben. You sure? Yeah. And the bike. That's part of it, too, isn't it? Shouldn't wonder, Bill said, keeping an eye on the proprietor, who still appeared to be absorbed in his book. I'll see you at my place, Mike said. Number 61, don't forget. I won't. Thank you, Mike. God bless, Big Bill. Bill hung up. The proprietor promptly closed his book again. Got you some storage space, my friend? Yeah. Bill took out his traveler's checks and signed his name to a 20. The proprietor examined the two signatures with a care that, in less distracted mental circumstances, Bill would have found rather insulting. At last the proprietor scribbled a bill of sale and popped the traveler's check into his old cash register. He got up, put his hands on the small of his back and stretched, then walked to the front of the store. He picked his way around the heaps of junk and almost junk merchandise with an absent delicacy Bill found fascinating. He lifted the bike, swung it around, and rolled it to the edge of the display space. Bill laid hold of the handlebars to help him, and as he did, another shudder whipped through him. Silver. Again. It was silver in his hands, and he thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. He had to force the thought away because it made him feel faint and strange. "That back tire's a little soft," the proprietor said. It was, in fact, as flat as a pancake. The front tire was up, but so bald the cord was showing through in places. "No problem," Bill said. "You can handle it from here?" "I used to be able to handle it just fine. Now I don't know." "I guess so," Bill said. "Thanks." "Sure. And if you want to talk about that barber pole, come back." The proprietor held the door for him. Bill walked the bike out, turned left, and started toward Main Street. People glanced with amusement and curiosity at the man with the bald head pushing the huge bike with the flat rear tire and the ooga horn protruding over the rusty bike basket, but Bill hardly noticed them. He was marveling at how well his grown-up hands still fitted the rubber hand grips, was remembering how he had always meant to knot some thin strips of plastic, different colors, into the holes in each grip so they would flutter in the wind. He had never gotten around to that. He stopped at the corner of Center and Main outside of Mr. Paperback. He leaned the bike against the building long enough to strip off his sport coat. Pushing a bike with a flat tire was hard work, and the afternoon had come off hot. He tossed the coat into the basket and went on. "The chain's rusty," he thought. Whoever had it didn't take very good care of him. It. He stopped for a moment, frowning, trying to remember just what had happened to Silver. Had he sold it? Given it away? Lost it, perhaps? He couldn't remember. Instead, that idiotic sentence, "his fists against the posts and still insists," resurfaced, as strange and out of place as an easy chair on a battlefield, a record player in a fireplace, a row of pencils protruding from a cement sidewalk. Bill shook his head. The sentence broke up and dispersed like smoke. He pushed Silver on to Mike's place. 6. Mike Hanlon makes a connection. But first he made supper, hamburgers with sautéed mushrooms and onions and a spinach salad. They had finished working on Silver by then and were more than ready to eat. The house was a neat little Cape Cod, white with green trim. Mike had just been arriving when Bill pushed Silver up Palmer Lane. He was behind the wheel of an old Ford with rusty rocker panels and a cracked rear window. And Bill remembered the fact Mike had so quietly pointed out. The 6 members of the Losers Club, who left Derry, had quit being losers. Mike had stayed behind and was still behind. Bill rolled Silver into Mike's garage, which was floored with oiled dirt and every bit as neat as the house proved to be. Tools hung from pegs, and the lights, shielded with tin cones, looked like the lights which hang over pool tables. Bill leaned the bike against the wall. The two of them looked at it without speaking for a bit, hands in pockets. "It's Silver, all right," Mike said at last. "I thought you might have been wrong, but it's him. What are you going to do with him?" "Fucked if I know." "You got a bicycle pump?" "Yeah, I think I've got a tire patching kit, too." "Are those tubeless tires?" "They always were." Bill bent down to look at the flat tire. "Yeah, tubeless." "Getting ready to ride it again?" Of course not," Bill said sharply. "I just don't like to see it sitting there on a flat." "Whatever you say, Big Bill. You're the boss." Bill looked around sharply at that, but Mike had gone to the garage's back wall and was taking down a tire pump. He got a tin tire patching kit from one of the cabinets and handed it to Bill, who looked at it curiously. It was as he remembered such things from his childhood. A small tin box of about the same size and shape as those kept by men who rolled their own cigarettes, except the top was bright and pebbled. You used it for roughing the rubber around the hole, before you put on the patch. The box looked brand new, and there was a Wilco price sticker on it that said $7.23. It seemed to him that when he was a kid, such a kit had gone for about $1.25. You didn't just have this hanging around, Bill said. It wasn't a question. No, Mike agreed. I bought it last week. Out at the mall, as a matter of fact. You've got a bike of your own? No, Mike said, meeting his eyes. You just happened to buy this kit. Just got the urge, Mike agreed, his eyes still on Bill's. Woke up thinking it might come in handy. The thought kept coming back all day, so I got the kit, and here you are to use it. Here I am to use it, Bill agreed. But like they say on the soaps, what does it all mean, dear? Ask the others, Mike said, tonight. Will they all be here, do you think? I don't know, Big Bill. He paused and added, I think there's a chance that all of them won't be. One or two of them may decide to just creep out of town, or... He shrugged. What do we do if that happens? I don't know. Mike pointed to the tire patching kit. I paid $7 for that thing. You gonna do something with it or just look at it? Bill took his sport coat out of the basket and hung it carefully on an unoccupied wall peg. Then he turned Silver upside down so that he rested on his seat and began to carefully rotate the rear tire. He didn't like the rusty way the axle squeaked and remembered the almost silent click of the ball bearings in the kid's skateboard. A little 3-in-1 oil would fix that right up, he thought. Wouldn't hurt to oil the chain either. It's rusty as hell. And playing cards. It needs playing cards on the spokes. Mike would have cards, I bet. The good ones. Bikes with the celluloid coating that made them so stiff and so slippery that the first time you tried to shuffle them, they always sprayed all over the floor. Playing cards, sure. And clothespins to hold them. He stopped, suddenly cold. What in the name of Jesus are you thinking of? Something wrong, Bill? Mike asked softly. Nothing. His fingers touched something small and round and hard. He got his nails under it and pulled. A small tack came out of the tire. Here's the culprit, he said, and it rose in his mind again, strange, unbidden, and powerful. He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. But this time, the voice, his voice, was followed by his mother's voice, saying, Try again, Billy. You almost had it that time. And Andy Devine, as Guy Madison's sidekick Jingles, yelling, Hey, Wild Bill! Wait for me! He shivered. Posts. He shook his head. I couldn't say that without stuttering even now, he thought. And for just a moment he felt that he was on the edge of understanding it all. Then it was gone. He opened the tire patching kit and went to work. It took a long time to get it just right. Mike leaned against the wall in a bar of late afternoon sun, the sleeves of his shirt rolled up and his tie yanked down, whistling a tune which Bill finally identified as She Blinded Me with Science. While he waited for the tire cement to set, Bill had, just for something to do, he told himself, oiled Silver's chain, sprocket, and axles. It didn't make the bike look any better, but when he spun the tires he found that the squeak was gone, and that was satisfying. Silver never would have won any beauty contests anyway. His one virtue was that he could go like a blue streak. By that time, 5:30 in the afternoon, he had nearly forgotten Mike was there. He'd become completely absorbed in small yet utterly satisfying acts of maintenance. He screwed the nozzle of the pump onto the rear tire's valve and watched the tire fatten, shooting for the right pressure by guess and by gosh. He was pleased to see that the patch was holding nicely. When he thought he had it right, he unscrewed the pump nozzle and was about to turn Silver over when he heard the rapid snap flutter of playing cards behind him. He whirled, almost knocking Silver over. Mike was standing there with a deck of blue-backed bicycle playing cards in one hand. Want these? Bill let out a long, shaky sigh. You've got clothespins too, I suppose. Mike took 4 from the flap pocket of his shirt and held them out. Just happened to have them around, I suppose. Yeah, something like that, Mike said. Bill took the cards and tried to shuffle them. His hand shook and the cards sprayed out of his hands. They went everywhere. But only 2 landed face up. Bill looked at them, then up at Mike. Mike's gaze was frozen on the littered playing cards. His lips had pulled back from his teeth. The 2 up cards were both the ace of spades. "It's impossible," Mike said. "I just opened that deck. Look!" He pointed at the swill can just inside the garage door, and Bill saw the cellophane wrapper. "How can one deck of cards have 2 aces of spades?" Bill bent down and picked them up. "How can you spray a deck of cards all over the floor and have only 2 of them land face up?" he asked. "That's an even better He turned the aces over, looked, and then showed them to Mike. One of them was a blue back, the other a red back. "Holy Christ, Mikey, what have you got us into?" "What are you going to do with those?" Mike asked in a numb voice. "Why, put them on," Bill said, and suddenly began to laugh. "That's what I'm supposed to do, isn't it? If there are certain preconditions for the use of magic, those preconditions will inevitably arrange themselves, right?" Mike didn't reply. He watched as Bill went to Silver's rear wheel and attached the playing cards. His hands were still shaking, and it took a while, but he finally got it done, drew in one tight breath, held it, and spun the rear wheel. The playing cards machine-gunned loudly against the spokes in the garage's silence. "Come on," Mike said softly. "Come on in, Big Bill. I'll make us some chow." They had scoffed the burgers, and now sat smoking, watching dark begin to unfold from dusk in Mike's backyard. Bill took out his wallet, found someone's business card, and wrote upon it the sentence that had plagued him ever since he had seen Silver in the window of Second-Hand Rose Second-Hand Clothes. He showed it to Mike, who read it carefully, lips pursed. "Does it mean anything to you?" Bill asked. "He thrusts his fists against the post and still insists he sees the ghosts." He nodded. "Yes, I know what that is." "Well, then tell me. Or are you going to give me some more crap about figuring it out for myself?" "No," Mike said. "In this case, I think it's okay to tell you. The phrase goes back to English times. It's a tongue-twister that became a speech exercise for lispers and stutterers. Your mother kept trying to get you to say it that summer, the summer of 1958. You used to go around mumbling it to yourself." "I did?" Bill said, and then, slowly, answering his own question, "I did. You must have wanted to please her very much." Bill, who suddenly felt he might cry, only nodded. He didn't trust himself to speak. "You never made it," Mike told him. "I remember that. You tried like hell, but your tang kept getting all tangled up." "But I did say it," Bill replied, "at least once." "When?" Bill brought his fist down on the picnic table hard enough to hurt. "I don't remember," he shouted. And then dully he said it again. "I just don't remember." Chapter 12. 3 Uninvited Guests. 1. On the day after Mike Hanlon made his calls, Henry Bowers began to hear voices. Voices had been talking to him all day long. For a while, Henry thought they were coming from the moon. In the late afternoon, looking up from where he was hoeing in the garden, he could see the moon in the blue daytime sky, pale and small, a ghost moon. That, in fact, was why he believed it was the moon that was talking to him. Only a ghost moon would talk in ghost voices, the voices of his old friends, and the voices of those little kids who had played down in the barren so long ago. Those, and another voice, one he did not dare name. Victor Criss spoke from the moon first. "They're coming back, Henry. All of them, man. They're coming back to Derry." Then Belch Huggins spoke from the moon, perhaps from the dark side of the moon. "You're the only one, Henry. The only one of us left. You'll have to get 'em for me and Vic. Ain't no little kids can rank us out like that. Why, I hit a ball one time down to Trackers, and Tony Tracker said that ball would have been out of Yankee Stadium." He hoed, looking up at the ghost moon in the sky, and after a while Fogarty came over and hit him in the back of the neck and knocked him flat on his face. "You're hauling up the peas right along with the weeds, you idiot!" Henry got up, brushing dirt off his face and out of his hair. There stood Fogarty, a big man in a white jacket and white pants, his belly swelled out in front of him. It was illegal for the guards, who were called counselors here at Juniper Hill, to carry billy clubs, so a number of them, Fogarty, Adler, and Kuntz were the worst, carried rolls of quarters in their pockets. They almost always hit you with them in the same place, right in the back of the neck. There was no rule against quarters. Quarters were not considered a deadly weapon at Juniper Hill, an institution for the mentally insane which stood on the outskirts of Augusta near the Sydney town line. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fogarty," Henry said, and offered a big grin which showed an irregular line of yellow teeth. They looked like the pickets in a fence outside a haunted house. Henry had begun to lose his teeth when he was 14 or so. "Yeah, you're sorry," Fogarty said. "You'll be a lot sorrier if I catch you doing it again, Henry." "Yes, sir, Mr. Fogarty." Fogarty walked away, his black shoes leaving big brown tracks in the dirt of West Garden. Because Fogarty's back was turned, Henry took a moment to look around surreptitiously. They had been shooed out to Hoe as soon as the clouds cleared. Everyone from the Blue Ward, which was where they put you if you had once been very dangerous, but were now considered only moderately dangerous. Actually, all the patients at Juniper Hill were considered moderately dangerous. It was a facility for the criminally insane. Henry Bowers was here because he had been convicted of killing his father in the late fall of 1958. It had been a famous year for murder trials, all right. When it came to murder trials, 1958 had been a pip. Only, of course, it wasn't just his father they thought he had killed. If it had only been his father, Henry would not have spent 20 years in the Augusta State Mental Hospital. Much of that time under physical and chemical restraint. No, not just his father. The authorities thought he had killed all of them, or at least most of them. Following the verdict, the News had published a front-page editorial titled "The End of Derry's Long Night." In it they had recapped the salient points: the belt in Henry's bureau that belonged to the missing Patrick Hochstetter, the jumble of school books, some signed out to the missing Belch Huggins and some to the missing Victor Criss, both known chums of the Bowers boy, in Henry's closet. Most damning of all, the panties found tucked into a slit in Henry's mattress, panties which had been identified by laundry mark as having belonged to Veronica Grogan, deceased. Henry Bowers, the News declared, had been the monster haunting Derry in the spring and summer of 1958. But then the News had proclaimed the end of Derry's long night on the front page of its December 6th edition, and even an idiot like Henry knew that in Derry, night never ended. They had bullied him with questions, had stood around him in a circle, had pointed fingers at him. Twice, the chief of police had slapped him across the face, and once a detective named Lotman had punched him in the gut, telling him to fess up and be quick. "There's people outside, and they ain't happy, Henry," this Lotman had said. "There ain't been a lynching in Derry for a long time, but that don't mean there couldn't be one." He supposed they would have kept it up as long as necessary, not because any of them really believed the good Derry folk were going to break into the police station, carry Henry out, and hang him from a sour apple tree, but because they were desperate to close the books on that summer's blood and horror. They would have, but Henry didn't make them. They wanted him to confess to everything. He understood after a while. Henry didn't mind. After the horror in the sewers, after what had happened to Belch and Victor, he didn't seem to mind about anything. Yes, he said, he had killed his father. This was true. Yes, he had killed Victor Criss and Belch Huggins. This was also true, at least in the sense that he had led them into the tunnels where they had been murdered. Yes, he had killed Patrick. Yes, Veronica. Yes, one. Yes, all. Not true, but it didn't matter. Blame needed to be taken. Perhaps that was why he'd been spared. And if he refused. He understood about Patrick's belt. He had won it from Patrick playing scat one day in April, discovered it didn't fit, and tossed it in his bureau. He understood about the books, too. Hell, the three of them chummed around together, and they cared no more for their summer textbooks than they had for their regular ones, which is to say, they cared for them about as much as a woodchuck cares for tap dancing. There were probably as many of his books in their closets, and the cops probably knew it, too. The panties. No, he didn't know how Veronica Grogan's panties had come to be in his mattress. But he thought he knew who, or what, had taken care of it. Best not to talk about such things. Best to just dummy up. So they sent him to Augusta, and finally, in 1979, they had transferred him to Juniper Hill, and he had only run into trouble once here, and that was because at first no one understood. A guy tried to turn off Henry's nightlight. The nightlight was Donald Duck doffing his little sailor hat. Donald was protection after the sun went down. With no light, things could come in. The locks on the door and the wire mesh did not stop them. They came like mist. Things. They talked, laughed. Sometimes they clutched. Hairy things, smooth things, things with eyes. The sort of things that had really killed Vic and Belch when the three of them had chased the kids into the tunnels under Derry in August of 1958. Looking around now, he saw the others from the Blue Ward. There was George DeVille, who had murdered his wife and 4 children one winter night in 1962. George's head was studiously bent, his white hair blowing in the breeze, snot running gaily out of his nose, his huge wooden crucifix bobbing and dancing as he hoed. There was Jimmy Donlin, and all they said in the papers about Jimmy was that he had killed his mother in Portland during the summer of 1965. But what they hadn't said in the papers was that Jimmy had tried a novel experiment in body disposal. By the time the cops came, Jimmy had eaten more than half of her, including her brains. "They made me twice as smart," Jimmy had confided to Henry one night after lights out. In the row beyond Jimmy, hoeing fanatically and singing the same line over and over, as always, was the little Frenchman, Benny Beaulieu. Benny had been a firebug, a pyromaniac. Now, as he hoed, he sang this line from the doors over and over. "Try to set the night on fire. Try to set the night on fire. Try to set the night on fire. Try to..." It got on your nerves after a while. Beyond Benny was Franklin DeCruz, who had raped over 50 women before being caught with his pants down in Bangor's Terrace Park. The ages of his victims ranged from 3 to 81. Not very particular was Frank DeCruz. Beyond him, but way back, was Arlen Weston, who spent as much time looking dreamily at his hoe as he did using it. Fogarty, Adler, and John Kuntz had all tried the roll of quarters and the fist trick on Weston, to try and convince him he could move a bit faster. And one day Kuntz had hit him maybe a little too hard, because blood came not only from Arlen Weston's nose, but also from Arlen's ears. And that night he had a convulsion. Not a big one, just a little one. But since then, Arlen had drifted further and further into his own interior blackness. And now he was a hopeless case, almost totally unplugged from the world. Beyond Arlen was, "You want to pick it up? Well, I'll give you some more help, Henry." Fogarty bawled over, and Henry began to hoe again. He didn't want any convulsions. He didn't want to end up like Arlen Weston. Soon the voices started in again. But this time they were the voices of the others, the voices of the kids that had gotten him into this in the first place, whispering down from the ghost moon. "You couldn't even catch a fat boy, Bowers," one of them whispered. "Now I'm rich, and you're hoeing peas. Ha ha on you, asshole." "Bowers, you couldn't catch a cold. Read any books since you've been there?" "I wrote lots. I'm rich, and you're in Juniper Hill. Ha ha on you, you stupid asshole." "Shut up," Henry whispered to the ghost voices, hoeing faster, beginning to hoe up the new pea plants along with the weeds. Sweat rolled down his cheeks like tears. "We could have taken you. We could have." "We got you locked up, you asshole." Another voice laughed. "You chased me and couldn't catch me, and I got rich too. Way to go, banana heels." "Shut up," Henry muttered, hoeing faster. "Just shut up." "Did you want to get in my panties, Henry?" Another voice teased. "Too bad. I let all of them do me. I was nothing but a slut. But now I'm rich too, and we're all together again, and we're doing it again. But you couldn't do it now, even if I let you, because you couldn't get it up. So ha-ha on you, Henry. Ha-ha all over you." He hoed madly, weeds and dirt and pea plants flying. The ghost voices from the ghost moon were very loud now, echoing and flying in his head, and Fogarty was running toward him, bellowing, but Henry could not hear, because of the voices. "Couldn't even get hold of a nigger like me, could you?" Another jeering ghost voice chimed in.
We killed you guys in that rock fight. We fucking killed you. Ha ha, asshole! Ha ha! All over you.
Then they were all babbling together, laughing at him, calling him banana heels, asking him how he liked the shock treatments they'd given him when he came up here to the Red Ward, asking him if he liked it here at Juniper Hill, asking and laughing and asking, and Henry dropped his hoe and began to scream up at the ghost moon in the blue sky, and at first he was screaming in fury, and then the moon itself changed and became the face of the clown, its face a rotted, pocked, cheesy white, its eyes black holes, its red bloody grin turned up in a smile so obscenely ingenuous that it was insupportable, and so then Henry began to scream, not in fury, but in mortal terror, and the voice of the clown spoke from the ghost moon now, and what it said was, "You have to go back, Henry. You have to go back and finish the job. You have to go back to Derry and kill them all. For me. For..." Then Fogarty, who had been standing nearby and yelling at Henry for almost 2 minutes, while the other inmates stood in their rows, hoes grasped in their hands like comic phalluses, their expressions not exactly interested, but almost, yes, almost thoughtful, as if they understood that this was all a part of the mystery that had put them here. That Henry Bowers' sudden attack of the screaming Mimis in West Garden was interesting in some more than technical way. Got tired of shouting, and gave Henry a real blast with his quarters, and Henry went down like a ton of bricks, the voice of the clown following him down into that terrible whirlpool of darkness, chanting over and over again, "Kill them all, Henry. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all." 2. Henry Bowers lay awake. The moon was down, and he felt a sharp sense of gratitude for that. The moon was less ghostly at night, more real, and if he should see that dreadful clown face in the sky, riding over the hills and fields and woods, he believed he would die of terror. He lay on his side, staring at his nightlight intently. Donald Duck had burned out. He'd been replaced by Mickey and Minnie Mouse dancing a polka. They had been replaced with the green glowing face of Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street, and late last year Oscar had been replaced by the face of Fozzie Bear. Henry had measured out the years of his incarceration with burned-out nightlights instead of coffee spoons. At exactly 2:04 a.m. on the morning of May 30th, his nightlight went out. A little moan escaped him, no more. Kuntz was on the door of the Blue Ward tonight. Kuntz, who was the worst of the lot. Worse even than Fogarty, who had hit him so hard in the afternoon that Henry could barely turn his head. Sleeping around him were the other Blue Ward inmates. Benny Beaulieu slept in elastic restraints. He'd been allowed to watch an emergency rerun on the wardroom TV when they came in from hoeing, and around 6 o'clock had begun jerking off constantly and without let-up, screaming, "Try to set the night on fire! Try to set the night on fire! Try to set the night on fire!" He'd been sedated. That was good for about 4 hours, and then he had started in again around 11 when the Ellaville wore off, whipping his old dingus so hard that it started to bleed through his fingers, shrieking, "Try to set the night on fire!" So they sedated him again and put him in restraints. Now he slept, his pinched little face as grave in the dim light as Aristotle's. From around his bed, Henry could hear low snores and loud ones, grunts and occasional bed fart. He could hear Jimmy Donlin's breathing. It was unmistakable, even though Jimmy slept 5 beds over. Rapid and faintly whistling. For some reason, it always made Henry think of a sewing machine. From beyond the door, giving on the hall, he could hear the faint sound of Kuntz's TV. He knew that Kuntz would be watching the late movies on Channel 38, drinking Texas Driver and eating his lunch. Kuntz favored sandwiches made out of chunky peanut butter and Bermuda onions. When Henry heard this, he had shuddered and thought, "And they say all the crazy people are locked up." This time the voice didn't come from the moon. This time it came from under the bed. Henry recognized the voice at once. It was Victor Criss, whose head had been torn off somewhere beneath Derry 27 years ago. It had been torn off by the Frankenstein monster. Henry had seen it happen, and afterward he had seen the monster's eyes shift. and had felt its watery yellow gaze on him. Yes, the Frankenstein monster had killed Victor, and then it had killed Belch. But here was Vic again, like the almost ghostly rerun of a black-and-white program from the nifty 50s, when the president was bald and the Buicks had portholes. And now that it had happened, now that the voice had come, Henry found that he was calm and unafraid, relieved even. "Henry," Victor said. "Vic!" Henry cried. "What are you doing under there?" Benny Beaulieu snorted and muttered in his sleep. Jimmy's neat nasal sewing machine inhales and exhales paused for a moment. In the hall, the volume on Kuntz's small Sony was turned down, and Henry Bowers could sense him, head cocked to one side, one hand on the TV's volume knob, the fingers of the other hand touching the cylinder which bulged in the right-hand pocket of his whites, the roll of quarters. "You don't have to talk out loud, Henry," Vic said. "I can hear you if you just think. And they can't hear me at all." "What do you want, Vic?" Henry asked. There was no reply for a long time. Henry thought that maybe Vic had gone away. Outside the door, the volume of Kuntz's TV went up again. Then there was a scratching noise from under the bed. The springs squealed slightly as a dark shadow pulled itself out from under. Vic looked up at him and grinned. Henry grinned back uneasily. Old Vic was looking a little bit like the Frankenstein monster himself these days. A scar like a hang-rope tattoo circled his neck. Henry thought maybe that was where his head had been sewed back on. His eyes were a weird gray-green color, and the corneas seemed to float on a watery, viscous substance. Vic was still 12. "I want the same thing you want," Vic said. "I want to pay him back." "Pay him back," Henry Bowers said dreamily. "But you'll have to get out of here to do it," Vic said. "You'll have to go back to Derry. I need you, Henry. We all need you." "They can't hurt you," Henry said, understanding he was talking to more than Vic. "They can't hurt me if they only half believe," Vic said. "But there have been some distressing signs, Henry. We didn't think they could beat us back then either. But the fat boy got away from you in the Barrens. The fat boy and the smart mouth and the quiff got away from us that day after the movies. And the rock fight, when they saved the nigger." "Don't talk about that," Henry shouted at Vic. And for a moment all of the peremptory hardness that had made him their leader was in his voice. Then he cringed, thinking Vic would hurt him. Surely Vic could do whatever he wanted since he was a ghost. But Vic only grinned. "I can take care of them if they only half believe," he said. "But you're alive, Henry. You can get them no matter if they believe, half believe, or don't believe at all. You can get them one by one or all at once. You can pay 'em back." "Pay 'em back," Henry repeated. Then he looked at Vic doubtfully again. "But I can't get out of here, Vic. There's wire on the windows, and Kuntz is on the door tonight. Kuntz is the worst. Maybe tomorrow night—" "Don't worry about Kuntz," Vic said, standing up. Henry saw he was still wearing the jeans he had been wearing that day, and that they were still splattered with drying sewer muck. "I'll take care of Kuntz." Vic held out his hand. After a moment, Henry took it. He and Vic walked toward the blue ward door and the sound of the TV. They were almost there when Jimmy Donlin, who had eaten his mother's brains, woke up. His eyes widened as he saw Henry's late-night visitor. It was his mother. Her slip was showing just a quarter-inch or so, as it always had. The top of her head was gone. Her eyes, horribly red, rolled toward him, and when she grinned, Jimmy saw the lipstick smears on her yellow, horsey teeth, as he always had. Jimmy began to shriek, "No, Ma! No, Ma! No, Ma!" The TV went off at once, and even before the others could begin to stir, Kuntz was jerking the door open and saying, "Okay, asshole, get ready to catch your head on the rebound. I've had it! No, Ma! No, Ma, please, Ma! No, Ma!" Kuntz came rushing in. First, he saw Bowers, standing tall and paunchy and nearly ridiculous in his Johnny, his loose flesh doughy in the light spilling in from the corridor. Then he looked left and screamed out 2 lungfuls of silent spun glass. Standing by Bowers was a thing in a clown suit. It stood perhaps 8 feet tall. Its suit was silvery, Orange pom-poms ran down the front. There were oversized funny shoes on its feet. But its head was not that of a man or a clown. It was the head of a Doberman Pinscher, the only animal on God's green earth of which John Kuntz was frightened. Its eyes were red, its silky muzzle wrinkled back to show huge white teeth. A cylinder of quarters fell from Kuntz's nerveless fingers and rolled across the floor and into the corner. Late the following day, Benny Beaulieu, who slept through the whole thing, would find them and hide them in his footlocker. The quarters bought him cigarettes, tailor-mades, for a month. Kuntz hitched in breath to scream again as the clown lurched toward him. "It's time for the circus!" the clown screamed in a growling voice, and its white-gloved hands fell on Kuntz's shoulders. Except that the hands inside those gloves felt like paws. 3. For the third time that day, that long, long day, Kay McCall went to the telephone. She got further this time than she had on the first two occasions. This time she waited until the phone had been picked up on the other end, and a hearty Irish cop's voice said, "6th Street Station, Sergeant O'Bannon. How may I help you?" before hanging up. "Oh, you're doing fine. Jesus, yes. By the 8th or 9th time you'll have mustered up guts enough to give him your name." She went into the kitchen and fixed herself a weak scotch and soda, although she knew it probably wasn't a good idea on the top of the Darvon. She recalled a snatch of folk song from the college coffeehouses of her youth. "Got a head full of whiskey and a belly full of gin. Doctor say it'd kill me, but he don't say when," and laughed jaggedly. There was a mirror running along the top of the bar. She saw her reflection in it and stopped laughing abruptly. Who is that woman? One eye swollen nearly shut. Who is that battered woman? Nose the color of a drunken knight's after 30 or so years of tilting at gin mills, and puffed to a grotesque size. Who is that battered woman who looks like the ones who drag themselves to a woman's shelter after they finally get frightened enough, or brave enough, or just plain mad enough to leave the man who is hurting them, who has systematically hurt them week in and week out, month in and month out, year in and year out? Laddered scratch up one cheek. Who is she, K-Bird? One arm in a sling. Who? Is it you? Can it be you? Here she is, Miss America, she sang, wanting her voice to come out tough and cynical. It started out that way, but warbled on the 7th syllable and cracked on the 8th. It was not a tough voice, it was a scared voice. She knew it. She'd been scared before and had always gotten over it. She thought she would be a long time getting over this. The doctor who had treated her in one of the little cubicles just off emergency admitting at Sisters of Mercy, half a mile down the road, had been young and not bad-looking. Under different circumstances, she might have idly, or not so idly, considered trying to get him home and take him on a sexual tour of the world. But she hadn't felt in the least bit horny. Pain wasn't conducive to horniness. Neither was fear. His name was Geffen, and she didn't care for the fixed way he was looking at her. He took a small white paper cup to the room's sink, half-filled it with water, produced a pack of cigarettes from the drawer of his desk, and offered them to her. She took one, and he lit it for her. He had to chase the tip for a second or two with the match because her hand was shaking. He tossed the match in a paper cup. "A wonderful habit," he said, "right?" "Oral fixation," Kay replied. He nodded, and then there was silence. He kept looking at her. She got the feeling he was expecting her to cry, and it made her mad because she felt she might just do that. She hated to be emotionally pre-guessed, and most of all by a man. "Boyfriend?" he asked at last. "I'd rather not talk about it." "Uh-huh." He smoked and looked at her. "Didn't your mother ever tell you it was impolite to stare?" She wanted it to come out hard-edged, but it sounded like a plea. "Stop looking at me. I know how I look. I saw." This thought was followed by another, one she suspected her friend Beverly must have had more than once, that the worst of the beating took place inside, where you were apt to suffer something that might be called an interspiritual bleeding. She knew what she looked like, yes. Worse still, She knew what she felt like. She felt yellow. It was a dismal feeling. "I'll say this just once," Geffen said. His voice was low and pleasant. "When I work ER, my turn in the barrel, you might say, I see maybe 24 battered women a week. The interns treat 24 more. So look. There's a telephone right here on the desk. It's my dime. You call 6th Street. Give them your name and address. Tell them what happened and who did it. Then you hang up. And I'll take the bottle of bourbon I keep over there in the file cabinet, strictly for medicinal purposes, you understand. And we'll have a drink on it. Because I happen to think, this is just my personal opinion, that the only lower form of life than a man who would beat up a woman is a rat with syphilis." Kay smiled wanly. "I appreciate the offer," she said, "but I'll pass. For the time being." "Uh-huh," he said. "But when you go home, take a good look at yourself in the mirror, Ms. McCall. Whoever it was, he jobbed you good." She did cry then. She couldn't help it. Tom Rogan had called around noon of the day after she had seen Beverly safely off, wanting to know if Kay had been in touch with his wife. He sounded calm, reasonable, not the least upset. Kay told him she hadn't seen Beverly in almost 2 weeks. Tom thanked her and hung up. Around 1, the doorbell rang while she was writing in her study. She went to the door. "Who is it?"
Kragen's Flowers, ma'am,
a high voice said. And how stupid she had been not to realize it had been Tom doing a bad falsetto. How stupid she had been to believe that Tom had given up so easily. How stupid she had been to take the chain off before opening the door. In he had come, and she had gotten just this far. "You get out of here!" before Tom's fist came flying out of nowhere, slamming into her right eye, closing it, and sending a bolt of incredible agony through her head. She had gone reeling backward down the hallway, clutching at things to try and stay upright. A delicate one-rose vase that had gone smashing to the tiles, a coat tree that had tumbled over. She fell over her own feet as Tom closed the front door behind him and walked toward her. "Get out of here!" she had screamed at him. "As soon as you tell me where she is," Tom said, walking down the hall toward her. She was dimly aware that Tom didn't look very good. Well, actually, terrible might have been a better word. And she felt a dim but ferocious gladness skyrocket through her. Whatever Tom had done to Bev, it looked as if Bev had given it back in spades. It had been enough to keep him off his feet for 1 whole day, anyhow. And he still didn't look as if he belonged anywhere but in a hospital. But he also looked very mean and very angry. Kay scrambled to her feet and backed away, keeping her eyes on him as you might keep your eyes on a wild animal that had escaped its cage. "I told you, I haven't seen her, and that was the truth," she said. "Now get out of here before I call the police." "You've seen her," Tom said. His swollen lips were trying to grin. She saw that his teeth had a strange, jagged look. Some of the front ones had been broken. "I call up, tell you I don't know where Bev is. You say you haven't seen her in 2 weeks. Never a single question. Never a discouraging word, even though I know damn well that you hate my guts. So where is she, you numb cunt? Tell me." Kate turned then and ran for the end of the hall, wanting to get into the parlor, raked the sliding mahogany doors closed on their recessed tracks, and turned the thumb bolt. She got there ahead of him. He was limping, but before she could slam the doors shut, he had inserted his body between. He gave one convulsive lunge and pushed through. She turned to run again. He caught her by her dress and yanked her so hard he tore the entire back of it straight down to her waist. "Your wife made that dress, you shit," she thought incoherently, and then she was twisted around. "Where is she?" Kay brought her hand up in a walloping slap that rocked his head back and started the cut on the left side of his face bleeding again. He grabbed her hair and pulled her head forward into his fist. It felt to her for a moment as if her nose had exploded. She screamed, inhaled to scream again, and began to cough on her own blood. She was in utter terror now. She had not known there could be so much terror in all the wide world. The crazy son of a bitch was going to kill her. She screamed, and then his fist looped into her belly, driving the air out of her, and she could only gasp. She began to cough and gasp at the same time, and for one terrifying moment, she thought she was going to choke. "Where is she?" Kay shook her head.
Haven't seen her, she gasped. Police! You'll go to jail, asshole!
He jerked her to her feet, and she felt something give in her shoulder, more pain, so strong it was sickening. He whirled her around, still holding onto her arm, and now he twisted her arm up behind her, and she bit down on her lower lip, promising herself that she would not scream again.
Where is she?
Kay shook her head. He jerked her arm up again, jerked it so hard that she heard him grunt. His warm breath puffed against her ear. She felt her closed right fist strike her own left shoulder blade, and she screamed again as that thing in her shoulder gave some more. Where is she?
No! What? I don't know!
He let go of her and gave her a push. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing, snot and blood running out of her nose. There was an almost musical crash, and when she looked around, Tom was bending over her. He had broken the top off another vase, this one of Waterford crystal. He held the base. The jagged neck was only inches from her face. She stared at it, hypnotized. "Let me tell you something," he said, the words coming out in little pants and blows of warm air. "You're going to tell me where she went, or you're going to be picking her face up off the floor. You've got 3 seconds, maybe less. When I'm mad, it seems like time goes a lot faster." My face, she thought. And that was what finally caused her to give in. Or cave in, if you like that better. The thought of this monster using the jagged neck of the Waterford vase to cut her face apart.
She went home,
Kay sobbed.
Her hometown, Derry. It's a place called Derry in Maine.
How did she go?
She took a bus to Milwaukee. She was going to fly from there.
That shitty little coos! Tom cried, straightening up. He walked around in a large, aimless semicircle, running his hands through his hair, so that it stood up in crazy spikes and whorls. That cunt, that coos, that nickel-plated crotch! He picked up a delicate wood sculpture of a man and woman making love. She'd had it since she was 22, and threw it in the fireplace where it shattered to splinters. He came face to face with himself for a moment in the mirror over the fireplace and stood wide-eyed, as if looking at a ghost. Then he whirled on her again. He had taken something from the pocket of the sport coat he was wearing, and she saw with a stupid kind of wonder that it was a paperback novel. The cover was almost completely black, except for the red foil letters which spelled out the title and a picture of several young people standing on a high bluff over a river. The Black Rapids. "Who's this fuck?" "Huh? What?" "Denbrough. Denbrough!" He shook the book impatiently in front of her face, then suddenly slapped her with it. Her cheek flared with pain, and then dull red heat like stove coals. "Who is he?" She began to understand.
They were friends. When they were children, they both grew up in Derry.
He whacked her with the book again, this time from the other side.
"Please," she sobbed. "Please, Tom."
He pulled an early American chair with spindly, graceful legs over to her, turned it around, and sat down on it. His jack-o'-lantern face looked down at her over the chair back. "Listen to me," he said. "You listen to your old Uncle Tommy. Can you do that, you bra-burning bitch?" She nodded. She could taste blood, hot and coppery, in her throat. Her shoulder was on fire. She prayed it was only dislocated and not broken. But that was not the worst. My face. He was going to cut up my face. "If you call the police and tell them I was here, I'll deny it. You can't prove a fucking thing. It's the maid's day off, and we're all by our twosome. Of course, they might arrest me anyway. Anything's possible, right?" She found herself nodding again, as if her head was on a string. "Sure it is. And what I'd do is post bail and come right back here. They'd find your tits on the kitchen table and your eyes in the fishbowl. Do you understand me? Are you getting your old Uncle Tommy?" Kay burst into tears again. That string attached to her head was still working. It bobbed up and down. Why?
What? I don't...
Wake up, for God's sake. Why did she go back? I don't know, Kay nearly screamed. He wiggled the broken vase at her.
I don't know,
she said in a lower voice. Please.
She didn't tell me. Please don't hurt me.
He tossed the vase in the wastebasket and stood up. He left without looking back, head down, a big, shambling bear of a man. She rushed after him and locked the door. She rushed into the kitchen and locked that door. After a moment's pause, she had limped upstairs as fast as her aching belly would allow, and had locked the French doors which gave on the upstairs veranda. It was not beyond possibility that he might decide to shinny up one of the pillars and come in again that way. He was hurt, but he was also insane. She went for the telephone for the first time and had no more than dropped her hand on it before remembering what he had said. What I'd do is post bail and come right back here. Your tits on the kitchen table and your eyes in the fishbowl. She jerked her hand off the phone. She went into the bathroom then and looked at her dripping tomato nose, her black eye. She didn't weep. The shame and horror she felt were too deep for tears. Oh, Bev, I did the best I could, dear, she thought, but my face... He said he would cut up my face. There was Darvon and Valium in the medicine cabinet. She debated between them and finally swallowed one of each. Then she went to Sisters of Mercy for treatment and met the famous Dr. Geffen, who right now was the only man she could think of whom she would not be perfectly happy to see wiped off the face of the earth. And from there, home again. Home again, jiggity-jog. She went to her bedroom window and looked out. The sun was low on the horizon now. On the East Coast, it would be late twilight, just going on 7 o'clock in Maine. You can decide what you do about the cops later. The important thing now is to warn Beverly. It would be a hell of a lot easier, Kay thought, if you had told me where you were staying, Beverly, my love. I suppose you didn't know yourself. Although she had quit smoking 2 years before, she kept a pack of Pall Malls in the drawer of her desk for emergencies. She shot one out of the pack, lit up, grimaced. She had last smoked from this pack around December of 1982, and this baby was staler than the ERA in the Illinois State Senate. She smoked it anyway. One eye half-lidded against the smoke, the other just half-lidded, period. Thanks to Tom Rogan. Using her left hand laboriously, the son of a bitch had dislocated her good arm. She dialed Maine information and asked for the name and number of every hotel and motel in Derry. "Ma'am, that's going to take a while," the directory assistance operator said dubiously. "It's going to take even longer than that, sister," Kay said. "I'm going to have to write with my stupid hand. My good one's on vacation." "It's not customary for—" "Listen to me," Kay said, not unkindly. "I'm calling you from Chicago, and I'm trying to reach a woman friend of mine who has just left her husband and gone back to Derry, where she grew up. Her husband knows where she went. He got the information out of me by beating the living shit out of me. This man is a psycho. She needs to know he's coming." There was a long pause, and then the directory assistance operator said in a decidedly more human voice, "I think the number you really need is the Derry Police Department." "Fine, I'll take that too. But she has to be warned," Kay said, and she thought of Tom's cut cheeks, the knot on his forehead, the one on his temple, his limp, his hideously swelled lips. And if she knows he's coming, that may be enough. There was another long pause. "You there, sis?" Kay asked. "Arlington Motor Lodge," the operator said, 643-8146. "Bassey Park Inn, 648-4083. The Bunyan Motor Court. Slow down a little, okay?" she asked, writing furiously. She looked for an ashtray, didn't see one, and mashed the Pall Mall out on the desk blotter. "Okay, go on." "The Clarendon Inn." 4. She got half lucky on her 5th call. Beverly Rogan was registered at the Derry townhouse. She was only half lucky because Beverly was out. She left her name and number and a message that Beverly should call her the instant she came back, no matter how late it was. The desk clerk repeated the message. Kay went upstairs and took another Valium. She lay down and waited for sleep. Sleep didn't come. I'm sorry, Bev, she thought, looking into the dark, floating on the dope. What he said about my face. I just couldn't stand that. Call soon, Bev. Please call soon. And watch out for the crazy son of a bitch you married. Five. The crazy son of a bitch Bev had married did better on connections than Beverly had the day before because he left from O'Hare, the hub of commercial aviation in the continental United States. During the flight, he read and reread the brief note on the author at the end of the Black Rapids. It said that William Denbrough was a native of New England and the author of 3 other novels, which were also available, the note added helpfully, in Signet paperback editions. He and his wife, the actress Audra Phillips, lived in California. He was currently at work on a new novel. Noticing that the paperback of The Black Rapids had been issued in 1976, Tom supposed the guy had written some of the other novels since then. Audra Phillips. He'd seen her in the movies, hadn't he? He rarely noticed actresses. Tom's idea of a good flick was a crime story, a chase story, or a monster picture. But if this babe was the one he was thinking of, he had noticed her, especially because she looked a lot like Beverly. Long red hair, green eyes, tits that wouldn't quit. He sat up a little straighter in his seat, tapping the paperback against his leg, trying to ignore the ache in his head and in his mouth. Yes, he was sure. Audra Phillips was the redhead with the good tits. He'd seen her in a Clint Eastwood movie, and then about a year later in a horror flick called Graveyard Moon. Beverly had gone with him to see that one, and coming out of the theater, he had mentioned his idea that the actress looked a lot like her. I don't think so, Everett said. I'm taller and she's prettier. Her hair's a darker red, too. That was all. He hadn't thought of it again till now. He and his wife, the actress Audra Phillips. Tom had some dim understanding of psychology. He'd used it to manipulate his wife all the years of their marriage. And now, a nagging unpleasantness began to nag at him, more feeling than thought. It centered on the fact that Bev and this Denbrough had played together as kids, and that Denbrough had married a woman who, in spite of what Beverly said, looked amazingly like Tom Rogan's wife. What sort of games had Denbrough and Beverly played when they were kids? Post office? Spin the bottle? Other games? Tom sat in his seat and tapped the book against his leg and felt his temples begin to throb. When he arrived at Bangor International Airport and canvassed the rental car booths, the girls, some dressed in yellow, some in red, some in Irish green, looked at his blasted, dangerous face nervously and told him, more nervously still, that they had no cars to rent, so sorry. Tom went to the newsstand and got a Bangor paper. He turned to the want ads, oblivious to the looks he was getting from people passing by, and isolated 3 likelies. He hit pay dirt on his second call. Paper says you've got a 76 LTD wagon, $1,400. Right, sure. I'll tell you what, Tom said, touching the wallet in his jacket pocket. It was fat with cash, $6,000. You bring it out to the airport, and we'll do the deal right here. You give me the car and a bill of sale and your pink slip, I'll give you cash money. The fellow with the LTD for sale paused and then said, I'd have to take my plates off. Sure, fine. Well, how will I know you, Mr. Barr? Tom said. He was looking at a sign across the terminal lobby that said, Bar Harbor Airlines gives you New England and the world. I'll be standing by the far door. You'll know me because my face doesn't look so hot. My wife and I went roller skating yesterday, and I took one hell of a fall. Things could be worse, I guess. I didn't break anything but my face. Oh, gee, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Barr. I'll mend. You just get the car out here, my good buddy. He hung up, walked across to the door, and stepped out into the warm, fragrant May night. The guy with the LTD showed up 10 minutes later, driving out of the late spring dusk. He was only a kid. They did the deal. The kid scribbled him a bill of sale, which Tom stuffed indifferently into his overcoat pocket. He stood there and watched the kid take off the LTD's main plates. "Give you an extra $3 for the screwdriver," Tom said when he was done. The kid looked at him thoughtfully for a moment, shrugged, handed the screwdriver over, and took the 3 ones Tom was holding out. "None of my business," the shrug said, and Tom thought, "How right you are, my good little buddy." Tom saw him into a cab, then got behind the wheel of the Ford. It was a piece of shit. Transmission whiny, universal groany, body rattly, brakes slushy, none of it mattered. He drove around to the long-term parking lot, took a ticket, and drove in. He parked next to a Subaru that looked as if it had been there for a while. He used the kid's screwdriver to remove the Subaru's plates and put them on the LTD. He hummed as he worked. By 10 p.m., he was driving east on Route 2, a main road map open on the seat beside him. He had discovered that the LTD's radio didn't work, so he drove in silence. That was all right. He had plenty to think about, all the wonderful things he was going to do to Beverly when he caught up with her, for instance. He was sure in his heart, quite sure, that Beverly was close by. And smoking. Oh, my dear girl, you fucked with the wrong man when you fucked with Tom Rogan. And the question is this: what exactly are we to do with you? The Ford bowled its way through the night, chasing its high beams. And by the time Tom got to Newport, he knew. He found a drugs and sundry shop on the main drag that was still open. He went inside and bought a carton of Camels. The proprietor wished him a good evening. Tom wished him the same. He tossed the carton on the seat and got moving again. He drove slowly on up Route 7, hunting for his turnoff. Here it was, Route 3, with a sign which read, Haven 21, Derry 15. He made the turn and got the Ford rolling faster. He glanced at the carton of cigarettes and smiled a little. In the green glow of the dash lights, his cut and lumpy face looked strange, ghoulish. "Got some cigarettes for you, Bevy," Tom thought as the wagon ran between stands of pine and spruce, heading toward Derry at a little better than 60. Oh, my, yes. A whole carton, just for you. And when I see you, dear, I'm going to make you eat every fucking one. And if this guy Denbro needs some education, we can arrange that too. No problem, Bevy. No problem at all. For the first time since the dirty bitch had bushwhacked him and run out, Tom began to feel good. 6. Audra Denbro flew first class to Maine on a British Airways DC-10. She had left Heathrow at 10 minutes of 6 that afternoon and had been chasing the sun ever since. The sun was winning. Had won, in fact. That didn't really matter. By a stroke of providential luck, she had discovered that British Airways Flight 23, London to Los Angeles, made one refueling stop at Bangor International Airport. The day had been a crazy nightmare. Freddie Firestone, the producer of Attic Room, had of course wanted Bill first thing. There had been some kind of balls up about the stunt woman who was supposed to fall down a flight of stairs for Audra. It seemed that stunt people had a union too, and this woman had fulfilled her quota of stunts for the week, or some silly thing. The union was demanding that Freddie either sign an extension of salary waiver or hire another woman to do the stunt. The problem was, there was no other woman close enough to Audra's body type available. Freddie told the union boss that they would have to get a man to do the stunt then, wouldn't they? It wasn't as if the fall had to be taken in bra and panties. They had the auburn-haired wig, and the wardrobe woman could fit the fellow up with falsies and hip padding. Even some arse pads, if that was necessary. "Can't be done, mate," the union boss said. "Against the union charter to have a man step in for a woman. Sexual discrimination." In the movie business, Freddie's temper was fabled, and at that point he had lost it. He told the union boss, a fat man whose B.O. was almost paralyzing, to bugger himself. The union boss told Freddie he'd better watch his gob, or there would be no more stunts on the set of Attic Room at all. Then he had rubbed his thumb and forefinger together in a baksheesh gesture that had driven Freddie crazy. The union boss was big but soft. Freddie, who still played football every chance he got, and who had once bowled a century at cricket, was big and hard. He threw the union boss out, went back into his office to meditate, and then came out again 20 minutes later hollering for Bill. He wanted the entire scene rewritten so that the fall could be scrubbed. Audra had to tell Freddie that Bill was no longer in England.
What?
Freddie said. His mouth hung open. He was looking at Audra as if he believed she had gone mad.
What are you telling me?
He's been called back to the States. That's what I'm telling you. Freddie made as if to grab her, and Audra shrank back, a bit afraid. Freddie looked down at his hands, then put them in his pockets, and only looked at her. I'm sorry, Freddie, she said in a small voice. Really. She got up and poured herself a cup of coffee from the Silex on Freddie's hot plate, noticing that her hands were trembling slightly. As she sat down, she heard Freddie's amplified voice over the studio loudspeakers, telling everyone to go home or to the pub. The day's shooting was off. Audra winced. There went a minimum of £10,000 right down the bog. Freddie turned off the studio intercom, got up, poured his own cup of coffee. He sat down again and offered her his pack of silk-cut cigarettes. Audra shook her head. Freddie took one, lit it, and squinted at her through the smoke. This is serious, isn't it? Yes, Audra said, keeping her composure as best she could. What's happened? And because she genuinely liked Freddie and genuinely trusted him, Audra told him everything she knew. Freddie listened intently, gravely. It didn't take long to tell. Doors were still slamming and engines starting in the parking lot outside when she finished. Freddie was silent for some time, looking out his window. Then he swung back to her. He's had a nervous breakdown of some sort. Audra shook her head. No, it wasn't like that. He wasn't like that. She swallowed and added, maybe he had to be there. Freddie smiled crookedly. You must realize that grown men rarely feel compelled to honor promises they made as little boys. And you've read Bill's work, and how much of it is about childhood. It's very good stuff indeed, very much on the nail. The idea that he's forgotten everything that ever happened to him back then is absurd. The scars on his hands, Audra said. They were never there. Not until this morning. Bollocks! You just didn't notice them until this morning. She shrugged helplessly. I'd have noticed. She could see he didn't believe that either. What's to do, then? Freddie asked her, and she could only shake her head. Freddie lit another cigarette from the smouldering end of the first. I can square it with the union boss, he said. Not myself, maybe. Right now he'd see me in hell before giving me another stunt. I'll send Teddy Rowland round to his office. Teddy's a puff, but he could top the birds down from the trees. But what happens after? We've got 4 weeks of shooting left, and here's your husband somewhere in Massachusetts. Maine. He waved a hand. Wherever. And how much good are you going to be without him? He leaned forward. I like you, Audra. I genuinely do. And I like Bill, even in spite of this mess. We can make do, I guess. The script needs cobbling up. I can cobble it. I've done my share of that sort of shoemaking in my time, Christ knows. If he doesn't like the way it turns out, he'll have no one but himself to blame. I can do without Bill, but I can't do without you. I can't have you running off to the States after your man. I've got to have you putting out at full power. Can you do that? I don't know. Nor do I. But I want you to think about something. We can keep things quiet for a while, maybe for the rest of the shoot, if you'll stand up like a trooper and do your job. But if you take off, it can't be kept quiet. I can be pissy, but I'm not vindictive by nature. And I'm not going to tell you that if you take off, I'll see that you never work in the business again. But you should know that if you get a reputation for temperament, you might end up stuck with just that. I'm talking to you like a Dutch uncle, I know. Do you resent it? No, she said listlessly. In truth, she didn't care much one way or the other. Bill was all she could think of. Freddie was a nice enough man, but Freddie didn't understand. In the last analysis, nice man or not, all he could think of was what this was going to do to his picture. He'd not seen the look in Bill's eyes, or heard him stutter. Good. He stood up. Come on over to the Hare and Hounds with me. We can both use a drink. She shook her head. "A drink's the last thing I need. I'm going home and think this out. I'll call for the car," he said. "No, I'll take the train." He looked at her fixedly, one hand on the telephone. "I believe you mean to go after him," Freddie said. "And I'm telling you that it's a serious mistake, dear girl. He's got a bee in his bonnet, but at bottom he's steady enough. He'll shake it, and when he does, he'll come back. If he'd wanted you along, he would have said so." "I haven't decided anything," she said, knowing that she had, in fact, decided everything. Had decided, even before the car picked her up that morning. "Have a care, love," Freddie said. "Don't do something you'll regret later." She felt the force of his personality beating on her, demanding that she give in, make the promise, do her job, wait passively for Bill to come back, or to disappear again into that hole of the past from which he had come. She went to him and kissed him lightly on the cheek. "I'll see you, Freddie." She went home and called British Airways. She told the clerk she might be interested in reaching a small Maine city called Derry, if it was at all possible. There had been silence while the woman consulted her computer terminal. And then the news, like a sign from heaven, that BA number 23 made a stop in Bangor, which was less than 50 miles away. "Shall I book the flight for you, ma'am?" Audra closed her eyes and saw Freddie's craggy, mostly kind, very earnest face, heard him saying, "Have a care, love. Don't do something you'll regret later." Freddie didn't want her to go. Bill didn't want her to go. So why was her heart screaming at her that she had to go? She closed her eyes. "Jesus, I feel so fucked up. Ma'am, are you still holding the wire?" "Book it," Audra said, then hesitated. "Have a care, love." Maybe she should sleep on it. Get some distance between herself and the craziness. She began to rummage in her purse for her American Express card. "For tomorrow, first class if you have it, but I'll take anything. And if I change my mind, I could cancel, probably will. I'll wake up sane and everything will be clear." But nothing had been clear this morning, and her heart clamored just as loudly for her to go. Her sleep had been a crazy tapestry of nightmares. So she had called Freddie, not because she wanted to, but because she felt she owed him that. She had not gotten far. She was trying in some stumbling way to tell him how much she felt Bill might need her, when there was a soft click at Freddie's end. He had hung up without saying a word after his initial hello. But in a way, Audra thought, that soft click said everything that needed to be said. 7. The plane landed at Bangor at 7:09 Eastern Daylight Time. Audra was the only passenger to deplane, and the others looked at her with a kind of thoughtful curiosity, probably wondering why anyone would choose to get off here in this godforsaken little place. Audra thought of telling them, "I'm looking for my husband, that's why. He came back to a little town near here because one of his boyhood chums called him and reminded him of a promise he couldn't quite remember. The call also reminded him that he hadn't thought of his dead brother in over 20 years. Oh yes, it also brought back his stutter and some funny white scars on the palms of his hands." And then she thought, the customs agent standing by in the jetway would whistle up the men in the white coats. She collected her single piece of luggage. It looked very lonely riding the carousel all by itself, and approached the rental car booths as Tom Rogan would about an hour later. Her luck was better than his would be. National Car Rental had a Datsun. The girl filled out the form and Audra signed it. "I thought it was you," the girl said, and then timidly, "Might I please have your autograph?" Audra gave it, writing her name on the back of a rental form, and thought, "Enjoy it while you can, girl. If Freddie Firestone is right, it won't be worth doodly squat 5 years from now." With some amusement, she realized that, after only 15 minutes back in the States, she had begun to think like an American again. She got a road map, and the girl, so starstruck she could barely talk, managed to trace out her best route to Derry. 10 minutes later, Audra was on the road, reminding herself at every intersection that if she forgot and began driving on the left, they would be scrubbing her off the asphalt. And as she drove, she realized that she was more frightened than she had ever been in her life. 8. By one of those odd quirks of fate or coincidence which sometimes obtain, and which, in truth, obtained more frequently in Derry, Tom had taken room at the Koala Inn on Outer Jackson Street, and Audra had taken a room at the Holiday Inn. The two motels were side by side, their parking lots divided only by a raised concrete sidewalk. And, as it so happened, Audra's rented Datsun and Tom's purchased LTD wagon were parked nose to nose, separated only by that walkway. Both slept now, Audra quietly on her side, Tom Rogan on his back, snoring so heavily that his swollen lips flapped. 9. Henry spent that day hiding in the Puckies beside Route 9. Sometimes he slept. Sometimes he lay watching police cruisers slide by like hunting dogs. While the losers ate lunch, Henry listened to voices from the moon. And when dark fell, he went out to the verge of the road and stuck out his thumb. After a while, some fool came along and picked him up. Derry, the third interlude. A bird came down the walk he did not know I saw. He bit an angleworm in halves and ate the fellow raw. Emily Dickinson. A bird came down the walk. March 17th, 1985. The fire at the Black Spot happened in the late fall of 1930. As far as I am able to determine, that fire, the one my father barely escaped, ended the cycle of murder and disappearance which happened in the years 1929 to 30, just as the explosion at the ironworks ended a cycle some 25 years before. It is as if a monstrous sacrifice is needed at the end of the cycle to quiet whatever terrible force it is which works here, to send it to sleep for another quarter-century or so. But if such a sacrifice is needed to end each cycle, it seems that some similar event is needed to set each cycle in motion. Which brings me to the Bradley gang. Their execution took place at the three-way intersection of Canal, Maine, and Kansas, not far, in fact, from the place shown in the picture which began to move for Bill and Richie one day in June of 1958, some 13 months before the fire at the Black Spot, in October of 1929, not long before the stock market crash. As with the fire at the Black Spot, many Derry residents affect not to remember what happened that day, or they were out of town visiting relatives, or they were napping that afternoon and never found out what had happened until they heard it on the radio news that night, or they will simply look you full in the face and lie to you. The police logs for that day indicate that Chief Sullivan was not even in town. "Sure, I remember," Aloysius Nell told me from a chair on the sun terrace of the Paulson Nursing Home in Bangor. "That was my first year on the force, and I ought to remember. He was off in western Maine bird hunting. They'd been sheeted and carried off by the time he got back. Madder than a wet hen was Jim Sullivan." But a picture in a reference book on gangsters called Blood Letters and Bad Men shows a grinning man standing beside the bullet-riddled corpse of Al Bradley in the morgue. And if that man is not Chief Sullivan, it is surely his twin brother. It was from Mr. Keene that I finally got what I believe to be the true version of the story. Norbert Keene, who was the proprietor of the Center Street drugstore from 1925 until 1975. He talked to me willingly enough, but, like Betty Ripsom's father, he made me turn off my tape recorder before he would really unwind the tale. Not that it mattered. I can hear his papery voice yet. Another a cappella singer in the damned choir that is this town. "No reason not to tell you," he said. "No one will print it, and no one would believe it, even if they did." He offered me an old-fashioned apothecary jar. "Licorice whip? As I remember, you were always partial to the red ones, Mikey." I took one. Was Chief Sullivan there that day? Mr. Keene laughed and took a licorice whip for himself. "You wondered about that, did you?" "I wondered," I agreed, chewing a piece of the red licorice. I hadn't had one since I was a kid, shoving my pennies across the counter to a much younger and sprier Mr. Keene. It tasted just as fine as it had back then.
You're too young to remember when Bobby Thompson hit his home run for the Giants in the playoff game in 1951, Mr. Keene said. You wouldn't have been but 4 years old. Well, they ran an article about that game in the newspaper a few years after, and it seemed like just about 1 million folks from New York claimed they were there in the ballpark that day.
Mr. Keene gummed his licorice whip, and a little dark drool ran down from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it off fastidiously with his handkerchief. We were sitting in the office behind the drugstore because, although Norbert King was 85 and retired 10 years, he still did the books for his grandson.
Just the opposite when it comes to the Bradley gang, Keene exclaimed.
He was smiling, but it was not a pleasant smile. It was cynical, coldly reminiscent.
There was maybe 20,000 people who lived in downtown Derry back then. Main Street and Canal Street had both been paved for 4 years, but Kansas Street was still dirt, raised dust in the summer, and turned into a bog hole every March and November. They used to oil up Mile Hill every June, and every 4th of July the mayor would talk about how they were going to pave Kansas Street. But it never happened until 1942. But what was I saying?
20,000 people who lived right downtown, I prompted.
Oh, yeah. Well, of those 20,000, there's probably half that have passed away since, maybe even more. 50 years is a long time. And people have a funny way of dying young in Derry. Perhaps it is the air. But of those left, I don't think you'd find more than a dozen who'd say they were in town the day the Bradley gang went to Tophet. Butch Roden over at the meat market would fess up to it, I guess. He keeps a picture of one of the cars they had up on the wall where he cuts meat. Looking at that picture, you'd hardly know it was a car. Charlotte Littlefield would tell you a thing or two if you could get on a good side. She teaches over to the high school. And although I reckon she must not have been more than 10 or 12 at the time, I bet she remembers plenty. Carl Snow, Aubrey Stacy, Eben Stampnell, and that old geezer who paints those funny pictures and drinks all night at Wally's. Pickman, I think his name is. They'd remember. They were all there.
He trailed off vaguely, looking at the licorice whip in his hand. I thought of prodding him and decided not to. At last he said,
Most of the others would lie about it. The way people lied and said they were there when Bobby Thompson hit his homer. That's all I mean. But people lied about being at that ball game because they wished they had been there. People would lie to you about being in Derry that day because they wished they hadn't been. Do you understand me, Sonny?
I nodded.
You sure you want to hear the rest of this? Mr. Keene asked me. You're looking a bit peaked, Mr. Mikey.
I don't, I said, but I think I better all the same.
Okay,
Mr. Keene said mildly. It was my day for memories, as he offered me the apothecary jar with the licorice whips in it. I suddenly remembered a radio program my mother and Dad used to listen to when I was just a little kid. Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons.
Sheriff was there that day, all right. He was supposed to go bird hunting, but he changed his mind damn quick when Lowell Machen came in and told him that he was expecting Al Bradley that very afternoon.
Well, how did Machen know that? I asked.
Well, that's an instructive tale in itself,
Mr. Keene said, and the cynical smile creased his face again.
Bradley wasn't never public enemy number one on the FBI's hit parade, but they had wanted him since 1928 or so. To show they could cut the mustard, I guess. Al Bradley and his brother George hit 6 or 7 banks across the Midwest and then kidnapped a banker for ransom. The ransom was paid, $30,000, a big sum in those days. But they killed the banker anyway. By then, the Midwest had gotten a little toasty for the gangs that ran there, so Al and George and their litter of ratlings run northeast, up this way. They rented themselves a big farmhouse just over the town line in Newport, not far from where the Ruland farms are today. That was in the dog days of 29, maybe July, maybe August, maybe even early September. I don't know for sure just when. There were 8 of them. Al Bradley, George Bradley, Joe Conklin and his brother Cal, an Irishman named Arthur Malloy who was called Creeping Jesus Malloy because he was nearsighted and wouldn't put on his specs unless he absolutely had to, and Patrick Cordy, a young fella from Chicago, who was said to be kill-crazy, but as handsome as Adonis. There were also 2 women with them, Kitty Donahue, George Bradley's common-law wife, and Marie Hauser, who belonged to Cordy but sometimes got passed around, according to the stories we all heard later. They made one bad assumption when they got up here, Sonny. They got the idea they were so far away from Indiana that they were safe. They laid low for a while, and then got bored and decided they wanted to go hunting. They had plenty of firepower, but they were a bit low on ammunition. So they all came into Derry on the 7th of October in 2 cars. Patrick Cordy took the women around shopping, while the other men went into Machen's sporting goods. Kitty Donahue bought a dress in Freeze's, and she died in it 2 days later. Lal Machen waited on the men himself. He died in 1959. Too fat he was. Always too fat. But there wasn't nothing wrong with his eyes, and he knew it was Al Bradley the minute he walked in, he said. He thought he recognized some of the others, but he wasn't sure of Malloy until he'd put on his specs to look at a display of knives in a glass case. Al Bradley walked up to him and said, "We'd like to buy some ammunition." "Well," Lal Machen says, "you come to the right place." Bradley handed him a paper, and Lal read it over. The paper's been lost, at least so far as I know. But Lal said it would have turned your blood cold. They wanted 500 rounds of .38 caliber ammunition, 800 rounds of .45 caliber, 60 rounds of .50 caliber, which they don't even make anymore, shotgun shells loaded both with buck and bird, and 1,000 rounds each of .22 short and long rifle, plus, get this, 16,000 rounds of .45 machine gun bullets. "Holy shit," I said. Mr. Keene smiled, that cynical smile again, and offered me the apothecary jar. At first I shook my head, and then I took another whip. "This year is quite a shopping list, boys," Lal says. "Come on, Al," Creeping Jesus Malloy says. "I told you we wasn't going to get it in a hick town like this. Let's go on up to Bangor. They won't have nothing there either, but I can use a ride." "Now hold your horses," Lal says, just as cool as a cucumber. "This here is one hell of a good order, and I wouldn't want to lose it to that Jew up Bangor. I can give you the .22s right now, also the bird and half the buck. I can give you 100 rounds each of the .38 and .45 caliber, too. I could have the rest for you." And here Lal sort of half-closed his eyes and tapped his chin as if calculating it out. "By day after tomorrow, how'd that be?" Bradley grinned like he'd split his head around the back, and said it sounded just as fine as paint. Cal Conklin said he'd still like to go on up to Bangor, but he was outvoted. "Now, if you're not sure you can make good on this order, you ought to say so right now," Al Bradley says to Lal. "Because I'm a pretty fine fella, but when I get mad, you don't want to get into a pissing contest with me. You follow?" "I do," Lal says, "and I'll have all the ammo you could want, Mr. Raider," Bradley says. "Richard D. Raider at your service." He stuck out his hand, and Lal pumped it, grinning all the while. "Real pleased, Mr. Raider." So then Bradley asked him what would be a good time for him and his friends to drop by and pick up the goods, and Lal Machen asked them right back how 2 in the afternoon sounded to them. They agreed that would be fine. Out they went. Lal watched them go. They met the 2 women and Cordy on the sidewalk outside. Lal recognized Cordy, too. "So," Mr. Keene said, looking at me bright-eyed, "what do you think Lal done then? Called the cops?" "I guess he didn't," I said, based on what happened. Me, I would have broken my leg getting to the telephone. "Well, maybe you would, and maybe you wouldn't," Mr. Keene said with that same cynical, bright-eyed smile, and I shivered because I knew what he meant. And he knew I knew. Once something heavy begins to roll, it can't be stopped. It's simply going to roll until it finds a flat place long enough to wear away all of its forward motion. You can stand in front of that thing and get flattened, but that won't stop it either. "Maybe you would have, and maybe you wouldn't," Mr. Keene repeated. "But I can tell you what Lal Machen did. The rest of that day, and all of the next when someone he knew came in, some man, why, he would tell them that he knew who had been out in the woods around the Newport Derry line shooting at deer and grouse and God knows what else with Kansas City typewriters. It was the Bradley gang. He knew for a fact because he had recognized him. He'd tell him that Bradley and his men were coming back the next day around 2 to pick up the rest of their order. He'd tell them he'd promised Bradley all the ammunition he could want, and that was a promise he intended to keep. "How many?" I asked. I felt hypnotized by his glittering eye. Suddenly the dry smell of this back room, the smell of prescription drugs and powders, of Musterol and Vicks VapoRub and Robitussin cough syrup, suddenly all those smells seemed suffocating. But I could no more have left than I could kill myself by holding my breath. "How many men did Lal pass the word to?" Mr. Keene asked. I nodded. "Don't know for sure," Mr. Keene said. "Didn't stand right there and take up sentry duty. All those he felt he could trust, I suppose." Those he could trust, I mused. My voice was a little hoarse. "Yeah," Mr. Keene said. "Dairymen, you know. Not that many of 'em raised cows." He laughed at this old joke before going on. "I came in Route 10, the day after the Bradleys first dropped in on Lal. He told me the story, then asked how he could help me. I'd only come in to see if my last roll of pictures had been developed. In those days, Machins handled all the Kodak films and cameras. But after I got my photos, I also said I could use some ammo for my Winchester. "You gonna shoot some game, Norb?" Lal asked me, passing over the shells. "Might plug some varmints," I said, and we had us a chuckle over that. Mr. Keene laughed and slapped his skinny leg as if this was still the best joke he had ever heard. He leaned forward and tapped my knee. "All I mean, son, is that the story got around all it needed to. Small towns, you know. If you tell the right people, what you need to pass along will get along. See what I mean? Like another licorice whip?" I took one with numb fingers. "Make you fat," Mr. Keene said, and cackled. He looked old then, infinitely old, with his bifocals slipping down the gaunt blade of his nose, and the skin stretched too tight and thin across his cheeks to wrinkle. "The next day, I brought my rifle into the store with me, and Bob Tanner, who worked harder than any assistant I ever had after him, brought in his pop shotgun. Around 11 that day, Gregory Cole came in for a bicarb of soda, and damned if he didn't have a Colt 45 jammed right in his belt. 'Don't blow your balls off with that, Greg,' I said. 'I come out of the woods all the way from Milford for this, and I got one fuck of a hangover,' Greg says. 'I guess I'll blow someone's balls off before the sun goes down.' Around 1:30, I put the little sign I had, 'Be back soon, please be patient,' in the door, and took my rifle and walked out the back into Richard's Alley. I asked Bob Tanner if he wanted to come along, and he said he'd better finish filling Mrs. Emerson's prescription, and he'd see me later. 'Leave me a live one, Mr. Keene,' he said, but I allowed as how I couldn't promise nothing. There was hardly any traffic on Canal Street at all, either on foot or by car. Every now and then a delivery truck would pass, and that was about all. I saw Jake Panett cross over, and he had a rifle in each hand. He met Andy Chris, and they walked over to one of the benches that used to stand where the War Memorial was, you know, where the canal goes underground. Petey Van Ness and Al Nell and Jimmy Garden were all sitting on the courthouse steps eating sandwiches and fruit out of their dinner buckets, trading with each other for stuff that looked better to them, the way kids do on the schoolyard. They was all armed. Jimmy Garden had himself a World War I Springfield that looked bigger than he did. I see a kid go walking up toward Up Mile Hill. I think maybe it was Zach Dembro, the father of your old buddy, the one who turned out to be a writer. And Kenny Borton says from the window of the Christian Science reading room, "You want to get out of here, kid. There's going to be shooting." Zach took one look at his face and ran like hell. There were men everywhere, men with guns, standing in doorways and sitting on steps and looking out of windows. Greg Cole was sitting in a doorway down the street with his .45 in his lap, about 24 shells lined up beside him like toy soldiers. Bruce Jagermeyer and that Swede, Olaf Tiramenius, were standing underneath the marquee of the Bijou in the shade. Mr. Keene looked at me, through me. His eyes were not sharp now. They were hazy with memory,
soft, as the eyes of a man only become when he is remembering one of the best times of his life. The first home run he ever hit, maybe, or the first trout he ever landed that was big enough to keep, or the first time he ever lay with a willing woman.
"I remember I heard the wind, Sonny," he said dreamily. "I remember hearing the wind, hearing the courthouse clock toll 2. Bob Tanner came up behind me, and I was so tight-wired I almost blew his head off. He only nodded at me and crossed over to Vannock's Dry Goods, trailing his shadow out behind him. You would have thought that when it got to be 2:10 and nothing happened, then 2:15, then 2:20, folks would have just up and left, wouldn't you? But it didn't happen that way at all. People just kept their place, because you knew they were going to come, didn't you?" I asked. There was never any question at all. He beamed at me like a teacher pleased with a student's recital. "That's right," he said. "We knew. No one had to talk about it. No one had to say, 'Well, now, let's wait until 20 past, and if they don't show, I've got to get back to work.' Things just stayed quiet. And around 2:25 that afternoon, these 2 cars, one red, one dark blue, started down Up Mile Hill and came into the intersection. One of them was a Chevrolet, and the other was a LaSalle. The Conklin brothers, Patrick Cordy and Marie Hauser, were in the Chevrolet. The Bradleys, Malloy, and Kitty Donahue were in the LaSalle. They started through the intersection okay, and then Al Bradley slammed on the brakes of that LaSalle so sudden that Cordy damn near ran into him. The street was too quiet, and Bradley knew it. He wasn't nothing but an animal, but it doesn't take much to put up an animal's wind when it's been chased like a weasel in the corn for 4 years. He opened the door of the LaSalle and stood up on the running board for a moment. He looked around, then he made a go-back gesture to Cordy with his hand. Cordy said, "What, boss?" I heard that plain as day. The only thing I heard any of them say that day. There was a wink of sun, too, I remember that. It came off a compact mirror. The Hauser woman was powdering her nose. That was when Lal Machin and his helper, Biff Marlowe, came running out of Machin's store. "Put him up, Bradley. You're surrounded," Lal shouts. And before Bradley could do more than turn his head, Lal started blasting. He was wild at first, but then he put one into Bradley's shoulder. The claret started to pour out of that hole right away. Bradley caught hold of the LaSalle's doorpost and swung himself back into the car. He threw it into gear, and that's when everyone started to shoot. It was all over in 4, maybe 5 minutes, but it seemed a whole hell of a lot longer while it was happening. Petey and Al and Jimmy Gordon just sat there on the courthouse steps and poured bullets into the back end of the Chevrolet. I saw Bob Tanner down on one knee, firing and working the bolt on that old rifle of his like a madman. Jagermeyer and Terminius were shooting into the right side of the LaSalle from under the theater marquee, and Greg Cole stood in the gutter, holding that .45 out in both hands, pulling the trigger just as fast as he could work it. There must have been 50, 60 men firing all at once. After it was all over, Lal Machin dug 36 slugs out of the brick sides of his store, and that was 3 days later, after just about every damn body in town who wanted one for a souvenir had come down and dug one out with his penknife. When it was at its worst, it sounded like the Battle of the Marne. Windows were blown in by rifle fire all around Machin's. Bradley got the LaSalle around in a half circle, and he wasn't slow, but by the time he'd done, he was running on 4 flats. Both the headlights were blowed out, and the windscreen was gone. Creeping Jesus Malloy and George Bradley were each at a backseat window firing pistols. I seen one bullet take Malloy high up in the neck and tear it wide open. He shot twice more, and then collapsed out the window with his arms hanging down. Cordy tried to turn the Chevrolet and only ran into the back end of Bradley's LaSalle. That was really the end of him right there, son. The Chevrolet's front bumper locked with the LaSalle's back one, and there went any chance they might have had to make a run for it. Joe Conklin got out of the back seat and just stood there in the middle of the intersection, a pistol in each hand, and started to pour it on. He was shooting at Jake Panett and Andy Chris. The 2 of them fell off the bench they'd been sitting on and landed in the grass, Andy Chris shouting, I'm killed, over and over again, although he was never so much as touched. Neither of them were. Joe Conklin, he had time to fire both his guns empty before anything so much as touched him. His coat flew back and his pants twitched like some woman you couldn't see was stitching on them. He was wearing a straw hat, and it flew off his head so you could see how he'd center-parted his hair. He had one of his guns under his arm and was trying to reload the other when someone cut the legs out from under him and he went down. Kenny Barton claimed him later, but there was really no way to tell. Could have been anybody. Conklin's brother Cal came out after him soon as Joe fell, and down he went like a ton of bricks with a hole in his head. Marie Hauser came out. Maybe she was trying to surrender, I don't know. She still had the compact she'd been using to powder her nose in her right hand. She was screaming, I believe. By then it was hard to hear. Bullets was flying all around them. That compact mirror was blown right out of her hand. She started back to the car then, but she took one in the hip. She made it somehow and managed to crawl inside again. Al Bradley revved the LaSalle up just as high as it would go and managed to get it moving again. He dragged the Chevrolet maybe 10 feet before the bumper tore right off in it. The boys poured lead into it. All the windows was busted. One of the mud guards was laying in the street. Malloy was dead, hanging out the window, but both of the Bradley brothers were still alive. George was firing from the back seat. His woman was dead beside him, with one of her eyes shot out. Al Bradley got to the big intersection. Then his auto mounted the curb and stopped there. He got out from behind the wheel and started running up Canal Street. He was riddled. Patrick Carty got out of the Chevrolet, looked as if he was going to surrender for a minute. Then he grabbed a .38 from a cheater holster under his armpit. He triggered it off maybe 3 times, just firing wild. And then his shirt blew back from his chest in flames. He slid down the side of the Chevy until he was sitting on the running board. He shot one more time, and so far as I know, that was the only bullet that hit anyone. It ricocheted off something and then grazed across the back of Greg Cole's hand. Left a scar he used to show off when he was drunk until someone, Al Nell maybe, took him aside and told him it might be a good idea to shut up about what happened to the Bradley gang. The Hauser woman came out, and that time wasn't any doubt she was trying to surrender. She had her hands up. Maybe no one really meant to kill her, but by then there was a crossfire and she walked right into it. George Bradley run as far as that bench by the War Memorial. Then someone pulped the back of his head with a shotgun blast. He fell down dead, his pants full of piss. Hardly aware I was doing it, I took a licorice whip from the jar. They went on pouring rounds into those cars for another minute or so before it began to taper off, Mr. Keene said. When men get their blood up, it doesn't go down easy. That was when I looked around and saw Sheriff Sullivan behind Nell and the others on the courthouse steps, putting rounds through that dead Chevy with a Remington pump. Don't let anyone tell you he wasn't there, and Norbert Keene is sitting in front of you and telling you he was. By the time the firing stopped, those cars didn't look like cars at all anymore, just hunks of junk with glass around them. Men started to walk over to them. No one talked. All you could hear was the wind and feet gritting over broken glass. That's when the picture-taking started. And you ought to know this, Sonny, when the picture-taking starts, the story is over. Mr. Keene rocked in his chair, his slippers bumping placidly on the floor, looking at me. There's nothing like that in the Derry News, was all I could think of to say. The headline for that day had read, State Police, FBI, gunned down Bradley gang in pitched battle, with the subhead, Local Police lend support. Of course not, Mr. Keene said, laughing delightedly. I've seen the publisher, Mac Laughlin, put 2 rounds into Joe Conklin himself. Christ, I muttered. Get enough licorice, Sonny? I got enough, I said. I licked my lips. Mr. Keene, how could a thing of that magnitude be covered up? It wasn't no cover-up, he said, looking honestly surprised. It was just that no one talked about it much. And really, who cared? It wasn't President and Mrs. Hoover that went down that day. It was no worse than shooting mad dogs that would kill you with a bite if you give them half a chance. But the women, a couple of whores, he said indifferently. Besides, it happened in Derry, not New York or Chicago. The place makes it news as much as what happened in the place, Sonny. That's why there are bigger headlines when an earthquake kills 12 people in Los Angeles than there are when one kills 3,000 in some heathen country in the Mideast.
Besides, it happened in Derry. I've heard it before, and I suppose if I continue to pursue this, I'll hear it again, and again, and again. They say it as if speaking patiently to a mental defective. They say it the way they would say, because of gravity, if you ask them how come you stick to the ground when you walk. They say it as if it were a natural law any natural man should understand, and of course, the worst of that is I do understand. I had one more question for Norbert Keene. Did you see anyone at all that day that you didn't recognize once the shooting started? Mr. Keene's answer was quick enough to drop my blood temperature 10 degrees, or so it felt.
The clown, you mean? How did you find out about him, Sonny?
Oh, I heard it somewhere, I said.
I only caught a glimpse of him. Once things got hot, I tended pretty much to my own knitting. I glanced around just once and saw him up street beyond them Swedes under the Bijou's marquee, Mr. Keene said. He wasn't wearing a clown suit or nothing like that. He was dressed in a pair of farmer's biballs and a cotton shirt underneath, but his face was covered with that white grease paint they use. And he had a big red clown smile painted on. Also had these tufts of fake hair, you know, orange, sort of comical. Lal Machin never saw that fellow, but Biff did. Only Biff must have been confused because he thought he saw him in one of the windows of an apartment over somewhere to the left. And once when I asked Jimmy Gordon, he was killed in Pearl Harbor, you know, went down with his ship, the California, I think it was. He said he saw the guy behind the war memorial.
Mr. Keene shook his head, smiling a little.
It's funny how people get during a thing like that. And even funnier, what they remember after it's all over. You can listen to 16 different tales, and no two of them will jibe together. Take the gun that clown fella had, for instance.
Gun? I asked. He was shooting, too?
Yeah, Mr. Keene said. The one glimpse I caught of him, it looked like he had a Winchester bolt action in it. Wasn't until later that I figured out I must have thought that because that's what I had. Biff Marlowe thought he had a Remington because that was what he had. When I asked Jimmy about it, he said that guy was shooting an old Springfield just like his. Funny, huh?
Funny, I managed. Mr. Keene, didn't any of you wonder what in hell a clown, especially one in farmer's biballs, was doing there just then?
Sure, Mr. Keene said. It wasn't no big deal, you understand. But sure we wondered. Most of us figured it was somebody who wanted to attend the party but didn't want to be recognized. A town council member, maybe. Horst Muller, maybe. Or even Trace Nordler, who was mayor back then. Or it could have just been a professional man who didn't want to be recognized. A doctor or a lawyer. I wouldn't have recognized my own father in a getup like that.
He laughed a little, and I asked him what was funny.
There's also a possibility that it was a real clown, he said. Back in the 20s and 30s, the county fair in Estey came a lot earlier than it does now, and it was set up and going full blast the week that the Bradley gang met their end. There were clowns at the county fair. Maybe one of them heard we were going to have our own little carnival and rode down because he wanted to be in on it.
He smiled at me, dryly.
I'm about talked out, he said. But I'll tell you one more thing, since you appear to be so interested and you listen so close. It was something Biff Marlowe said about 16 years later, when we were having a few beers up to Pilots in Bangor. Right out of a clear blue sky, he said it. Said that clown was leaning out of the window so far that Biff couldn't believe he wasn't falling out. It wasn't just his head and shoulders and arms that was out, Biff said. He was right out to the knees, hanging there in midair, shooting down at the cars the Bradleys had come in, with that big red grin on his face. He was tricked out like a jack-o'-lantern that had got a bad scare, was how Biff put it.
Like he was floating, I said.
Yeah, Mr. Keene agreed. And Biff said there was something else, something that bothered him for weeks afterward. One of those things you get right on the tip of your tongue but won't quite come off. A something that lights on your skin like a mosquito or a no-see-um. He said he finally figured out what it was one night when he had to get up and tap a kidney. He stood there whizzing into the bowl, thinking of nothing in particular, when it come to him all at once that it was 2:25 in the afternoon when the shooting started and the sun was out, but that clown didn't cast any shadow. No shadow at all.
Part 4. July of 1958. You lethargic, waiting upon me, waiting for the fire, and I attendant upon you, shaken by your beauty. Shaken by your beauty. Shaken. William Carlos Williams, Patterson. Well, I was born in my birthday suit. The doctor slapped my behind. He said, "You gonna be special, you sweet little toot-toot." Sidney Simeon, my toot-toot. Chapter 13. The Apocalyptic Rock Fight. 1. Bill's there first. He sits in one of the wing-back chairs just inside the reading room door, watching as Mike deals with the library's last few customers of the night. An old lady with a clutch of paperback gothics, a man with a huge historical tome on the Civil War, and a skinny kid waiting to check out a novel with a 7-day rental sticker in an upper corner of its plastic cover. Bill sees with no sense of surprise or serendipity at all that it is his own latest novel. He feels that surprise is beyond him, serendipity, a believed-in reality that has turned out to be only a dream after all. A pretty girl, her tartan skirt held together with a big gold safety pin. Christ, I haven't seen one of those in years, Bill thinks. Are they coming back? Is feeding quarters into the Xerox machine and copying an off-print with one eye on the big pendulum clock behind the checkout desk. The sounds are library soft and library comforting. The hushed squeak of soles and heels on the red and black linoleum of the floor. The steady tock and tick of the clock dropping off dry seconds. The cat-like purr of the copying machine. The boy takes his William Denbrough novel and goes to the girl at the copier just as she finishes and begins to square up her pages. "You can just leave that off-print on the desk, Mary," Mike says. "I'll put it away." She flashes a grateful smile. "Thanks, Mr. Hanlon." "Good night." "Good night, Billy. The two of you go right home." "The boogeyman will get you if you don't." "Watch out, Billy," the skinny kid chants and slips a proprietary arm around the girl's slim waist. "Well, I don't think he'd want a pair as ugly as you two," Mike says, "but be careful all the same." "We will, Mr. Hanlon," Mary replies, seriously enough, and punches the boy lightly on the shoulder. "Come on, ugly," she says and giggles. When she does this, she is transformed from a pretty, mildly desirable high school junior into the coltish, not quite gawky 11-year-old that Beverly Marsh had been. And as they pass him, Bill is shaken by her beauty, and he feels fear. He wants to go to the boy and tell him earnestly that he must go home by well-lighted streets and not look around if someone speaks. "You can't be careful on a skateboard, mister," a phantom voice says inside his head. And Bill smiles, a rueful, grown-up smile. He watches the boy open the door for his girl. They go into the vestibule, moving closer together. And Bill would have bet the royalties of his book the boy named Billy is holding under his arm that he has stolen a kiss before opening the outer door for the girl. "More fool you if you didn't, Billy, my man," he thinks. "Now see her home safe. For Christ's sake, see her home safe." Mike calls, "Be right with you, Big Bill. Just let me file this." Bill nods and crosses his legs. The paper bag on his lap crackles a little. There's a pint of bourbon inside, and he reckons he has never wanted to drink so badly in his life as he does right now. Mike will be able to supply water, if not ice, and the way he feels right now, a very little water will be enough. He thinks of Silver, leaning against the wall of Mike's garage on Palmer Lane. And from that his thoughts progress naturally to the day they had met in the Barrens, all except Mike. And each had told his tale again, lepers under porches, mummies who walked on the ice, blood from drains and dead boys in the standpipe and pictures that moved and werewolves that chased small boys down deserted streets. They had gone deeper into the barrens that day before the 4th of July, he remembers now. It had been hot in town, but cool in the tangled shade on the eastern bank of the Kenduskeag. He remembers one of those concrete cylinders not far away, humming to itself, the way the Xerox machine had hummed for the pretty high school girl just now. Bill remembers that, and how, when all the stories were done, the others had looked at him. They had wanted him to tell them what they should do next, how they should proceed, and he simply didn't know. The not knowing had filled him with a kind of desperation. Looking at Mike's shadow now, looming large on the darkly paneled wall in the reference room, a sudden sureness comes to him. He hadn't known then, because they hadn't been complete when they met that July 3rd afternoon. The completion had come later, at the abandoned gravel pit beyond the dump, where you could climb out of the barrens easily on either side, Kansas Street or Merritt Street. Right around, in fact, where the interstate overpass was now. The gravel pit had no name. It was old, its crumbly sides crabby with weeds and bushes. There'd still been plenty of ammunition there, more than enough for an apocalyptic rock fight. But before that, on the bank of the Kenduskeag, he hadn't been sure what to say. What did they want him to say? What did he want to say? He remembers looking from one face to the next, Ben's, Bev's, Eddie's, Stan's, Richie's, and he remembers music. Little Richard. Womp, bump, lump, bump. Music. Low. And darts of lights in his eyes. He remembers the darts of light because... 2. Richie had hung his transistor radio over the lowermost branch of the tree he was leaning against. Although they were in the shade, the sun bounced off the surface of the Kenduskeag, onto the radio's chrome facing, and from there into Bill's eyes. Take that thing down, Richie, Bill said. It's going to blind me. Sure, Big Bill, Richie said at once, with no smart mouth at all, and removed the radio from the branch. He also turned it off, and Bill wished he hadn't done that. It made the silence, broken only by the rippling water and the vague hum of the sewage pumping machinery, seem very loud. Their eyes watched him, and he wanted to tell them to look somewhere else. What do they think he was, a freak? But of course he couldn't do that, because all they were doing was waiting for him to tell them what to do, now. They had come by dreadful knowledge, and they needed him to tell them what to do with it. Why me? He wanted to shout at them, but of course he knew that too. It was because, like it or not, he had been tapped for the position. Because he was the idea man. Because he had lost a brother to whatever it was. But most of all, because he had become, in some obscure way he would never completely understand, Big Bill. He glanced at Beverly and looked away quickly from the calm trust in her eyes. Looking at Beverly made him feel funny in the pit of his stomach. Fluttery. We can't go to the police, he said at last. His voice sounded harsh to his own ears, too loud. We can't go to our parents either. Unless... He looked hopefully at Richie. What about your mom and dad, Four Eyes? They seem pretty regular. My good man, Richie said in his Toodles the Butler voice, you obviously have no understanding whatsoever of my mater and pater. They talk American, Richie, Eddie said from his spot by Ben. He was sitting by Ben for the simple reason that Ben provided enough shade for Eddie to sit in. His face looked small and pinched and worried, an old man's face. His aspirator was in his right hand. They'd think I was ready for Juniper Hill, Richie said. He was wearing an old pair of glasses today. The day before, a friend of Henry Bowers named Guard Jagermeyer had come up behind Richie as Richie left the dairy ice cream bar with a pistachio cone. Tag, you're it! This Jagermeyer, who outweighed Richie by 40 pounds or so, screamed and slammed Richie in the back with both hands laced together. Richie flew into the gutter, losing his glasses and his ice cream cone. The left lens of his glasses had shattered, and his mother was furious with him about it, lending very little credence to Richie's explanations. All I know is that it was a lot of fooling around, she had said. Honestly, Richie, do you think there's a glasses tree somewhere and we could just pull off a new pair of spectacles for you whenever you break the old pair? But, Mom, this kid pushed me. He came up behind me. This big kid and pushed me. Richie was by then near tears. This failure to make his mother understand hurt much worse than being slammed into the gutter by guard Jagermeyer, who was so stupid they hadn't even bothered to send him to summer school. I don't want to hear any more about it, Maggie Tozier said flatly. But the next time you see your father come in, looking whipped after working late 3 nights in a row, you think a little bit, Richie. You think about it. But, Mom, no more, I said. Her voice was curt and final. Worse, it was near tears. She left the room then, and the TV went on much too loud. Richie had been left alone, sitting miserably at the kitchen table. It was this memory that caused Richie to shake his head again. My folks are okay, but they'd never believe something like this. What about other kids? And they looked around, Bill would remember years later, as if for someone who wasn't there. Who? Stan asked doubtfully. I can't think of anyone else I trust. Just the same, Bill said in a troubled voice, and a little silence fell among them while Bill thought about what to say next. 3. If asked, Ben Hanscom would have told you that Henry Bowers hated him more than any of the others in the Losers Club, because of what had happened that day when he and Henry had shot the chutes down into the Barrens from Kansas Street, because of what had happened the day he and Richie and Beverly escaped from the Aladdin, but most of all because, by not allowing Henry to copy during examinations, he had caused Henry to be sent to summer school and incur the wrath of his father, the reputedly insane Butch Bowers. If asked, Richie Tozier would have told you Henry hated him more than any of the others, because of the day he had fooled Henry and his 2 other musketeers in freezes. Stan Uris would have told you that Henry hated him most of all, because he was a Jew. When Stan had been in the 3rd grade and Henry V, Henry had once washed Stan's face with snow until it bled, and he was screaming hysterically with pain and fear. Bill Denbrough believed that Henry hated him the most, because he was skinny, because he stuttered, and because he liked to dress well. Look at the fucking pansy, Henry had cried, when the Derry School had had Careers Day in April and Bill had come wearing a tie. Before the day was over, the tie had been ripped off and flung into a tree halfway down Charter Street. He did hate all 4 of them, but the boy in Derry who was number 1 on Henry's personal hate parade was not in the Losers Club at all on that July 3rd. He was a black boy named Michael Hanlon, who lived a quarter of a mile down the road from the Shirt-Tail Bowers farm. Henry's father, who was every bit as crazy as he was reputed to be, was Oscar Butch Bowers. Butch Bowers associated his financial, physical, and mental decline with the Hanlon family in general and with Mike's father in particular. Will Hanlon, he was fond of telling his few friends and his son, had had him thrown in the county jail when all of his, Hanlon's, chickens died. So's he could get the insurance money, don't you know, Butch would say, eyeing his audience with all the baleful, interrupt-if-you-dare pugnacity of Captain Billy Bones in the Admiral Benbow. He got some of his friends to lie him up, and that's why I have to sell my Mercury. Who lied him up, Daddy? Henry had asked when he was 8, burning at the injustice that had been done to his father. He thought to himself that when he was a grown-up he would find liar-uppers and coat them with honey and stake them out over anthills, like in some of those Western movies they showed at the Bijou Theater on Saturday afternoons. And because his son was a tireless listener, although, if asked, Butch would have maintained that was only as it should be, Bowers Sr. filled his son's ears with a litany of hate and hard luck. He explained to his son that while all niggers were stupid, some were cunning as well, and down deep they all hated white men and wanted to plow a white woman's furrow. Maybe it wasn't just the insurance money after all, Butch said. Maybe Hanlon had decided to lay the blame for the dead chickens at his door because Butch had the next produce stand down the road. He'd done it anyway, and that was just as sure as shit sticks to a blanket. He'd done it. And then he got a bunch of white nigger bleeding hearts from town to lie him up and threaten Butch with state prison if he didn't pay that nigger off. And why not? Butch would ask his round-eyed, dirty-necked, silent son. Why not? I was just a man who
fought the Japs for his country. There was lots of guys like us, but he was the only nigger in the county.
The chicken business had been followed by one unlucky incident after another. His Deere tractor had blown a rod. His good harrow got busted in the north field. He got a boil on his neck which became infected, had to be lanced, then became infected again, and had to be removed surgically. The nigger started using his foully gotten money to undercut Butch's prices so they lost custom. In Henry's ears, it was a constant litany. The nigger, the nigger, the nigger. Everything was the nigger's fault. The nigger had a nice white house with an upstairs and an oil furnace, while Butch and his wife and his son lived in what was not much better than a tar paper shack. When Butch couldn't make enough money farming and had to go to work in the woods for a while, it was the nigger's fault. When their well went dry in 1956, it was the nigger's fault. Later that same year, Henry, who was then 10 years old, started to feed Mike's dog, Mr. Chips, old stew bones and bags of potato chips. It got so Mr. Chips would wag his tail and come running when Henry called. When the dog was well used to Henry and Henry's treats, Henry one day fed him a pound of hamburger laced with insect poison. The bug killer he found in the back shed, he had saved 3 weeks to buy the meat at Costello's. Mr. Chips ate half the poisoned meat and then stopped. "Go on, finish your treat, nigger dog," Henry had said. Mr. Chips wagged his tail. Since Henry had called him this from the beginning, he believed it was his other name. When the pains started, Henry produced a piece of clothesline and tied Mr. Chips to a birch so he couldn't get away and run home. He then sat on a flat, sun-warmed rock, put his chin in his palms, and watched the dog die. It took a good long time, but Henry considered it time well spent. At the end, Mr. Chips began to convulse, and a thin green foam ran from between his jaws. "How do you like that, nigger dog?" Henry asked it, and it rolled its dying eyes up at the sound of Henry's voice and tried to wag its tail. "Did you like your lunch, you shitty mutt?" When the dog was dead, Henry removed the clothesline, went home, and told his father what he had done. Oscar Bowers was extremely crazy by that time. A year later, his wife would leave him after he beat her nearly to death. Henry was likewise frightened of his father and felt a terrible hate for him sometimes, but he also loved him. And that afternoon, after he had told, he felt he had finally found the key to his father's affections because his father had clapped him on the back so hard that Henry almost fell over, taken him in the living room, and given him a beer. It was the first beer Henry had ever had, and for all the rest of his years, he would associate that taste with positive emotions, victory, and love. "Here's to a good job well done," Henry's crazy father had said. They clicked their brown bottles together and drank them down. So far as Henry knew, the niggers had never found out who killed their dog, but he supposed they had their suspicions. He hoped they did. The others in the Losers Club knew Mike by sight. In a town where he was the only Negro child, it would have been strange if they had not, but that was all, because Mike didn't go to Derry Elementary School. His mother was a devout Baptist, and Mike was therefore sent to the Neibolt Street Church School. In between geography, reading, and arithmetic, there were Bible drills, lessons on such subjects as the meaning of the 10 Commandments in a godless world, and discussion groups on how to handle everyday moral problems, if you saw a buddy shoplifting, for instance, or heard a teacher taking the name of God in vain. Mike thought the church school was okay. There were times when he suspected in a vague way that he was missing some things, a wider communication with kids his own age, perhaps, but he was willing to wait until high school for these things to happen. The prospect made him a little nervous because his skin was brown, but both his mother and father had been well treated in town as far as Mike could see, and Mike believed he would be treated well if he treated others the same way. The exception to this rule, of course, was Henry Bowers. Although he tried to show it as little as possible, Mike went in constant terror of Henry. In 1958, Mike was slim and well-built, taller than Stan Uris, but not quite as tall as Bill Denbrough. He was fast and agile, and that had saved him from several beatings at Henry's hands. And, of course, he went to a different school. Because of that and the age difference, their paths rarely coincided. Mike took pains to keep things that way. So the irony was this. Although Henry hated Mike Hanlon more than any other kid in Derry, Mike had been the least hurt of any of them. Oh, he had taken his lumps. The spring after he had killed Mike's dog, Henry sprang out of the bushes one day while Mike was walking toward town to go to the library. It was late March, warm enough for bike riding, but in those days Witcham Road turned to dirt just beyond the Bowers place, which meant that it was a quagmire of mud, no good for bikes. "Hello, nigger," Henry had said, emerging from the bushes, grinning. Mike backed off, eyes flicking warily right and left, watching for a chance to get away. He knew that if he could button-hook around Henry, he could outdistance him. Henry was big and Henry was strong, but Henry was also slow. "Gonna make me a tar baby," Henry said, advancing on the smaller boy. "You're not black enough, but I'll fix that." Mike cut his eyes to the left and twitched his body in that direction. Henry took the bait and broke that way, too fast and too far to pull himself back. Reversing with a sweet and natural speed, Mike took off to the right. In high school, he would make the varsity football team as a tailback his sophomore year, and was only kept from breaking the school's all-time scoring record by a broken leg halfway through his senior season. He would have made it easily past Henry, but for the mud. It was greasy, and Mike slipped to his knees. Before he could get up, Henry was upon him. "Nigger, nigger, nigger!" Henry cried in a kind of religious ecstasy as he rolled Mike over. Mud went up the back of Mike's shirt and down the back of his pants. He could feel it squoozing into his shoes. But he did not begin to cry until Henry slathered mud across his face, plugging up both of his nostrils. "Now you're black!" Henry had screamed gleefully, rubbing mud in Mike's hair. "Now you're really black!" He ripped up Mike's poplin jacket and the T-shirt beneath and slammed a poultice of mud down over the boy's belly button. "Now you're as black as midnight in a mine shaft!" Henry screamed triumphantly and slammed mud plugs into both of Mike's ears. Then he stood back, muddy hands hooked into his belt, and yelled, "I killed your dog, black boy!" But Mike did not hear this because of the mud in his ears and his own terrified sobs. Henry kicked a final sticky clot of mud onto Mike, and then turned and walked home, not looking back. A few moments later, Mike got up and did the same, still weeping. His mother was, of course, furious. She wanted Will Hanlon to call Chief Borton and have him out to the Bowers house before the sun went down. "He's been after Mikey before," Mike heard her say. He was sitting in the bathtub and his parents were in the kitchen. This was his second tub of water. The first had turned black almost the moment he had stepped into it and sat down. In her fury, his mother had lapsed into a thick Texas patois Mike could barely understand. "You put the law on him, Will Hanlon, both the dog and the pup. You law him, hear me?" Will heard, but did not do as his wife asked. Eventually, when she cooled down, by then it was that night and Mike 2 hours asleep, he refreshed her on the facts of life. Chief Borton was not Sheriff Sullivan. If Borton had been sheriff when the incident of the poisoned chickens occurred, Will would never have gotten his $200, and would have had to be content with that state of affairs. Some men would stand behind you and some men wouldn't. Borton was of the latter type. He was, in fact, a jellyfish. "Mike has had trouble with that kid before, yes," he told Jessica. "But he hasn't had much because he's careful around Henry Bowers. This will serve to make him more careful." "You mean you're just going to let it go?" "Bowers has told his son stories about his dealings with me, I guess," Will said. "And his son hates the three of us because of them, and because his father has also told him that hating niggers is what men are supposed to do. It all comes back to that. I can't change the fact that our son is a Negro, any more than I can sit here and tell you that Henry Bowers is going to be the last one to take after him because his skin's brown. He's going to have to deal with it all the rest of his life as I have dealt with it, and you have dealt with it. Why, right there in that Christian school you were bound he was going to go to, the teacher told them blacks weren't as good as whites because Noah's son Ham looked at his father while he was drunk and naked, and Noah's other two boys cast their eyes aside. That's why the sons of Ham were condemned to always be hewers of wood and drawers of water," she said. And Mikey said she was looking right at him while she told that story to them. Jessica looked at her husband, mute and miserable. 2 tears fell, one from each eye, and tracked slowly down her face. "Isn't there ever any getting away from it?" His reply was kind but implacable. It was a time when wives believed their husbands, and Jessica had no reason to doubt her will. No, there is no getting away from the word nigger. Not now, not in the world we've been given to live in, you and me. Country niggers from Maine are still niggers. I have thought, times, that the reason I came back to Derry was that there is no better place to remember that. But I'll have a talk with the boy. The next day he called Mike out of the barn. Will sat on the yoke of his harrow and patted a place next to him for Mike. "You want to stay out of that Henry Bowers way," he said. Mike nodded. "His father is crazy." Mike nodded again. He had heard as much around town. His few glimpses of Mr. Bowers had reinforced the notion. "I don't mean just a little crazy," Will said, lighting a home-rolled bugler cigarette and looking at his son. "He's about 3 steps away from the booby hatch. He came back from the war that way." "I think Henry's crazy, too," Mike said. His voice was low but firm, and that strengthened Will's heart. Although he was, even after a checkered life whose incidents had included almost being burned alive in a jury-rigged speakeasy called the Black Spot, unable to believe a kid like Henry could be crazy. "Well, he's listened to his father too much. But that is only natural," Will said. Yet on this his son was closer to the truth. Henry Bowers, either because of his constant association with his father or because of something else, some interior thing, was indeed slowly but surely going crazy. "I don't want you to make a career out of running away," his father said, "but because you're a Negro, you're apt to be put upon a good deal. Do you know what I mean?" "Yes, Daddy," Mike said, thinking of Bob Gautier at school, who had tried to explain to Mike that nigger could not be a bad word because his father used it all the time. In fact, Bob told Mike earnestly, it was a good word. When a fighter on the Friday night fights took a bad beating and managed to stay on his feet, his daddy said, "His head is as hard as a nigger's." And when someone was really putting out at his work, which for Mr. Gautier was star beef in town, his daddy said, "That man works like a nigger." "And my daddy is just as much a Christian as your daddy," Bob had finished. Mike remembered that, looking at Bob Gautier's white, earnest, pinched face, surrounded by the mangy fur of his hand-me-down snowsuit hood. He had felt not anger, but a terrible sadness that made him feel like crying. He had seen honesty and good intent in Bob's face, but what he had felt was loneliness, distance, a great whistling emptiness between himself and the other boy. "I see that you do know what I mean," Will said, and ruffled his son's hair. "What it all comes down to is that you have to be careful where you take your stand. You have to ask yourself if Henry Bowers is worth the trouble. Is he?" "No," Mike said. "No, I don't think so." It would be yet a while before he changed his mind. July 3rd, 1958, in fact. 4. While Henry Bowers, Victor Criss, Belch Huggins, Peter Gordon, and a half-retarded high school boy named Steve Sadler, known as Moose after the character in the Archie comics, were chasing a winded Mike Hanlon through the train yard and toward the Barrens about half a mile away, Bill and the rest of the Losers Club were still sitting on the bank of the Kenduskeag pondering their nightmare problem. "I know where it is, I think," Bill said, finally breaking the silence. "The sewers," Stan said, and they all jumped at a sudden, harsh rattling noise. Eddie smiled guiltily as he lowered his aspirator back into his lap. Bill nodded. "I was asking my father about the sewers a few nights ago." "All of this area was originally marsh," Zach told his son, "and the town fathers managed to put what's downtown these days in the very worst part of it. The section of the canal that runs under Center and Main and comes out in Bassey Park is really nothing but a drain that happens to hold the Kenduskeag. Most of the year, those drains are almost empty, but they're important when the spring runoff comes or when there are floods." He paused here, perhaps thinking that it had been during the flood of the previous autumn that he had lost his younger son. "Because of the pumps," he finished. "Pumps?" Bill asked, turning his head a little without even thinking about it. When he stuttered over the plosive sounds, spittle flew from his lips. "The drainage pumps," his father said. "They're in the Barrens,
concrete sleeves that stick about 3 feet out of the ground. Ben Hanscom calls them Morlock holes, Bill said, grinning. Zack grinned back, but it was a shadow of his old grin. They were in Zack's workshop, where he was turning chair dowels without much interest. "Sump pumps is all they really are, kiddo," he said. "They sit in cylinders about 10 feet deep, and they pump the sewage and the runoff along when the slope of the land levels out or angles up a little. It's old machinery, and the city should have some new pumps, but the council always pleads poverty when the item comes up on the agenda at budget meetings. If I had a quarter for every time I've been down there up to my knees in crap rewiring one of those motors..." "But you don't want to hear all this, Bill. Why don't you go watch TV? I think Sugarfoot's on tonight."
"I do want to hear it," Bill said, and not only because he had come to the conclusion that there was something terrible under Derry someplace.
"Why do you want to hear about a bunch of sewer pumps?" Zack asked.
"School
report," Bill said wildly. "School's out next year." "Well, it's a pretty dull subject," Zack said. "Teacher'll probably give you an F for putting him to sleep. Look, here's the Kunduskig." He drew a straight line in the light fall of sawdust on the table in which his bandsaw was embedded. "And here's the Barrens. Now, because downtown's lower than the residential areas, Kansas Street, say, or the Old Cape, or West Broadway, most of the downtown waste has to be pumped into the river. The waste from the houses flows down to the Barrens pretty much on its own. You see?"
"Yes," Bill said, drawing a little closer to his father to look at the lines, close enough so that his shoulder was against his father's arm.
"Someday they'll put a stop to pumping raw sewage into the river, and that'll be an end to the whole business. But for now, we've got those pumps in the... What did your buddy call them?"
"Morlock holes," Bill said, with not a trace of a stutter. Neither he nor his father noticed.
"Yeah. That's what the pumps in the Morlock holes are for, anyway. And they work pretty well, except when there's too much rain and the streams overflow, because although the gravity drains and the sewers with the pumps were meant to be separate systems, they actually crisscross all over the place. See?" He drew a series of X's radiating out from the line, which represented the Kunduskig, and Bill nodded. "Well, the only thing you need to know about water draining is that it will go wherever it can. When it gets high, it starts to fill up the drains as well as the sewers. When the water in the drains gets high enough to reach those pumps, it shorts them out. Makes trouble for me because I have to fix them."
"Dad, how big are the sewers and drains?"
"I mean, what's the bore on them?" Bill nodded. "The main sewers are maybe 6 feet in diameter. The secondaries, from the residential areas, are 3 or 4, I guess. Some of them might be a little bigger. And believe me when I tell you this, Billy, and you can tell your friends, you never want to go into one of those pipes. Not in a game, not on a dare, not for any reason."
"Why?"
"A dozen different town governments have built on them since 1885 or so. During the Depression, the WPA put in a whole secondary drain system and a tertiary sewer system. There was lots of money for public works back then. But the fellow who bossed those projects got killed in World War II, and about 5 years later the water department found out that the system blueprints were mostly gone. It's about 9 pounds of blues that just disappeared sometime between 1937 and 1950. My point is that nobody knows where all the damned sewers and drains go or why. When they work, nobody cares. When they don't, there's 3 or 4 sad sacks from Derry Water who have to try and find out which pump went flooey or where the plug-up is. When they go down there, they damn well pack a lunch. It's dark and it's smelly and there are rats. Those are all good reasons to stay out, but the best reason is that you could get lost. It's happened before."
Lost under Derry. Lost in the sewers. Lost in the dark. There was something so dismal and chilling about the idea that Bill was momentarily silenced. Then he said, "But haven't they ever sent people down to map—"
I ought to finish these dowels," Zack said abruptly, turning his back and pulling away. "Go on in and see what's on TV."
"But, Dad—"
"Go on, Bill," Zack said, and Bill could feel the coldness again.
that coldness that made suppers a kind of torture as his father leafed through electrical journals. He hoped for a promotion the following year. As his mother read one of her endless British mysteries, Marsh, Sayers, Innes, Allingham, eating in that coldness robbed food of its taste. It was like eating frozen dinners that had never seen the inside of an oven. Sometimes, after, he'd go up to his room and lie on his bed holding his griping stomach and think, he thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. He thought of that more and more since Georgie had died, although his mother had taught him the phrase 2 years before. It had taken on a talismanic cast in his mind. The day he could walk up to his mother and simply speak that phrase without tripping or stuttering, looking her right in the eye as he spoke it, the coldness would break apart. Her eyes would light up, and she would hug him and say, "Wonderful, Billy! What a good boy! What a good boy!" He had, of course, told this to no one. Wild horses would not have dragged it from him. Neither the rack nor the boot would have induced him to give up this secret fantasy, which lay at the very center of his heart. If he could say this phrase, which she had taught him casually one Saturday morning, as he and Georgie sat watching Guy Madison and Andy Devine in The Adventures of Wild Bill Hickok, it would be like the kiss that awakened Sleeping Beauty from her cold dreams to the warmer world of the fairy tale prince's love. He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. Nor did he tell it to his friends on that July 3rd, but he told them what his father had told him about the Derry sewer and drain systems. He was a boy to whom invention came easily and naturally, sometimes more easily than telling the truth. And the scene he painted was quite different from the scene in which the conversation had actually taken place. He and his old man had been watching the tube together, he said, having cups of coffee. "Your dad lets you have coffee?" Eddie asked. "Sure," Bill said. "Wow," Eddie said. "My mother would never let me have a coffee. She says the caffeine in it is dangerous." He paused. "She drinks quite a bit of it herself, though." "My dad lets me have coffee if I want it," Beverly said. "But he'd kill me if he knew I smoked." "What makes you so sure it's in the sewers?" Richie asked, looking from Bill to Stan Uris and then back to Bill again. Everything goes back to that, Bill said. The voices Beverly heard came from the drain, and the blood. When the clown chased us, those orange buttons were by a sewer. And George, it wasn't a clown, Big Bill, Richie said. I told you that. I know it's crazy, but it was a werewolf. He looked at the others defensively. Honest to God, I saw it. Bill said, it was a werewolf for you. Huh? Bill said, don't you see? It was a werewolf for you because you saw that dumb movie at the Aladdin. I don't get it. I think I do, Ben said quietly. I went to the library and looked it up, Bill said. I think it's a He paused, throat straining, and spat it out. A glamour. Glamour? Eddie asked doubtfully. Glamour, Bill said, and spelled it. He told them about an encyclopedia entry on the subject and a chapter he had read in a book called Night's Truth. Glamour, he said, was the Gaelic name for the creature which was haunting Derry. Other races and other cultures at other times had different words for it, but they all meant the same thing. The Plains Indians called it a manitou, which sometimes took the shape of a mountain lion or an elk or an eagle. These same Indians believed that the spirit of a manitou could sometimes enter them, and at these times it was possible for them to shape the clouds themselves into representations of those animals for which their houses had been named. The Himalayans called it a talus or talus, which meant an evil magic being that could read your mind and then assume the shape of the thing you were most afraid of. In Central Europe, it had been called Alac, brother of the Ver-de-Lac or vampire. In France, it was le loup-garou or skin changer, a concept that had been crudely translated as the werewolf, but, Bill told them, le loup-garou could be anything at all, a wolf, a hawk, a sheep, even a bug. Did any of those articles tell you how to beat a glamour? Beverly asked. Bill nodded, but he didn't look hopeful. The Himalayans had a ritual to get rid of it, but it's pretty gruesome. They looked at him, not wanting to hear, but needing to. It was called the ritual of Chud, Bill said, and went on to explain what that was. If you were a Himalayan holy man, you tracked the Talus. The Talus stuck its tongue out. You stuck yours out. You and it overlapped tongues, and then you both bit in all the way, so you were sort of stapled together eye to eye. "Oh, I think I'm going to puke," Beverly said, rolling over on the dirt. Ben patted her back tentatively, then looked around to see if he had been observed. He hadn't been. The others were looking at Bill, mesmerized. "What then?" Eddie asked. "Well," Bill said, "this sounds crazy, but the books said that then you started telling jokes and riddles." "What?" Stan asked. Bill nodded, his face that of a correspondent who wants you to know, without coming right out and saying it, that he doesn't make the news but only reports it. "Right. First the Talus monster would tell one, then you got to tell one, and you went on like that, taking turns." Beverly sat up again, knees against her chest, hands linked around her shins. "I don't see how people could talk with their tongues, nailed together." Richie immediately ran out his tongue, gripped it with his fingers, and intoned, "My father worked in the fit yard." That broke them all up for a while, even though it was a baby joke. Maybe it was supposed to be telepathy, Bill said. "Anyway, if the human laughed first in spite of the pain," Stan asked. Bill nodded. "Then the Talus got to kill him and eat him. His soul, I think. But if the man could make the Talus laugh first, it had to go away for 100 years." "Did the book say where a thing like that would come from?" Ben asked. Bill shook his head. "Do you believe any of it?" Stan asked, sounding as if he wanted to scoff, but could not quite find the moral or mental force to do so. Bill shrugged and said, "I almost do." He seemed about to say more, then shook his head and remained silent. "It explains a lot," Eddie said slowly. "The clown, the leper, the werewolf." He looked over at Stan. "The dead boys, too, I guess." "This sounds like a job for Richard Tozier," Richie said, in the Movietone newsreel announcer's voice. "Man of 1,000 jokes and 6,000 riddles." "If we sent you to get it, we'd all get killed," Ben said, slowly, in great pain. At this, they all laughed again. "So what do we do about it?" Stan demanded, and once again Bill could only shake his head, and feel he almost knew. Stan stood up. "Let's go somewhere else," he said. "I'm getting fanny fatigue." "I like it here," Beverly said. "It's shady and nice." She glanced at Stan. "I suppose you want to do something babyish, like going down to the dump and breaking bottles with rocks." "I like breaking bottles with rocks," Richie said, standing up beside Stan. "It's the J.D. in me, baby." He flipped up his collar and began to stalk around like James Dean in Rebel Without a Cause. "They hurt me," he said, looking moody and scratching his chest. Like, wow, my parents, school, society, everyone. It's pressure, baby, It's shit," Beverly said and sighed. "I've got some firecrackers," Stan said, and they forgot all about Glamour's, Manitou's, and Richie's bad James Dean imitation, as Stan produced a package of Black Cats from his hip pocket. Even Bill was impressed. "Jesus Christ, Stan, where did you get those?" "From this fat kid that I go to synagogue with sometimes," Stan said. "I traded a bunch of Superman and Little Lulu funny books for him." "Let's shoot him off!" Richie cried, nearly apoplectic in his joy. "Let's go shoot him off, Stanny. I won't tell any more guys you and your dad killed Christ, I promise. What do you say? I'll tell him your nose is small, Stanny. I'll tell him you're not circumcised."
At this, Beverly began to shriek with laughter, and actually appeared to be approaching apoplexy before covering her face with her hands. Bill began to laugh, Eddie began to laugh, and after a moment even Stan joined in. The sound of it drifted across the broad, shallow expanse of the Kenduskeag on that day before July 4th, a summer sound, as bright as the sun rays darting off the water, and none of them saw the orange eyes staring at them from a tangle of brambles and sterile blackberry bushes to their left. This brambly patch scrubbed the entire bank for 30 feet, and in the center of it was one of Ben's Morlock holes. It was from this raised concrete pipe that the eyes, each more than 2 feet across, stared. 5. The reason Mike ran afoul of Henry Bowers and his not-so-merry band on that same day was because the next day was the glorious 4th. The church school had a band in which Mike played the trombone. On the 4th, the band would march in the annual holiday parade, playing the Battle Hymn of the Republic, Onward Christian Soldiers, and America the Beautiful. This was an occasion that Mike had been looking forward to for over a month. He walked to the final rehearsal because his bike had a busted chain. The rehearsal was not scheduled until 2:30, but he left at 1 because he wanted to polish his trombone, which was stored in the school's music room until it glowed. Although his trombone playing was really not much better than Richie's voices, he was fond of the instrument, and whenever he felt blue, a half an hour of foghorning Sousa marches, hymns, or patriotic airs cheered him right up again. There was a can of Sadler's brass polish in one of the flat pockets of his khaki shirt, and 2 or 3 clean rags were dangling from the hip pocket of his jeans. The thought of Henry Bowers was the furthest thing from his mind. A glance behind as he approached Niebolt Street and the church school would have changed his mind in a hurry, because Henry, Victor, Belch, Peter Gordon, and Moose Sadler were spread across the road behind him. If they had left the Bowers house 5 minutes later, Mike would have been out of sight over the crest of the next hill. The apocalyptic rock fight and everything that followed it might have happened differently or not at all. But it was Mike himself, years later, who advanced the idea that perhaps none of them were entirely their own masters in the events of that summer, that if luck and free will had played parts, then their roles had been narrow ones. He would point out a number of these suspicious coincidences to the others at their reunion lunch. There was at least one of which he was unaware. The meeting in the Barrens that day broke up when Stan Uris produced the Black Cats, and the Losers Club headed toward the dump to shoot them off. And Victor, Belch, and the others had come out to the Bowers farm because Henry had firecrackers, cherry bombs, and M80s. The possession of these last would a few years hence become a felony. The big boys were planning to go down beyond the train yard coal pit and explode Henry's treasures. None of them, not even Belch, went out to the Bowers farm under ordinary circumstances, primarily because of Henry's crazy father, but also because they always ended up helping Henry do his chores, the weeding, the endless rock-picking, the lugging of wood, the toting of water, the pitching of hay, the picking of whatever happened to be ripe at the time of the season. Peas, cukes, tomatoes, potatoes. These boys were not exactly allergic to work, but they had plenty to do at their own places without sweating for Henry's kooky father, who didn't much care who he hit. He had once taken a length of stove wood to Victor Criss when the boy dropped a basket of tomatoes he was lugging out to the roadside stand. Getting whopped with a chunk of birch was bad enough. What made it worse was that Butch Bowers had chanted, "I'm gonna kill all the nips! I'm gonna kill all the fucking nips!" when he did it. Dumb as he was, Belch Huggins had expressed it best. "I don't fuck with crazy people," he told Victor one day 2 years before. Victor had laughed and agreed. But the siren song of all those firecrackers had been too great to be withstood. "Tell you what, Henry," Victor said when Henry called him up that morning at 9 and invited him out. "I'll meet you at the coal pit around 1 o'clock. What do you say?" "You show up at the coal pit around 1, and I'm not going to be there," Henry replied. "I got too many chores. If you show up at the coal pit around 3, I will be there. And the first M80 is going to go right up your old tan track, Vic." Vic hesitated, then agreed to come over and help with the chores. The others came as well, and with the 5 of them, all big boys working like fiends around the Bowers place, they got all the chores finished by early afternoon. When Henry asked his father if he could go,
Bowers the elder simply waved a languid hand at his son. Butch was settled in for the afternoon on the back porch, a quart milk bottle filled with exquisitely hard cider by his rocker, his Philco portable radio on the porch rail. Later that afternoon, the Red Sox would be playing the Washington Senators, a prospect that would have given a man who was not crazy a bad case of cold chills. An unsheathed Japanese sword lay across Butch's lap, a war souvenir which, Butch said, he had taken off the body of a dying Nip on the island of Tarawa. He had actually traded 6 bottles of Budweiser and 3 joysticks for the sword in Honolulu. Lately, Butch almost always got out his sword when he drank, and since all of the boys, including Henry himself, were secretly convinced that sooner or later he would use it on someone, it was best to be far away when it made its appearance on Butch's lap. The boys had no more than stepped out into the road when Henry spied Mike Hanlon up ahead. "It's the nigger," he said, his eyes lighting up like the eyes of a small child contemplating Santa Claus's imminent arrival on Christmas Eve. "The nigger?" Belch Huggins looked puzzled. He had seen the Hanlons only rarely, and then his dim eyes lit up. "Oh, yeah, the nigger! Let's get him, Henry!" Belch broke into a thunderous trot. The others were following suit when Henry grabbed Belch and hauled him back. Henry had more experience than the others chasing Mike Hanlon, and he knew that catching him was easier said than done. That black boy could move. And he don't see us. Let's just walk fast till he does, cut the distance. They did so. An observer might have been amused. The 5 of them looked as if they were trying out for that peculiar Olympic walking competition. Moose Sadler's considerable belly joggled up and down inside his Derry High School t-shirt. Sweat rolled down Belch's face, which soon grew red. But the distance between them and Mike closed. 200 yards, 150 yards, 100. And so far, little black Sambo hadn't looked back. They could hear him whistling. "What you gonna do to him, Henry?" Victor Criss asked in a low voice. He sounded merely interested, but in truth he was worried. Just lately, Henry had begun to worry him more and more. He wouldn't care if Henry wanted them to beat the Hanlon kid up, maybe even rip his shirt off or throw his pants and underwear up in a tree, but he was not sure that was all Henry had in mind. This year, there had been several unpleasant encounters with the children from Derry Elementary, Henry referred to as the little shits. Henry was used to dominating and terrorizing the little shits, but since March he had been balked by them time and time again. Henry and his friends had chased one of them, the Four-Eyes Tozier kid, into freezes, had lost him somehow just when it seemed his ass was surely theirs. Then, on the last day of school, the Hanscom kid... But Victor didn't like to think of that. What worried him simply was this. Henry might go too far. Just what too far might be was something Victor didn't like to think of. But his uneasy heart had prompted the question just the same. "We're going to catch him and take him down to that coal pit," Henry said. "I thought we'd put a couple of firecrackers in his shoes and see if he dances. But not the M80s, Henry, right?" If Henry intended something like that, Victor was going to take a powder. An M80 in each shoe would blow that nigger's feet off, and that was much too far. "I've got only 4 of those," Henry said, not taking his eyes off Mike Hanlon's back. They had closed the distance to 75 yards now, and he also spoke in a low voice. "You think I'd waste 2 of them on a fucking night fighter?" "No, Henry, of course not. We'll just put a couple of black cats in his loafers," Henry said. "Then strip him bare-ass and throw his clothes down into the barrens. Maybe he'll catch poison ivy going after them." "We gotta roll him in the coal, too," Belch said, his formerly dim eyes now glowing brightly. "Okay, Henry? Is that cool?" "Cool as a moose," Henry said in a casual way Victor didn't quite like. "We'll roll him in the coal just like I rolled him in the mud that other time. And," Henry grinned, showing teeth that were already beginning to rot at the age of 12, "and I got something to tell him. I don't think he heard when I told him before." "What's that, Henry?" Peter asked. Peter Gordon was merely interested and excited. He came from one of Derry's good families. He lived on West Broadway, and in 2 years he would be sent to prep school in Groton, or so he believed on that July 3rd. He was brighter than Vic Criss, but he had not hung around long enough to understand how Henry was eroding. "You'll find out," Henry said. "Now shut up. We're getting close." They were 25 yards behind Mike, and Henry was just opening his mouth to give the order to charge when Moose Sadler set off the first firecracker of the day. Moose had eaten 3 plates of baked beans the night before, and the fart was almost as loud as a shotgun blast. Mike looked around. Henry saw his eyes widen. "Get him!" Henry howled. Mike froze for a moment, and he took off, running for his life. 6. The losers wound their way through the bamboo in the barrens in this order: Bill, Richie, Beverly behind Richie, walking slim and pretty in blue jeans and a white sleeveless blouse, Zoris on her feet. Then Ben, trying not to puff too loudly, although it was 81 that day. He was wearing one of his baggy sweatshirts. Stan, Eddie bringing up the rear, the snout of his aspirator poking out of his right front pants pocket. Bill had fallen into a jungle safari fantasy, as he often did when walking through this part of the barrens. The bamboo was high and white, limiting visibility to the path they had made through here. The earth was black and squelchy, with sodden patches that had to be avoided or jumped over if you didn't want to get mud in your shoes. The puddles of standing water had oddly flat rainbow colors. The air had a reeky smell that was half the dump and half rotting vegetation. Bill halted one turn away from the Kanduskeag and turned back to Richie. "Tiger up ahead, Tozier." Richie nodded and turned back to Beverly. "Tiger," he breathed. "Tiger," she told Ben. "Man-eater?" Ben asked, holding his breath to keep from panting. "There's blood all over him," Beverly said. "Man-eating tiger," Ben muttered to Stan, and he passed the news back to Eddie, whose thin face was hectic with excitement. They faded into the bamboo, leaving the path of black earth that looped through it magically bare. The tiger passed in front of them, and all of them nearly saw it. Heavy, perhaps 400 pounds, its muscles moving with grace and power beneath the silk of its striped pelt. They nearly saw its green eyes, and the flecks of blood around its snout from the last batch of pygmy warriors it had eaten alive. The bamboo rattled faintly, a noise both musical and eerie, and then was still again. It might have been a breath of summer breeze, or it might have been the passage of an African tiger on its way toward the old Cape side of the barrens. "Gone," Bill said. He let out a pent-up breath and stepped out onto the path again. The others followed suit. Richie was the only one who had come armed. He produced a cat pistol with a friction-taped hand grip. "I could have had a clear shot at him if you'd moved, Big Bill," he said grimly. He pushed the bridge of his old glasses up on his nose with the muzzle of the gun. "There's Watusis around here," Bill said. "Can't risk a shot. You want them down on top of us?" "Oh," Richie said, convinced. Bill made a come-on gesture with his arm, and they were back on the path again, which narrowed into a neck at the end of the bamboo patch. They stepped out onto the bank of the Kanduskeag, where a series of stepping stones led across the river. Ben had showed them how to place them. You got a big rock and plopped it in the water. Then you got a second and plopped it in the water while you were stepping on the first. Then you got a third and plopped it in the water while you were stepping on the second, and so on, until you were all the way across the river, which here, and at this time of year, was less than a foot deep and shaled with tawny sandbars, with your feet still dry. The trick was so simple it was damn near babyish, but none of them had seen it until Ben pointed it out. He was good at stuff like that, but when he showed you, he never made you feel like a dummy. They went down the bank in single file and started across the dry backs of the rocks they had planted. "Bill!" Beverly called urgently. He froze at once, not looking back, arms held out. The water chuckled and rilled around him. "What?" "There's piranha fish in here. I saw them eat a whole cow 2 days ago. A minute after it fell in, there was nothing but bones. Don't fall off!" "Right," Bill said. "Be careful, men." They teetered their way across the rocks. A freight train charged by on the railway embankment as Eddie Kasprack neared the halfway point, and the sudden blast of its air horn caused him to jiggle on the edge of balance. He looked into the bright water, and for one moment, between the sun flashes that darted arrows of light into his eyes, he actually saw the cruising piranhas. They were not part of the make-believe that went with Bill's jungle safari fantasy. He was quite sure of that. The fish he saw looked like oversized goldfish with the great ugly jaws of catfish or groupers. Saw teeth protruded between their thick lips and, like goldfish, they were orange. As orange as the fluffy pom-poms you sometimes saw on the suits the clowns wore at the circus. They circled in the shallow water, gnashing. Eddie pinwheeled his arms. "I'm going in," he thought. "I'm going in, and they'll eat me alive." Then Stanley Uris gripped his wrist firmly and brought him back to dead center. "Close call," Stan said. "If you fell in, your mother'd give you heck." Thoughts of his mother were, for once, the furthest things from Eddie's mind. The others had gained the far bank now and were counting cars on the freight. Eddie stared wildly into Stan's eyes, then looked into the water again. He saw a potato chip bag go dancing by, but that was all. He looked up at Stan again. "Stan, I saw—" "What?" Eddie shook his head. "Nothing, I guess," he said. "I'm just a little—" But they were there. Yes, they were. And they would have eaten me alive. "Jumpy. The tiger, I guess. Keep going." This western bank of the Kenduskeag, the old Cape Bank, was a quagmire of mud during rainy weather and the spring runoff. But there had been no heavy rain in Derry for 2 weeks or more, and the bank had dried to an alien crack glaze from which several of those cement cylinders poked, casting grim little shadows. About 20 yards farther down, a cement pipe jutted out over the Kenduskeag and spilled a steady, thin stream of foul-looking brown water into the river. Ben said quietly, "It's creepy here," and the others nodded. Bill led them up the dry bank and back into the heavy shrubbery, where bugs whirred and chiggers chigged. Every now and then, there would be a heavy ruffle of wings as a bird took off. Once a squirrel ran across their path, and about 5 minutes later, as they approached the low wrinkle of ridge that guarded the town dump's blind side, a large rat with a bit of cellophane caught in its whiskers trundled in front of Bill, passing along its own secret run through its own microcosmic wilderness. The smell of the dump was now clear and pungent. A black column of smoke rose in the sky. The ground, while still heavily overgrown except for their own narrow path, began to be strewn with litter. Bill had dubbed this dump dandruff, and Richie had been delighted. He had laughed almost until he cried. "You ought to write that down, Big Bill," he said. "That's really good." Papers caught on branches wavered and flapped like cut-rate pennants. Here was a silver gleam of summer sun reflected from a clutch of tin cans lying at the bottom of a green and tangled hollow. There, the hotter reflection of sun rays, bouncing off a broken beer bottle. Beverly spied a baby doll, its plastic skin so brightly pink it looked almost boiled. She picked it up, then dropped it with a little cry as she saw the whitish-gray beetles squirming from beneath its moldy skirt and down its rotting legs. She rubbed her fingers on her jeans. They climbed to the top of the ridge and looked down into the dump. "Oh, shit," Bill said, and jammed his hands into his pockets as the others gathered around him. They were burning the northern end today, but here, at their end, the dump keeper, he was in fact Armando Fazio, Mandy to his friends, and the bachelor brother of the Derry Elementary School janitor, was tinkering on the World War II D9 dozer he used to push the crap into piles for burning. His shirt was off, and the big portable radio sitting under the canvas parasol on the dozer's seat was putting out the Red Sox Senators' pregame festivities. "Can't go down there," Ben agreed. Mandy Fazio was not a bad guy, but when he saw kids in the dump, he ran them off at once. Because of the rats, because of the poison he regularly sowed to keep the rat population down, because of the potential for cuts, falls, and burns, but mostly because he believed a dump was no place for children to be. "Ain't you nice?" he would yell at the kids he spied who had been drawn to the dump with their .22s to plink away at bottles, or rats, or seagulls, or by the exotic fascination of dump picking. He might find a toy that still worked, a chair that could be mended for a clubhouse, or a junked TV with the picture tube still intact. If you threw a rock through one of these, it was a very satisfying explosion. "Ain't you kids nice?" Mandy would bellow. He bellowed not because he was angry, but because he was deaf and wore no hearing aid. "Didn't your folks teach you to be nice?
Nice boys and girls don't play in the dump. Go to the park. Go to the library. Go down to community house and play box hockey. Be nice.
Nope, Richie said. Guess the dump's out. They all sat down for a few moments to watch Mandy work on his dozer, hoping he would give up and go away, but not really believing he would. The presence of the radio suggested Mandy intended to stay all afternoon. It was enough to piss off the Pope, Bill thought. There was really no better place to come with firecrackers than the dump. You could put them under tin cans and then watch the cans fly into the air when the firecrackers went off, or you could light the fuses and drop them into bottles and then run like hell. The bottles didn't always break, but usually they did. Wish we had some M80s, Richie sighed, unaware of how soon one would be chucked at his head. My mother says people ought to be happy with what they have, Eddie said so solemnly that they all laughed. When the laughter died away, they all looked toward Bill again. Bill thought about it and then said, I know a place. There's an old gravel pit at the end of the barrens by the train yards. Yeah, Stan said, getting to his feet. I know that place. You're a genius, Bill. They'll really echo there, Beverly agreed. Well, let's go, Richie said. The 6 of them, one shy of the magic number, walked along the brow of the hill which circled the dump. Mandy Fazio glanced up once and saw them silhouetted against the blue sky like Indians out on a raiding party. He thought about hollering at them. The Barrens was no place for kids. And then he turned back to his work instead. At least they weren't in his dump. 7. Mike Hanlon ran past the church school without pausing and pelted straight up Neibold Street toward the Derry train yards. There was a janitor at NCS, but Mr. Gendron was very old and even deafer than Mandy Fazio. Also, he liked to spend most of the summer days asleep in the basement by the summer silent boiler, stretched out in a battered old reclining chair with the Derry News in his lap. Mike would still be pounding on the door and shouting for the old man to let him in when Henry Bowers came up behind him and tore his freaking head off. So Mike just ran. But not blindly. He was trying to pace himself, trying to control his breathing, not yet going all out. Henry, Belch, and Moose Sadler presented no problems. Even relatively fresh, they ran like wounded buffalo. Victor Criss and Peter Gordon, however, were much faster. As Mike passed the house where Bill and Richie had seen the clown, or the werewolf, he snapped a glance back and was alarmed to see that Peter Gordon had almost closed the distance. Peter was grinning cheerfully, a steeplechase grin, a full-out polo grin, a pip-pip jolly good show grin. And Mike thought, I wonder if he'd grin that way if he knew what's going to happen if they catch me. Does he think they're just going to say, tag, you're it, and run away? As the train yard gate with its sign, private property, keep out, violators will be prosecuted, loomed up, Mike was forced to let himself out to the limit. There was no pain, his breathing was rapid yet still controlled, but he knew everything was going to start hurting if he had to keep this pace up for long. The gate was standing halfway open. He snapped a second look back and saw that he'd pulled away from Peter again. Victor was perhaps 10 paces behind Peter, the others now 40 or 50 yards back. Even in that quick glance, Mike could see the black anger on Henry's face. He skittered through the opening, whirled, and slammed the gate closed. He heard the click as it latched. A moment later, Peter Gordon slammed into the chain link, and a moment after that, Victor Criss ran up beside him. Peter's smile was gone. A sulky, balked look had replaced it. He grabbed for the latch, but of course there was none. The latch was on the inside. Incredibly, he said, Come on, kid, open the gate! That's not fair! What's your idea of fair? Mike asked, panting. 5 against 1? Fair up, Peter repeated, as if he had not heard Mike at all. Mike looked at Victor, saw the troubled look in Victor's eyes. He started to speak, but that was when the others pulled up to the gate. Open up, nigger! Henry bawled. He began to shake the chain link with such ferocity that Peter looked at him, startled. Open up! Open up right now! I won't, Mike said quietly. Open up! Belch shouted. Open up, you fucking jigaboo! Mike backed away from the gate, his heart beating heavily in his chest. He couldn't remember ever being quite this scared, quite this upset. They lined their side of the gate, shouting at him, calling him names for nigger he had never dreamed existed. Nightfighter, Ubangi, Spade, Blackberry, Jungle Bunny, others. He was barely aware that Henry was taking something from his pocket, that he'd popped a wooden match alight with his thumbnail. And then a round red something came over the fence and he flinched instinctively away as the cherry bomb exploded to his left, kicking up dust. The bang silenced them all for a moment. Mike stared unbelievingly at them through the fence, and they stared back. Peter Gordon looked utterly shocked, and even Belch looked stunned. They were scared of him now, Mike thought suddenly, and a new voice spoke inside of him, perhaps for the first time, a voice that was disturbingly adult. They were scared, but that won't stop them. You got to get away, Mikey, or something's going to happen. Not all of them will want it to happen. Maybe. Not Victor and maybe not Peter Gordon. But it will happen anyway, because Henry will make it happen. So get away. Get away fast. He backed up another 2 or 3 steps, and then Henry Bowers said, "I was the one killed your dog, nigger." Mike froze, feeling as if he had been hit in the belly with a bowling ball. He stared into Henry Bowers' eyes and understood that Henry was telling the simple truth. He had killed Mr. Chips. That moment of understanding seemed nearly eternal to Mike. Looking into Henry's crazed, sweat-ringed eyes and his rage-blackened face, it seemed to him that he understood a great many things for the first time, and the fact that Henry was far crazier than Mike had ever dreamed was only the least of them. He realized, above all, that the world was not kind, and it was more this than the news itself that forced the cry from him, "You hunky chicken shit bastard!" Henry uttered a shriek of rage and attacked the fence, monkeying his way toward the top with a brute strength that was terrifying. Mike paused a moment longer, wanting to see if that adult voice that had spoken inside had been a true voice, and yes, it had been true. After the slightest hesitation, the others spread out and also began to climb. Mike turned and ran again, sprinting across the train yards, his shadow trailing squat at his feet. The freight which the losers had seen crossing the barrens was long gone now, and there was no sound but Mike's own breathing in his ears and the musical jingle of chain link as Henry and the others climbed the fence. Mike ran across one triple set of tracks, his sneakers kicking back cinders as he ran across the space between. He stumbled crossing the second set of tracks and felt pain flare briefly in his ankle. He got up and ran on again. He heard a thud as Henry jumped down from the top of the fence behind him. "Here I come for your ass, nigger!" Henry bawled. Mike's reasoning self had decided that the barrens were his only chance now. If he could get down there, he could hide in the tangles of underbrush, in the bamboo, or if things became really desperate, he could climb into one of the drain pipes and wait it out. He could do those things, maybe, but there was a hot spark of fury in his chest that had nothing to do with his reasoning self. He could understand Henry chasing after him when he got the chance. But Mr. Chips? Killing Mr. Chips? "My dog wasn't a nigger, you cheap shit bastard," Mike thought as he ran, and the bewildered anger grew. Now he heard another voice. This one his father's. "I don't want you to make a career out of running away. And what it all comes down to is that you have to be careful where you take your stand. You have to ask yourself if Henry Bowers is worth the trouble." Mike had been running a straight line across the train yards toward the storage quonsets. Beyond them, another chain-link fence divided the train yards from the barrens. He had been planning to scale that fence and jump over to the other side. Instead, he veered hard right toward the gravel pit. This gravel pit had been used as a coal pit until 1935 or so. It had been a stoking point for the trains which ran through the Derry yards. Then the diesels came, and the electrics. For a number of years after the coal was gone, much of the remainder stolen by people with coal-fired furnaces, a local contractor had dug gravel there, but he went bust in 1955, and since then the pit had been deserted. A spur railroad line still ran in a loop up to the pit and then back toward the switching yards, but the tracks were dull with rust, and ragweed grew up between the rotting ties. These same weeds grew in the pit itself, vying for space with goldenrod and nodding sunflowers. Amid the vegetation, there was still plenty of slag coal, the stuff people had once called clinkers. As Mike ran toward this place, he took his shirt off. He reached the rim of the pit and looked back. Henry was coming across the tracks, his buddies spread out around him. That was okay, maybe. Moving as quickly as he could, using his shirt for a bindle, Mike picked up half a dozen handfuls of hard clinkers. Then he ran back toward the fence, swinging his shirt by the arms. Instead of climbing the fence when he reached it, he turned so his back was against it. He dumped the coal out of his shirt, stooped, and picked up a couple of chunks. Henry didn't see the coal. He only saw that he had the nigger trapped against the fence. He sprinted toward him, yelling.
"This is for my dog, you bastard!"
Mike cried, unaware that he had begun to cry. He threw one of the chunks of coal overhand. It flew in a hard, direct line. It struck Henry's forehead with a loud bonk, and then rebounded into the air. Henry stumbled to his knees. His hands went to his head. Blood seeped through his fingers at once, like a magician's surprise. The others skidded to a stop, their faces stamped with identical expressions of disbelief. Henry uttered a high scream of pain and got to his feet again, still holding his head. Mike threw another chunk of coal. Henry ducked. He began to walk toward Mike, and when Mike threw a third chunk of coal, Henry removed one hand from his gashed forehead and batted the chunk of coal almost casually aside. He was grinning. "Oh, you're gonna get such a surprise," he said. "Such a... Oh, my God!" Henry tried to say more, but only inarticulate gargling noises emerged from his mouth. Mike had pegged another chunk of coal, and this one had struck Henry square in the throat. Henry buckled to his knees again. Peter Gordon gaped. Moose Sadler's brow was furrowed, as if he were trying to figure out a difficult math problem.
"What are you guys waiting for?"
Henry managed. Blood seeped between his fingers. His voice sounded rusty and foreign.
"Get him! Get the little cocksucker!"
Mike didn't wait to see if they would obey or not. He dropped his shirt and leaped at the fence. He began to pull himself up toward the top, and then he felt rough hands grab his foot. He looked down and saw Henry Bowers' contorted face, smeared by blood and coal. Mike yanked his foot up. His sneaker came off in Henry's hand. He pistoned his bare foot down into Henry's face and heard something crunch. Henry screamed again and staggered backward, now holding his spouting nose. Another hand, Belch Huggins, snagged briefly in the cuff of Mike's jeans, but he was able to pull free. He threw one leg over the top of the fence, and then something struck him with blinding force on the side of his face. Warmth trickled down his cheek. Something else struck his hip, his forearm, his upper thigh. They were throwing his own ammunition at him. He hung briefly by his hands and then dropped, rolling over twice. The scrubby ground sloped downward here, and perhaps that saved Mike Hanlon's eyesight or even his life. Henry had approached the fence again and now looped one of his 4 M80s over the top of the fence. It went off with a terrific crack that echoed and blew a wide bare patch in the grass. Mike, his ears ringing, went head over heels and staggered to his feet. He was now in high grass on the edge of the barrens. He wiped a hand down his right cheek and it came away bloody. The blood did not particularly worry him. He had not expected to come out of this unscathed. Henry tossed a cherry bomb, but Mike saw this one coming and moved away easily. "Let's get him!" Henry roared and began to climb the fence. "Geez, Henry, I don't know." This had gone too far for Peter Gordon, who had never encountered a situation that had turned so suddenly savage. Things were not supposed to get bloody, at least not for your team, when the odds were comfortably slugged in your favor. "You better know," Henry said, looking back at Peter from halfway up the fence. He hung there like a bloated, poisonous spider in human shape. His baleful eyes stared at Peter. Blood rimmed them on either side. Mike's downward kick had broken his nose, although Henry would not be aware of the fact for some time yet. "You better know, or I'll come after you, you fucking jerk." The others began to climb the fence, Peter and Victor with some reluctance, Belch and Moose as vacantly eager as before. Mike waited to see no more. He turned and ran into the scrub. Henry bellowed after him, "I'll find you, nigger! I'll find you!" 8. The losers had reached the far side of the gravel pit, which was little more than a huge, weedy pockmark in the earth now, 3 years after the last load of gravel had been taken out of it. They were all gathered around Stan, looking appreciatively at his package of black cats, when the first explosion came. Eddie jumped. He was still goofed up over the piranha fish he thought he had seen. He wasn't sure what real piranha fish looked like, but he was pretty sure they didn't look like oversized goldfish with teeth. "Mellow down easy, Eddie-san," Richie said, doing his Chinese coolie voice. "It's just other kids shooting off firecrackers." "That's
sucks the root, Richie, Bill remarked.
The others laughed. I keep trying, Big Bill, Richie said. I feel like if I get good enough, someday I'll earn your love. He made dainty kissing gestures at the air. Bill shot him the finger. Ben and Eddie stood side by side, grinning. Oh, I'm so young and you're so old, Stan Uris piped up suddenly, doing an eerily accurate Paul Anka imitation. This, my darling, I've been told. He can sing, Richie screeched in his pickaninny voice. Lawks a mussy, this here boy can sing. And then, in the movie tone announcer's voice, want you to sign right here, boy, on this dotted line. Richie slung an arm around Stan's shoulders and favored him with a gigantic, gleaming smile. We're gonna grow your hair out, boy. Gonna give you a guitar. Going to... Bill popped Richie twice on the arm, quickly and lightly. They were all excited at the prospect of shooting off firecrackers. Open them up, Stan, Beverly said. I've got some matches. They gathered around again as Stan carefully opened the package of firecrackers. There were exotic Chinese letters on the black label, and a sober caution in English that got Richie giggling again. Do not hold in hand after fuse is lit, this warning read. Good thing they told me, Richie said. I always used to hold them after I lit them. I thought that's how you got rid of your frockin' hangnails. Working slowly, almost reverently, Stan removed the red cellophane and laid the block of cardboard tubes, blue and red and green, on the palm of his hand. Their fuses had been braided together in a Chinese pigtail. I'll unwind the... Stan began, and then there was a much louder explosion. The echo rolled slowly across the barrens. A cloud of gulls rose from the eastern side of the dump, squalling and crying. They all jumped this time. Stan dropped the firecrackers and had to pick them up. Was that dynamite? Beverly asked nervously. She was looking at Bill, whose head was up, his eyes wide. She thought he had never looked so handsome. There was something too alert, too strung up in the attitude of his head. He was like a deer scenting fire in the air. That was an M80, I think, Ben said quietly. Last 4th of July, I was in the park, and there were these high school kids that had a couple. They put one of them in a steel trash can. It made a noise like that. Did it blow a hole in the can, Haystack? Richie asked. No, but it bulged out the side. Looked like there was some little guy inside who just stroked at one. They ran away. The big one was closer, Eddie said. He also glanced at Bill. Do you guys want to shoot these off or not? Stan asked. He had unbraided about a dozen of the firecrackers and had put the rest neatly back in the waxed paper for later. Sure, Richie said. Put them away. They looked at Bill questioningly, a little scared. It was his abrupt tone more than what he had said. Put them away, Bill repeated, his face contorting with the effort he was making to get the words out. Spit flew from his lips. Something's gonna happen. Eddie licked his lips. Richie shoved his glasses up the sweaty slope of his nose with his thumb, and Ben moved closer to Beverly without even thinking about it. Stan opened his mouth to say something, and then there was another smaller explosion, another cherry bomb. Rocks, Bill said. What, Bill? Stan asked. Rocks! Ammo! Bill began to pick up stones, stuffing them into his pockets until they bulged. The others stared at him, as though he had gone crazy, and then Eddie felt sweat break on his forehead. All of a sudden, he knew what a malaria attack felt like. He had sensed something like this on the day he and Bill had met Ben, except Eddie, like the others, was already coming to think of Ben as Haystack. The day Henry Bowers had casually bloodied his nose. But this felt worse. This felt like maybe it was going to be Hiroshima time in the Barrens. Ben started to get rocks, then Richie, moving quickly, not talking now. His glasses slipped all the way off and clicked to the gravelly surface of the ground. He folded them up absently and put them inside his shirt. Why did you do that, Richie? Beverly asked. Her voice sounded thin, too taut. Don't know, kid, Richie said, and went on picking up rocks. Beverly, maybe you better, go back toward the dump for a while, Ben said. His hands were full of rocks. Shit on that, she said. Shit all over that, Ben Hanscom. She bent and began to gather rocks herself. Stan looked at them thoughtfully as they grubbed for rocks like lunatic farmers. Then he began to gather them himself, his lips pressed into a thin and prissy line. Eddie felt the familiar tightening sensation as his throat began to close up to a pinhole. Not this time, damn it, he thought suddenly. Not if my friends need me. Like Bev said, shit all over that. He also began to gather rocks. 9. Henry Bowers had gotten too big too fast to be either quick or agile under ordinary circumstances. But these circumstances were not ordinary. He was in a frenzy of pain and rage, and these lent him an ephemeral, unthinking physical genius. Conscious thought was gone. His mind felt the way a late summer grass fire looks as dusk comes on, all rose-red and smoke-gray. He took after Mike Hanlon like a bull after a red flag. Mike was following a rudimentary path along the side of the big pit, a path which would eventually lead to the dump. But Henry was too far gone to bother with such niceties as paths. He slammed through the bushes and the brambles on a straight line, feeling neither the tiny cuts inflicted by the thorns nor the slaps of limber bushes striking his face, neck, and arms. The only thing that mattered was the nigger's kinky head drawing closer. Henry had one of the M80s in his right hand and a wooden match in his left. When he caught the nigger, he was going to strike the match, light the fuse, and stuff that ash can right down the front of his pants. Mike knew that Henry was gaining, and the others were close on his heels. He tried to push himself faster. He was badly scared now, keeping panic at bay only by a grim effort of will. He had turned his ankle more seriously crossing the tracks than he thought at first, and now he was limp skipping along. The crackle and crash of Henry's go-for-broke progress behind him called up unpleasant images of being chased by a killer dog or a rogue bear. The path opened out just ahead, and Mike more fell than ran into the gravel pit. He rolled to the bottom, got to his feet, and was halfway across before he realized that there were kids there, 6 of them. They were spread out in a straight line, and there was a funny look on their faces. It wasn't until later, when he'd had a chance to sort out his thoughts, that he realized what was so odd about that look. It was as if they had been expecting him. "Help," Mike managed as he limped toward them. He spoke instinctively to the tall boy with the red hair. "Kids. Big kids." That was when Henry burst into the gravel pit. He saw the 6 of them and came to a skidding halt. For a moment his face was marked with uncertainty and he looked back over his shoulder. He saw his troops, and when Henry looked back at the losers, Mike was now standing beside and slightly behind Bill Denbrough, panting rapidly. He was grinning. "I know you, kid," he said, speaking to Bill. He glanced at Richie. "I know you, too. Where's your glasses, Four Eyes?" And before Richie could reply, Henry saw Ben. "Well, son of a bitch! The Jew and the fat boy are here, too. That your girlfriend, fat boy?" Ben jumped a little, as if goosed. Just then Peter Gordon pulled up beside Henry. Victor arrived and stood on Henry's other side. Belch and Moose Sadler arrived last. They flanked Peter and Victor, and now the 2 opposing groups stood facing each other in neat, almost formal lines. Panting heavily as he spoke, and still sounding more than a little like a human bull, Henry said, "I got bones to pick with a lot of you, but I can let that go for today. I want that nigger. So you little shits, buzz off." "Right," Belch said smartly. "He killed my dog!" Mike cried out, his voice shrill and breaking. "He said so!" "You come on over here right now," Henry said, "and maybe I won't kill you." Mike trembled, but did not move. Speaking softly and clearly, Bill said, "The barons are ours. You kids get out of here." Henry's eyes widened. It was as if he'd been slapped unexpectedly. "Who's gonna make me?" he asked. "You, Horsefoot?" Us," Bill said. "We're through taking your shit, Bowers. Get out." "You stuttering freak," Henry said. He lowered his head and charged. Bill had a handful of rocks. All of them had a handful, except Mike and Beverly, who was only holding one. Bill began to throw at Henry, not hurrying his throws, but chucking hard, and with fair accuracy. The first rock missed, The second struck Henry on the shoulder. If the third had missed, Henry might have closed with Bill and wrestled him to the ground, but it didn't miss. It struck Henry's lowered head. Henry cried out in surprised pain, looked up, and was hit 4 more times. A little billet doux from Richie Tozier on the chest, one from Eddie that ricocheted off his shoulder blade, one from Stan Uris that struck his shin, and Beverly's one rock, which hit him in the belly. He looked at them unbelievingly, and suddenly the air was full of whizzing missiles. Henry fell back, that same bewildered, pained expression on his face. "Come on, you guys!" he shouted. "Help me!" "Charge them!" Bill said in a low voice, and not waiting to see if they would or not, he ran forward. They came with him, firing rocks not only at Henry now, but at all the others. The big boys were grubbing on the ground for ammunition of their own, but before they could gather much, they had been peppered. Peter Gordon screamed as a rock thrown by Ben glanced off his cheekbone and drew blood. He backed up a few steps, paused, threw a hesitant rock or two back, and then fled. He had had enough. Things were not done this way on West Broadway. Henry grabbed up a handful of rocks in a savage, sweeping gesture. Most of them, fortunately for the losers, were pebbles. He threw one of the larger ones at Beverly, and it cut her arm. She cried out. Bellowing, Ben ran for Henry Bowers, who looked around in time to see him coming, but not in time to sidestep. Henry was off balance. Ben was 150, trying for 160. The result was no contest. Henry did not go sprawling, but flying. He landed on his back and skidded. Ben ran toward him again, and was only vaguely aware of a warm, blooming pain in his ear as Belch Huggins nailed him with a rock roughly the size of a golf ball. Henry was getting groggily to his knees as Ben reached him and kicked him hard, his sneakered foot connecting solidly with Henry's left hip. Henry rolled over heavily on his back. His eyes blazed up at Ben. "You ain't supposed to throw rocks at girls!" Ben shouted. He could not remember ever in his life feeling so outraged. "You ain't!" And he saw a flame in Henry's hand as Henry popped the wooden match alight. He touched it to the thick fuse of the M80, which he then threw at Ben's face. Acting with no thought at all, Ben struck the ash can with the palm of his hand, swinging at it as one would swing a racket at a badminton birdie. The M80 went back down. Henry saw it coming. His eyes widened, and then he rolled away, screaming. The ash can exploded a split second later, blackening the back of Henry's shirt and tearing some of it away. A moment later, Ben was hit by Moose Sadler and driven to his knees. His teeth clicked together over his tongue, drawing blood. He blinked around, dazed. Moose was coming toward him. But before he could reach the place where Ben was kneeling, Bill came up behind him and began pelting the big kid with rocks. Moose wheeled around, bellowing. "You hit me from behind, Yellow Belly!" Moose screamed. "You fucking dirty fighter!" He gathered himself to charge, but Richie joined Bill and also began to fire rocks at Moose. Richie was unimpressed with Moose's rhetoric on the subject of what might or might not constitute Yellow Belly behavior. He had seen the 5 of them chasing one scared kid, and he didn't think that exactly put them up there with King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. One of Richie's missiles split the skin above Moose's left eyebrow. Moose howled. Eddie and Stan Uris moved up to join Bill and Richie. Beverly moved in with them, her arm bleeding but her eyes wildly alight. Rocks flew. Belch Huggins screamed as one of them clipped his crazy bone. He began to dance lumbersomely, rubbing his elbow. Henry got to his feet, the back of his shirt hanging in rags, the skin beneath almost miraculously unmarked. Before he could turn around, Ben Hanscom bounced a rock off the back of his head and drove him to his knees again. It was Victor Criss who did the most damage to the losers that day, partly because he was a pretty fair fastball pitcher, but mostly, paradoxically, because he was the least emotionally involved. More and more he didn't want to be here. People could get seriously hurt in rock fights. A kid could get his skull split, a mouthful of broken teeth, could even lose an eye. But since he was in it, he was in it. He intended to dish out some trouble. That coolness had allowed him to take an extra 30 seconds and pick up a handful of good-sized rocks. He threw one at Eddie as the losers reformed their rough skirmish line, and it struck Eddie on the chin. He fell down, crying, the blood already starting to flow. Ben turned toward him, but Eddie was already getting up again, the blood gruesomely bright against his pallid skin, his eyes slitted. Victor threw at Richie, and the rock thudded off Richie's chest. Richie threw back, but Vic ducked it easily and threw one sidearm at Bill Denbrough. Bill snapped his head back, but not quite quickly enough. The rock cut his cheek wide open. Bill turned toward Victor. Their eyes locked, and Victor saw something in the stuttering kid's gaze that scared the hell out of him. Absurdly, the words, "I take it back," trembled behind his lips. Except that was nothing you said to a little kid. Not if you didn't want your buddies to start ranking you to the dogs and back. Bill started to walk toward Victor now, and Victor began to walk toward Bill. At the same moment, as if by some telepathic signal, they began to throw rocks at each other, still closing the distance. The fighting flagged around them as the others turned to watch. Even Henry turned his head. Victor ducked and bobbed, but Bill made no such effort. Victor's rocks slammed him in the chest, the shoulder, the stomach. One clipped by his ear. Apparently unshaken by any of this, Bill threw one rock after another, pegging them with murderous force. The third one struck Victor's knee with a brittle chipping sound, and Victor uttered a stifled groan. He was out of ammunition. Bill had one rock left. It was smooth and white, shot with quartz, roughly the size and shape of a duck's egg. To Victor Criss, it looked very hard. Bill was less than 5 feet away from him. "You get out of here now," he said, "or I'm gonna split your head open. I mean it." Looking into his eyes, Victor saw that he really did. Without another word, he turned and headed back the way Peter Gordon had gone. Belch and Moose Sadler were looking around uncertainly. Blood trickled from the corner of the Sadler boy's mouth, and blood from a scalp wound was sheeting down the side of Belch's face. Henry's mouth worked, but no sound came out. Bill turned toward Henry. "Get out," he said. "What if I won't?" Henry was trying to sound tough, but Bill could now see a different thing in Henry's eyes. He was scared, and he would go. It should have made Bill feel good, triumphant even, but he only felt tired. "If you won't," Bill said, "we're going to move in on you. I think the 6 of us can put you in the hospital." 7, Mike Hanlon said, and joined them. He had a softball-sized rock in each hand. "Just try me, Bowers. I'd love to." "You fucking nigger!" Henry's voice broke and wavered on the edge of tears. That voice took the last of the fight out of Belch and Moose. They backed away, their remaining rocks dropping from relaxing hands. Belch looked around as if wondering exactly where he might be. "Get out of our place," Beverly said. "Shut up, you cunt," Henry said. "You—" 4 rocks flew at once, hitting Henry in 4 different places. He screamed and scrambled backward over the weed-rattled ground, the tatters of his shirt flapping around him. He looked from the grim, old-young faces of the little kids to the frantic ones of Belch and Moose. There was no help there, no help at all. Moose turned away, embarrassed. Henry got to his feet, sobbing and snuffling through his broken nose. "I'll kill you all," he said, and suddenly ran for the path. A moment later, he was gone. "Go on," Bill said, speaking to Belch. "Get out! And don't come down here anymore. The Barrens are ours." "You're going to wish you didn't cross Henry, kid," Belch said. "Come on, Moose." They started away, heads down, not looking back. The 7 of them stood in a loose semicircle, all of them bleeding somewhere. The apocalyptic rock fight had lasted less than 4 minutes, but Bill felt as if he had fought his way through all of World War II, both theaters, without so much as a single timeout. The silence was broken by Eddie Kasprack's whooping, whining struggle for air. Ben went toward him, felt the 3 Twinkies and 4 ding-dongs he had eaten on his way down to the Barrens begin to struggle and churn in his stomach, and ran past Eddie and into the bushes, where he was sick, as privately and quietly as he could be. It was Richie and Bev who went to Eddie. Beverly put an arm around the thin boy's waist, while Richie dug his aspirator out of his pocket. "Bite on this, Eddie," he said, and Eddie took a hitching, gasping breath as Richie pulled the trigger. "Thanks," Eddie managed at last. Ben came back out of the bushes, blushing, wiping a hand over his mouth. Beverly went over to him and took both of his hands in hers. "Thanks for sticking up for me," she said. Ben nodded, looking at his dirty sneakers.
"Any time, Keed," he said.
One by one they turned to look at Mike with his dark skin. They looked at him carefully, cautiously, thoughtfully. Mike had felt such curiosity before. There had not been a time in his life when he had not felt it. And he looked back, candidly enough. Bill looked from Mike to Richie. Richie met his eyes, and Bill seemed almost to hear the click. Some final part fitting neatly into a machine of unknown intent. He felt ice chips scatter up his back. We're all together now, he thought. And the idea was so strong, so right, that for a moment he thought he might have spoken it aloud. But of course there was no need to speak it aloud. He could see it in Richie's eyes, in Ben's, in Eddie's, in Beverly's, in Stan's. We're all together now, he thought again. Oh, God help us. Now it really starts. Please, God, help us. What's your name, kid? Beverly asked. Mike Hanlon. You want to shoot off some firecrackers? Stan asked. And Mike's grin was answer enough. Chapter 14. The Album. 1. As it turns out, Bill isn't the only one. They all bring booze. Bill is bourbon, Beverly has vodka and a carton of orange juice, Richie a six-pack, Ben Hanscom a bottle of wild turkey, Mike has a six-pack in the little refrigerator in the staff lounge. Eddie Kasprak comes in last, holding a small brown bag. "What you got there, Eddie?" Richie asks. "Zarex or Kool-Aid?" Smiling nervously, Eddie removes first a bottle of gin and then a bottle of prune juice. In the thunderstruck silence which follows, Richie says, quietly, "Somebody call for the men in the white coats. Eddie Kasprak's finally gone over the top." "Gin and prune juice happens to be very healthy," Eddie replies defensively. And then they're all laughing wildly, the sound of their mirth echoing and re-echoing in the silent library, rolling up and down the glassed-in hall between the adult library and the children's library. "Ah, you go head on," Ben says, wiping his streaming eyes. "You go head on, Eddie. I bet it really moves the mail, too." Smiling, Eddie fills a paper cup 3/4 full of prune juice and then soberly adds 2 capfuls of gin. "Oh, Eddie, I do love you," Beverly says. And Eddie looks up, startled but smiling. She gazes up and down the table. "I love all of you." Bill says, "We love you too, Bev." "Yes," Ben says, "we love you." His eyes widen a little, and he laughs. I think we still all love each other. Do you know how rare that must be?" There's a moment of silence, and Mike is really not surprised to see that Richie is wearing his glasses. "My contacts started to burn, and I had to take them out," Richie says briefly, when Mike asks, "Maybe we should get down to business." They all look at Bill, then, as they had in the gravel pit, and Mike thinks, they look at Bill when they need a leader, at Eddie when they need a navigator. Get down to business, what a hell of a phrase that is. Do I tell them that the bodies of the children that were found back then and now weren't sexually molested, not even precisely mutilated, but partially eaten? Do I tell them I've got 7 miners' helmets, the kind with strong electric lights set into the front, stored back at my house, one of them for a guy named Stan Uris, who couldn't make the scene, as we used to say? Or is it maybe enough just to tell them to go home and get a good night's sleep because it ends tomorrow or tomorrow night for good, either for it or us? None of those things have to be said, perhaps, and the reason why they don't has already been stated. They still love one another. Things have changed over the last 27 years, but that, miraculously, hasn't. It is, Mike thinks, our only real hope. The only thing that really remains is to finish going through it, to complete the job of catching up, of stapling past to present, so that the strip of experience forms some half-assed kind of wheel. Yes, Mike thinks, that's it. Tonight the job is to make the wheel. Tomorrow we can see if it still turns, the way it did when we drove the big kids out of the gravel pit, and out of the barrens. "Have you remembered the rest?" Mike asks Richie. Richie swallows some beer and shakes his head. "I remember you telling us about the bird and about the smoke hole." A grin breaks over Richie's face. "I remembered about that walking over here tonight with Bevy and Ben. What a fucking horror show that was." "Beep, beep, Richie," Beverly says, smiling. "Well, you know," he says, still smiling himself and punching his glasses up on his nose in a gesture that is eerily reminiscent of the old Richie. He winks at Mike. "You and me, right, Mikey?" Mikey snorts laughter and nods. "Miss Scarlet, Miss Scarlet!" Richie shrieks in his pickaninny voice. "It's getting a little warm in the smokehouse, Miss Scarlet!" Laughing, Bill says, "Another engineering and architectural triumph by Ben Hanscom." Beverly nods. "We were digging out the clubhouse when you brought your father's photograph album to the Barrens, Mike." "Oh, Christ," Bill says, sitting suddenly bolt upright. "And the pictures," Richie nods grimly. "The same trick as in Georgie's room. Only that time we all saw it." Ben says, "I remembered what happened to the extra silver dollar." They all turned to look at him. "I gave the other 3 to a friend of mine before I came out here," Ben says quietly, "for his kids. I remembered there had been a 4th, but I couldn't remember what happened to it. Now I do." He looks at Bill. "We made a silver slug out of it, didn't we? You, me, and Richie. At first we were going to make a silver bullet. You were pretty sure you could do it," Richie agrees. "But in the end, we got cold feet." Bill nods slowly. The memory has fallen naturally into its place, and he hears that same low but distinct click when it happens. We're getting closer, he thinks. "We went back to Neibolt Street," Richie says. "All of us." "You saved my life, Big Bill," Ben says suddenly, and Bill shakes his head. "You did, though," Ben persists, and this time Bill doesn't shake his head. He suspects that maybe he had done just that, although he does not yet remember how. And was it him? He thinks maybe Beverly, but that is not there. Not yet, anyway. "Excuse me for a second," Mike says. "I've got a 6-pack in the back fridge." "Have one of mine," Richie says. "Handlin' no drinkum white man's beer," Mike replies. "Especially not yours, trash mouth." "Beep, beep, Mikey," Richie says solemnly, and Mike goes to get his beer on a warm wave of their laughter. He snaps on the light in the lounge, a tacky little room with seedy chairs, a Silex badly in need of scrubbing, and a bulletin board covered with old notices, wage and hour information, and a few New Yorker cartoons now turning yellow and curling up at the edges. He opens the little refrigerator and feels the shock sink into him, bone deep and ice white, the way February cold sank into you when February was here and it seemed that April never would be. Blue and orange balloons drift out in a flood, dozens of them, a New Year's Eve bouquet of party balloons, and he thinks incoherently in the midst of his fear, all we need is Guy Lombardo tootling away on Auld Lang Syne. They waft past his face and rise toward the lounge ceiling. He's trying to scream, unable to scream, seeing what had been behind the balloons, what it had popped into the refrigerator beside his beer, as if for a late-night snack after his worthless friends have all told their worthless stories and gone back to their rented beds in this hometown that is no longer home. Mike takes a step backward, his hands going to his face, shutting the vision out. He stumbles over one of the chairs, almost falls, and takes his hands away. It is still there. Stan Uris's severed head beside Mike's 6-pack of Bud Light, the head not of a man, but of an 11-year-old boy. The mouth is open in a soundless scream, but Mike can see neither teeth nor tongue, because the mouth has been stuffed full of feathers. The feathers are a light brown and unspeakably huge. He knows well enough what bird those feathers came from. Oh, yes, indeed. He had seen the bird in May of 1958, and they had all seen it in early August of 1958, and then, years later, while visiting his dying father, he had found out that Will Hanlon had seen it once too, after his escape from the fire at the Black Spot. The blood from Stan's tattered neck has dripped down and formed a coagulated pool on the fridge's bottom shelf. It glitters dark ruby red in the uncompromising glow shed by the fridge bulb. Mike manages, but no more sound than that can he make. Then the head opens its eyes, and they are the silver-bright eyes of Pennywise the Clown. Those eyes roll in his direction, and the head's lips begin to squirm around the mouthful of feathers. It is trying to speak, perhaps trying to deliver prophecy like the oracle in a Greek play. Just thought I'd join you, Mike, because you can't win without me. You can't win without me, and you know it, don't you? You might have had a chance if all of me had shown up, but I just couldn't stand the strain on my all-American brain, if you see what I mean, Jellybean. All the 6 of you can do on your own is hash over some old times and then get yourselves killed. So I thought I'd head you off at the pass. Head you off, get it, Mikey? Get it, old pal? Get it, you fucking scumbag nigger? Not real, he screams. But no sound comes out. He's like a TV with the volume control turned all the way down. Incredibly, grotesquely, the head winks at him. I'm real, all right. Real as raindrops. And you know what I'm talking about, Mikey. What the 6 of you are planning to try is like taking off in a jet plane with no landing gear. There's no sense in going up if you can't get back down, is there? No sense in going down if you can't get back up, either. You'll never think of the right riddles and jokes. You'll never make me laugh, Mikey. You've all forgotten how to turn your screams upside down. Beep, beep, Mikey, what do you say? Remember the bird? Nothing but a sparrow, but say, hey, it was a Lulu, wasn't it? Big as a barn, big as one of those silly Japanese movie monsters that used to scare you when you were a little kid. The days when you knew how to turn that bird from your door are gone forever. Believe it, Mikey. If you know how to use your head, you'll get out of here, out of Derry, right now. If you don't know how to use it, it'll end up just like this one here. Today's guidepost along the great road of life is use it before you lose it. My good man. The head rolls over on its face. The feathers in its mouth make a horrid crumpling sound and falls out of the refrigerator. It thucks to the floor and rolls toward him like a hideous bowling ball, its blood-matted hair changing places with its grinning face. It rolls toward him, leaving a gluey trail of blood and dismembered bits of feather behind, its mouth working around its clot of feathers. Beep, beep, Mikey! It screams, as Mike backs madly away from it, hands held out in a warding-off gesture. Beep, beep! Beep, beep! Beep, fucking beep! There is a sudden, loud pop, the sound of a plastic cork thumbed out of a bottle of cheap champagne. The head disappears. Real, Mike thinks sickly. There was nothing supernatural about that pop anyway. That was the sound of air rushing back into a suddenly vacated space. Real. Oh, God. Real. A thin net of blood droplets floats up and then patters back down. No need to clean the lounge, though. Carol will see nothing when she comes in tomorrow, not even if she has to plow her way through the balloons to get to the hot plate and make her first cup of coffee. How handy. He giggles shrilly. He looks up, and yes, the balloons are still there. The blue ones say, Derry niggers get the bird. The orange ones say, the losers are still losing, but Stanley Uris is finally ahead. No sense going up if you can't get back down, the speaking head had assured him. No sense going down if you can't get back up. This latter makes him think again of the stored miners' helmets. And was it true? Suddenly, he's thinking about the first day he went down to the Barrens after the rock fight. July 6th, that had been. 2 days after he had marched in the 4th of July parade. 2 days after he had seen Pennywise the Clown in person for the first time. It had been after that day in the Barrens, after listening to their stories, and then, hesitantly, telling his own, that he had gone home and asked his father if he could look at his photograph album. Why, exactly, had he gone down to the Barrens that July 6th? Had he known he would find them there? It seemed that he had. And not just that they would be there, but where they would be. They had been talking about a clubhouse of some sort, he remembers, but it had seemed to him that they had been talking about that because there was something else that they didn't know how to talk about. Mike looks up at the balloons, not really seeing them now, trying to remember exactly how it had been that day, that hot, hot day. Suddenly, it seems very important to remember just what had happened, what every nuance had been, what his state of mind had been. Because that was when everything began to happen. Before that, the others had talked about killing it. But there had been no forward motion, no plan. When Mike had come, the circle closed, the wheel began to roll. It had been later that same day that Bill and Richie and Ben went down to the library and began to do serious research on an idea that Bill had had a day or a week or a month before. It had all begun to... "Mike!" Richie calls from the reference room where the others are gathered. "Did you die in there?" Almost, Mike thinks, looking at the balloons, the blood, the feathers inside the fridge. He calls back, "I think you guys better come in here." He hears the scrape of their chairs, the mutter of their voices. He hears Richie saying, "Oh, Jesus, what's up now?" And another ear, this one in his memory, hears Richie saying something else, and suddenly he remembers what it is he has been searching for. Even more, he understands why it has seemed so elusive. The reaction of the others when he stepped into the clearing in the darkest, deepest, and most overgrown part of the Barrens that day had been nothing. No surprise, no questions about how he had found them, no big deal. Ben had been eating a Twinkie, he remembers. Beverly and Richie had been smoking cigarettes. Bill had been lying on his back with his hands behind his head, looking at the sky. Eddie and Stan were looking doubtfully at a series of strings which had been pegged into the ground to form a square of about 5 feet on a side. No surprise, no questions, no big deal. He had simply shown up and been accepted. It was as if, without even knowing it, they had been waiting for him. And in that third ear, Memory's ear, he hears Richie's pickaninny voice, raised as it was earlier tonight. "Lordy, Miss Claudie, here come..." 2.
"That black child again! Lawks a mussy! I don't know what this here Barrens is coming to! Look at that there nappy head, Big Bill!"
Bill didn't even look around. He just went on staring dreamily at the fat summer clouds marching across the sky. He was giving an important question his most careful consideration. Richie was not offended by the lack of attention, however. He pushed onward.
"Just looking at that nappy head makes me believe I needs me another mint julep. I's going to have it out on the veranda, where it be a little bit cooler."
"Beep, beep, Richie," Ben said from around a mouthful of Twinkie, and Beverly laughed. "Hi," Mike said uncertainly. His heart was beating a little too hard, but he was determined to go on with this. He owed his thanks, and his father had told him that you always paid what you owed, and as quick as you could before the interest mounted up. Stan looked around. "Hi," he said, and then looked back at the square of strings pegged into the center of the clearing. "Ben, are you sure this is going to work?" "It'll work," Ben said. "Hi, Mike. You want a cigarette?" Beverly asked. "I've got 2 left." "No, thank you." Mike took a deep breath and said, "I wanted to thank you all again for helping me the other day. Those guys meant to hurt me bad. I'm sorry some of you guys got banged up." Bill waved his hand, dismissing it. "Don't worry about it. They've had it in for us all year." He sat up and looked at Mike with sudden, starry interest. "Can I ask you something?" "Well, I guess so," Mike said. He sat down gingerly. He had heard such prefaces before. The Denbrough kid was going to ask him what it was like to be a Negro. But instead, Bill said, "When Larson pitched the no-hitter in the World Series 2 years ago, do you think that was just luck?" Richie dragged deep on his cigarette and started to cough. Beverly pounded him good-naturedly on the back. "You're just a beginner, Richie. You'll learn." "I think it's going to fall in, Ben," Eddie said worriedly, looking at the pegged square. "I don't know how cool I am on the idea of getting buried alive." "You're not going to get buried alive," Ben said. "And if you are, just suck your damn old aspirator until someone pulls you out." This struck Stanley Uris as deliciously funny. He leaned back on his elbow, his head turned up to the sky, and laughed until Eddie kicked his shin and told him to shut up. "Luck," Mike said finally. "I think any no-hitter's more luck than skill." "Me too," Bill said. Mike waited to see if there was more, but Bill seemed satisfied. He lay down again, laced his hands behind his head again, and went back to studying the clouds as they floated by. What are you guys up to? Mike asked, looking at the square of strings pegged just above the ground.
This is Haystack's big idea of the week, Richie said. Last time, he flooded out the barrens, and that was pretty good. This one's a real dinner winner. This is Dig Your Own Clubhouse Month. Next month,
You don't need to put Ben down, Bill said, still looking at the sky. It's going to be good.
God's sakes, Bill, just kidding.
Sometimes you kid too much, Richie. Richie accepted the rebuke silently.
I still don't get it, Mike said.
Well, it's pretty simple, Ben said. They wanted a treehouse, and we could do that. But people have a bad habit of breaking their bones when they fall out of treehouses. Kooky, lend me your bones, Stan said, and laughed again, while the others looked at him, puzzled. Stan did not have much sense of humor, and the bit he did have was sort of peculiar.
You is going loco, senor, Richie said. It's the heat on the cucarachas, I think.
Anyway, Ben said, what we'll do is dig down about 5 feet in the square I pegged out there. We can't go much deeper than that, or we'll hit groundwater, I guess. It's pretty close to the surface down there. Then we'll shore up the sides just to make sure they don't cave in. He looked significantly at Eddie here, but Eddie was worried. Then what? Mike asked, interested. We'll cap off the top. Huh? Put boards over the top of the hole. We can put in a trap door or something so we can get in and out, even windows if we want. We'll need some hinges, Bill said, still looking at the clouds. We can get those at Reynolds Hardware, Ben said. You guys have your allowances, Bill said. I've got $5, Beverly said. I saved it up from babysitting. Richie immediately began to crawl toward her on his hands and knees. I love you, Bevy, he said, making a dog's eyes at her. Will you marry me? We'll live in a pine-studded bungalow. A what? Beverly asked, while Ben watched them with an odd mixture of anxiety, amusement, and concentration. A bung-studded pine-alow, Rich said. $5 is enough, sweetie. You and me and baby makes 3. Beverly laughed and blushed and moved away from him. We share the expenses, Bill said. That's why we got a club. So, after we capped the hole with boards, Ben went on, we put down this heavy-duty glue, tangle track they call it, and put the sods back on, maybe sprinkle it with pine needles. We could be down there and people like Henry Bowers, could walk right over us and not even know we were there. You thought of that? Mike said. Geez, that's great. Ben smiled. It was his turn to blush. Bill sat up suddenly and looked at Mike. You want to help? Well, sure, Mike said. That'd be fun. A look passed among the others. Mike felt it as well as saw it. There were 7 of us here, Mike thought. And for no reason at all, he shivered. When are you going to break ground? Pretty soon, Bill said. And Mike knew that it wasn't just Ben's underground clubhouse Bill was talking about. Ben knew it too. So did Richie, Beverly, and Eddie. Stan Uris had stopped smiling. We're going to start this project pretty soon. There was a pause then, and Mike was suddenly aware of 2 things. They wanted to say something, tell him something, and he was not entirely sure he wanted to hear it. Ben had picked up a stick and was doodling aimlessly in the dirt, his hair hiding his face. Richie was gnawing at his already ragged fingernails. Only Bill was looking directly at Mike. Is something wrong? Mike asked uneasily. Speaking very slowly, Bill said, we're a club. You can be in the club if you want, but you have to keep our secrets. You mean, like the clubhouse? Mike asked, now more uneasy than ever. Well, sure. We've got another secret, kid, Richie said, still not looking at Mike. And Big Bill says we've got something more important to do this summer than digging underground clubhouses. He's right, too, Ben added. There was a sudden, whistling gasp. Mike jumped. It was only Eddie, blasting off. Eddie looked at Mike apologetically, shrugged, and then nodded. Well, Mike said finally, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me. Bill was looking at the others. Is there anyone who doesn't want him in the club? No one spoke or raised a hand. Who wants to tell? Bill asked. There was another long pause, and this time Bill didn't break it. At last Beverly sighed and looked up at Mike. "The kids who have been killed," she said. "We know who's been doing it, and it's not human." 3. They told him, one by one. The clown on the ice, the leper under the porch, the blood and voices from the drain, the dead boys in the standpipe. Richie told about what had happened when he and Bill went back to Neibolt Street, and Bill spoke last, telling about the school photo that had moved, and the picture he had stuck his hand into. He finished by explaining that it had killed his brother Georgie, and that the Losers Club was dedicated to killing the monster, whatever the monster really was. Mike thought later, going home that night, that he should have listened with disbelief mounting into horror, and finally run away as fast as he could, not looking back, convinced either that he was being put on by a bunch of white kids who didn't like black folks, or that he was in the presence of 6 authentic lunatics who had in some way caught their lunacy from each other, the way everyone in the same class could catch a particularly virulent cold. But he didn't run, because in spite of the horror, he felt a strange sense of comfort. Comfort and something else, something more elemental, a feeling of coming home. "There are 7 of us here," he thought again as Bill finally finished speaking. He opened his mouth, not sure of what he was going to say. "I've seen the clown," he said. "What?" Richie and Stan asked together, and Beverly turned her head so quickly that her ponytail flipped from her left shoulder to her right. "I saw him on the 4th, Mike said slowly, speaking to Bill mostly. Bill's eyes, sharp and utterly concentrated, were on his, demanding that he go on. "Yes, on the 4th of July. He trailed off momentarily, thinking, "But I knew him. I knew him because that wasn't the first time I saw him. And it wasn't the first time I saw something wrong." He thought of the bird then, the first time he'd really allowed himself to think of it, except in nightmares, since May. He had thought he was going crazy. It was a relief to find out he wasn't crazy, but it was still a scary relief. He wet his lips. "Go on," Bev said impatiently. "Hurry up." "Well, the thing is, I was in the parade." I saw you," Eddie said. "You were playing the saxophone?" "Well, it's actually a trombone," Mike said. "I play with the Neibolt Church School Band." "Anyway, I saw the clown. He was handing out balloons to kids on the 3-way corner downtown. He was just like Ben and Bill said, silver suit, orange buttons, white makeup on his face, big red smile. I don't know if it was lipstick or makeup, but it looked like blood." The others were nodding, excited now, but Bill only went on looking at Mike closely. "Orange tufts of hair?" he asked Mike, making them unconsciously over his own head with his fingers. Mike nodded. Seeing him like that, it scared me. And while I was looking at him, he turned around and waved at me, like he'd read my mind or my feelings or whatever you call it. And that, scared me worse. I didn't know why then, but he scared me so bad for a couple of seconds I couldn't play my bone anymore. All the spit in my mouth dried up, and I felt... He glanced briefly at Beverly. He remembered it all so clearly now, how the sun had suddenly seemed intolerably dazzling on the brass of his horn, and the chrome of the cars, the music too loud, the sky too blue. The clown had raised one white-gloved hand, the other was full of balloon strings, and had waved slowly back and forth, his bloody grin too red and too wide, a scream turned upside down. He remembered how the flesh of his testicles had begun to crawl, how his bowels had suddenly felt all loose and hot, as if he might suddenly drop a casual load of shit into his pants. But he couldn't say any of that in front of Beverly. You didn't say stuff like that in front of girls, even if they were the sort of girls you could say things like bitch and bastard in front of. "I felt scared," he finished, feeling that it was too weak, but not knowing how to say the rest. But they were nodding as if they understood, and he felt an indescribable relief wash through him. Somehow that clown looking at him, smiling his red smile, his white-gloved hand penduluming slowly back and forth, that had been worse than having Henry Bowers and the rest after him. Ever so much worse. "Then we were past," Mike went on again. "We marched up Main Street Hill, and I saw him again. handing out balloons to kids. Except a lot of them didn't want to take them. Some of the little ones were crying. I couldn't figure out how he could have gotten up there so fast. I thought to myself that there must be two of them, both of them dressed the same way, a team. But then he turned around and waved to me again. And I knew it was him. It was the same man. "He's not a man," Richie said, and Beverly shuddered. Bill put his arm around her for a moment, and she looked at him gratefully. He waved to me, and then he winked, like we had a secret, or like maybe he knew I recognized him. Bill dropped his arm from Beverly's shoulders. "You recognized him?" "I think so," Mike said. "I have to check something before I say it's for sure. My father's got some pictures. He collects them. Listen, you guys play down here a lot, don't you?" "Sure," Ben said. "That's why we're building a clubhouse." Mike nodded. "I'll check and see if I'm right. If I am, I can bring the pictures." "Old pictures?" Bill asked. "Yes." "What else?" Bill asked. Mike opened his mouth and then closed it again. He looked around at them uncertainly and then said, "You'd think I was crazy. Crazy or lying." You think we're crazy?" Mike shook his head. "You bet we're not," Eddie said. "I got a lot wrong with me, but I'm not Bughouse. I don't think." "No," Mike said. "I don't think you're crazy." "Well, we won't think you're nuts either," Bill said. Bill looked them all over, cleared his throat, and said, "I saw a bird. 3 months ago. I saw a bird." Stan Uris looked at Mike. "What kind of a bird?" Speaking more reluctantly than ever, Mike said, "It looked like a sparrow, sort of, but it also looked like a robin. It had an orange chest." "Well, what's so special about a bird?" Ben asked. "There are lots of birds in Derry." But he felt uneasy, and looking at Stan, he felt sure that Stan was remembering what had happened in the standpipe, and how he had somehow stopped it from happening by shouting out the names of birds. But he forgot all about that, and everything else when Mike spoke again. "This bird was bigger than a house trailer," he said. He looked at their shocked, amazed faces. He waited for their laughter, but none came. Stan looked as if someone had clipped him with a brick. His face had gone so pale it was the color of muted November sunlight. "I swear it's true," Mike said. "It was a giant bird, like one of those birds in the monster movies that are supposed to be prehistoric." "Yeah." "Like in The Giant Claw," Richie said. He thought the bird in that had been sort of fake-looking, but by the time it got to New York, he had still been excited enough to spill his popcorn over the balcony railing at the Aladdin. Foxy Foxworth would have kicked him out, but the movie was over by then anyway. Sometimes you got the shit kicked out of you, but as Big Bill said, sometimes you won one too. But it didn't look prehistoric, Mike said. And it didn't look like one of those, what do you call them, the Greeks and Romans made up stories about rocks, Bill suggested. "Right, I guess so. It wasn't like those either. It was just like a combination, robin and sparrow, the two most common birds you see." He laughed a little wildly. "Where?" Bill began. "Tell us," Beverly said simply. And after a moment to collect his thoughts, Mike did. And telling it, watching their faces grow concerned and scared, but not disbelieving or derisive, he felt an incredible weight lift from his chest. Like Ben with his mummy, or Eddie with his leper, and Stan with the drowned boys, he had seen a thing that would have driven an adult insane, not just with terror, but with the walloping force of an unreality too great to be explained away, or, lacking any rational explanation, simply ignored. Elijah's face had been burned black by the light of God's love, or so Mike had read. But Elijah had been an old man when it happened, and maybe that made a difference. Hadn't one of those other Bible fellows, this one little more than a kid, actually wrestled an angel to a draw? He had seen it, and he had gone on with his life. He had integrated the memory into his view of the world. He was still young enough so that view was tremendously wide. But what had happened that day had nonetheless haunted his mind's darker corners, and sometimes in his dreams he ran from that grotesque bird as it printed its shadow on him from above. Some of these dreams he remembered, and some he did not, but they were there, shadows which moved by themselves. How little of it he had forgotten, and how greatly it had troubled him, as he went about his daily round, helping his father, going to school, riding his bike, doing errands for his mother, waiting for the black groups to come on American Bandstand after school, was perhaps measurable in only one way: the relief he felt in sharing it with the others. As he did, he realized it was the first time he had even allowed himself to think of it fully since that early morning by the canal, where he had seen those odd grooves and the blood. 4. Mike told the story of the bird at the old ironworks, and how he had run into the pipe to escape it. Later on that afternoon, 3 of the losers, Ben, Richie, Bill, walked toward the Derry Public Library. Ben and Richie were keeping a close watch for Bowers and company, but Bill only looked at the sidewalk, frowning, lost in thought. About an hour after telling them his story, Mike had left them, saying his father wanted him home by 4 to pick peas. Beverly had to do some marketing and fix dinner for her father, she said. Both Eddie and Stan had their own things to do, but before they broke up for the day, they began digging what was to become, if Ben was right, their underground clubhouse. To Bill, and to all of them, he suspected, the groundbreaking had seemed an almost symbolic act. They had begun. Whatever it was they were supposed to do as a group, as a unit, they had begun. Ben asked Bill if he believed Mike Hamlin's story. They were passing Derry Community House, and the library was just ahead, a stone oblong comfortably shaded by elms a century old, and as yet untouched by the Dutch elm disease that would later plague and thin them. "Yeah," Bill said. "I think it was the truth. Crazy, but true. What about you, Richie?" Richie nodded. "Yeah? I hate to believe it, if you know what I mean, but I guess I do. You remember what he said about the bird's tongue?" Bill in bed nodded. "Orange fluffs on it." "That's the kicker," Richie said. "It's like some comic book villain, Lex Luthor or the Joker or someone like that. It always leaves a trademark." Bill nodded thoughtfully. It was like some comic book villain. Because they saw it that way? Thought of it that way? Yes, perhaps so. It was kid stuff, but it seemed that was what this thing thrived on. Kid stuff. They crossed the street to the library side. "I asked Stan if he ever heard of a bird like that," Bill said. "Not necessarily a big one, but just a real one," Richie suggested. Bill nodded. He said there might be a bird like that in South America or Africa, but not around here. "He didn't believe it then?" Ben asked. He believed it," Bill said. And then he told them something else Stan had suggested when Bill walked with him back to where Stan had left his bike. Stan's idea was that nobody else could have seen that bird before Mike told them that story. Something else, maybe, but not that bird, because the bird was Mike Hanlon's personal monster. But now, why, now that bird was the property of the whole Losers Club, wasn't it? Any of them might see it. It might not look exactly the same. Bill might see it as a crow, Richie as a hawk, Beverly as a golden eagle, for all Stan knew. But it could be a bird to all of them now. Bill told Stan that if that was true, then any of them might see the leper, the mummy, or possibly the dead boys. "Which means we ought to do something pretty soon if we're going to do anything at all," Stan had replied. "It knows." "What?" Bill had asked sharply. "Everything we know?" "Man, if it knows that, we're sunk," Stan had answered. "But you can bet it knows we know about it. I think it'll try to get us. Are you still thinking about what we talked about yesterday?" "Yes." "I wish I could go with you. Ben and Richie will. Ben's really smart, and Richie is too, when he isn't fucking off." Now, standing outside the library, Richie asked Bill exactly what it was he had in mind. Bill told them, speaking slowly so he wouldn't stutter too badly. The idea had been circling in his mind for the last 2 weeks, but it had taken Mike's story of the bird to crystallize it. What did you do if you wanted to get rid of a bird? Well, shooting it was pretty goddamn final. What did you do if you wanted to get rid of a monster? Well, the movies suggested that shooting it with a silver bullet was pretty goddamn final. Ben and Richie listened to this respectfully enough. Then Richie asked, "How do you get a silver bullet, Big Bill? Send away for it? Very funny. We'll have to make it. How?" "I guess that's what we're at the library to find out," Ben said. Richie nodded and pushed his glasses up on his nose. Behind them his eyes were sharp and thoughtful, but doubtful, Bill thought. He felt doubtful himself. At least there was no foolishness in Richie's eyes, and that was a step in the right direction. "You were thinking about your dad's Walther?" Richie asked. "The one we took to Neibolt Street?" "Yes," Bill said. "Even if it could really make silver bullets," Richie said, "where would we get the silver?" "Let me worry about that," Ben said quietly. "Well, okay," Richie said. "We'll let Haystack worry about that. Then what, Neibolt Street again?" Bill nodded. Neibolt Street again. And then we blow its fucking head off." The three of them stood there a moment longer, looking at each other solemnly, and then they went into the library. 5.
"Sure and begorra, it's that black feller again," Richie cried in his Irish cop voice.
A week had passed. It was nearly mid-July, and the underground clubhouse was almost finished.
"Top of the morning to you, Mr. O'Hanlon, sir. And a fine day it promises to be. Fine as potatoes are growing, as me old mither used to—"
"So far as I know, noon is the top of the morning, Richie," Ben said, popping up in the hole. "And noon was 2 hours ago." He and Richie had been putting in shoring around the sides of the hole. Ben had taken off his sweatshirt because the day was hot and the work was hard. His T-shirt was gray with sweat and stuck to his chest and pouch of his stomach. He seemed remarkably unself-conscious of the way he looked, but Mike guessed that if Ben heard Beverly coming, he would be inside that baggy sweatshirt again before he could say puppy love.
"Don't be so picky. You sound like Stan the Man," Richie said.
He'd gotten out of the hole 5 minutes before because, he told Ben, it was time for a cigarette break.
"Well, I thought you said you didn't have any cigarettes," Ben had said.
"I don't," Richie had replied, "but the principle remains the same." Mike had his father's photograph album under his arm. "Where is everybody?" he asked. He knew Bill had to be somewhere around because he had left his own bike parked under the bridge near Silver.
"Bill and Eddie went down to the dump about half an hour ago to liberate some more boards," Richie said. "Stanny and Bev went down to Reynolds Hardware to get hinges. I don't know what the frock Haystack's up to down there." Up to down there, huh? You get it? But it's probably no good. Boy needs someone to keep an eye on him, you know? By the way, you owe us 23 cents if you still want to be in this club. Your share of the hinges." Mike switched the album from his right arm to his left and dug into his pocket. He counted out 23 cents, leaving a grand total of 1 dime in his own personal treasury, and handed it over to Richie. Then he walked over to the hole and looked in. Except it really wasn't a hole anymore. The sides had been neatly squared off. Each side had been shored up. The boards were all mongrels, but Ben, Bill, and Stan had done a good job of sizing them with tools from Zach Denbrough's shop, and Bill had been at great pains to make sure every tool was returned every night and in the same condition as when it was taken. Ben and Beverly had nailed cross pieces between the supports. The hole still made Eddie a little nervous, but that was Eddie's nature. Piled carefully to one side were squares of sod, which would later be glued to the top. "I think you guys know what you're doing," Mike said. "Sure," Ben said, and pointed to the album. "What you got?" "My father's dairy album," Mike said. "He collects old pictures and clippings about the town. It's his hobby. I was looking through it a couple of days ago. I told you I thought I'd seen that clown before, and I did, in here. So I brought it down." He was too ashamed to add that he had not dared to ask his father's permission to do this. Afraid of the questions to which such a request might lead, he had taken it from the house like a thief while his father planted potatoes in the west field and his mother hung clothes in the backyard. "I thought you guys ought to take a look, too." "Well, let's see," Richie said. "I'd like to wait until everybody's here. It might be better." Okay, Richie was, in truth, not that anxious to look at more pictures of Derry, in this or any other album. Not after what had happened in Georgie's room. "You want to help me and Ben with the rest of the shoring?" "You bet." Mike put his father's album down carefully, far enough from the hole so it wouldn't be pelted with flying dirt, and took Ben's shovel. "Dig right here,"
Ben said, showing Mike the spot. "Go down about a foot. Then I'll set a board in and hold it flush against the side while you shovel the dirt back in." "Good plan, man," Richie said sagely from where he sat on the edge of the excavation with his sneakers dangling down. "What's wrong with you?" Mike asked. "Got a bone in my leg," Richie said comfortably. "How's your project with Bill going?" Mike stopped long enough to strip off his shirt and then began to dig. It was hot down here, even in the barrens. Crickets hummed sleepily, like summer clocks in the brush. "Well, not too bad," Richie said, and Mike thought he flashed Ben a mildly warning look. "I guess." "Why don't you play your radio, Richie?" Ben asked. He slipped a board into the hole Mike had dug and held it there. Richie's transistor was hung by the strap in its accustomed place, on the thick branch of a nearby shrub. "Batteries are worn out," Richie said. "You had to have my last 25 cents for hinges, remember? Cruel, Haystack, very cruel. After all the things I've done for you. Besides, all I can get down here is WABI, and they only play pansy rock." "Huh?" Mike asked. "Haystack thinks Tommy Sands and Pat Boone sing rock and roll," Richie said. "But that's because he's ill. Elvis sings rock and roll. Ernie K. Doe sings rock and roll. Carl Perkins sings rock and roll. Bobby Darin. Buddy Holly. Oh, Peggy. My Peggy said..." "Please, Richie," Ben said. "Also," Mike said, leaning on his shovel, "there's Fats Domino, Chuck Berry, Little Richard, Shep and the Limelights, Laverne Baker, Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, the Coasters, the Isley Brothers, the Crests, the Chords, Stick McGee." They were looking at him with such amazement that Mike laughed. "You lost me after Little Richard," Richie said. He liked Little Richard, but if he had had a secret rock and roll hero that summer, it was Jerry Lee Lewis. His mom had happened to come into the living room while Jerry Lee was performing on American Bandstand. This was at the point in his act where Jerry Lee actually climbed onto his piano and played it upside down with his hair hanging in his face. He had been singing High School Confidential. For a moment, Richie believed his mom was going to faint. She didn't. She was so traumatized by what she had seen that she talked at dinner that night about sending Richie to one of those military-type camps for the rest of the summer. Now Richie shook his hair down over his eyes and began to sing, "Come on over, baby, all the cats are at the high school rockin'." Ben began to stagger around the hole, grasping his large belly and pretending to puke. Mike held his nose, but he was laughing so hard tears squirted out of his eyes. "What's wrong?" Richie demanded. "I mean, what ails you guys? That was good. That was really good." "Oh, man," Mike said. And now he was laughing so hard he could barely talk. "That was priceless. That was really priceless." "Negroes have no taste," Richie said. "I think it even says so in the Bible." "Yo, mama," Mike said, laughing harder than ever. When Richie asked, with honest bewilderment, what that meant, Mike sat down with a thump and rocked back and forth, howling and holding his stomach. "You probably think I'm jealous," Richie said. "You probably think I want to be a Negro." Now Ben also fell down, laughing wildly. His whole body rippled and quaked alarmingly. His eyes bulged. "No more, Richie," he managed. "I'm going to shit my pants. I'm going to die if you don't stop." "I don't want to be a Negro," Richie said. "Who wants to wear pink pants and live in Boston and buy pizza by the slice? I want to be Jewish like Stan. I want to own a pawn shop and sell people switchblades and plastic dog puke and used guitars." Ben and Mike were now actually screaming with laughter. Their laughter echoed through the green and jungly ravine that was the misnamed Barrens, causing birds to take wing and squirrels to freeze momentarily on limbs. It was a young sound, penetrating, lively, vital, unsophisticated, free. Almost every living thing within range of that sound reacted to it in some way. But the thing which had tumbled out of a wide concrete drain and into the upper Kenduskeag was not living. The previous afternoon there had been a sudden, driving thunderstorm. The clubhouse-to-be had not been much affected. Since digging operations had begun, Ben had covered the hole carefully each evening with a ragged piece of tarpaulin Eddie had scrounged from behind Wally's spa. It smelled painty, but it did the job. And the storm drains under Derry had run with violent water for 2 or 3 hours. It was that spate of water that had pushed this unpleasant baggage into the sun for the flies to find. It was the body of a 9-year-old named Jimmy Cullum. Except for the nose, his face was gone. There was a churned and featureless mess where it had been. This raw meat was dotted with deep black marks that perhaps only Stan Uris would have recognized for what they were. Pecks. Pecks made by a very large beak. Water rilled over Jimmy Cullum's muddy chino pants. His white hands floated like dead fish. They had also been pecked, although not as badly. His paisley shirt ballooned out and collapsed back, like a bladder. Bill and Eddie, loaded down with boards scrounged from the dump, crossed the Kunduskig by stepping stones less than 40 yards from the body. They heard Richie, Ben, and Mike laughing, smiled a little themselves, and hurried past the unseen ruin of Jimmy Cullum to see what was so funny. 6. They were still laughing as Bill and Eddie came into the clearing, sweating under their load of lumber. Even Eddie, usually as pale as cheese, had some color in his face. They dropped the new boards on the almost depleted supply pile. Ben climbed out of the hole to inspect them. "Good deal," he said. "Wow. Great." Bill collapsed to the ground. "Can I have my heart attack now, or do I have to wait until later?" "Have it later," Ben said absently. He had brought a few tools of his own down to the Barrens, and was now going over the new boards carefully, pounding out nails and removing screws. He tossed one aside because it was splintered. Rapping on another returned a dull, punky sound in at least 3 places, and he also tossed that one aside. Eddie sat on a pile of dirt watching him. He took a honk on his aspirator as Ben pulled a rusty nail from a board with the claw end of his hammer. The nail squealed like some small, unpleasant animal that had been stepped on and didn't like it. "You can get tetanus if you cut yourself on a rusty nail," Eddie informed Ben. "Yeah?" Richie said. "What's tetanus? Sounds like a woman's disease." "You're a bird," Eddie said. "It's tetanus, not titnus, and it means lockjaw. There's these special microbes that grow in rust, see? And if you cut yourself, they can get inside your body and, fuck up your nerves." Eddie went an even darker red and took another fast honk on his aspirator. "Lockjaw? Jesus," Richie said, impressed. "That sounds mean." "You bet. First your jaw locks up so tight you can't open your mouth, not even to eat. They have to cut a hole in your cheek and feed you liquids through a tube." "Oh, man," Mike said, standing up in the hole. His eyes were wide, the corneas very white in his brown face. "For sure?" "My mom told me," Eddie said. "Then your throat locks up. You can't eat anymore. You starve to death." They contemplated this horror in silence. "There's no cure," Eddie amplified. More silence. "So," Eddie said briskly, "I always watch out for rusty nails and shit like that. I had to have a tetanus shot once, and it really hurt. So why'd you go to the dump with Bill and bring all this crap back?" Richie asked. Eddie glanced briefly at Bill, who was looking into the clubhouse, and there was all the love and hero worship in that gaze needed to answer such a question. But Eddie said softly, "Some stuff has to be done even if there is a risk. That's the first important thing I ever found out I didn't find out from my mother." A further silence, not quite uncomfortable, followed. Then Ben went back to pounding out rusty nails, and after a while Mike Hanlon joined him. Richie's transistor, robbed of its voice, at least until Richie's allowance came in or he found a lawn to mow, swung from its low branch in a mild breeze. Bill had time to reflect upon how odd all this was, how odd and how perfect that they should all be here this summer. There were kids he knew visiting relatives, kids he knew who were off on vacations at Disneyland in California, or on Cape Cod, or, in the case of one chum, an unimaginably distant-sounding place with the queer but somehow evocative name of Gstaad. There were kids at church camp, kids at scout camp, kids at rich kid camps where you could learn to swim and play golf, camps where you learned to say, "Hey, good one," instead of "fuck you" when your opponent's got a killer serve past you at tennis. Kids whose parents had simply taken them away. Bill could understand that. He knew some kids who wanted to go away, frightened by the boogeyman stalking Derry this summer, but suspected there were more parents frightened by that boogeyman. People who had planned to take their vacations at home suddenly decided to go away. Gstaad. Is that in Sweden? Argentina? Spain? Instead, it was a little like the polio scare of 1956, when 4 kids who went swimming in the O'Brien Memorial Pool had gotten the disease. Grown-ups, a word absolutely synonymous in Bill's mind with mothers and fathers, had decided then, as now, that away was better, safer. Anyone able to clear out had cleared. Bill understood away, and he could muse over a word of such fabulous wonder as Gestatt. But wonder was cold comfort compared with desire. Gestatt was away. Derry was desire. And none of us have gone away, he thought, watching as Ben and Mike pounded used nails out of used boards. As Eddie strolled off into the bushes to take a whiz, you had to go as soon as you could in order to avoid seriously straining your bladder, he told Bill once. But you also had to watch out for poison ivy, because who needed a case of that on your pecker? We're all here in Derry. No camp, no relatives, no vacations, no away. All right here. Present and accounted for. There's a door down there, Eddie said, zipping his fly as he came back. Hope you shook off, Eds, Richie said. If you don't shake off each time, you can get cancer. My mom told me so. Eddie looked startled, thinly worried, and then saw Richie's grin. He withered him, or tried to, with a babies-must-play look, and then said, It was too big for us to carry, but Bill said if all of us went down, we could get it up here. Of course you can never shake off completely, Richie went on. You want to know what a wise man once told me, Eds? No, Eddie said, and I don't want you to call me Eds anymore, Richie. I mean, I'm sincere. I don't call you Dick. As in, you got any gum on you, Dick? So I don't see why... This wise man, Richie said, told me this. No matter how much you squirm and dance, the last 2 drops go in your pants. And that's why there's so much cancer in the world, Eddie, my love. The reason there's so much cancer in the world is because nerds like you and Beverly Marsh smoke cigarettes, Eddie said. Beverly is not a nerd, Ben said in a forbidding voice. Just watch what you say, trash mouth. Beep, beep, you guys, Bill said absently. And speaking of Beverly, she's pretty strong. She could help get that door. Ben asked what kind of door it was. Mahogany, I think. Somebody threw out a mahogany door? Ben asked. Surprised, but not unbelieving. People throw out everything, Mike said. That dump kills me to go down there. I mean, it kills me. Yeah, Ben agreed. A lot of that stuff could be fixed up easy. And there are people in China and South America with nothing. That's what my mother says. There's people with nothing right here in Maine, Sonny Jim, Richie said grimly. What's this? Bill asked, noticing the album Mike had brought. Mike told him, saying he would show them the picture of the clown when Stan and Beverly got back with the hinges. Bill and Richie exchanged a look. What's wrong? Mike asked. Is it what happened in your brother's room, Bill? Yeah, Bill said, and would say no more. They took turns working on the hole until Stan and Beverly came back, each with a brown paper bag containing hinges. As Mike talked, Ben sat cross-legged, tailor fashion, and made glassless windows that would swing open and shut in 2 of the longboards. Perhaps only Bill noticed how quickly and easily his fingers moved, how adept and knowing they were, like surgeons' fingers. Bill admired that. Some of these pictures go back 100 years, my dad said, Mike told them, holding the album on his lap. He gets them at those sales people have in their yards and at second-hand shops. Sometimes he buys them or trades other collectors for them. Some of them are stereoscopes. There's 2 of them just the same on a long card, and when you look at them through this thing like binoculars, it looks like one picture, only in 3D, like House of Wax or The Creature from the Black Lagoon. Why does he like all that stuff? Beverly asked. She was wearing ordinary Levi's, but she had done something amusing to the cuffs, blousing them out with a bright paisley material for the final 4 inches, so that they looked like pants out of some sailor's whimsy. Yeah, Eddie said, most of the time. Derry's pretty boring. Well, I don't know for sure, but I think it's because he wasn't born here, Mike said diffidently. It's like, I don't know, like it's all new to him, or like, you know, if you came in during the middle of a movie, sure, you'd want to see the start, Bill said. Yeah, Mike said. There's a lot of history lying around in Derry. I kind of like it. And I think some of it has to do with this thing, this it, if you want to call it that. He looked at Bill, and Bill nodded, his eyes thoughtful. So I was looking through it after the 4th of July parade because I knew I'd seen that clown before. I knew it. Look. He opened the book, thumbed through it, then handed it to Ben, who was sitting on his right. Don't touch the pages, Bill said. And there was such urgency in his voice that they all jumped. He had fisted the hand he had cut reaching into Georgie's album. Richie saw. Fisted it into a tight, protective knot. Bill's right, Richie said, and that subdued, totally un-Richie-like voice was a powerful convincer. Be careful. It's like Stan said, if we saw it happen, you guys could see it happen too. Feel it, Bill added grimly. The album went from hand to hand, each of them holding the book gingerly by the edges, as if it were old dynamite sweating big beads of nitro. It came back to Mike. He opened it to one of the first pages. Daddy says there's no way to date that one, but it's probably from the early or mid-1700s, Mike said. He repaired a guy's bandsaw for a box of old books and pictures. That was one of them. He says it might be worth $40 or even more. The picture was a woodcut, the size of a large postcard. When Bill's turn came to look at it, he was relieved to see that Mike's father had the kind of album where the pictures were under a protective plastic sheet. He looked fascinated, and he thought, there. I'm seeing him, or it, really seeing. That's the face of the enemy. The picture showed a funny fellow juggling oversized bowling pins in the middle of a muddy street. There were a few houses on either side of the street and a few huts that Bill guessed were stores, or trading posts, or whatever they called them back then. It didn't look like Derry at all, except for the canal. It was there, neatly cobbled on both sides. In the upper background, Bill could see a team of mules on a towpath dragging a barge. There was a group of maybe half a dozen kids gathered around the funny fellow. One of them was wearing a pastoral straw hat. Another had a hoop and a stick to roll it with. Not the sort of stick that would come with a hoop that you bought today in a Woolworth's. It was a branch from a tree. Bill could see the bare knobs on it, where smaller branches had been lopped off with a knife or a hatchet. That baby wasn't made in Taiwan or Korea, he thought, fascinated by this boy who could have been him if he'd been born 4 or 5 generations before. The funny fellow had a huge grin on his face. He wore no makeup, except to Bill his whole face looked like makeup, but he was bald except for 2 tufts of hair that stuck up like horns over his ears, and Bill had no trouble recognizing their clown. 200 years ago or more, he thought, and felt a crazy surge of terror, anger, and excitement rush through him. 27 years later, sitting in the Derry Public Library and remembering his first look into Mike's father's album, he realized he had felt the way a hunter might feel, coming upon the first fresh spore of an old killer tiger. 200 years ago. That long. And only God knows how much longer. This led him to wonder just how long the spirit of Pennywise had been here in Derry, but he found that was a thought he did not really want to pursue. "Gimme, Bill," Richie was saying. But Bill held the album a moment longer, staring fixedly at the woodcut, sure it would begin to move. The bowling pins, if that's what they were, which the funny fellow was juggling, would rise and fall, rise and fall. The kids would laugh and applaud, except maybe they wouldn't all laugh and applaud. Some of them might scream and run instead. The mule team pulling the barge would move beyond the borders of the picture. It didn't happen, and he passed the book on to Richie. When the album came back to Mike, he turned some more pages, hunting. "Here," he said. "This one is from 1856, 4 years before Lincoln was elected president." The book went around again. This was a color picture, a sort of cartoon, which showed a bunch of drunks standing in front of a saloon while a fat politician with mutton chop whiskers declaimed from a board that had been set between 2 hogsheads. He held a foamy pitcher of beer in one hand. The board upon which he stood was considerably bowed with his weight. Some distance off, a group of bonneted women were looking at this show of mingled buffoonery and intemperance with disgust. The caption below the picture read, "Politics in Derry is thirsty work, says Senator Garner." Daddy says pictures like this were really popular for about 20 years before the Civil War, Mike said. They called them fool cards, and people used to send them to each other. They were like some of the jokes in Mad, I guess. Satire, Bill said. "Yeah," Mike said. "But now, look down in the corner of this one." The picture was like Mad in another way. It had as many details and little side jokes as a big Mort Drucker panel in a Mad Magazine movie takeoff. There was a grinning fat man pouring a glass of beer down a spotted dog's throat. There was a woman who had fallen on her prat in a mud puddle. There were 2 street urchins slyly sticking sulphur-headed matches into the soles of a prosperous-looking businessman's shoes, and a girl swinging from her heels in an elm tree so that her underpants showed. But despite this bewildering intaglio of detail, none of them really needed Mike to point the clown out. Dressed in a loud, checked, vest-busting drummer suit, he was playing the shell game with a bunch of drunken loggers. He was winking at a lumberjack who had, to judge by the gape-mouthed look of surprise on his face, just picked the wrong nutshell. The drummer, clown, was taking a coin from him. Him again, Ben said. What, 100 years later? Just about, Mike said. And here's one from 1891. It was a clipping from the front page of the Derry News. Huzzah! The headline proclaimed exuberantly. Ironworks opens. Just below this, town turns out for gala picnic. The picture showed a woodcut of the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Kitchener Ironworks. Its style reminded Bill of the Currier and Ives prints his mother had in the dining room, although this was nowhere near as polished. A fellow tricked out in a morning coat and top hat was holding a large pair of open-jawed scissors above the ironworks ribbon, while a crowd of perhaps 500 watched. Off to the left was a clown. Their clown, turning a handspring for a group of children. The artist had caught him upside down, turning his smile into a scream. He passed the book on quickly to Richie. The next picture was a photograph under which Will Hanlon had written 1933 Repeal in Derry. Although none of the boys knew much about either the Volstead Act or its repeal, the picture made the salient facts clear. The photo was of Wally's Spa down in Hell's Half Acre. The place was almost literally filled to the rafters with men wearing open-collared white shirts, straw boaters, lumberman shirts, T-shirts, banker suits. All of them were holding glasses and bottles victoriously aloft. There were 2 big signs in the window. Welcome back, John Barleycorn, one read. The other said, Free beer tonight. The clown, dressed like the biggest dandy you ever saw, white shoes, spats, gangster pants, had his foot on the running board of a Rio auto and was drinking champagne from a lady's high-heeled shoe. 1945, Mike said. The Derry News again. The headline, Japan surrenders, it's over, thank God it's over. A parade was snake dancing its way along Main Street toward Up Mile Hill. And there was the clown in the background, wearing his silver suit with the orange buttons, frozen in the matrix of dots that made up the grainy newsprint photo, seeming to suggest, at least to Bill, that nothing was over. No one had surrendered. Nothing was won. Nil was still the rule, zilch still the custom, seeming to suggest, above all, that all was still lost. Bill felt cold and dry and scared. Suddenly, the dots in the picture disappeared, and it began to move. That's what Mike began. Look, Bill said. The word dropped out of his mouth like a partially melted ice cube. All of you, look at this. They crowded around. Oh, my God, Beverly whispered, awed. That's it! Richie nearly screamed, pounding Bill on the back in his excitement. He looked around at Eddie's white, drawn face and Stan Uris's frozen one. That's what we saw in George's room. That's exactly what we... Shh, Ben said. Listen. And almost sobbing. You can hear them. Christ! You can hear them in there. And in the silence that was only broken by the mild stir of the summer breeze, they all realized they could. The band was playing a martial marching tune, made faint and tinny by distance, or the passage of time, or whatever it was. The cheering of the crowd was like sounds that might come through on a badly tuned radio station. There were popping noises, also faint, like the muffled sound of snapping fingers. Firecrackers, Beverly whispered, and rubbed at her eyes with hands that shook. Those are firecrackers, aren't they? No one answered. They watched the picture, their eyes eating up their faces. The parade wiggled its way toward them, but just before the marchers reached the extreme foreground, at the point where it seemed they must march right out of the picture and into a world 13 years later, they dropped from sight, as if on some kind of unknowable curve. The World War I soldiers first, their faces strangely old under their pie-plate helmets, with their sign which read, "The Derry VFW welcomes home our brave boys." Then the Boy Scouts, the Kiwanians, the Home Nursing Corps, the Derry Christian Marching Band, then the Derry World War II vets themselves, with the high school band behind them. The crowd moved and shifted. Ticker tape and confetti fluttered down from the second and third floor windows of the business buildings that lined the streets. The clown pranced along the sidelines, doing splits and cartwheels, miming a sniper, miming a salute, and Bill noticed for the first time that people were turning from him. But not as if they saw him exactly. It was more as if they felt a draft or smelled something bad. Only the children really saw him, and they shrank away. Ben stretched his hand out to the picture, as Bill had done in George's room. No! Bill cried. "I think it's all right, Bill," Ben said. "Look." And he laid his hand on the protective plastic over the picture for a moment, and then took it back. But if you stripped off that cover, Beverly screamed. The clown had left off its antics when Ben withdrew his hand. It rushed toward them, its paint-bloody mouth gibbering and laughing. Bill winced back, but held on to the book all the same, thinking it would drop out of sight, as the parade had done, and the marching band and the Boy Scouts and the Cadillac convertible carrying Miss Derry of 1945. But the clown did not disappear along that curve that seemed to define the edge of that old existence. Instead, it leaped with a scary, nimble grace onto a lamppost that stood in the extreme left foreground of the picture. It shinnied up like a monkey on a stick, and suddenly its face was pressed against the tough plastic sheet Will Hanlon had put over each of the pages in his book. Beverly screamed again, and this time Eddie joined her, although his scream was faint and blew breathless. The plastic bulged out. Later they would all agree they saw it. Bill saw the bulb of the clown's red nose flatten the way your nose will flatten when you press it against a window pane. "Kill you all!" The clown was laughing and screaming. "Try to stop me, and I'll kill you all. Drive you crazy and then kill you all! You can't stop me! I'm the gingerbread man! I'm the teenage werewolf!" And for a moment it was the teenage werewolf, the moon-silvered face of the lycanthrope, peering out at them from over the collar of the silver suit, white teeth bared. "Can't stop me! I'm the leper!" Now the leper's face, haunted and peeling, rotting with sores, staring at them with the eyes of the living dead. "Can't stop me! I'm the mummy!" The leper's face aged and ran with sterile cracks. Ancient bandages swam halfway out of its skin and solidified there. Ben turned away, his face as white as curds, one hand plastered over his neck and ear. "Can't stop me! I'm the dead boys!" "No!" Stan Uris screamed. His eyes bulged above bruised-looking crescents of skin. Shock flesh, Bill thought randomly. And it was a word he would use in a novel 12 years later, with no idea where it had come from, simply taking it, as writers take the right word at the right time, as a simple gift from that outer space, other space, where the good words come from sometimes. Stan snatched the album from his hands and slammed it shut. He held it closed with both hands, the tendons standing out along the inner surfaces of his wrists and forearms. He looked around at the others with eyes that were nearly insane. "No!" he said rapidly. "No, no, no!" And suddenly Bill found he was more concerned with Stan's repeated denials than with the clown, and he understood that this was exactly the sort of reaction the clown had hoped to provoke, because maybe it's scared of us. Really scared for the first time in its long, long life. He grabbed Stan and shook him twice, hard, holding onto his shoulders. Stan's teeth clicked together, and he dropped the album. Mike picked it up and put it aside in a hurry, not liking to touch it after what he had seen. But it was still his father's, and he understood intuitively that his father would never see in it what he had just seen. "No," Stan said softly. "Yes," Bill said. "No." Stan said again. Yes. We all... No! All saw it, Stan, Bill said. He looked at the others. Yes, Ben said. Yes, Richie said. Yes, Mike said. Oh my God, yes. Yes, Bev said. Yes, Eddie managed, gasping it out of his rapidly closing throat. Bill looked at Stan, demanding with his eyes that Stan look back at him. Don't let it get you, man, Bill said. You saw it, too. I didn't want to, Stan wailed. Sweat stood out on his brow in an oily sheen. But you did. Stan looked at the others one by one. He ran his hands through his short hair and fetched up a great, shuddering sigh. His eyes seemed to clear of that lowering madness that had so disturbed Bill. Yes, he said. Yes. Okay, yes, that what you want? Yes! Bill thought, we're still all together. It didn't stop us. We can still kill it. We can still kill it. If we're brave. Bill looked around at the others and saw in each pair of eyes some measure of Stan's hysteria. Not quite as bad, but there. Yeah, he said, and smiled at Stan. After a moment, Stan smiled back, and some of that horrible, shocked look left his face. That's what I wanted, you wet end. Beep, beep, Dumbo, Stan said. And they all laughed. It was hysterical, screaming laughter, but better than no laughter at all, Bill reckoned. Come on, he said, because someone had to say something. Let's finish the clubhouse. What do you say? He saw the gratitude in their eyes, and felt a measure of gladness for them. But their gratitude did little to heal his own horror. In fact, there was something in their gratitude which made him want to hate them. Would he never be able to express his own terror lest the fragile welds that made them into one thing should let go? And even to think such a thing wasn't really fair. Was it? Because in some measure at least he was using them, using his friends, risking their lives to settle the score for his dead brother. And was even that the bottom? No. Because George was dead. And if revenge could be exacted at all, Bill suspected it could only be exacted on behalf of the living. And what did that make him? A selfish little shit waving a tin sword and trying to make himself look like King Arthur? Oh, Christ, he groaned to himself. If this is the stuff adults have to think about, I never want to grow up. His resolve was still strong, but it was a bitter resolve. Bitter. Chapter 15. The Smoke Hole. 1. Richie Tozier pushes his glasses up on his nose. Already the gesture feels perfectly familiar, although he has worn contact lenses for 20 years, and thinks with some amazement that the atmosphere has changed in the room while Mike recalled the incident with the bird out at the ironworks, and reminded them about his father's photograph album and the picture that had moved. Richie had felt a mad, exhilarating kind of energy growing in the room. He had done cocaine 9 or 10 times over the last couple of years, at parties mostly. Coke wasn't something you wanted just lying around your house if you were a big-time disc jockey. And the feel was something like that, but not exactly. This feeling was purer, more of a mainline high. He thought he recognized the feeling from his childhood, when he had felt it every day, and had come to take it merely as a matter of course. He supposed that, if he had ever thought about that deep-running aquifer of energy as a kid, he could not recall that he ever had, he would have simply dismissed it as a fact of life, something that would always be there, like the color of his eyes or his disgusting hammer toes. Well, that hadn't turned out to be true. The energy you drew on so extravagantly when you were a kid, the energy you thought would never exhaust itself, that slipped away somewhere between 18 and 24, to be replaced by something much duller, something as bogus as a coke high, purpose, maybe, or goals, or whatever rah-rah Junior Chamber of Commerce word you wanted to use. It was no big deal. It didn't go all at once with a bang, and maybe, Richie thought, that's the scary part. How you don't stop being a kid all at once with a big explosive bang, like one of that clown's trick balloons with the Burma Shave slogans on the sides. The kid in you just leaked out, like the air out of a tire. And one day you looked in the mirror and there was a grown-up looking back at you. You could go on wearing blue jeans, you could keep going to Springsteen and Seeger concerts, you could dye your hair, but that was a grown-up's face in the mirror just the same. It all happened while you were asleep, maybe, like a visit from the Tooth Fairy. No, he thinks, not the Tooth Fairy, the Age Fairy. He laughs aloud at the stupid extravagance of this image, and when Beverly looks at him questioningly, he waves a hand at her. "Nothing, babe," he says, "just thinking me thinks." But now, that energy is back. No, not all the way back. Not yet, anyway, but coming back. And it's not just him. He can feel it filling the room. Mike looks okay to Richie for the first time since they all got together for that hideous lunch out by the mall. When Richie walked into the lobby and saw Mike sitting there with Ben and Eddie, he thought, shocked, there's a man who's going crazy, getting ready to commit suicide, maybe. But that look is gone now. Not just sublimated. Gone. Richie has sat here and watched the last of it slip out of Mike's face while he relived the experience of the bird and the album. He's been energized. And it is the same with all of them. It's in their faces, their voices, their gestures. Eddie pours himself another gin and prune juice. Bill knocks back some bourbon, and Mike cracks another beer. Beverly glances up at the balloons Bill has tethered to the microfilm recorder at the main desk and finishes her third screwdriver in a hurry. They've all been drinking pretty enthusiastically, but none of them are drunk. Richie doesn't know where that energy he feels is coming from, but it's not out of a liquor bottle. Derry niggers get the bird. Blue. The losers are still losing, but Stanley Uris is finally ahead. Orange. Christ, Richie thinks, opening a fresh beer for himself. It isn't bad enough it can be any damn monster it wants to be, and it isn't bad enough that it can feed off our fears. It also turns out to be Rodney Dangerfield in drag. It's Eddie who breaks the silence. How much do you think it knows about what we're doing now, he asks. It was here, wasn't it? Ben says. I'm not sure that means much, Eddie replies. Bill nods. Those are just images, he says. I'm not sure that means it can see us or know what we're up to. You can see a news commentator on TV, but he can't see you. Those balloons aren't just images, Beverly says, and jerks a thumb over her shoulder at them. They're real. That's not true, though, Richie says, and they all look at him. Images are real, sure they are. And suddenly something else clicks into place. Something new. It clicks into place with such firm force that he actually puts his hands to his ears, his eyes widen behind his glasses. "Oh, my God!" he cries suddenly. He gropes for the table, half stands, then falls back into his chair with a boneless thud. He knocks his can of beer over, reaching for it, picks it up, and drinks what's left. He looks at Mike while the others look at him, startled and concerned. "The burning!" he almost shouts. "The burning in my eyes! Mike! The burning in my eyes!" Mike is nodding, smiling a little. "Richie?" Bill asks. "What is it?" But Richie barely hears him. The force of the memory sweeps through him like a tide, turning him alternately hot and cold, and he suddenly understands why these memories have come back one at a time. If he'd remembered everything at once, the force would have been like a psychological shotgun blast let off an inch from his temple. It would have torn off the whole top of his head. "We saw it come," he says to Mike. "We saw it come, didn't we, you and me? Or was it just me?" He grabs Mike's hand, which lies on the table. "Did you see it too, Mikey, or was it just me? Did you see it? The forest fire? The crater?" "I saw it," Mike says quietly, and squeezes Richie's hand. Richie closes his eyes for a moment, thinking he has never felt such a warm and powerful wave of relief in his life. Not even when the PSA jet he had taken from L.A. to San Francisco skidded off the runway and just stopped there. Nobody killed, nobody even hurt. Some luggage had fallen out of the overhead bins, and that was all. He had jumped onto the yellow emergency slide and had helped a woman away from the plane. The woman had turned her ankle on a hummock, concealed in the high grass. She was laughing and saying, "I can't believe I'm not dead. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it." So Richie, who was half carrying the woman with one arm and waving with the other to the firemen who were making frantic come-on gestures to the deplaning passenger, said, "Okay, you're dead. You're dead. You feel better now?" And they both laughed crazily. That had been relief laughter. But this relief is greater. "What are you guys talking about?" Eddie asks, looking from one to the other. Richie looks at Mike, but Mike shakes his head. "You go ahead, Richie. I've had my say for the evening." "The rest of you don't know, or maybe don't remember, because you left," Richie tells them. "Me and Mikey, we were the last two engines in the smoke hole." The smoke hole, Bill muses. His eyes are far and blue. "The burning sensation in my eyes," Richie says, "under my contact lenses. I felt it for the first time right after Mike called me in California. I didn't know what it was then, but I do now. It was smoke. Smoke that was 27 years old." He looks at Mike. "Psychological, would you say? Psychosomatic, something from the subconscious?" "I would say not," Mike answers quietly. "I would say that what you felt was as real as those balloons, or the head I saw in the icebox, or the corpse of Tony Tracker that Eddie saw. Tell them, Richie." Richie says, "It was 4 or 5 days after Mike brought his dad's album down to the Barrens. Sometime just after the middle of July, I guess. The clubhouse was done, but the smoke hole thing, that was your idea, Haystack. You got it out of one of your books." Smiling a little, Ben nods. Richie thinks. It was overcast that day, no breeze, thunder in the air. Like the day a month or so later when we stood in the stream and made a circle and Stan cut our hands with that chunk of Coke bottle. The air was just sitting there, waiting for something to happen. And later Bill said that was why it got so bad in there so quick, because there was no draft. July 17th, yes, that was it. That had been the day of the smoke hole. July 17th, 1958. Almost a month after summer vacation began and the nucleus of the losers, Bill, Eddie, and Ben, had formed down in the Barrens. Let me look up the weather forecast for that day, almost 27 years ago, Richie thinks, and I'll tell you what it said before I even read it. Richie Tozier, a.k.a. the Great Mentalizer. "Hot, humid, chance of thunder showers, and watch out for the visions that may come while you're down in the smoke hole." It had been 2 days after the body of Jimmy Cullum was discovered. The day after Mr. Nell had come down to the Barrens again and sat right on the clubhouse without knowing it was there. Because by then they had capped it off, and Ben himself had carefully overseen the application of the tangled track and replacement of the sod. Unless you got right down on your hands and knees and crawled around, you'd have no idea anything was there. Like the dam, Ben's clubhouse had been a roaring success, but this time, Mr. Nell didn't know anything about it. He'd questioned them carefully, officially, taking down their answers in his black notebook, but there had been little they could tell him, at least about Jimmy Cullum. And Mr. Nell had gone away again, after reminding them once more that they were not to play in the Barrens alone, ever. Richie guessed that Mr. Nell would have told them simply to get out if anyone in the Derry Police Department had really believed that the Cullum boy, or any of the others, had actually been killed in the Barrens, but they knew better. Because of the sewer and storm drain system. That was simply where the remains tended to finish up. Mr. Nell had come on the 16th, yes, a hot and humid day also, but sunny. The 17th had been overcast. "Are you going to talk to us or not, Richie?" Bev asks. She's smiling a little, her lips full and a pale rose red, her eyes alight. "Just thinking about where to start," Richie says. He takes his glasses off, wipes them on his shirt, and suddenly he knows where. With the ground opening up at his and Bill's feet. Of course, he knew about the clubhouse, so did Bill and the rest of them, but it still freaked him out, seeing the ground suddenly open on a slit of darkness like that. He remembers Bill riding him double on the back of Silver to the usual place on Kansas Street, and then stowing his bike under the little bridge. He remembers the two of them walking along the path toward the clearing, sometimes having to turn sideways because the brush was so thick. It was midsummer now, and the Barrens were at that year's apogee of lushness. He remembers swatting at the mosquitoes that hummed maddeningly close to their ears. He even remembers Bill saying, "Oh, how clearly it all comes back." Not as if it happened yesterday, but as if it is happening now. "Hold it two," echoed Richie.
There's a damn good one on the back of your neck.
Oh, Christ, Richie said. He hated mosquitoes. Little flying vampires, that's all they were when you got right down to the facts. Kill it, Big Bill! Bill swatted the back of Richie's neck. Ouch! See? Bill held his hand in front of Richie's face. There was a broken mosquito body in the center of an irregular patch of blood. My blood, Richie thought, which was shed for you and for many. Yick, he said. Don't worry, Bill said. Little fucker will never dance the tango again. They walked on, slapping at mosquitoes, waving at the clouds of no-see-ums attracted by something in the smell of their sweat, something which would years later be identified as pheromones, whatever they were. Bill, when you going to tell the rest of them about the silver bullets? Richie asked as they approached the clearing. In this case, the rest of them meant Bev, Eddie, Mike, and Stan, although Richie guessed Stan already had a good idea of what they were studying up on down at the public library. Stan was sharp. Too sharp for his own good, Richie sometimes thought. The day Mike brought his father's album down to the Barrens, Stan had almost flipped out. Richie had, in fact, been nearly convinced that they wouldn't see Stan again and the Losers Club would become a sextet, a word Richie liked a lot, always with the emphasis on the first syllable. But Stan had been back the next day, and Richie had respected him all the more for that. You going to tell them today? Not today, Bill said. You don't think they'll work, do you? Bill shrugged, and Richie, who maybe understood Bill Denbrough better than anyone ever would until Audra Phillips, suspected all the things Bill might have said, if not for the roadblock of his speech impediment. That kids making silver bullets was boys' book stuff, comic book stuff. In a word, it was crap. Dangerous crap. They could try it, yeah. Ben Hanscom might even be able to bring it off, yeah. In a movie, it would work, yeah, but... So? I got an idea, Bill said. Simpler, but only if Beverly... If Beverly what? Never mind. And Bill would say no more on the subject. They came into the clearing. If you looked closely, you might have thought that the grass there had a slightly matted look, a slightly used look. You might even have thought that there was something a bit artificial, almost arranged, about the scatter of leaves and pine needles on top of the sods. Bill picked up a ring-ding wrapper, Ben's almost certainly, and put it absently in his pocket. The boys crossed to the center of the clearing, and a piece of ground, about 10 inches long by 3 inches wide, swung up with a dirty squall of hinges, revealing a black eyelid. Eyes looked out of that blackness, giving Richie a momentary chill. But they were only Eddie Kasprack's eyes, and it was Eddie whom he would visit in the hospital a week later, who intoned hollowly, "Who's that trip-trapping on my bridge?" Giggles from below, and a flashlight flicker.
This is the Rurale, senor,
Richie said, squatting down, twirling an invisible mustache, and speaking in his Pancho Vanilla voice. "Yeah?" Beverly asked from below. "Let's see your badges."
Badges?
Richie cried, delighted.
We don't need no stinking badges.
"Go to hell, Pancho," Eddie replied, and slammed the big eyelid closed. There were more muffled giggles from below.
"Come out with your hands up!"
Bill cried in a low, commanding adult voice. He began to tramp back and forth across the sod-covered cap of the clubhouse. He could see the ground springing up and down with his back-and-forth passage, but just barely. They had built well.
"You haven't got a chance!"
he bellowed, seeing himself as Fearless Joe Friday of the LAPD in his mind's eye.
"Come on out of there, punks, or we'll come in shooting!"
He jumped up and down once to emphasize his point. Screams and giggles from below. Bill was smiling, unaware that Richie was looking at him wisely, looking at him not as one child looks at another, but in that brief moment, as an adult looks at a child. He doesn't know that he doesn't always, Richie thought. "Let them in, Ben, before they crash the roof in," Bev said. A moment later, a trapdoor flopped open like the hatch of a submarine. Ben looked out. He was flushed. Richie knew at once that Ben had been sitting next to Beverly. Bill and Richie dropped down through the hatch, and Ben closed it again. Then there they all were, sitting snug against board walls with their legs drawn up, their faces dimly revealed in the beam of Ben's flashlight. "So, what's going on?" Bill asked. "Not too much," Ben said. He was indeed sitting next to Beverly, and his face looked happy as well as flushed. "We were just—" "Tell him, Ben," Eddie interrupted. "Tell him the story. See what they think." "Wouldn't do much for your asthma," Stan told Eddie in his best "someone has to be practical here" tone of voice. Richie sat between Mike and Ben, holding his knees in his linked hands. It was delightfully cool down here, delightfully secret. Following the gleam of the flashlight as it moved from face to face, he temporarily forgot what had so astounded him outside only a minute ago. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, Ben was telling us a story about this Indian ceremony," Bev said. "But Stan's right. It wouldn't be very good for your asthma, Eddie." "It might not bother it," Eddie said, sounding, to his credit, Richie thought, only a little uneasy. "Usually it's only when I get upset. Anyway, I'd like to try it." "Try what?" Bill asked him. "A smoke hole ceremony," Eddie said. "What's that?" The beam of Ben's flashlight drifted upward, and Richie followed it with his eyes. It tracked aimlessly across the wooden roof of their clubhouse as Ben explained. It crossed the gouged and splintered panels of the mahogany door the 7 of them had carried back here from the dump 3 days ago, the day before the body of Jimmy Cullen was discovered. The thing Richie remembered about Jimmy Cullen, a quiet little boy who also wore spectacles, was that he liked to play Scrabble on rainy days. Not going to be playing Scrabble anymore, Richie thought, and shivered a little. In the dimness, no one saw the shiver, but Mike Hanlon, sitting shoulder to shoulder with him, glanced at him curiously. "Well, I got this book out of the library last week," Ben was saying. "Ghosts of the Great Plains, it's called. And it's all about the Indian tribes that lived out west 150 years ago. The Paiutes and the Pawnees and the Kiowas and the Otos and the Comanches. It was really a good book. I'd love to go out there sometime to where they lived. Iowa, Nebraska, Colorado, Utah." "Shut up and tell them about the smoke hole ceremony," Beverly said, elbowing him. "Sure," he said. "Right." And Richie believed his response would have been the same if Beverly had given him the elbow and said, "Drink the poison now, Ben, okay?" See, almost all those Indians had a special ceremony, and our clubhouse made me think of it. Whenever they had to make a big decision, whether to move on after the buffalo herds or to find fresh water or whether or not to fight their enemies, they'd dig a big hole in the ground and cover it up with branches except for a little vent in the top. "The smoke hole," Bill said. "Your quick mind never ceases to amaze me, Big Bill," Richie said gravely. "You ought to go in 21. I'll bet you could even beat old Charlie Van Doren." Bill made as if to hit him, and Richie recoiled, bumping his head a pretty good one on a piece of shoring. "Ouch! You deserved it," Bill said.
"I kill you, rotten gringo sumbish," Richie said. "We don't need no stinking—"
"Will you guys stop it?" Beverly asked. "This is interesting." And she favored Ben with such a warm look that Richie believed steam would start curling out of Haystack's ears in a couple of minutes. "Okay, Ben," Bill said. "Go on." "Sure," Ben said. The word came out in a croak. He had to clear his throat and start again. When the smoke hole was finished, they'd start a fire down there. They'd use green wood so it would be a really smoky fire. Then all the braves would go down there and sit around the fire. The place would fill up with smoke. The book said this was a religious ceremony, but it was also kind of a contest, you know. After half a day or so, most of the braves would bug out because they couldn't stand the smoke anymore, and only 2 or 3 would be left. And they were supposed to have visions. "Yeah, if I breathed smoke for 5 or 6 hours, I'd probably have some visions, all right," Mike said, and they all laughed. The visions were supposed to tell the tribe what to do, Ben said. And I don't know if this part is true or not, but the book said that most times the visions were right. A silence fell, and Richie looked at Bill. He was aware that they were all looking at Bill, and he had the feeling, again, that Ben's story of the smoke hole was more than a thing you read about in the book, and then had to try for yourself, like a chemistry experiment or a magic trick. He knew it. They all knew it. Perhaps Ben knew it most of all. This was something they were supposed to do. They were supposed to have visions. Most times, the visions were right. Richie thought, I'll bet if we asked him, Haystack would tell us that book practically jumped into his hand, like something wanted him to read that one particular book. And then tell us about the smoke hole ceremony. Because there's a tribe right here, isn't there? Yeah, us. And yeah, I guess we do need to know what happens next. This thought led to another. Was this supposed to happen? From the time Ben got the idea for an underground clubhouse instead of a treehouse, was this supposed to happen? How much of this are we thinking up ourselves, and how much is being thought up for us? In a way, he supposed such an idea should have been almost comforting. It was nice to imagine that something bigger than you, smarter than you, was doing your thinking for you, like the adults that planned your meals, bought your clothes, and managed your time. And Richie was convinced that the force that had brought them together, the force that had used Ben as its messenger to bring them the idea of the smoke hole, that force wasn't the same as the one killing the children. This was some kind of counterforce to that other... Oh, well, you might as well say it. But all the same, he didn't like this feeling of not being in control of his own actions, of being managed, of being run. They all looked at Bill. They all waited to see what Bill would say. You know, he said. That sounds really neat. Beverly sighed, and Stan stirred uncomfortably. That was all. Really neat, Bill repeated, looking down at his hands. And perhaps it was only the uneasy flashlight beam in Ben's hands or his own imagination, but Richie thought Bill looked a little pale and a lot scared, although he was smiling. Maybe we could use a vision to tell us what to do about our problem. And if anyone has a vision, Richie thought, it will be Bill. But about that, he was wrong. Well, Ben said, it probably only works for Indians, but it might be flippy to try it. Yeah, we'll probably all pass out from the smoke and die in here, Stan said gloomily. That'd be really flippy, all right. You don't want to, Stan? Eddie asked. Well, I sort of do, Stan said. He sighed. I think you guys are making me crazy, you know it? He looked at Bill. When? Bill said, well, no time like the present is there. There was a startled, thoughtful silence. Then Richie got to his feet, straight-arming the trapdoor open and letting in the muted light of that still summer day. I got my hatchet, Ben said, following him out. Who wants to help me cut some green wood? In the end, they all helped. 3. It took them about an hour to get ready. They cut 4 or 5 armloads of small green branches from which Ben had stripped the twigs and leaves. They'll smoke, all right, he said. I don't even know if we'll be able to get them going. Beverly and Richie went down to the bank of the Kenduskeag and brought back a collection of good-sized stones. Using Eddie's jacket, his mother always made him take a jacket even if it was 80 degrees. It might rain, Mrs. Kasbrak said, and if you have a jacket to put on, your skin won't get soaked if it does, as a makeshift sling. Carrying the rocks back to the clubhouse, Richie said, You can't do this, Bev. You're a girl. Ben said it was just the braves that went down in the smoke hole, not the squaws. Beverly paused, looking at Richie with mixed amusement and irritation. A lock of hair had escaped from her ponytail. She pushed out her lower lip and blew it off her forehead. I could wrestle you to a fall any day, Richie, and you know it. That don't matter, Miss Scarlet, Richie said, popping his eyes at her. You was still a girl, and you was always going to be a girl. You sure ain't no Injun brave. I'll be a bravette, then, Beverly said. Now, are we going to take these rocks back to the clubhouse? Or am I going to bounce a few of them off your asshole skull? Lawks-a-mussy, Miss Scarlet. I ain't got no asshole in my skull, Richie screeched. And Beverly laughed so hard she dropped her end of Eddie's jacket, and all the stones fell out. She scolded Richie all the time they were picking them up again, and Richie joked and screeched in many voices, and thought to himself how beautiful she was. Although Richie had not been serious when he spoke of excluding her from the smoke hole on the basis of her sex, Bill Denbrough apparently was. She stood facing him, her hands on her hips, her cheeks flushed with anger. You can just take that and stuff it with a long pole, stuttering Bill. I'm in on this too, or aren't I a member of your lousy club anymore? Patiently, Bill said, It's not like that, Bev. And you know it. Somebody has to stay up here. Why? Bill tried, but the roadblock was in again. He looked at Eddie for help. It's what Stan said, Eddie told her quietly. About the smoke. Bill says that might really happen. We could pass out down there, then we'd die. Bill says that's what happens to most people in house fires. They don't burn up. They choke to death on the smoke. Now she turned to Eddie. Well, okay. He wants somebody to stay up on top in case there's trouble? Miserably, Eddie nodded. Well, what about you? You're the one with the asthma. Eddie said nothing. She turned back to Bill. The others stood around, hands in their pockets, looking at their sneakers. It's because I'm a girl, isn't it? That's really it, isn't it? But you don't have to talk, she snapped. Just nod your head or shake it. Your head doesn't stutter, does it? Is it because I'm a girl? Reluctantly, Bill nodded his head. She looked at him for a moment, her lips trembling, and Richie thought she would cry. Instead, she exploded. Well, fuck you! She whirled around to look at the others, and they flinched from her gaze, so hot it was nearly radioactive. Fuck all of you, if you think the same thing! She turned back to Bill and began to talk fast, rapping him with words. This is something more than some diddly shit kids game like tag or guns or hide-and-go-seek, and you know it, Bill. We're supposed to do this. That's part of it. And you're not going to cut me out just because I'm a girl. Do you understand? You better, or I'm leaving right now, and if I go, I'm gone for good. You understand? She stopped. Bill looked at her. He seemed to have regained his calm, but Richie felt afraid. He felt that any chance they had of winning, of finding a way to get to the thing that had killed Georgie Denbrough and the other kids, getting to it and killing it, was now in jeopardy. 7, Richie thought. That's the magic number. There has to be 7 of us. That's the way it's supposed to be. A bird sang somewhere, stopped, sang again. All right, Bill said, and Richie let his breath out. But somebody has to stay topside. Who wants to do it? Richie thought Eddie or Stan would surely volunteer for this duty, but Eddie said nothing. Stan stood pale and thoughtful and silent. Mike had his thumbs hooked into his belt like Steve McQueen in Wanted, Dead or Alive, nothing moving but his eyes. Come on, Bill said. And Richie realized that all pretense had gone out of the thing now. Bev's impassioned speech and Bill's grave, too-old face had seen to that. This was a part of it, perhaps as dangerous as the expedition he and Bill had made to the house at 29 Neibolt Street. They knew it, and no one was backing down. Suddenly, he was very proud of them, very proud to be with them. After all the years of being counted out, he was counted in. Finally counted in. He didn't know if they were still losers or not, but he knew they were together. They were friends. Damn good friends. Richie took his glasses off and rubbed them vigorously with the tail of his shirt. I know how to do it, Bev said, and took a book of matches from her pocket. On the front, so tiny you'd need a magnifying glass to get a really good look at them, were pictures of that year's candidates for the title of Miss Rheingold. Beverly lit a match and then blew it out. She tore out 6 more and added the burned match. She turned away from them, and when she turned back, the white ends of the 7 matches poked out of her closed fist. Pick, she said, holding the matches out to Bill. The one who picks the match with the burned head stays up here and pulls the rest out if they go flippy. Bill looked at her levelly. This is how you want it? She smiled at him then, and her smile made her face radiant. Yeah, you big dummy, this is how I want it. What about you? I love you, Bev, he said, and color rose in her cheeks like hasty flames. Bill did not appear to notice. He studied the match tails sticking out of her fist, and at length he picked one. Its head was blue and unburned. She turned to Ben and offered the remaining 6. I love you too, Ben said hoarsely. His face was plum-colored. He looked like he was on the verge of a stroke, but no one laughed. Somewhere deeper in the barrens, the bird sang again. Stan would know what it was, Richie thought randomly. Thank you, she said, smiling, and Ben picked a match. Its head was unburned. She offered them to Eddie next. Eddie smiled, a shy smile that was incredibly sweet and almost heartbreakingly vulnerable. I guess I love you too, Beth, he said, and then picked a match blindly. Its head was blue. Beverly now offered the 4 matchtails in her hand to Richie.
"I loves you, Miss Scarlet!"
Richie screamed at the top of his voice and made exaggerated kissing gestures with his lips. Beverly only looked at him, smiling a little, and Richie suddenly felt ashamed. "I do love you, Bev," he said, and touched her hair. "You're cool." "Thank you," she said. He picked a match and looked at it, positive he'd picked the burned one, but he hadn't. She offered them to Stan. "I love you," Stan said, and plucked one of the matches from her fist, unburned. "You and me, Mike," she said, and offered him his pick of the 2 left. He stepped forward. "I don't know you well enough to love you," he said, "but I love you anyway. You could give my mother shouting lessons, I guess." They all laughed, and Mike took a match. Its head was also unburned. "I guess it's you after all, Bev," Bill said. Looking disgusted, all that flash and fire for nothing, Beverly opened her hand. The head of the remaining match was also blue and unburned. "You jiggered them," Bill accused. "No, I didn't." Her tone was not one of angry protest, which would have been suspect, but flabbergasted surprise. "Honest to God, I didn't." And then she showed them her palm. They all saw the faint mark of soot from the burned match head there. "Bill, I swear on my mother's name." Bill looked at her for a moment, and then nodded. By common unspoken consent, they all handed the matches back to Bill. 7 of them, their heads intact. Stan and Eddie began to crawl around on the ground, but there was no burned match there. "I didn't," Beverly said again, to no one in particular. "So what do we do now?" Richie asked. "We all go down," Bill said, "because that's what we're supposed to do." "And if we all pass out?" Eddie asked. Bill looked at Beverly again. "If Bev's telling the truth, and she is, we won't." "How do you know?" Stan asked. "I just do." The bird sang again. 4. Ben and Richie went down first, and the others handed the rocks down one by one. Richie passed them on to Ben, who made a small stone circle in the middle of the dirt clubhouse floor. "Okay," he said. "That's enough." The others came down, each with a handful of the green twigs they'd cut with Ben's hatchet. Bill came last. He closed the trapdoor and opened the narrow hinged window. "There," he said. "There's our smoke hole. Do we have any kindling?" "You can use this if you want," Mike said, and took a battered Archie funny book out of his hip pocket. "I read it already." Bill tore the pages out of the funny book one by one, working slowly and gravely. The others sat around the walls, knee to knee and shoulder to shoulder, watching, not speaking. The tension was thick and still. Bill laid small twigs and branches over the paper, and then looked at Beverly. "You got the matches?" he said. She lit one, a tiny yellow flare in the gloom. "Darn thing probably won't catch anyway," she said in a slightly uneven voice, and touched a light to the paper in several places. When the match flame got close to her fingers, she tossed it into the center. The flames blazed up yellow, crackling, throwing their faces into sharp relief, and in that moment Richie had no trouble believing Ben's Indian story, and he thought it must have been like this back in those old days, when the idea of white men was still no more than a rumor or a tall tale to those Indians who followed buffalo herds so big they could cover the earth from horizon to horizon, herds so big that their passing shook the ground like an earthquake. In that moment, Richie could picture those Indians, Kiowas or Pawnees or whatever they were, down in their smoke hole, knee to knee and shoulder to shoulder, watching as the flames guttered and sank into the green wood like hot sores, listening to the faint and steady of sap oozing out of the damp wood, waiting for the vision to descend. Yeah, sitting here now, he could believe it all. And looking at their somber faces as they studied the flames and the charring pages of Mike's Archie funny book, he could see that they believed it too. The branches were catching. The clubhouse began to fill up with smoke, some of it white as cotton smoke signals in a Saturday matinee movie starring Randolph Scott or Audie Murphy, escaped from the smoke hole. But with no moving air outside to create a draft, most of it stayed below. It had an acrid bite that made eyes sting and throats throb. Richie heard Eddie cough twice, a flat sound like dry boards being whacked together, and then fall silent again. He should be down here, he thought, but something else apparently felt otherwise. Bill tossed another handful of green twigs on the smoldering fire and asked in a thin voice that was not much like his usual speaking voice, "Anyone having any visions?" "Visions of getting out of here," Stan Uris said. Beverly laughed at this, but her laughter turned into a fit of coughing and choking. Richie leaned his head back against the wall and looked up at the smoke hole, a thin rectangle of mellow white light. He thought about the Paul Bunyan statue that day in March, but that had only been a mirage, a hallucination, a vision. "Smoke's killing me," Ben said. "Whew!" "So leave," Richie murmured, not taking his eyes off the smoke hole. He felt as if he was getting a handle on this. He felt as if he had lost 10 pounds. And he sure as shit felt as if the clubhouse had gotten bigger. Damn straight on that last, he'd been sitting with Ben Hanscom's fat right leg squashed against his left one, and Bill Denbrough's bony left shoulder socked into his right arm. Now, he was touching neither of them. He glanced lazily to his right and left to verify that his perception was true, and it was. Ben was a foot or so to his left. On his right, Bill was even farther away. "Place is bigger, friends and neighbors," he said. He took a deeper breath and coughed hard. It hurt deep in his chest, the way a cough hurt when you had the flu or the grip or something. For a while he thought it would never pass, that he would just go on coughing until they had to pull him out, if they still can, he thought. But the thought was really too dim to be frightening. Then Bill pounded him on the back, and the coughing fit passed. "You don't know you don't always," Richie said. He was looking at the smoke hole again instead of at Bill. How bright it seemed. When he closed his eyes, he could still see the rectangle floating there in the dark, but bright green instead of bright white. "What do you mean?" Bill asked. "Stutter." He paused, aware that someone else was coughing, but not sure who it was. "You ought to do the voices, not me, Big Bill. You!" The coughing got louder. Suddenly the clubhouse was flooded with daylight. So sudden and so bright Richie had to squint against it. He could just make out Stan Uris climbing and clawing his way out. "Sorry," Stan managed through his spasmodic coughing. "Sorry. Can't." "It's all right," Richie heard himself say.
"You don't need no stinking batches."
His voice sounded as if it were coming from a different body. The trapdoor slammed shut a moment later, but enough fresh air had come in to clear his head a little. Before Ben moved over a little to fill the space Stan had vacated, Richie became aware of Ben's leg again, pressing his. How had he gotten the idea that the clubhouse had gotten bigger? Mike Hanlon threw more sticks on the smoky fire. Richie resumed taking shallow breaths and looking up at the smoke hole. He had no sense of real time passing, but he was vaguely aware that, in addition to the smoke, the clubhouse was getting good and hot. He looked around, looked at his friends. They were hard to see, half swallowed in shadow smoke and still white summerlight. Bev's head was tilted back against a piece of shoring, her hands on her knees, her eyes closed, tears trickling down her cheeks toward her earlobes. Bill was sitting cross-legged, his chin on his chest. But suddenly, Ben was getting to his feet, pushing the trapdoor open again. "There goes Ben," Mike said. He was sitting Indian fashion directly across from Richie, his eyes as red as a weasel's. Comparative coolness struck them again. The air freshened as smoke swirled up through the trap. Ben was coughing in dry retching. He pulled himself out with Stan's help, and before either of them could close the trap door, Eddie was staggering to his feet, his face a deadly pale except for the bruised-looking patches under his eyes and traced just below his cheekbones. His thin chest was hitching up and down in quick, shallow spasms. He groped weakly for the edge of the escape hatch and would have fallen if Ben had not grabbed one hand and Stan the other. "Sorry!" Eddie managed in a squeaky little whisper, and then they hauled him up. The trap door banged down again. There was a long, quiet period. The smoke built up, until it was a thick, still fog in the clubhouse.
"Looks like a pea souper to me, Watson," Richie thought.
And for a moment he imagined himself as Sherlock Holmes, a Holmes who looked a great deal like Basil Rathbone, and who was totally black and white. Moving purposefully along Baker Street, Moriarty was somewhere near. A hansom cab awaited, and the game was afoot. The thought was amazingly clear, amazingly solid. It seemed almost to have weight, as if it were not a little pocket daydream of the sort he had all the time. Batting clean up for the Bo Sox, bottom of the ninth, bases loaded, and there it goes, heads up. It's gone, home run Tozier, and that breaks the Babe's record. But something that was almost real. There was still enough of the wiseacre in him to think that if all he was getting out of this was a vision of Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes, then the whole idea of visions was pretty overrated. Except, of course, it isn't Moriarty that's out there. It's out there. Some it. And it's real. Then the trapdoor opened again, and Beverly was struggling her way out, coughing dryly, one hand cupped over her mouth. Ben got one hand, and Stan grabbed her under the other arm, half pulled, half scrambling under her own power. She was up and gone. It is bigger, Bill said. Richie looked around. He saw the circle of stones with the fire smoldering within, fuming out clouds of smoke. Across the way he saw Mike sitting cross-legged like a totem carved from mahogany, staring at him through the fire with his smoke-reddened eyes. Except Mike was better than 20 yards away, and Bill was even farther away, on Richie's right. The underground clubhouse was now at least the size of a ballroom. "Doesn't matter," Mike said. "It's going to come pretty quick. Something is." Yeah, Bill said. "But I... He began to cough. He tried to control it, but the cough worsened to dry rattling. Dimly, Richie saw Bill stumble to his feet, lunge for the trapdoor, and shove it open. Good and then he was gone, dragged up by the others. "Looks like it's you and me, old Mikey," Richie said. And then he began to cough himself. "I thought for sure that it would be Bill." The cough worsened. He doubled over, hacking dryly, unable to get his breath. His head was thudding, whacking, like a turnip filled with blood. His eyes teared behind his glasses. From far away, he heard Mike saying, "Go on up if you have to, Richie. Don't go flippy. Don't kill yourself." He raised a hand toward Mike and flapped it at him. "No stinking botches," in a negative gesture. Little by little, he began to get the coughing under control again. Mike was right. Something was going to happen, and soon. He wanted to still be here when it did. He tilted his head back and looked up at the smoke hole again. The coughing fit had left him feeling lightheaded, and now he seemed to be floating on a cushion of air. It was a pleasant feeling. He took shallow breaths and thought, "Someday, I'm going to be a rock and roll star. That's it. Yes, I'll be famous. I'll make records and albums and movies. I'll have a black sport coat and white shoes and a yellow Cadillac. And when I come back to Derry, they'll all eat their hearts out, even Bowers. I wear glasses, but what the fuck? Buddy Holly wears glasses. I'll bop till I'm blue and dance till I'm black. I'll be the first rock and roll star to ever come from Maine. The thought drifted away. It didn't matter. He found that now he didn't need to take shallow breaths. His lungs had adapted. He could breathe as much smoke as he wanted. Maybe he was from Venus. Mike threw more sticks on the fire. Not to be outdone, Richie tossed on another handful himself. "How you feeling, Rich?" Mike asked. Richie smiled. "Better. Good, almost. You?" Mike nodded and smiled back. "I feel okay. Have you been having some funny thoughts?" "Yeah. Thought I was Sherlock Holmes for a minute there. Then I thought I could dance like the Devels. Your eyes are so red. You wouldn't believe it. You know it? Yours too. Just a couple of weasels in the pen. That's what we are." "Yeah?" "Yeah." "You want to say all right?" "All right." "You want to say you got the word?" "I got it, Mikey." "Yeah, okay." They grinned at each other, and then Richie let his head tilt back against the wall again and looked up at the smoke hole. Shortly, he began to drift away. No, not away. Up. He was drifting up. Like, float down here, we all. A balloon.
You guys all right?
Bill's voice, coming down through the smoke hole. Coming from Venus, worried. Richie felt himself thud back down inside himself.
All right,
he heard his voice, distant, irritated.
All right, we said all right. Be quiet, Bill. Let us get the word. We want to say we got the word.
The clubhouse was bigger than ever, floored now in some polished wood. The smoke was fog thick, and it was hard to see the fire. That floor. Jesus, come please us. It was as big as a ballroom floor in an MGM musical extravaganza. Mike looked at him from the other side, a shape almost lost in the fog. You coming, old Mikey? Right here with you, Richie. You still want to say all right? Yeah, but hold my hand. Can you catch hold? I think so. Richie held his hand out, and although Mike was on the far side of this enormous room, he felt those strong brown fingers close over his wrist. Oh, and that was good. That was a good touch. Good to find desire in comfort, to find comfort in desire, to find substance in smoke and smoke in substance. He tilted his head back and looked at the smoke hole, so white and wee. It was farther up now, miles up. Venusian skylight. It was happening. He began to float. Come on, then, he thought, and began to rise faster through the smoke, the fog, the mist, whatever it was. 5. They weren't inside anymore. The two of them were standing together in the middle of the barrens, and it was nearly dusk. It was the barrens, he knew that, but everything was different. The foliage was lusher, deeper, savagely fragrant. There were plants he had never seen before, and Richie realized some of the things he had first taken for trees were really giant ferns. There was the sound of running water, but it was much louder than it should have been. This water sounded not like the leisurely flow of the Kenduskeag stream, but more the way he imagined the Colorado River would sound as it cut its way through the Grand Canyon. It was hot, too. Not that it didn't get hot in Maine during the summer, and humid enough so that sometimes you felt sticky just lying in your bed at night. But this was more heat and more humidity than he had ever felt in his whole life. A low mist, smoky and thick, lay in the hollows of the land and crept around the boy's legs. It had a thin, acrid smell like burning green wood. He and Mike began to move toward the sound of the running water without speaking, pushing their way through the strange foliage. Thick, ropey lianas lay between some of the trees like spidery hammocks. And once, Richie heard something go crashing off through the underbrush. It sounded bigger than a deer. He stopped long enough to look around, turning in a circle, studying the horizon. He knew where the standpipe's thick white cylinder should have been, but it wasn't there. Neither was the railroad trestle going over to the train yards at the end of Neibolt Street, or the old Cape housing development. Low bluffs and red sandstone outcroppings of rock bulged out of thick stands of giant fern and pine trees where the old Cape should have been. There was a flapping noise overhead. The boys ducked as a squadron of bats flapped by. They were the biggest bats Richie had ever seen, and for a moment he was more terrified than he had been even when Bill was trying to get Silver rolling and he had heard the werewolf closing in on them from behind. The stillness and the alienness of this land were both terrible, but its awful familiarity was somehow worse. No need to be scared, he told himself. Remember that this is just a dream or a vision or whatever you want to call it. Me and old Mikey are really back in the clubhouse, goofed up on smoke. Pretty soon Big Bill is going to get nervous from the service because we're not answering anymore, and he and Ben will come down and haul us out. It's just like Conway Twitty says, only make-believe. But he could see how one of the bat's wings was so ragged, the hazy sun shone through it. And when they passed beneath one of the giant ferns, he could see a fat yellow caterpillar trundling across a wide green frond, leaving its shadow behind it. There were tiny black mites jumping and sizzling on the caterpillar's body. If this was a dream, it was the clearest one he had ever had. They went on toward the sound of the water, and in the thick, knee-high ground mist, Richie was unable to tell if his feet were touching the ground or not. They came to a place where both the mist and the ground stopped. Richie looked, unbelieving. This was not the Kenduskeag, and yet it was. The stream boiled and roiled through a narrow watercourse, cut through that same crumbly rock. Looking across to the far side, he could see ages cut into those stacked layers of stone, red, and then orange, and then red again. You couldn't walk across this stream on stepping stones. You'd need a rope bridge, and if you fell in, you would be swept away at once. The sound of the water was the sound of bitter, foolish anger, and as Richie watched, slack-jawed, he saw a pinkish silver fish jump in an impossibly high arc, snapping at the bugs that made shifting clouds just above the surface of the water. It splashed down again, giving Richie just time enough to register its presence, and to realize he had never seen a fish exactly like that in his whole life, not even in a book. Birds flocked across the sky, squalling harshly. Not a dozen or 2 dozen. For a moment the sky was so dark with birds that they blotted out the sun. Something else crashed through the bushes, and then more things. Richie wheeled, his heart thudding painfully in his chest, and saw something that looked like an antelope flash by, heading southeast. Something's going to happen, and they know it. The birds passed, presumably alighting somewhere en masse farther south. Another animal crashed by them, and another. Then there was silence, except for the steady rumble of the Kenduskeag. The silence had a waiting quality about it, a pregnant quality Richie didn't like. He felt the hairs shifting and trying to stand up on the back of his neck, and he groped for Mike's hand again. "Do you know where we are?" he shouted at Mike. "You got the word?" "Jesus, yes," Mike shouted back. "I got it." "This is a go, Richie. A go." Richie nodded. A go, as in once upon a time long, long ago, when we all lived in the forest and nobody lived anywhere else. They were in the barrens as they had been God knew how many thousands of years ago. They were in some unimaginable past before the Ice Age, when New England had been as tropical as South America was today, if there still was a today. He looked around again, nervously, almost expecting to see a brontosaurus raise its crane-like neck against the sky and stare down at them, its mouth full of mud and dripping uprooted plants, or a saber-toothed tiger come stalking out of the undergrowth. But there was only that silence, as in the 5 or 10 minutes before a vicious thunder squall strikes, when the purple heads stack up in the sky overhead, and the light turns a queer, bruised purple-yellow, and the wind dies completely, and you can smell a thick aroma like overcharged car batteries in the air. We're in the ago, 1,000,000 years back, maybe, or 10 million, or 80 million. But here we are, and something's going to happen. I don't know what, but something. And I'm scared. I want it to end. I want to be back. And Bill, please, pull us out. It's like we fell into the picture. Some picture, please, help. Mike's hand tightened on his, and he realized that now the silence had been broken. There was a steady, low vibration. He could feel it more than hear it, working against the tight flesh of his eardrums, buzzing the tiny bones that conducted the sound. It grew steadily. It had no tone. It simply was. The word in the beginning was the word, the world, a tuneless, soulless sound. He groped for the tree they stood near, and as his hand touched it, cupped the curve of the bole. He could feel the vibration caught inside. At the same moment he realized he could feel it in his feet, a steady tingling that went up his ankles and calves to his knees, turning his tendons into tuning forks. It grew and grew. It was coming out of the sky. Not wanting to, but unable to help himself, Richie turned his face up. The sun was a molten coin burning a circle in the low-hanging overcast, surrounded by a fairy ring of moisture. Below it, the verdant green slash that was the barrens lay utterly still. Richie thought he understood what this vision was. They were about to see the coming of it. The vibration took on a voice, a rumbling roar that built to a shattering crescendo of sound. He clapped his hands to his ears and screamed and could not hear himself scream. Beside him, Mike Hanlon was doing the same, and Richie saw that Mike's nose was bleeding a little. The clouds in the west lit with a bloom of red fire. It traced its way toward them, widening from an artery to a stream to a river of ominous color. And then, as a burning, falling object broke through the cloud cover, the wind came. It was hot and searing, smoky and suffocating. The thing in the sky was gigantic, a flaming match head that was nearly too bright to look at. Arcs of electricity bolted from it, blue bullwhips that flashed out from it and left thunder in their wake. "A spaceship!" Richie screamed, falling to his knees and covering his eyes. "Oh my God, it's a spaceship!" But he believed, and would tell the others later as best he could, that it was not a spaceship, although it might have come through space to get here. Whatever came down on that long-ago day had come from a place much farther away than another star or another galaxy, and if a spaceship was the first word to come into his mind, perhaps that was only because his mind had no other way of grasping what his eyes were seeing. There was an explosion then, a roar of sound followed by a rolling concussion that knocked them both down. This time it was Mike who groped for Richie's hand. There was another explosion. Richie opened his eyes and saw a glare of fire and a pillar of smoke rising into the sky. "It!" he screamed at Mike, in an ecstasy of terror now. Never in his life, before or after, would he feel any emotion so deeply, so overwhelmed by feeling. "It! It! It!" Mike dragged him to his feet, and they ran along the high bank of the young Kenduskeag, never noticing how close they were to the drop. Once Mike stumbled and went skidding to his knees. Then it was Richie's turn to go down, barking his shin and tearing his pants. The wind had come up, and it was pushing the smell of the burning forest toward them. The smoke grew thicker, and Richie became dimly aware that he and Mike were not running alone. The animals were on the move again, fleeing from the smoke, the fire, the death in the fire, running from it, perhaps, the new arrival in their world. Richie began to cough. He could hear Mike beside him also coughing. The smoke was thicker, washing out the greens and grays and reds of the day. Mike fell again, and Richie lost his hand. He groped for it and could not find it. "Mike!" he screamed, panicked, coughing. "Mike! Where are you? Mike! Mike!" But Mike was gone. Mike was nowhere. "Richie! Richie! Richie! Wacko! Richie! 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 Are you?" 6. "All right?" His eyes fluttered open, and he saw Beverly kneeling beside him, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. The others, Bill, Eddie, Stan, and Ben, stood behind her, their faces solemn and scared. The sight of Richie's face hurt like hell. He tried to speak to Beverly, and could only croak. He tried to clear his throat, and almost vomited. His throat and lungs felt as if they had somehow been lined with smoke. At last he managed, "Did you slap me, Beverly?" "It was all I could think of to do," she said. "Wacko," Richie muttered. "I didn't think you were going to be all right, is all," Bev said, and suddenly burst into tears. Richie patted her clumsily on the shoulder, and Bill put a hand on the back of her neck. She reached round at once, took it, squeezed it. Richie managed to sit up. The world began to swim in waves. When it steadied down, he saw Mike leaning against a tree nearby, his face dazed and ashy pale. "Did I puke?" Richie asked Bev. She nodded, still crying. In a croaking, stumbling Irish cop's voice, he asked, "Get any on you, darling?" Bev laughed through her tears and shook her head. "I turned you on your side. I was afraid. Afraid you'd choke on it." She began to cry hard again. "No fair," Bill said, still holding her hand. I'm the one who stutters around here." "Not bad, Big Bill," Richie said. He tried to get to his feet and sat down again heavily. The world was still swimming. He began to cough and turned his head away, aware that he was going to retch again only a moment before it happened. He threw up a mess of green foam and thick saliva that mostly came out in ropes. He closed his eyes tight and croaked, "Anyone want a snack?" "Oh, shit!" Ben cried, disgusted and laughing at the same time. "Looks more like puke to me," Richie said, although in truth his eyes were still tightly shut. "The shit usually comes out the other end, at least for me. I don't know about you, Haystack." When he opened his eyes at last, he saw the clubhouse about 20 yards away. Both the window and the big trap door were thrown open, smoke thinning now, puffed from both. This time Richie was able to get to his feet. For a moment he was quite sure he was going to retch again or faint or both. "Wacko," he murmured, watching the world waver and warp in front of his eyes. When the feeling passed, he made his way over to where Mike was. Mike's eyes were still weasel red, and from the dampness on his pants cuffs, Richie thought that maybe old Mikey had taken a ride on the stomach elevator too. "For a white boy, you did pretty good," Mike croaked, and punched Richie weakly on the shoulder. Richie was at a loss for words, a condition of exquisite rarity. Bill came over, the others came with him. "You pulled us out?" Richie asked. Me and Ben, you were screaming, both of you, but..." He looked over at Ben. Ben said, "It must have been the smoke, Bill." But there was no conviction in the big boy's voice at all. Flatly, Richie said, "You mean what I think you mean?" Bill shrugged. "What's that, Richie?" Mike answered, "We weren't there at first, were we? You went down because you heard us screaming, but at first we weren't there." "It was really smoky," Ben said. "Hearing you both screaming that way, that was scary enough, but the screaming, it sounded, well, it sounded very far away," Bill said. Stuttering badly, he told them that when he and Ben had gone down, they hadn't been able to see either Richie or Mike. They had gone plunging around in the smoky clubhouse, panicked, scared that if they didn't act quickly, the two boys might die of smoke poisoning. At last Bill had gripped a hand, Richie's. He had given a hell of a yank, and Richie had come flying out of the gloom only about 1/4 conscious. When Bill turned around, he had seen Ben with Mike in a bear hug, both of them coughing. Ben had thrown Mike up and out through the trap door. Ben listened to all this, nodding. "I kept grabbing, really not doing anything except jabbing my hand out like I wanted to shake hands. You grabbed it, Mike. Damn good thing you grabbed it when you did. I think you were just about gone." "You guys make the clubhouse sound a lot bigger than it is," Richie said. "Talking about stumbling around in it and all. It's only 5 feet on every side." There was a moment's silence, while they all looked at Bill, who stood in frowning concentration. "It was bigger," he said at last. "Wasn't it, Ben?" Ben shrugged. "It sure seemed like it. Unless it was the smoke." "It wasn't the smoke," Richie said. "Just before it happened, before we went out, I remember thinking it was at least as big as a ballroom in a movie, like one of those musicals, 7 Brides for 7 Brothers, something like that. I could barely see Mike against the other wall." "Before you went out?" Beverly asked. "Well, what I mean, like..." She grabbed Richie's arm. "It happened, didn't it? It really happened. You had a vision, just like in Ben's book." Her face was glowing. "It really happened." Richie looked down at himself, and then at Mike. One of the knees of Mike's corduroy pants was out, and both the knees of his own jeans were torn. He could look through the holes and see bleeding scrapes on both his knees. "If it was a vision, I never want to have another one," he said. "I don't know about the kingfish over there, but when I went down there, I didn't have any holes in my pants. They were practically new, for gosh sakes. My mom's going to give me hell." "What happened?" Ben and Eddie asked together. Richie and Mike exchanged a glance, and then Richie said, "Bevy, you got a smoke?" She had 2, wrapped in a piece of tissue. Richie put one of them in his mouth, and when she lit it, the first drag made him cough so badly that he handed it back to her. "Can't," he said. "Sorry." "It was the past," Mike said. "Shit on that," Richie said. "It wasn't just the past.
It was a go. Yeah, right. We were in the Barrens, but the Kenduskeag was going a mile a minute. It was deep. It was fucking wild. Sorry, Bevy, but it was. And there were fish in it. Salmon, I think. My dad says there haven't been any fish in the Kenduskeag for a long time because of the sewage. That was a long time, all right, Richie said. He looked around at them uncertainly. I think it was 1,000,000 years ago at least. A thunderstruck silence greeted this. Beverly broke it at last. But what happened? Richie felt the words in his throat, but he had to struggle to bring them out. It felt almost like vomiting again. We saw it come, he said at last. I think that was it. Christ, Stan muttered. Oh, Christ. There was a sharp hiss gasp as Eddie used his aspirator. It came out of the sky, Mike said. I never want to see anything like that again in my whole life. It was burning so hot you couldn't really look at it. And it was throwing off electricity and making thunder. The noise. He shook his head and looked at Richie. It sounded like the end of the world. And when it hit, it started a forest fire. That was at the end of it. Was it a spaceship? Ben asked. Yes, Richie said. No, Mike said. They looked at each other. Well, I guess it was, Mike said, and at the same time Richie said, no, it really wasn't a spaceship, you know, but... They paused again while the others looked at them, perplexed. You tell, Richie said to Mike. We mean the same thing, I think, but they're not getting it. Mike coughed into his fist, and then looked up at the others almost apologetically. I don't know just how to tell you, he said. Try, Bill said urgently. It came out of the sky, Mike repeated. But it wasn't a spaceship exactly. It wasn't a meteor either. It was more like the Ark of the Covenant in the Bible. That was supposed to have the Spirit of God inside of it. Except this wasn't God. Just feeling it, watching it come. You knew it meant bad. That it was bad. He looked at them. Richie nodded. It came from outside. I got that feeling. From outside. Outside where, Richie? Eddie asked. Outside everything, Richie said. And when it came down, it'd make the biggest damn hole you ever saw in your life. It turned this big hill into a donut just about. It landed right where the downtown part of Derry is now. He looked at them. Do you get it? Beverly dropped the cigarette half-smoked and crushed it out under one shoe. Mike said, It's always been here. Since the beginning of time. Since before there were men anywhere, unless maybe there were just a few of them in Africa somewhere, swinging through the trees or living in caves. The crater's gone now, and the Ice Age probably scraped the valley deeper and changed some stuff around and filled the crater in. But it was here then, sleeping, maybe, waiting for the ice to melt, waiting for the people to come. That's why it uses the sewers and the drains, Richie put in. They must be regular freeways for it. You didn't see what it looked like? Stan Uris asked abruptly and a little hoarsely. They shook their heads. Can we beat it? Eddie said in the silence. A thing like that? No one answered. Chapter 16. Eddie's Bad Break. 1. By the time Richie finishes, they're all nodding. Eddie is nodding along with them, remembering along with them. When the pain suddenly races up his left arm. Races up? No. Rips through. Feels as if someone is trying to sharpen a rusty saw on the bone in there. He grimaces and reaches into the pocket of his sport jacket, sorts through a number of bottles by feel, and takes out the Excedrin. He swallows 2 with a gulp of gin and prune juice. The arm has been paining him off and on all day. At first, he dismissed it as the twinges of bursitis he sometimes gets when the weather is damp. But halfway through Richie's story, a new memory clicks into place for him, and he understands the pain. This isn't memory lane we're wandering down anymore, he thinks. It's getting more and more like the Long Island Expressway.
5 years ago, during a routine checkup — Eddie has a routine checkup every 6 weeks — the doctor said, matter-of-factly, "There's an old break here, Ed. Did you fall out of a tree when you were a kid?" "Something like that," Eddie agreed, not bothering to tell Dr. Robbins that his mother undoubtedly would have fallen down dead of a brain hemorrhage if she had seen or heard of her Eddie climbing trees. The truth was, he hadn't been able to remember exactly how he broke the arm. It didn't seem important, although Eddie thinks now that lack of interest was in itself very odd. He is, after all, a man who attaches importance to a sneeze or a slight change in the color of his stools. But it was an old break, a minor irritation, something that happened a long time ago in a boyhood he could barely remember and didn't care to recall. It pained him a little when he had to drive long hours on rainy days. A couple of aspirin took care of it nicely, no big deal. But now it is not just a minor irritation. It is some madman sharpening that rusty saw, playing bone tunes. And he remembers that was how it felt in the hospital, especially late at night, in the first 3 or 4 days after it happened. Lying there in bed, sweating in the summer heat, waiting for the nurse to bring him a pill, tears running silently down his cheeks into the bowls of his ears, thinking, "It's like some kook's sharpening a saw in there. If this is memory lane," Eddie thinks, "I'd trade it for one great big brain enema, a mental high colonic." Unaware he is going to speak, he says, "It was Henry Bowers who broke my arm. Do you remember that?" Mike nods. That was just before Patrick Hochstetter disappeared. "I don't remember the date." "I do," Eddie says flatly. "It was the 20th of July. The Hochstetter kid was reported missing on... what, the 23rd? 22nd, Beverly Rogan says. Although she doesn't tell them why she's so sure of the date. It is because she saw it take Hochstetter. Nor does she tell them that she believed then and believes now that Patrick Hochstetter was crazy, perhaps even crazier than Henry Bowers. She will tell them. This is Eddie's turn. She will speak next. And then she supposes that Ben will narrate the climax of that July's events. The silver bullet they had never quite dared to make. A nightmare agenda if there ever was one, she thinks. But that crazy exhilaration persists. When did she last feel this young? She can hardly sit still. "The 20th of July, Eddie muses, rolling his aspirator along the table from one hand to the other. 3 or 4 days after the smoke hole thing. I spent the rest of the summer in a cast, remember?" Richie slaps his forehead in a gesture they all remember from the old days, and Bill thinks, with a mixture of amusement and unease, that for a moment there, Richie looked just like Beaver Cleaver. "Sure, of course. You were in a cast when we went to the house in Neibolt Street, weren't you? And later, in the dark." But now Richie shakes his head, a little puzzled. "What, Richie?" Bill asks. "Can't remember that part yet," Richie admits. "Can you?" Bill shakes his head slowly. "Hochstetter was with them that day," Eddie says. "It was the last time I ever saw him alive. Maybe he was a replacement for Peter Gordon. I guess Bowers didn't want Peter around anymore after he ran the day of the rock fight." "They all died, didn't they?" Beverly asks quietly. "After Jimmy Cullum, the only ones who died were Henry Bowers' friends, or his ex-friends." "All but Bowers," Mike agrees, glancing toward the balloons tethered to the microfilm recorder. "And he's in Juniper Hill, a private insane asylum in Augusta." Bill says, "What about when they broke your arm, Eddie?" "Your stutter's getting worse, Big Bill," Eddie says solemnly, and finishes his drink in one gulp. "Never mind that," Bill says. "Tell us." "Tell us," Beverly repeats, and puts her hand lightly on his arm. The pain flares there again. "All right," Eddie says. He pours himself a fresh drink, studies it, and says, "It was a couple of days after I came home from the hospital that you guys came over to the house and showed me those silver ball bearings. You remember, Bill?" Bill nods. Eddie looks at Beverly. "Bill asked you if you'd shoot them, if it came to that, because you had the best eye. I think you said you wouldn't, that you'd be too afraid. And you told us something else, but I just can't remember what it was. It's like..." Eddie sticks his tongue out and plucks the end of it, as if something was stuck there. Richie and Ben both grin. "Was it something about Hochstetter?" "Yes," Beverly says. "I'll tell you when you're done. Go ahead." It was after that, after all you guys left, that my mother came in and we had a big fight. She didn't want me to hang around with any of you guys again. And she might have gotten me to agree. She had a way of working on a guy, you know. Bill nods again. He remembers Mrs. Kasprak, a huge woman with a strange, schizophrenic face, a face capable of looking stony and furious and miserable and frightened all at the same time. Yeah, she might have gotten me to agree, Eddie says. Something else happened, the same day Bowers broke my arm. Something that really shook me up. He utters a little laugh, thinking, it shook me up, all right. Is that all you can say? What good's talking when you can never tell people how you really feel? In a book or a movie, what I found out that day before Bowers broke my arm would have changed my life forever, and nothing would have happened the way it did. In a book or a movie, it would have set me free. In a book or a movie, I wouldn't have a whole suitcase full of pills back in my room at the townhouse. I wouldn't be married to Myra. Wouldn't have this stupid fucking aspirator here right now. In a book or a movie. Because, suddenly, as they all watch, Eddie's aspirator rolls across the table by itself. As it rolls, it makes a dry rattling sound, a little like maracas, a little like bones, a little like laughter. As it reaches the far side between Richie and Ben, it flips itself up into the air and falls on the floor. Richie makes a startled half grab, and Bill cries sharply, "Don't touch it!" "The balloons!" Ben yells, and they all turn. Both balloons tethered to the microfilm recorder now read, "Asthma medicine gives you cancer." Below the slogan are grinning skulls. They explode with twin bangs. Eddie looks at this, mouth dry, the familiar sensation of suffocation starting to tighten down in his chest like locking bolts. Bill looks back at him. "Who told you, and what did they tell you?" Eddie licks his lips, wanting to go after his aspirator, not quite daring to. Who knew what might be in it now? He thinks about that day, the 20th, about how it was hot, about how his mother gave him a check all filled out except for the amount, and $1 in cash for himself, his allowance.